Shrouding the Heavens Chapter 456 to Chapter 496. The East Barren had the word barren in its name because it was vast and uninhabited. Some primitive areas had never been visited by anyone since ancient times. 6 million miles off. Damn dog, you must have done it on purpose. Two-Face shouted. They crossed the void and headed toward the undying mountain in the central region of the East Barren. However, they deviated 6 million miles and appeared in an uninhabited barren area. If they hadn't found half a stone tablet on a big mountain, they wouldn't have known where they were. This was a relic left by a great sect that had been destroyed in the past. It must have done it on purpose. How could it deviate 6 million miles? It wouldn't be so ridiculous even if it closed its eyes and carved patterns or opened a region gate. Li Heishui was also cursing. Ahem, humans can make mistakes and horses can stumble. It's just a coincidence. The big black dog coughed to hide his guilt. Dog, you're so cute. You're even more confused than Little Nan Nan. Little Nan Nan was cute and sympathetic. She was the only one who believed the big black dog. This was the big black dog's expression. He wanted to knock his head against the stone tablet. Even though he was thick-skinned, he couldn't bear the word cute. If it were someone else, he would have bared his teeth. Cute Black Emperor, do you want to think of a way? We won't have to fly 6 million miles, right? Yi Fan said with a smile. Woof. Dog, don't bite people. Little Nan Nan wasn't even as tall as the Black Emperor's leg. She patted him lightly and looked up. We're not really going to the undying mountain. We're just pretending. I think you're going to find a divine medicine to prolong your life, the Black Emperor mumbled. But we still have to go around and pretend, Yi Fan said. This time, his main goal was to go to the Holy Cliff and find the third secret of the 9 secrets. I'm telling you, don't get close to the undying mountain. That place is very terrifying. The undying mountain was an important source of the great chaos that happened in the Dark Age, the Black Emperor warned. The same physique of the Great Completion had taken a piece of the cliff from the undying mountain. When he was at his peak, nothing happened. However, in his later years, the Holy Cliff was stained with blood. Some people guessed that it was related to the undying mountain. Let's take a good look at the central region first. This is the birthplace of many ancient inheritances. It is said that it is also the birthplace of the Eastern Wasteland's human race. There are many secrets here. The central region was the central region of the Eastern Barren region. It was a holy land that would last for eternity. Many great sects had established their sects there, and it was much more prosperous than the southern and northern regions. Zifu, Wind Clan, Daoi, 10,000 Beginnings, and other holy lands were all here. Hidden dragons and hibernating immortal phoenixes were gathered here, gathering the boundless beauty of the Eastern Wasteland. They had never declined throughout the ages, flourishing until now. In addition, the demon race had tens of thousands of ancient inheritances spread throughout the central region, all of which were created by the immortal demon race giants after the Dark Age war more than 100,000 years ago. From ancient times until now, even though they were part of the Yao race, they were born in human form. It could be said that they were innately powerful, forming all kinds of ancient Yao race families. As soon as Yi Fan and the others appeared in the central region, they were discovered. Many people revealed strange looks as they whispered to each other. The news that the divine physique had killed the saintess of a supreme sect in the Central Plains had spread throughout the Eastern Wasteland. Everyone knew that he didn't have much time left, and in his final days, he must not be provoked. Even though the Yin Yang sect was furious, they were in the wrong this time. They had robbed a genius child and were viewed as enemies by the sects in the Eastern Wasteland. Under the pressure of the great sage, they had to leave the Eastern Wasteland in the end. Of course, when they left, they still tried to cross the void and enter the forbidden area of the ancient barren region to pick the divine medicine. In the end, those who entered were like stones sinking into the ocean, never to be heard again. Yi Fan and the others entered an ancient city called Skygazing. This was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central region. The Black Emperor was like an old horse that knew the way. He went straight to a high platform in the city. I told you that the stupid dog deliberately deviated from the undying mountain. Otherwise, how could it have gone 6 million miles away? It clearly wants to enter the sky-gazing city, Xianxia said. The ancient city was very vast. The central region wasn't a plaza, but a huge platform. At this moment, the sunset was sprinkling down, and the entire platform was flickering with red light. Things remain the same, but people have changed. The large black dog gazed at this high platform, and seemed to be filled with endless emotions. He said, in the past, a certain emperor often gazed at the boundless starry sky there. He would sit there for an entire night, but no matter how great a peerless genius was, he couldn't resist the erosion of time. Emperor Wuxia, Yi Fan didn't need to think to know that the large black dog was definitely talking about Emperor Wuxia. He couldn't help but be moved. Was there something special about this sky-gazing platform? A great emperor sat here for a long time, so perhaps there was something special about it. There's no need to think too much. That great emperor only cultivated there for a period of time, and didn't leave anything behind. The large black dog shook his head. This stone is a treasure. It has been more than 100,000 years, but it's still sparkling and translucent. Such a perfect high platform, why hasn't anyone moved it away? Tufei was a blabbermouth, and said whatever came to his mind. Many passers-by rolled their eyes at him, as if they were very dissatisfied with his words. This stone is very special. At night, it receives starlight and nourishes the entire ancient city, turning this place into a beautiful place. No one dares to destroy it, an old man said. Yi Fan's group was very eye-catching. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog's back like a cute little fairy, attracting attention wherever she went. Yi Fan didn't hide his true appearance, and a large black dog followed beside him, so people could immediately guess his background. They entered a restaurant that was close to the sky-gazing platform. Isn't that the Saint Physique? Why did he suddenly come to the central region? I heard long ago that his time is up, and rumor has it that he came to the Undying Mountain in the central region to find a chance to survive. He dares to enter that place? During the extremely chaotic Dark Age, everyone saw how terrifying it was. Even the old Saint Lord wasn't willing to enter the Undying Mountain in his old age. The business of the restaurants in the central region of the ancient city was naturally booming. There were many people entering and exiting, and many people looked over. Yi Fan and the others chose a private room, and when they opened the window, they just happened to be able to see the sky-gazing platform. At this time, the sky had darkened, and the stars were twinkling. They could see starlight flowing and sprinkling down on the city. The large black dog stretched out his neck and looked outside, paying attention to the sky-gazing platform as if he was waiting for something. At the same time, Pang Bo and the others discovered that there were many more people around the sky-gazing platform. The teahouses and restaurants were packed. What's going on? Xianxia was surprised. Dear customers, this is the annual sky-gazing day. The starlight is like water, and you will see a very beautiful scene. The people in this city are all used to it. Those who come here to watch are all foreigners who came because of its reputation. Could it be that you all didn't come here just for this? Yi Fan and the others were even more certain that everything was done on purpose by the large black dog. He came here to reminisce about the past. When the sky completely darkened, stars appeared in the sky, and large amounts of starlight like snow-white clouds could be seen, sprinkling down lightly. It was extremely beautiful, and the entire ancient city became holy and pure. This was especially so for the sky-gazing platform. It was sparkling and sparkling, flowing with an intoxicating brilliance. It attracted the stars and the moon, causing the entire city to be enshrouded in spiritual beauty. I'm already sick of seeing this once a year. Actually, it's nothing much. It's not like it's a real scene of ascension. It's just that the starlight is being guided here. Those old undyings just have to say that this is a place where the ancient emperors gazed at the distant star regions. They talk about it so mysteriously, but even they themselves can't explain it. They want us to come here every year to try our luck. This was a group of descendants from aristocratic clans. They entered a restaurant and chose a seat near the window, adjacent to the restaurant that Yi Fan and the others had chosen. They could see the situation here. Earlier, I heard someone say that the Saint Physique has entered the sky-gazing city. It's really him, someone said in a low voice. Feng Lin, that's your brother-in-law. Why aren't you going over to greet him? Someone laughed and teased. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll get angry with you. I've long said that he has no relationship with my cousin. They aren't engaged at all, Feng Lin said in a heavy voice. It's not that I want to criticize your sister, but she's simply too arrogant. That's a Saint Physique who broke the curse, yet she didn't even place him in her eyes. This is good as well, my elder brother will have a chance. A young man laughed. Feng Lin said, don't say such things. Luckily, my cousin didn't choose. If not, he wouldn't have many days left to live. He would die very soon. Even if he broke the curse, what's the use? Their voices were very soft, almost inaudible. But how could someone as powerful as Yi Fan and the others not hear them? Since we came to the northern region, we most probably still have some relationship with the Wind Clan. Pang Bo laughed. It's fine. When the time comes, I'll personally pay them a visit and return the 1.5 million kilograms of origin source. Yi Fan smiled and shook his head. It's impossible even if I don't want to get involved. I've just arrived here and I already heard such discussions. Speaking of which, half a year is almost up. If they see that you don't die, I wonder what expression they will have. It'll definitely be very interesting, hee. Li Heishui laughed. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Many people in the teahouses and restaurants rushed out, all of them looking up at the sky. A rare treasure. A rare treasure that flew down from the heavens. That's right, it rushed down from the starry sky. Many people cried out in shock. They were all cultivators, so their eyesight was naturally very strong. They personally saw a glowing object falling down from the sky. The sky-gazing ancient city was in a commotion. Everyone rushed up into the sky, heading toward the horizon, wanting to fight for the rare treasure that flew down from the outer region. In the distant past, it wasn't that there wasn't such a legend. In the vast and boundless starry sky, powerful divine objects would occasionally fall down. On the annual night of the sky-gazing ancient city, such a thing actually happened. No one could remain calm. Almost everyone rushed up into the sky, all of them making a move to fight for the glowing object. The large black dog's eyes almost popped out. He mumbled, damn, is it really related to the outer region? It looks like I didn't hear wrongly back then. That was a massive glowing object. Its speed was extremely fast, and it swooped down like a streak of silver light. Its shape was like a massive disc, and it flickered with a cold metallic luster. It seemed to be forged from black gold, and it was enveloped by a layer of pure white energy radiance, appearing very mysterious. Boom, some cultivators had just rushed over when they were blasted into flying ashes by the dazzling light that shot out. That kind of power was extremely terrifying, and it could actually annihilate space. It was terrifying. As expected of a rare treasure. The light it emitted is so terrifying. We must obtain it. Many cultivators became even more frenzied, all of them rushing up. Those with weaker strength didn't dare to approach, while those with stronger strength all stretched out their large hands or drew out their magic treasures to collect that divine object. Boom, however, this disc was incredibly terrifying. The light that shot out annihilated the void, causing the bones and flesh of many powerful cultivators to shatter. They couldn't withstand this kind of attack. Wang, silver light flickered, and it landed on the sky-gazing platform, flickering with demonic light. The others didn't understand, but they still rushed forward, doing their best to fight for it. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other, tongue-tied. They discovered that this divine object from the outer region was a flying saucer. We actually saw this kind of thing. Let's snatch it. Perhaps we can use it to return home. The boundless universe, the boundless starry sky, there are too many secrets hidden. In this world where cultivators can fly through the sky and tunnel through the earth, we actually saw another civilization. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were extremely excited, and they both stood up. They were filled with curiosity about the owner of the flying saucer, and they decided that they definitely had to befriend it. The azurite disc had a diameter of 300 meters, and it flowed with a cold metallic luster. It landed on the sky observatory platform like an ancient ferocious beast lying dormant. Everyone surrounded it, but no one dared to make a move. The light shot out by this huge metal disc could annihilate space, and there were many cultivators who were injured or killed just now. I've never seen such a huge otherworldly item. I'm afraid only Supreme Sect Masters can touch it. This is a treasure of the sect. Unfortunately, we can only look at it and can't go forward to collect it. This is really frustrating. Many cultivators discussed, but they didn't dare to act rashly. The lesson of blood was right in front of them, and no one dared to disregard their lives. What is this? It fell from the galaxy, but it didn't burn into ashes. Could it be the weapon of an ancient sage? The large black dog was suspicious. Yi Fan and Peng Bo discussed in secret for a while. Then, they used their divine sense to explore the azurite disk at the same time, wanting to communicate with the creature inside. In their eyes, it was very likely to be a kind of otherworldly civilization. If they could establish a good relationship with them, they might be able to cross the galaxy and return to the other side of the galaxy. Pop. Unfortunately, they couldn't use their divine sense to explore it. The azurite disk was surrounded by a gentle radiance, blocking everything and isolating their divine senses. That was a layer of mysterious energy barrier. Tao power and divine sense couldn't penetrate it, and it was protected inside. This made them frown. Quick, spread the news. Whoever comes first will get this treasure of the sect. Quickly send a message to the clan, and ask the clan leader to come and collect the divine object. Many people reacted quickly, and the news instantly spread in all directions. For a moment, the Sky Observatory ancient city was in an uproar. Suddenly, clothes fluttered, and an old figure appeared in the distant sky. He had white hair and a youthful face, and his large sleeves fluttered in the wind. He looked very much like an otherworldly old immortal. The great elite of the Crane tribe is here. Many human cultivators felt that things were not good. The Crane tribe of the demon tribe lived in this city, and now they were in a favorable position. Now that a divine lord-level figure had appeared, how could the others fight for it? After the great dark turmoil ended more than 100,000 years ago, the demon race's 10,000 magnates lived in seclusion in the central region of the East Baron. The Crane race was one of the best among them. It was said that the race lord back then was an ancient sage who looked down on the East Baron. He chose one of the top 10 ancient cities as his residence, and no one dared to say no. No one dared to jump out and challenge him. It could almost be said that the Crane tribe was the master of the city. All of you, back off. Let this old man witness what it is. The immortal Crane race's mighty being's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. The azure gold disc seemed to have a mind of its own as it sensed the dangerous aura. The pure white radiance that enveloped it became even more dazzling, forming a huge light curtain. Divine item from the outer realm, let me see what's so special about it. The old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage made his move. His huge hand covered the sky and grabbed at the round disc directly. Patriarch, be careful. It can annihilate the void. There were quite a number of people from the Crane clan here. When they saw that terrifying scene just now, they all spoke up to warn him. Boom, the azure gold disc trembled and shot out a dazzling brilliance. It cleaved a huge rift in the void and extended all the way to the horizon. The old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage didn't move and allowed the surrounding void to collapse. He was like a holy spirit and didn't decay. However, he also frowned. Buzz. The azure gold disc trembled and the brilliance it shot out became even brighter. The void was annihilated continuously. It was trying its best to stop that huge hand that was reaching down. Although the old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage had monstrous magic power, it wasn't good for him to forcefully grab it in the face of such a terrifying scene. He used his world-shocking Tao power to seal the sky. A giant red-crowned crane took form, forming a dazzling curtain of the sky. It pressed downwards, wanting to cover the azure gold disc below. Boom, the void was destroyed. The mysterious divine item from the outer realm rushed up to the sky. It wasn't sealed below. It had a premonition of danger and wanted to fly away. Where do you think you're going? The old chief of the Red Crane lineage let out a light shout, and a ray of light rushed out from his mouth, quickly hitting it. With a pop sound, it collided with the azure gold round disc, causing it to shake and almost fall down. The light screen on it even dimmed a little. Old friend, let me lend you a hand. A long shout was heard. The speed was extremely fast. The person who came was many times faster than the speed of sound, This was a tall and mighty old man. His whole body was blazing with golden light like burning flames. He cut through the sky and arrived. His golden hair danced in the wind and his skin was flowing with golden light. He was like a god. It was the famous golden-winged old rock king. He was a famous and peerless expert of the demon race. He was also a big figure of the demon race in the central region and could look down on the world. Bang, he reached out a huge hand and wanted to take the azure gold disc away. However, he was stopped by the old clan leader of the Crane immortal lineage. Old Rock King, are you helping me or trying to take it for yourself? We are brothers. What's the difference between us? Let me see it first and I'll return it to you later. The old Rock King laughed loudly. His whole body was shining with golden light as if he was cast from gold. I'll show you later. The Crane immortal lineage leader shook his head. Boom, the azure gold disc released the most intense radiance, shattering the void and annihilating all tangible matter. Even the golden-winged old Pung King jumped in fright. That large golden hand didn't even have time to dodge and was struck head-on. A bright light flashed and dozens of blood droplets fell from the sky. The golden-winged old rock king frowned. A small wound appeared on his palm. He sighed and said, I don't know how many years it has been. No one could hurt me. Today, it actually made a bloody wound on me. Everyone was speechless. That was a mighty force that could annihilate space. However, it only made a small wound on his palm. It made everyone's hair stand on end. How powerful was this old rock? It was really shocking and made everyone's hearts tremble. This was a terrifying holy master level figure that could look down on the boundless land. Even Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others looked at each other. They felt a headache. A supreme sect master level figure was really unfathomable. Waves of coldness rose in their hearts. Even though the corporeal body of the Sky Rock race was terrifying, it wasn't absolutely immortal. The old Rock King had used his overflowing magic power and great Tao to block that peerless attack. Two old friends, I've come to help you. Another person rushed over. He looked like a middle-aged man and was very powerful. His black hair was like a waterfall and his eyes were deep. He stood tall and heroic. It was the Wind Race's holy master. Let this old man see what exactly this is. Another old man crossed the void and came over. His hair was white like snow and his eyes were like divine lightning. He was hale and hearty. Someone recognized that this was the holy master of all beginnings. He was already over 2,000 years old and his lifespan was near its end. His strength was unfathomable. These great figures didn't have much anger in their words and were calm and unhurried. However, when they took action, none of them backed down. They all wanted to seize the azurite disc in their hands and resist each other. This shouldn't be a divine object refined by an ancient sage, right? Many people were shocked. Otherwise, how could several great sage-level figures care so much about it? Even Yi Fan and Pang Bo began to doubt it. It didn't seem like a flying saucer either. Perhaps it really was a great treasure. Even if there was an extraterrestrial civilization, how could it be so easy to see one? Several great figures fought over the azurite disc. None of them gave way and took action in the void. Swoosh, suddenly, the azurite disc pierced through the void and opened up a black hole. It made its way inside and quickly disappeared from sight. However, a treasure that can cross the void on its own is extremely rare. Could it really be related to an ancient sage? Many people were shocked when they saw this scene. Even if a holy master level figure's weapon produced its own deity, it still wouldn't be this intelligent. It was most likely a sage treasure. Chase it. The old Rock King was the first to rush into the black hole. He followed the ready-made region gate and chased after it. He didn't want to let it go at all. The other holy masters and tribe leaders also did the same. They flashed and disappeared, following after him. Should we go and take a look? Two Big Mouth was a little restless. Let's go and take a look. It is most likely a treasure of an ancient sage. Especially since it came from the outer realm, it has an extraordinary meaning, the Black Emperor said. Can you determine where it flew to? Pang Bo asked. At this moment, the region gate had already closed. Who am I? The Tao patterns that open region gates can't stop me. I can determine its direction and distance, the large black dog boasted shamelessly. The cute dog is boasting, little Nan Nan said innocently as she sat on his back. They all laughed. Li Heishui said, not long ago, it was 6 million miles away. Little Nan Nan doesn't believe you anymore. I can guarantee it this time. The large black dog quickly began to carve Tao patterns. At the same time, many region gates in the sky-gazing ancient city opened at the same time. Many elites were proficient in formation patterns, and they also determined the direction the azurite disk flew to. Let's go. Yi Fan and the others crossed the void, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When they rushed out, they entered a vast wilderness. Endless primitive forests covered the land, and ancient trees towered into the sky. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had been since anyone came here. In the distance, the mountain range collapsed, and rocks shot into the clouds. The battle between holy masters formed a terrifying scene. That azurite disk also shot out endless divine light, sweeping away all material objects. This doesn't look like a flying saucer. It's too powerful. Pangbo mumbled. If it is, that kind of outer realm civilization is too developed. If it really is a spaceship, I think the people inside would be even more horrified. The few holy masters are undoubtedly undying gods and devils in their eyes, Yi Fan said with a smile. What is a spaceship? Little Nan Nan asked, blinking her large eyes. It is a divine item that can only be refined by an ancient sage. It is a supreme treasure, the Black Emperor interrupted. This caused Yi Fan to wipe his sweat guiltily. Many people appeared in this region, and they all followed and watched from afar. Boom! The azurite disk once again pierced through the void, disappearing from its original spot. The powerful figures chased after it. Just like that, they crossed the void dozens of times. The sky was already bright, and the red sun had risen. Who knew how far they had traveled? In the central region of the Eastern Baron, many sects received the news. The ancient inheritances of the monster race were all mobilized. Experts from the Purple Mansion Holy Land and the Tao One Holy Land also rushed over. This isn't right. The aura here is too terrifying. Where have we come to? The Black Emperor was bewildered. After crossing the void for the last time, the few of them felt that something was wrong, and their hearts were pounding. This was a primitive region with boundless wilderness. Many ancient trees towered into the sky, and they were like small mountains. Many ancient vines even buried the mountains beneath them. It was too primitive. Who knew how many years these vines had been growing for? They should have long become sky monsters, but they were still in their original forms. They could occasionally see strange beasts, but they had never seen or heard of them before. They were all strange and terrifying, and filled with a dangerous aura. They were all ancient beasts. Take a detour. Those strange beasts are all inconceivably powerful existences. They are the descendants of the various beast kings from the desolate era. You must not provoke them. The Black Emperor reminded. There were some existences in the monster race who were innately powerful and incomparably arrogant. They would never choose to take human form in their entire lives. They were not willing to integrate into a world where humans were the masters. These terrifying existences would always evolve in the form of beast kings. They walked a completely different path from the monster race. They were not close to human nature. Once they were angered, mountains of corpses and seas of blood would easily appear. Several holy lords were fighting at the front. They broke a few mountains and provoked an incomparably powerful beast king. It was a Longma, and it was as large as a mountain. It had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and a cheilant's legs. Its entire body was scarlet red like blood, as if it was burning with raging flames. It raised its head and roared. It was not any weaker than any holy lord. It charged into the middle of the group and shattered a mountain with its roar. What is this place? Many people had traversed the void and followed them here. They all wore expressions of confusion. When everyone had followed the azure golden disk and the holy lords for more than 50 kilometers, the dangerous aura became even more intense, causing their hair to stand on end. Even the holy lords who were engaged in battle were bewildered. Meanwhile, that ancient beast king had also stopped roaring. Although it was still engaged in a fierce battle, it had quieted down. What's ahead? Yi Fan's heart jolted. It's a black mountain range. It looks very special. Pang Bo was also bewildered. We actually came here. The large black dog couldn't help but wipe away the cold sweat on his forehead, and said, "Thankfully, we didn't deviate this time. Otherwise, if we had fallen into that mountain range, none of us would have survived." With every step they took, they could feel the terrifying aura become stronger, causing them to feel uneasy. It was as if they were slowly approaching a supreme and terrifying existence. The mountain range was majestic and towering, as if it had been standing here since the beginning of the world. Every mountain could be called the king of the mountain, the emperor of the mountain. Their auras were boundless and majestic. The mountain range was verdant and lush, and ancient trees grew everywhere. It seemed full of vitality. There were also some lakes that decorated the mountain range. However, they couldn't conceal the true color of the mountain range. It was pitch black. What is this place? Tu-Fei couldn't help but ask in fear. The Undying Mountain. The Black Emperor revealed a solemn expression. What? We've arrived outside the Undying Mountain? We've actually arrived here. Li Heishui was shocked. They all rejoiced inwardly and looked at the large black dog. Fortunately, he was still reliable this time, and didn't deviate too much. Otherwise, they would have really died. Don't look at me like that. Who do you think I am? How could I possibly play myself to death? The large black dog mumbled guiltily. The Divine Master level characters fought outside the Undying Mountain, and they were all extremely wary. Their overwhelming magic power was suppressed, and they didn't dare to be too impudent. They were afraid that some unparalleled existence would walk out from inside. There were too many terrifying legends about the Undying Mountain. The existences that walked out from inside had once wreaked havoc in the world, causing rivers of blood and mountains of corpses to flow. This was the most terrifying Dark Age. If it wasn't for the great accomplishment Saint Physique and the great ancient emperor appearing one after another and using the power of 2 lifetimes to suppress all of this, the history of the human race in the Eastern Barren Territory would have almost been rewritten. As they neared the Black Undying Mountain, the kings of the mountains and the emperors of the mountains stood tall and majestic. Their terrifying auras made their hearts palpitate, and everyone was frightened. Yi Fan wanted to put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle. He was afraid that she would be frightened, but he unexpectedly discovered that she was safe and sound. She was the only one who wasn't affected. Her small face was flushed, and she sat on the back of the Black Emperor. She blinked her large eyes and looked curiously at the mountain range. You don't need to worry about her. In a while, let little darling enter the Undying Mountain to pluck the enlightenment tea. It won't be a problem, the large black dog mumbled. What are you talking about? Yi Fan rebuked. I'm not joking. In the current world, I'm afraid that only she can enter the Undying Mountain safely, the large black dog said. Boom, suddenly, the azure gold disc flashed with light, and rushed into the Undying Mountain. The azurite disc's diameter was 100 zhang. It was extremely large, but its speed was extremely fast. Its flight was nimble and smooth, and it could travel through space. The great sage lords mutually restricted each other, continuously taking action against each other. Finally, it found an opportunity, and with a single rush, it entered Undying Mountain. Many people cried out in alarm. This type of divine object might very well be an ancient sage's treasure. If it entered one of the 7 great life-restricted regions, then it would be impossible to obtain it again, because no one dared to enter. Pung, pung. The great sage lords reached out their large hands towards Undying Mountain. Just now, they were preoccupied with fighting each other, and as a result, the divine object that was already in their hands escaped. It was too late for regrets now. The azurite disc speed was too fast, impossible to catch. It immediately entered the depths of the Black Mountain Range. The great sage lords didn't dare enter too deep. They only reached a few hundred meters in, and then they helplessly retracted their large hands. They didn't want to put themselves in danger. There were too many terrifying legends here. Suddenly, the azurite disc violently trembled, as if it was restricted by a mysterious power. The Black Great Mountains became hazy, producing a strange power that made space distort. Hong, the azurite disc seemed to have been restricted, unable to fly steadily. With a honglong sound, it smashed into the mountain range, filling the sky with smoke and dust. It fell into the depths of undying mountain range. What a pity, we missed it just like that. The great sage lords were extremely unwilling, but they couldn't do anything. Even if the ancient sages revived, they still wouldn't rashly enter Undying Mountain. Many people followed here, and when they saw this scene with their own eyes, they all felt incomparable regret. They didn't even know what kind of divine object the azurite disc was before losing track of it. Right now, the scorching sun hung in the sky. Undying Mountain was full of vitality, verdant and verdant. The black earth and black cliffs looked ancient and mysterious. Divine object from beyond the heavens, just what kind of background does it have? Is there really no way to take it out? Just what kind of terrifying thing is inside Undying Mountain? Unless the ancient emperors revived, no one would dare provoke this life-restricted region. It's better if we withdraw. Everyone discussed spiritedly. In this terrifying life-restricted region, not a single person could feel at ease. They all wanted to leave as soon as possible. The great sage lords didn't say anything else. Their bodies flickered as they vanished. Many people who saw this didn't dare to stay any longer. However, there were still many people who stayed behind. This was the first time they saw Undying Mountain, so they were all full of curiosity, all of them carefully sizing it up. There were even some bold people who walked forward and dug out some black rocks at the edge of the forbidden area, preparing to take them away. Whoosh! With a flash of light, a tall figure appeared on a mountain not too far away. His hair was particularly striking, and he held a black great desolate halberd in his hands. His eyes were like a hawk's, filled with a wild and unruly aura. Golden-winged little King. Tu-Fei muttered. Why don't we just kill him here? He's always looking for trouble with Yi Fan anyway. Instead of that, why don't we take the initiative and attack? Li Heishui mumbled. Forget it. If we kill him, the old King will definitely go crazy. Since he doesn't want to provoke us right now, let's just ignore him. Yi Fan shook his head. The golden-winged little King's eyes were as sharp as sabers. He naturally saw Yi Fan. He grasped the great desolate halberd and released a thick killing intent. He wanted to fly over and fight, but seeing so many people around him, he finally coldly snorted. Little bird, don't be so unconvinced. Be careful that I roast you next time. The Black Emperor challenged. Clang clang clang, the golden-winged little King's entire body emitted tens of thousands of golden sword lights. The 108,000 sword lights were dazzling, making him look like a golden sun. That dog, I won't lower myself to your level. The golden-winged little King's voice was indifferent. His eyes were like swords, filled with a wild nature. He stared at Yi Fan and said, You will die soon. I don't know if you can still fight. I really want to break your bones with my own hands. If you are a short-lived ghost, then I will be very disappointed. Birdman, you're so arrogant. You were beaten up last time. Didn't you learn your lesson? The Black Emperor exposed him. Last time, I bound my hands and feet. This time, I will transform into a heavenly rock. So what if you have a holy physique? I will slaughter you to pave my road to the great emperor. The golden-winged little King was the same as before. He was incomparably arrogant, with a demonic aura around him. Their conversation attracted many people's attention. At this moment, no one wanted to provoke the doomsday holy physique. He didn't have much life left, so he could do anything. No one had thought that the golden-winged little King would dare to provoke him. Turns out he entered the dragon transformation secret domain. No wonder why he was so arrogant. Tu-Fei was surprised. The golden-winged little King had finally broken through, breaking his shackles. People like him were always on the same level as Yao Guang's Saint Sun. They were considered to be the strongest warriors of the younger generation. Now that he had entered the dragon transformation secret domain, it wasn't hard to imagine how formidable his competence would be. Alright, if you want to fight with me, then arrange a time. I will accompany you. Yi Fan replied. Entering the 4 extreme secret domains, he needed to comprehend and fight unceasingly. Only then would he have a chance to break through. Swoosh, a light flashed. More than 10 silhouettes appeared on the mountain far from them. They were the Wind Phoenix and some young people. They had heard the news and rushed here. Yi Fan had a premonition that he would meet the Wind Tribe's warriors in the center. He didn't want to meet the Wind Phoenix that soon. When they saw Yi Fan, they were bewildered. Some of them had a strange countenance. One of them said in a low voice, "He's here. Does he want to enter the Undying Mountain to find a chance to prolong his life?" Someone mumbled, "Entering the Undying Mountain is simply courting death. No one can get out alive. He's about to fall. He can't go against the natural order. He can only wait for his death. He owes our Wind Tribe 3 million pounds of source. It seems like he can't pay it back. It's really unlucky." Some young people were discontented. "It's too bad that the source of our Wind Tribe can still make some noise when we throw it into the water. It's all wasted on him." Yi Fan smiled and said, 3 million pounds of source is indeed not a small amount. But don't worry, I will pay it back." Those people were startled. They didn't expect Yi Fan's hearing to be so sharp. He could hear every word from so far away. The Wind Phoenix was as graceful as an immortal. Her body was surrounded by multicolored light, and she wore a phoenix mask. She indifferently glanced at Yi Fan and said, "My tribe's holy lord has already said that you don't need to pay back those source. If I don't pay it back, I'm afraid I'll be exposed every day. However, I am truly grateful to the Wind Tribe's holy lord," said Yi Fan. The phoenix ignored him and turned around to greet the little Peng. She smiled and said, "Congratulations brother Peng for breaking through again." The little Peng laughed heartily and said, "I will fight against the holy physique. At that time I welcome Princess Feng to come and watch." "All right." The phoenix nodded. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar rang out. A mountain range collapsed in a split second, and the mountain-like Longma appeared once again. Its eyes were as large as millstones as it stared at everyone with an ominous glint. Not long ago, it had fought a great battle against the Holy Lord and was not at a disadvantage at all. Now, everyone was shocked. "Run!" Everyone cried out in alarm and fled in succession. This was a barbaric beast king, an existence on the same level as the Peacock King. Not many people could contend against it. It had a dragon's head, a horse's body, and Qilin's legs. Its enormous body soared through the sky. With a stomp, a large group of people immediately turned into a bloody mist and died for eternity. Roar! Even more strange beasts appeared in the mountainous region. They rushed over like a flood and cut off everyone's path of retreat. There were giant-scaled birds, giant ants over 10 meters long, and lions the size of small mountains. "It's over, we can't cross the void here." Someone cried out in alarm. "It's the power of the Undying Mountain. It has sealed the power of space." The Tao pattern experts were also terrified. The Undying Mountain was an extremely special place. It formed a world of its own and affected the surrounding regions, making it impossible to open the realm gates. These strange beasts surrounded them in a fan shape. If they didn't want to die, they could only escape into the Undying Mountain. Otherwise, there would be no way out. "Break out!" Yi Fan shouted. These strange beasts had all gone crazy. Their eyes were bloodshot and extremely terrifying. It was obvious that they wanted to kill everyone. He held the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword in his hand and rushed to the front. He attacked the strange beasts in an attempt to escape. Not a single savage beast could be easily killed. These were all descendants of the ancient barbaric beast king. Their bloodline inheritance bestowed them with great power. Chong, Yi Fan and Pang Bo's group encountered great resistance. They could only kill 5 strange beasts together and were almost injured themselves. Roar! The savage beasts went berserk. There was no lack of dragon transformation realm experts among them, as well as beast kings of even higher levels. They surged over like a tide, making them feel extremely strained. On the other side, the little Peng, Wind Phoenix, and the others joined together. They were also under great pressure and were doing their best to resist. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the cultivators here were wiped out. They couldn't resist at all. In the end, only a dozen or so forces were still struggling. Clang! Yi Fan faced off against that big red ant. It was more than 10 meters long and looked like it was carved out of agate. It was sparkling and translucent, but it was incomparably savage and possessed unimaginable power. It was only at the first transformation, but its formidable power wasn't much weaker than Yifan's. This was its race's innate divine art. The inheritor of the ancient barbaric king possessed astonishing divine power. Not good, that savage beast king has its eyes on us. Pangbo cried out in alarm. That huge llama was clearly the king of the strange beasts. It floated in the sky and firmly stared at them because they had killed the most strange beasts. Not good, we're in big trouble now. Curiosity killed the dog. The Black Emperor mumbled and said, we shouldn't have chased after them to investigate. Boom. The llama was like a mountain. It tore open the void and swooped down. Its huge body was like a cloud, casting a large shadow on the ground. It was so oppressive that people couldn't even breathe. As it swooped down, it also glanced at the little Pun King and the Wind Phoenix. It lifted one hoof and stomped down with a boom. That part of the sky and earth was shattered. The young people of the Wind tribe suffered heavy casualties. The little Pun King and the Wind Phoenix were extremely fast. They dodged swiftly, but they were also affected. They were just brushed by the edge of the storm, but it still made them vomit blood. They fell into the beast tide and were drowned. Yifan and the others took in a cold breath. This was the king of the savage beasts. They couldn't resist it at all. A simple attack could destroy the world. Unless a Saint Master came, no one could resist it. Retreat, retreat quickly. Li Heishui shouted. Even if they retreated into the Undying Mountain, they couldn't face this beast king. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to survive. Yifan picked up the little Nan Nan and retreated quickly. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, Tu Fei, and the big black dog also made the same decision and rushed into the Undying Mountain. Boom. The llama's entire body was wrapped in divine flames. The moment it landed, its hooves, which were many times bigger than a house, smashed the ground. The cracks were several meters wide. It chased after them like a tornado. Along the way, whenever it encountered a cultivator, it only needed to roar to turn them all into meat paste. No one could stop it even half a step. Yifan and the others gritted their teeth and directly rushed into the Undying Mountain. Otherwise, they would die without a doubt. Seeing this, the other cultivators also retreated into the Undying Mountain. The strange beasts were like a flood, cutting off the path of retreat. There was no way to escape. If they delayed for a while, they would all die. We entered the Undying Mountain. This? Tu Fei's face paled. Li Heishui's face also turned green. This was one of the 7 great life forbidden areas. Usually, one could only enter but not leave. Entering was equivalent to stepping into the gates of hell. More people were forced in, screaming in fear. This black mountain had a mysterious power that made people's hearts palpitate and their hair stand on end. All of a sudden, many people screamed in fear. Strange cracks appeared under their feet. With a flash of light, they disappeared. No one knew where they went. Heavens, what's going on? Many people were scared out of their wits. Roar, the llama pressed forward and spat out a terrifying light. It swept away thousands of enemies. Everywhere it passed, everything turned into powder. All kinds of plants and black rocks turned into ashes. 80% of the people didn't even have the chance to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Yifan and the others had to retreat quickly. At this time, a light flashed under Pang Bo's feet. With a scream, he disappeared with Yifan and the others. When they appeared again, they discovered that they had entered Undying Mountain's mountain range. All around them were black mountains that were verdant and verdant. There were even some lakes dotted the mountainous region. Not good, we've entered the Undying Mountain. This is big trouble. Unless a great emperor comes to save us, there's no way to get out, the Black Emperor shouted. What should we do? At this moment, they had no idea. They had actually entered the Undying Mountain. This was a situation of certain death. Don't move recklessly. The Undying Mountain range is very special. There are runes personally carved by the great ancient emperor during the ancient war. If you take a wrong step, you might be transported to another mysterious and terrifying region in the Undying Mountain range. The Black Emperor reminded them. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he accidentally stepped on an ancient pattern. With a flash of light, he disappeared along with the others. When they reappeared, they found themselves on a short black mountain. Although it wasn't tall, it was incomparably majestic and imposing. In this place, every single black mountain was the king of the mountain, the emperor of the mountain. They made people feel intimidated and couldn't help but want to prostrate themselves in worship. There were many black mountains in the surroundings. They couldn't see very far from this short mountain. The surroundings were lush and verdant, but it was extremely quiet. "We're finished, we've already entered. This is definitely not the outer region, we're already close to the inside. We're at least a quarter of the way in." Plop, at the foot of the small mountain, there was a lake in the middle of the mountainous region. Water splashed everywhere, and there were unknown creatures moving about inside. Creatures that grew up in the Undying Mountain. The few of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They were horrified. Swish, several dozen figures flickered. Those were cultivators that entered the Undying Mountain just like them. They appeared at the lakeside and all of them cried out in alarm. A mysterious power pulled them in. They couldn't struggle at all and all of them submerged into the lake. They didn't even make a splash. Only a dozen or so streams of blood gushed out and dyed the lake's surface red. There are dragon transformation realm experts among them, but they were actually killed so easily. Pangbo was astonished. His expression was ugly to the extreme. "There's an ancient tree over there that emits light." Little Nan Nan innocently pointed towards the depths of the Undying Mountain. That place was extremely far away and was already close to the center of the Undying Mountain. Even Yi Fan couldn't see it clearly with his divine eyes, but the little girl saw an ancient tree. "It's definitely the path-comprehending ancient tea tree, or else it's an undying divine medicine," the Black Emperor said. "Nan Nan, what did you see?" Yi Fan asked softly. Nan Nan saw an ancient tree full of leaves of different colors and shapes. There were golden ones, scarlet ones, pure white ones, flowing with radiance. The tree trunk was as vigorous as a dragon. "I think I saw a person sitting cross-legged under the tree, but when I rubbed my eyes, he disappeared again." Little Nan Nan blinked her big eyes and said seriously. "That's definitely the path-comprehending ancient tea tree, but why did someone appear?" The Black Emperor was alarmed. "What exactly is inside the Undying Mountain?" Yi Fan asked. "The path-comprehending ancient tea tree isn't at the center of the Undying Mountain. I don't know what's inside, but there's definitely an undying divine medicine," the Black Emperor said. "Little darling, what did the person you saw look like?" Yi Fan squatted down and asked softly. Little darling looked no more than 3 years old. Her eyes were like black gems, bright and pure, without any impurities. She tilted her head and thought seriously, then said, "He disappeared when I rubbed my eyes, so I didn't see him clearly." This was an extremely serious matter. If humanoid creatures really appeared, they would undoubtedly be in danger. Once they were discovered, it would be difficult for them to survive. This was one of the 7 great forbidden zones, the famous Undying Mountain. Although the Saint Physique and the ancient emperors had fought their way in, they couldn't destroy it. This was enough to explain everything. "Be careful. Don't step on those patterns. Otherwise, you might be teleported somewhere else," the large black dog reminded. There were also some ancient carvings on the rocks of this black short mountain. They looked mysterious, as if an invisible net had sealed this place. "Which emperor fought their way in back then?" Pangbo asked. "The Void Emperor," the large black dog answered. In this world, there were very few legends about the Void Emperor. They didn't expect this emperor to be so powerful. He had fought his way into the Undying Mountain and created such a great achievement, resolving the great calamity of the human race. Every single great ancient emperor is an unparalleled genius. Over the course of countless years, only one of them would be born out of billions of living beings. Even if there aren't many rumors about a certain great ancient emperor, it's not something that ordinary people can estimate," the Black Emperor said. Everyone felt the same way. Every great emperor was the main character of an era. If they were to talk about their lives alone, every one of them would have endless legends. Let's go down the mountain. We must find a way to escape. The large black dog walked in the front, using his extremely profound Tao pattern knowledge to distinguish and open a path. Entering the legendary Forbidden Zone, no one could relax. They all had heavy hearts. This wasn't a game, it was a matter of life and death. Why did the ancient emperors leave so many formation patterns? Tu Fei asked. It said that the great battle was very difficult. The Void Emperor needed the help of countless formation patterns to gain the upper hand. Otherwise, the result might have been different. What kind of existence is in the Undying Mountain? Everyone was shocked. I don't know. The final battle didn't happen. The two sides confronted each other for a long time and then both retreated. There's no ultimate showdown? The few of them were very surprised. Legend has it that when the Age of Darkness descended, the Void Emperor killed an existence that was no weaker than him. That existence came from the Undying Mountain. However, it's clear that he wasn't the only supreme being. The Void Emperor entered the Undying Mountain with the determination to perish together with him, but for some reason, they didn't fight in the end, the large black dog said. However, after that, the Void Emperor returned to the Ji family and never appeared in this world again. No one knew what happened. Many people suspected that something bad had happened to him. The Ji family has a few God King tombs, but I don't know where the Void Emperor's tomb is. Is it really buried in their family? Li Heishui wanted to confirm how the Void Emperor died and what happened. The Void Emperor used the boundless void to prove his Tao. Legend has it that he buried himself within the boundless void. No one could find him, not even the Ji clan. The dusty past, the endless history, just how many secrets are hidden? Yi Fan sighed. The Hengyu Emperor left for the Origin Ancient Mine and never returned to the Eastern Barren Territory. The Void Emperor disappeared from the world because of the battle at the Undying Mountain. It was thought that something bad had happened. The few emperors definitely knew what was in the 7 great forbidden zones. Perhaps they could fight the existences in there alone. Unfortunately, they were all alone, and there was no one they could fight with. The Black Emperor spent a whole hour to lead them down this short black mountain. During this time, they almost stepped on the formation patterns by mistake several times. It was very dangerous. They all frowned. This was not a solution. Some formation patterns had already disappeared, but their effects were still there. If they stepped on them, they would arrive in another world, and it would be hard to tell whether they would survive or not. Yi Fan wanted to put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle. He didn't want her to follow them outside in case something unexpected happened. However, the large black dog strongly objected, saying, "Don't, let little darling stay outside. She definitely won't be in danger. Whether we can leave this place alive depends on her." What are you talking about? Little Nan Nan doesn't even know who she is. What can she do? Tu Fei asked doubtfully. Listen to me. You guys don't need to ask. The large black dog wouldn't say anything no matter what. He seemed to be slightly afraid. Be careful. The lake in front is very scary. Everyone saw it just now. There is a strange creature in the water. Even the cultivators of the dragon transformation mystery realm were easily killed. Let's go around it, Pangbo reminded. The large black dog was very cautious. He went around it from afar, afraid that a disaster would befall them. However, the more he was worried, the easier it was for a problem to occur. After walking for another 500 meters, they finally stepped on a strange formation pattern. With a flash of light, the few of them disappeared without a trace, vanishing into thin air. Swoosh, when the void twisted, they appeared in the Black Mountain Range again. This time, they were no longer in the original place. They appeared in a Black Mountain Range, and they were even deeper than before. If we continue like this, we will reach the center of the Undying Mountain Range. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. There was a strange creature moving under the stone cliff not far away. It passed through a forest and approached them. Oh no, we have finally encountered a living creature. Their expressions all changed. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. Through the forest, they saw a humanoid creature quickly appearing and disappearing. It was almost like a streak of light was closing in on them. Why isn't it stepping on the formation pattern? Damn it, we are in danger. This was the first living creature they had encountered in the undying mountain range. When they saw its true appearance, they were all shocked, and their hearts became even more uneasy. This was a stone golem, that's right, it wasn't a body of flesh and blood. Instead, it had a body made of stone. Its height was 2 meters, and it was extremely sturdy. However, it wasn't completely intact. A small part of its head had been chopped off, and only one eye was left. Moreover, there were many holes on the left half of its body, as if it had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Even so, it still made them feel fearful. This was a 9 orifices stone golem that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It was an existence that could grow into a holy spirit, a cold light shot out from its single eye, and it stared unblinkingly at the dragon-patterned black gold holy spirit sword in Yifan's hand. As if it had sensed some kind of aura, a frenzied killing intent appeared on its face. It's over, retribution has come. You've cut up the 9 orifices stone golem, and its kind has sensed it. A bitter expression immediately appeared on the large black dog's face. Let's fight it to the death. This stone golem is incomplete, and it hasn't produced any flesh and blood. It's very obvious that it was also cut up by someone in advance and came into this world. It has forever lost the chance to become a holy spirit, so it's not impossible for us to kill it. Pangbo said. The large black dog's face turned green, and he said, it has indeed been born millions of years in advance, so it can't become a holy spirit. However, it's still not something that we can deal with. It's already an existence that's half a step into the ultimate level. This was a stone embryo that was nurtured by heaven and earth. It had been nurtured for millions of years, and after absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, it could grow into a holy spirit that was comparable to an ancient emperor. Unfortunately, it had come into this world at least millions of years in advance. At this moment, its single eye was filled with hatred, and it pressed forward step by step. It was going to take Yifan's life, and it was going to take revenge for its kind. Half a step into the ultimate level. We really don't stand a chance. Yifan sighed. However, he definitely wouldn't just sit and wait for death. He circulated his battle saint technique to the extreme, and he successfully activated the secret of all. He was about to attack. The others also did the same. They raised their battle prowess to the extreme, and they were prepared to fight to the death. However, when the incomplete stone golem was several dozen meters away from them, it stopped in its tracks. It stared at little Nan Nan, who was protected behind Yifan, with a bewildered expression. Yifan had long since wanted to put little Nan Nan into the pristine jade bottle, but the large black dog wouldn't agree no matter what, saying that she might be their only hope. At this moment, something strange indeed happened. The 9 orifices stone golem had an extremely uneasy expression, and after staring at little Nan Nan, it continuously retreated. What's going on? Everyone was confused. At first, little Nan Nan was extremely afraid, and she hid behind Yifan, revealing half of her face as she watched nervously. Her large eyes were filled with uneasiness. Quick, carry little darling to the front, the large black dog urged. Yifan picked up little Nan Nan, and comforted her, be good, don't be afraid. It won't dare to harm us. The 9 orifices stone golem's expression became even more uneasy, and it stared at little Nan Nan. Its body couldn't help but tremble. Then, it let out a strange cry, turned around, and fled. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared behind a black cliff in the blink of an eye. Everyone looked at each other, incredibly shocked. None of them had imagined that this would be the result. Only little Nan Nan wasn't very happy. She blinked her large eyes, pouted, and asked, is Nan Nan very scary? Why did it do that? Everyone laughed, and they couldn't help but rub her head. Then, they dotingly scratched her delicate little nose. Because you're too cute. Even that stone golem can't bear to harm us. Do I dare to say that our little Nan Nan isn't cute? They laughed, but their hearts were extremely uneasy. What exactly was little Nan Nan's identity? Even the 9 orifices stone golem of the undying mountain was scared away. This was truly shocking. Go, let's go quickly. The large black dog led the way again, but they hadn't gone very far when he almost stepped on the formation patterns again. This couldn't be blamed on him. No one could avoid it, because the traces of the Tao patterns had been erased. However, they were emperor patterns after all, and their effects were still present. It was impossible to completely capture them. Even if Yi Fan opened his divine eyes, he couldn't see through them at all. The patterns carved by ancient emperors were mysterious and unfathomable, and no one could grasp them. Are we really going to die here? Li Heishui asked with a sigh. Oh no. The large black dog cried out in alarm after stepping out. He thought that he had stepped on the wrong pattern again. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm this time. Doggy, you're so stupid. Nan Nan has learned it all. These patterns are very clear, and I even know how to walk, little Nan Nan suddenly said very innocently. If it was someone else, the large black dog would have mocked them long ago, and even bit them a few times. However, when he heard little Nan Nan say this, he was only embarrassed and didn't act out. What? Little Nan can see them clearly? Yi Fan asked in shock. Yes. Little Nan Nan nodded seriously like a chick pecking at grains, and said, I can see many patterns. Among them, there are black lines that are curling up with black mist, and there are also golden lines that are flowing with radiance. Those are the paths of death and the paths of life respectively. The large black dog jumped up in shock, and said, You can even see these? At first, I couldn't see anything, but later on, I kept seeing Doggy walk around the patterns, and gradually, I saw them all. Little Nan Nan's voice was very tender, and she said innocently. Where does the golden line lead to? The large black dog asked impatiently. It twists and turns like many little snakes crawling, and it leads to the depths of the mountain, little Nan Nan said. What? Everyone was shocked. This? Little Nan, did you see it wrong? Tu Fei asked. No, the golden line really leads to the depths of the mountain. Oh, they are little dragons, not little snakes. Their heads are all pointing in that direction. Little Nan Nan corrected her own mistake. Could it be that he wants to put himself in a dead end and then come back to life? Pangbo pondered. The large black dog nodded, and said, Yes, the Void Emperor might be thinking like this. In the past, he was forced to perish together with the enemy, and entered the center of the Undying Mountain to fight the ultimate battle with the Supreme Being. Perhaps he had the idea of putting himself in a dead end and then coming back to life. Do we still have to continue forward? Li Heishui was uncertain, and said, We are not the Void Emperor. He can put himself in a dead end and then come back to life, but we don't have that kind of nature-defying battle prowess. Since ancient times, how many people could be compared to him? There is really no other way now. According to what little Nan Guai saw, this area has been set up with terrifying patterns of the Great Emperor, and we can't retreat by ourselves. The large black dog pondered, and said, It seems that the Void Emperor has sealed this area and divided it into many regions, making it difficult for the mysterious creatures to leave. The large black dog carried little Nan Nan on his back, and asked her to lead the way. They walked towards the depths of the Undying Mountain range. Along the way, they sensed that there were creatures spying on them from time to time, and they all felt their hair stand on end. This path seems to lead to the direction of the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Everyone was surprised. According to little Nan Nan's guidance, it seemed that they really had to pass through that region, and the distance was not very far. After walking for a while, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree could faintly be seen. Although there were many ancient trees blocking it, its unique aura could still be clearly sensed. There seemed to be endless great Tao flowing there, and it was filled with a mysterious power that could make one's heart become empty. They were not cultivating, but it was as if they were about to comprehend the Tao. As expected of the Undying God Tree whose name has been passed down through the ages. It can help cultivators comprehend the Tao, and is a peerless sacred object. The large black dog was delighted, and said, If we are lucky enough to survive, we might have a great opportunity. His eyes shone with green light. After advancing for another few kilometers, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree could already be seen, and its appearance was astonishing. It was not very tall, and was only slightly over 3 meters tall. However, it was as vigorous as a horned dragon, and its old skin was cracked, as if it had only grown to its current appearance after millions and millions of years. It was extremely strange, and there were no identical leaves on the tree. Every leaf was unique, and they were all sparkling and translucent, as if they had been carved out of jade. Some leaves were shaped like small cauldrons, and they were shrouded in mist. Some leaves were like divine phoenixes, and they glowed with multicolored light. Some leaves were like celestial beings sitting cross-legged, and they were incredibly lively. Some of them were like gold, and they were dazzling with light, and some were like scarlet jade, and they were incredibly bright. There were all kinds of colors. "I see him again," Nan Nan sees him again. Little Nan Nan suddenly shouted. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others also saw a person through the swaying shadows of the tree, and they all shuddered in fear. "It's the Emperor." The large black dog almost jumped up, and he almost sent little Nan Nan flying. He was incredibly excited. "It's really an emperor." The large black dog jumped up in excitement, his whole body trembling. "Doggy!" Little Nan Nan cried out in surprise. She was almost flung away, but fortunately, Yi Fan was beside her, and caught her in his arms, preventing her from falling onto the ground. "It's really a figure, he should have discovered us." What do we do?" Two Big Mouth was usually very talkative, but now he was a little stuttering. "You said he's an emperor?" Li Heishui asked in shock, his voice very low. At this moment, they were less than 1,000 meters away from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree. Even though there were other trees in the way, their eyesight was like lightning, and they could naturally see everything there. That was a blurry figure, and they couldn't see him clearly. He walked around the Enlightenment ancient tea tree as if he didn't see them, and above his head was a large bell that was surrounded by chaotic mist. It seemed to be able to stop time, and chaos surged as tens of thousands of silk ribbons dropped down, extremely mysterious and hazy, as if the long river of time was flowing. Swoosh, he sat cross-legged under the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, and the large bell bobbed up and down, making him look like a piece of nothingness, as if he had merged into the boundless heaven and earth, and was about to disappear. Not long after, he seemed to be thinking, and stood up to look at the sky. Then, he walked away step by step, as if he was walking against the long river of time, leaving through the gate of time, returning to the distant desolate antiquity. "Emperor, don't go, take me with you," the large black dog shouted loudly, his expression extremely excited, and he was about to rush forward. Pang Bo hurriedly stretched out a pair of large hands, grabbed his bald tail, and said, "Don't run around recklessly, one wrong step, and you may enter the center of the immortal mountain to die." Yi Fan also stretched out a large golden hand, and pressed down on the Black Emperor to prevent him from suffering from impulsiveness. He vaguely guessed who that person was. "Emperor, are you going to enter the celestial realm? Take me with you," the large black dog shouted hoarsely, and if it weren't for Yi Fan and Pang Bo holding him down, he would have already pounced over. "Is he really Emperor Wuxia?" Pang Bo was astonished. The few of them shuddered. How many years had passed? It had been at least hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even more ancient. How could there still be a great emperor alive? The figure of the ancient emperor vanished, returning to the underworld. There was nothing left behind, only a small ripple. It was empty and quiet. Woof! The large black dog bared his fangs and almost bit Yi Fan. And Pang Bo. He was incomparably vexed and agitated, and it was difficult for him to calm down. Another person has appeared. Little Nan Nan, who was being carried by Yi Fan, extended her little finger and pointed at the ancient Tao comprehension tea tree that was 300 zhang away. The originally violent large black dog immediately quieted down when it saw this person. It crouched down like a mouse that had seen a cat. It turned around and wanted to run away. It didn't have any temper at all. This person was even more mysterious, only a shadow could be seen. The place where he stood was an enormous black hole, a jar with a ghost face carved on it floating up and down. Not only did the large black dog wither and want to run away, but even Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others' hair stood on end. They turned around and wanted to run away. This person was too terrifying. Just that kind of aura was enough to make one's body tremble. That black hole seemed like it wanted to swallow everyone, and just a little bit of aura seeped out, and heaven and earth were about to collapse. Great Emperor! The few of them were incredibly shocked. Was the most ruthless person in history really him? Could it be that he hadn't died? This was unbelievable, and everyone felt their scalps go numb. This was especially so for Yi Fan. He had a saint physique, and this great emperor specialized in swallowing the source powers of all kinds of physiques. If he set his eyes on him, let alone him, even a saint physique with a great accomplishment saint physique would die with a grievance. It was impossible to tell whether this black figure that was like an abyss was male or female. He stood in front of the Tao Comprehension tea tree for a long time, thinking for a long time. In the end, he also left. He didn't chase after me? That's impossible. I dug up his Tao field and dug up his grave. With his personality, how could he possibly let me go? The large black dog muttered in a barely audible voice. He disappeared? What's going on? They all sensed that something was wrong. Two ancient emperors had appeared one after another, and then mysteriously disappeared without a trace. This was very strange. That's not right. They didn't even look at us just now, so how could it be like this? Even if they are ancient emperors with peaceful minds, they can't stop us from being heir. Pangbo didn't feel that there were too many suspicious points. I understand now. The large black dog sighed softly, and said, that was a remnant image from before the primordial age. The ancient emperors left an indelible mark beside the Tao Comprehension tea tree. Everyone was astonished. In that case, that was a remnant image from at least 100,000 years ago, or even 200,000 years ago. It had been preserved until now, and it still hadn't been destroyed. This was shocking. The ancient emperors have come here to cultivate before. How terrifying. They were astonished. Ordinary people wouldn't even have the time to hide, yet they had come here to contemplate. Judging from their appearance just now, it seemed like they had encountered a difficult problem in their cultivation, and had come here to seek inspiration. What a pity. In the end, those emperors couldn't withstand the erosion of time. Even though they looked down upon the past and present, and were extraordinarily talented, in the end, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Pangbo sighed softly. After deducing that those were the shadows left behind by the two emperors from before the primordial age, they all felt very rueful. They were the supreme protagonists of the past, and throughout the ages, how many people could compare to them? However, even if they were world-shaking and looked down upon the heaven and earth, they couldn't change anything. No matter how great a hero or how supreme a monument was, in the end, they would still be unable to escape their final fate, and would eventually die. They walked forward together, getting closer and closer to the Tao Comprehension tea tree. All of them felt their minds become empty, and the restlessness and insecurity they had just felt disappeared. Even the large black dog, whose emotions were the most violently fluctuating, calmed down at this moment. His heart was filled with peace, without joy or worry, and he had forgotten all his worries. This was what made the Tao Comprehension tea tree extraordinary. As they approached this place, everything was different. It was as if it had been nourished by the great Tao, causing them to feel peace and tranquility. 1,000 meters was not very far. Under little Nan Nan's guidance, they passed through the ancient tree, and gradually approached. They could clearly see this ancient tree that had existed since ancient times and would not wither. The bark of the tree was dry and cracked, like the spread of dragon scales. The tree trunk was less than half a meter thick, and its shape was like a coiling horned dragon. It stretched into midair, and the highest point was less than 3 meters from the ground. The entire tree was sparkling and translucent, and every leaf was different. They flowed with the radiance of Tao, and it was so strange. The small cauldron, divine phoenix, celestial being, divine bell, mountains and rivers, clouds, 8 trigrams. They were all vivid and lifelike, and every leaf was like a small world, representing a unique Tao that flickered with a dreamy radiance. There were all kinds of leaves, and they were all of strange shapes and sizes, and they all possessed unique and precious Tao. The tree was brilliant and exceptionally dazzling, causing one to be lost in it. The trunk of the Tao Comprehension tea tree was ancient, and was filled with a grand and ancient aura. Meanwhile, the leaves were natural, filled with life and Tao. They blended together, and it was mysterious and profound. 1, 2, 3. Little Nan Nan raised her head, and began to count the leaves on the tree. The others were also moved. There were very few leaves on this ancient tree, only about 100 or so, but it didn't seem completely bare. That was because every single leaf was different from the others, making one forget about everything else. There are a total of 108 leaves, and it is just like in the legends. It is like this every year, no more, no less. It just happens to be this number. Tudazue exclaimed in surprise, and couldn't help but wipe away his saliva. At this moment, joy shattered their empty state of mind, and it was difficult for them to calm down. Everyone's emotions were rising and falling. The large black dog's eyes released a green light like a wolf's, and his saliva was about to drip out. He scuttled over in a flash, and reached out a large paw towards the tree. Swoosh, light flashed, and a leaf that was like a small gourd fell down. Its entire body was golden, and it passed through the gaps between the large black dog's paw, landing on the ground, and instantly disappearing. The large black dog was extremely angry, and then reached out a large paw to pluck a leaf that was like a true dragon. It flickered like black gold, but it was still the same. With a flash of light, it slid down, landed on the ground, and disappeared. Black Emperor, don't be so wasteful. Li Heishui was dissatisfied. Although he had 108 leaves, he still couldn't squander them like this. Do you think this emperor is willing? These leaves are really strange, and they can run away on their own. I can't catch them. The large black dog was extremely angry. Let me try. Pangbo walked up, pinched a scarlet leaf that was like an immortal phoenix, and lightly plucked it off. Swoosh, in the instant that the leaf left the ancient tree, light flashed, and suddenly flew out, sinking into the ground. Just like black and yellow, it couldn't be caught, and could only escape. This is strange. Tudazue also walked up, stretching out a hand to grab a leaf that was like a small 8 trigram. 5 colors flowed, and it was mysterious and unfathomable. However, the result was still the same. As long as it was plucked, the leaf would definitely escape, and it couldn't be preserved at all. Stop plucking randomly, this emperor remembers, the large black dog called out. He tried hard to recall, and said to himself, yes, that's right. What's going on? The others asked simultaneously. The Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree can nurture Tao, but it can only be plucked after it has matured. Otherwise, once it is plucked, it will sink into the roots, and can't be taken away. Why is it like this? They were all incredibly disappointed. Being able to arrive in front of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree could be said to be a massive opportunity, but they actually couldn't pluck it. Unless there is an undying deity root that can similarly attract the leaves, and only then can they be locked in place, the large black dog said. A thought flashed through Yifan's mind. He had dug out some undying deity roots from the ancient desolate forbidden land, so perhaps he could give it a try. However, he first took out the Qilin divine medicine seed. Swoosh, he lightly plucked a leaf that was like a small cauldron. It was surrounded by wisps of mist, and instantly attached itself to the Qilin divine medicine seed, so it didn't fall to the ground. Good, very good. The others were all overjoyed. The large black dog was incredibly excited, and said, pluck them all. As long as we stay far away from the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree and seal them in a jade tool, it will be difficult for them to escape. These leaves haven't matured yet, so will the Tao they nurture be useful? Yifan didn't want to recklessly waste natural resources. Don't worry, it will definitely be effective. 2 of these leaves combined are equivalent to a mature Tao leaf, the large black dog replied. They were all overjoyed. There were more than 100 leaves, and if 2 of them combined, they would be equivalent to more than 50 Tao leaves. This was a supreme divine treasure trove. It should be known that every year, after the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree matured, its leaves would automatically soar into the sky and fly away from the mother plant. Even if the top elites outside the Undying Mountain worked together, they would only be able to obtain more than 30 leaves at most. The divine lords and great elites of the entire eastern wilderness wouldn't even have enough to share. We've struck it rich, this is a great opportunity. My grandfather spent a lot of effort and a huge amount of source energy to exchange for 1 leaf, but we've plucked the entire ancient tree clean. Tu Fei grinned foolishly. Li Heishui also laughed loudly, and said, if those great elites wait outside the Undying Mountain this year, they won't even be able to obtain a single leaf. Let's see what kind of expression they will have when that time comes. Haha. I'm looking forward to it. The long bell rang softly, giving people a feeling that the great Tao had become empty. It was as if they had reached the end of the celestial path, and the figure of the great ancient emperor appeared again. Great Emperor Wuxia, the black hole was silent, and it annihilated everything. It also appeared in front of the Tao Comprehension ancient tea tree, and Great Emperor Merciless also appeared in the darkness. What was different was that this time, two great emperors appeared together, and it caused people's hearts to tremble. They couldn't help but freeze in place. What happened? Could it be that the two great emperors have met before? Impossible, the great ancient emperors have never met each other before. When he is alive, he is dead, and when he is dead, he is alive. This should be the meeting of their marks. What happened? The Black Emperor was bewildered. In front of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, Emperor Vicious stood in the black hole. It was impossible to tell whether he was male or female, old or young. He stretched out a hand and slowly carved words in the air, and the aura of the great Tao instantly spread out. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the large black dog all widened their eyes and held their breath, wanting to see what he was writing. Cold lightning shot out of their eyes as they stared at the space in front of them. Walala, the Enlightenment ancient tea tree swayed, and all of its leaves were flipping, resonating with the ancient words. The whole tree glowed, and all kinds of small cauldrons, immortals, 8 trigrams, divine bells, and immortal phoenixes appeared. Everyone was stunned. An ancient emperor's carving actually caused the Enlightenment ancient tea tree to react like this. It was imaginable what kind of wondrous state it was in. What did he carve? Two Big Mouth was anxious. Damn it, why can't I see it? The large black dog howled. Not only him, but even Yi Fan and Pang Bo couldn't see it. They couldn't even observe how he wrote. The more they stared, the more dazzled their eyes became. Little darling, what did you see? Yi Fan asked softly. I only saw a cute ghost face. It was very mischievous, crying and laughing at the same time, and it always stood in front of those words. Little darling's large eyes were pure and flawless, and her long eyelashes trembled lightly as she replied. Swish, Vicious disappeared, and Emperor Wuxia walked over with the large bell on his head. The large bell above his head emitted tens of thousands of chaotic strands that were misty like silk ribbons. He merged with heaven and earth, and his true appearance couldn't be seen. He stood at the position where Vicious had just been, and seemed to be observing some ancient words. Then, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face, and he only started carving after a long time. This time, he still couldn't see anything. The chaotic strands from the large bell blocked everything, and he couldn't understand what the two emperors were carving. I know, the two emperors are competing across the long river of history, the large black dog sighed as he thought of some past events. What do you know? Li Heishui couldn't help but ask. According to the ancient records, Emperor Wuxia once said. The large black dog muttered. The few of them revealed strange expressions. Every time this stupid dog said that it was recorded in an ancient book, no one in the entire eastern wasteland had ever seen such an ancient book. However, they didn't want to interrupt him. Merciless was born very early, 100,000 years earlier than Great Emperor Wuxia. Even great emperors couldn't escape death. The time gap between the two was too long, and it was impossible for them to meet. However, Great Emperor Wuxia had once understood the other party's battle prowess. His evaluation of ruthless Great Emperor was that he was terrifyingly strong and said that he had seen the Tao marks left behind by ruthless Great Emperor. So, the battle took place here. It's a battle that transcended the river of time. It's a pity that I won't be able to see them again. How many elites have died? The large black dog sighed. From what you're saying, none of the ancient emperors survived. Yi Fan's heart was very unsettled. Originally, he still had some wild and fanciful thoughts, but now he felt that that trace of hope was shattered. Sigh. The large black dog sighed softly. This damn dog has too many secrets. Let's use torture on it and force it to tell us. Two Big Mouth suggested. Woof. Alright, stop arguing. Let's hurry up and pick the Enlightenment tea leaves, then leave this place, Yi Fan said. This place was the famous Immortal Mountain, and it was one of the 7 great life-forbidden areas of the Eastern Barren Territory. Every moment they wasted here would mean an additional sliver of danger. Yi Fan had collected over 50 Dao leaves, and there was no way for him to pick them. The Kirin godly medicine seed had already become a dumpling that was wrapped tightly. A thought flashed through his mind, and he took out the god-striking whip, handing it to Pang Bo so that he could try it out. That's right, this piece of wood is so sturdy that even the star sand formed from the bone dregs of ancient sages can't penetrate it. Perhaps it really is refined from a godly root. Pang Bo held the god-striking whip in his hand, and carefully picked the enlightenment tea leaves. Yi Fan held the Kirin seed and caught them below to avoid making a wrong guess and wasting the precious Dao leaves. Swoosh, the leaves of the enlightenment tea tree stuck to the god-striking whip, and didn't fall to the side. This surprised everyone. It really is refined from a godly root. As expected, it's a rare treasure. Unfortunately, it can only attack divine sense, and its power isn't strong enough, the large black dog said. Pang Bo moved quickly, and all the Dao leaves were plucked and stuck to the god-striking whip. They were sparkling and translucent. The little Kirin, the little sun, the little moon, and so on were all different, sparkling and full of the aura of the great Dao. Everyone was extremely excited. Even if 2 Dao leaves were only equivalent to 1 mature leaf, it was equivalent to over 50 enlightenment divine tea leaves. If this spread, even the divine lords would go crazy, and they would fight over it. This was a celestial treasure, a rare holy item that could calm one's mind and help them comprehend the Dao. Even if 1 or 2 Dao leaves might not succeed, 8 or 9 Dao leaves could definitely help them comprehend the Dao once. After reaching the 4 extremities, cultivators needed to comprehend the Dao to break through. If they comprehended it 2 or 3 times, they might break through the shackles and reach a higher level. This was a precious divine item, and it was difficult to buy it even with a large amount of source energy. Normally, it wouldn't be sold. The enlightenment ancient tea tree was already bare, but it was still extremely mysterious, as if it had attracted the supreme Dao, giving people a very special feeling. Why don't we just dig it away? Li Heishui suggested. Yes, that's a good idea. Tu Fei nodded, expressing his agreement. I'll do it. Yi Fan wanted to do it himself. After all, he was an experienced person who had dug the roots of the immortal divine medicine before. Let me help you. Pang Bo stepped forward, wanting to help. Are you all locusts? Why are you even more determined than me? It's fine if you pluck the leaves, but you want to dig the roots as well? You don't even want to leave a single hair behind. This is too much. The large black dog was slightly dumbfounded. Do you still want to come in the future? This is your only chance, Yi Fan said. He placed little Nan Nan on the ground, preparing to do it. The large black dog was almost speechless, and said, Why are you all more like me than me? Could it be that you are influenced by me? They all felt slightly embarrassed, feeling that they were indeed even blacker than the Black Emperor. The large black dog continued, Stop it quickly. Except for the immortal mountain, it can't be planted anywhere else. Great Emperor Wuxia once tried, and he almost killed this old tree. As expected of the god who is often struck by lightning. He actually did this kind of thing, Tu Dazaiba muttered, not realizing that they also wanted to do it. We can't dig the roots, but we can break off some branches. I feel that these branches are also useful, Pang Bo said. That's right, that's how it should be. Tu Fei agreed. Swoosh, dazzling rays of light shot up into the sky, covering the sun. This old tree was uprooted from the ground, and its 2 main roots were like 2 legs of a human, which was very vivid. Swoosh, 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 it broke out of the ground and started running. Its speed was extremely fast, and it disappeared into the depths of the immortal mountain in the blink of an eye. I'm going to faint, it ran away. Tu Dazaiba's mouth opened wide, and he couldn't close it anymore. Pang Bo was also completely dumbfounded. That old tree actually ran away, and he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. After a long time, he said, F***ck, it ran naked. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they were tongue-tied. They were speechless for a long time. This old tree was too funny, and it actually ran away just like that. They really didn't know what to say. How is it? Are you dumbfounded? The large black dog's saliva sprayed everywhere, and he scolded them one by one. He was extremely angry, and he said, If you didn't scare it away, us meditating here for 4 hours would be equivalent to cultivating outside for a month. The Comprehension ancient tea tree was a kind of immortal godly medicine, and it could naturally fly in the sky and tunnel underground. It could choose its own resting place, and it was very difficult to catch. Alright, be content. We've plucked all the Tao leaves on the tree, and any one of them can be sold for hundreds of thousands of kilograms of source energy. It's like we've found a divine treasure trove. Li Heishui's heart was bleeding, but he comforted himself like this. At this moment, only little Nan Nan was very quiet. She blinked her large eyes, and curiously observed everything in the immortal mountain. Let's go, don't waste any more time. Let's leave quickly, Pangbo urged. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog's back again, and used her tender childish voice to guide the way. They followed the winding direction of the golden formation patterns. It's very obvious that they're charging toward the center of the immortal mountain range. Are we looking for a path of survival, or are we looking for a path of death? They all muttered. No one knew what was in the center of the immortal mountain range. Even the Void Emperor had entered with the determination to perish together with them, so how could they not be worried? On both sides, there were numerous black mountains that had a majestic aura. They were shrouded in mist, and they were incredibly mysterious. These were all the kings of the mountains, the emperors of the mountains. Every single one of them was difficult to find in this world, and they were incredibly intimidating. They felt as if they had returned to the ancient netherworld. Rumble, the roar of the river traveled over, and they were all shocked. A black river was surging in front of them. It was so black that it was eerie, and there was not the slightest trace of vitality. Just looking at it made one's heart feel suffocated. The waves surged, and it was as if a black evil dragon was about to soar into the sky, making one feel uneasy. In front of it, one's Tao heart would become unstable, and their life source energy would throb. The Netherworld River, does this kind of water really exist in this world? The large black dog was speechless. According to the legends, this was the great river of the Netherworld, and they actually saw it in reality. They couldn't help but be shocked. Look, there's another spring there, and it's frighteningly yellow. Li Heishui pointed. Right on the black river bank, there was a spring that was yellow like corpse water, and it was especially frightening. It gurgled, and it formed a lake not far away. The yellow spring? Yi Fan was astonished. That's right, it's really the yellow spring. Is there really a 9 underworlds? The large black dog was doubtful. The lake formed by the yellow spring was like a yellow dragon pearl, and the black netherworld river was like an evil dragon. The two of them combined, forming a very frightening scene. There's something unimaginable in this evil water. Don't go there. Yi Fan warned. His origin technique could observe the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth, and he felt that this was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Immortal divine medicine. That's right. Look, there really is immortal divine medicine. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and the others exclaimed in surprise. Even the large black dog drooled. Right in the yellow spring, a black divine grass slowly floated up, and its fragrance assaulted everyone. It was so fragrant that they couldn't help but want to immediately pounce on it. It was shaped like an orchid, sparkling and translucent, as if it was carved from black jade. It flowed with an intoxicating luster, and it bobbed up and down in the yellow spring with the aura of the great Tao. They all took a deep breath, and all the pores on their bodies opened up. They felt refreshed, as if they had received the purest baptism, and it was as if they were about to ascend to heaven. Heavens, it really is a mature immortal divine medicine. If we can get our hands on it, when we grow old and our life force is exhausted, we can eat it and live another life. We must find a way to get our hands on it. If we miss this kind of heaven-defying treasure, it will be a lifetime of regret. They were all excited. A true immortal divine medicine was many times more precious than the Comprehension divine tea leaves. Only the immortal divine fruit from the Comprehension ancient tea tree could compare to it. Unfortunately, after the Comprehension ancient tea tree's divine fruit ripened, it would fall off by itself after hanging on the branch for more than 1,000 years. Several decades ago, no one knew if it had been plucked by the terrifying creatures in the Undying Mountain or if it had fallen off by itself. If it wanted to bloom and bear fruit again, it would need at least 5,000 years to ripen, and it might even take more than 10,000 years. Let's do it. We must get our hands on this immortal divine medicine. It won't come again. Even Pang Bo made up his mind. Wait a moment. Originally, Yi Fan was also tempted, but he suddenly thought of something. When the Supreme Divine Kings were revived, there were 3 heaven-defying old freaks who had lived for more than 4,000 years. They broke the limit of a peak expert's lifespan of 2,000 years, and their lifespan had been extended by more than 2 times. At that time, those 3 old freaks had said that they had been chased into the Undying Mountain by the Divine Kings 4,000 years ago, and they had survived. They had accidentally eaten the netherworld grass, which was why they had lived until today. This is not an immortal divine medicine. This is the terrifying netherworld grass. If you eat it, your body will become a rotten corpse, and only your divine sense will remain. Yi Fan stopped them. He completely remembered that the 3 heaven-defying old freaks had once said that the netherworld grass had been plucked from a yellow spring pond. This should be the place. After Yi Fan finished explaining in detail, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The netherworld grass had some of the characteristics of an immortal divine medicine, but it had even more terrifying side effects. This kind of thing could not be trifled with. What a pity. Pang Bo, Tu Fei, and the others were all extremely regretful. The large black dog was even cursing. They had no choice but to continue on their way. They took a long detour around the Netherworld River and the Yellow Spring Pond. Those were exceptionally dangerous places, and even though they were very far away, they could already feel their hair standing on end. Only when they had walked far away did they let out a long breath. The indescribable feeling of oppression had finally lessened. After advancing for several miles, the vegetation had lessened, and there were more rocks. They had entered a large area between stone cliffs. The ground here was dry and hard, and there were only a few ancient trees here and there. This place was very dry, and there were huge rocks everywhere. They discovered an ancient cave that had been excavated by a few people under a black stone cliff. The marks of knives and axes were obvious, and it was engraved with the passage of time. Someone has been here. They discovered a skeleton that was sparkling and translucent like jade. It was unknown how many years had passed, but there was still a luster flowing around it. It was lying in front of an ancient cave. This must be a supreme elite. He most likely entered the Undying Mountain to extend his life, but he died here. There is a golden token beside him, as well as an ancient scroll that hasn't decayed. Two Big Mouth's eyes were sharp, and he discovered the abnormality under the jade skeleton. Treasure, so many years have passed, and it hasn't been destroyed. It must be something good. The large black dog was the first to pounce forward. Little Nan Nan pointed the way, and they all followed, arriving outside the ancient cave. Clang, the large black dog grabbed the golden token with his large paw. It was shining brilliantly, but it was bone-piercingly cold. Endless killing intent spread out, and he was so shocked that he immediately tossed it onto the ground. Dang, the golden token was only the size of a palm, and there was only a single ancient word on it, kill. Just the killing intent emitted by this single word made the Black Emperor, Yi Fan, and the others feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. It was a bit difficult to bear, and they all shuddered with fear. The killing intent was too heavy. It was as if it had been dyed with the blood of countless living beings. This single word passed through the ages, and endless killing intent was transmitted over, almost breaking one's bones and muscles. Why is it even more frightening than a supreme vicious weapon? What is this thing? Pang Bo was stunned. This was definitely not a weapon, and there were no Dao patterns engraved on it. It was only a token, yet it possessed a killing intent that transcended the ages, and just the word kill was almost enough to shatter their souls. This is an unparalleled vicious object. They were wary of this golden token, and didn't dare to rashly touch it. It really seemed as if it had been dyed with the blood of countless living beings, and the coldness it exuded could pierce into one's bones. The large black dog grabbed the ancient scroll from under the skeleton, but he seemed to have been given a fright, and he tossed it away almost instantly, crying out in alarm. What's wrong? They all retreated in retreat. This is human skin. It was peeled from the body of an ancient sage, and it's the skin and flesh of a god that hasn't decayed for hundreds of thousands of years, the large black dog said in a trembling voice. What? This is the skin of an ancient sage? Everyone was stunned. This sage's human skin was not damaged in the slightest. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed, but there was still a luster flowing on it, and it was densely engraved with small words. Quick, take a look. What exactly is written on it? Everyone's breathing quickened, and their hearts were in turmoil. Using the skin and flesh of an ancient sage to leave behind so many words, it was definitely not an ordinary object. The sage's skin was squarish, about a foot long. It was in perfect condition, sparkling and almost transparent, glistening with specks of light. It was mysterious and strange, making one's heart uneasy. There were small characters densely packed on it, no matter whether it was the front or the back. There were tens of thousands of characters, and ordinary people couldn't see them clearly at all. The characters were very small. These ancient characters were like iron hooks and silver strokes, vigorous like dragons and snakes, as if thousands of swords were fixed on it. The sage's skin emitted a sparkling and translucent luster, the terrifying killing intent cutting at one's heart and soul. At this moment, it was as if they were standing in an extremely cold place. It was bone-piercingly cold, as if they were facing thousands of wailing creatures, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appearing before their eyes. What kind of person peeled off the ancient sage's skin and refined it into a piece of paper that recorded characters? It was frightening. This kind of method was cruel and terrifying. The large black dog was intimidated by the ancient sage's divine skin's killing intent. Even his large claws were trembling, and in the end, they spread out on the ground. Even he couldn't hold it, so one could imagine how terrifying it was. It's definitely not the skin of the skeleton on the ground. Because he definitely hadn't reached the sage tier. According to legends, even if the ancient sages died, every inch of their flesh and skin wouldn't rot, and he only had white bones left. This is a killing holy technique. As Big Black read those ancient characters, he couldn't help but tremble, unable to calm down at all. Everyone moved closer, studying it word by word. They had experienced many things, but at this moment, their emotions were fluctuating, and they were excited to the extreme. On the ancient sage's divine skin, there were all kinds of killing methods recorded. It could be called a strange and terrifying holy technique. There was nothing it didn't use, and it was created especially for killing. It's really too terrifying. They read less than half of it, and their bodies emitted a chill, even their scalps were a little numb. It was impossible to guard against secret killing techniques, and they knew that if they faced it, they would most likely be in danger. The killing technique evolved into a kind of Tao, and this was a different path. It killed all the creatures in the world, and used the blood-dripping saint's sword in his hand to achieve a supreme Tao fruit. This is an evil book, a demonic book, it really should be destroyed. Tuda said with a trembling voice. Wrong, this is a supreme Tao, and there are many things worth learning from. If you master it, you can use it to protect your own life instead of killing people, Li Heishui said. I know what this is. The large black dog stared at the sage's divine skin and the golden token, his heart trembling. He thought of some ancient inheritance. You know what it is? They were all shocked, and they all stared at him. It's the heavenly quartz killing saint technique. The large black dog sighed softly. Countless memories flashed through his mind, and he was unable to calm himself down. Heavenly quartz? The few of them were stunned, revealing expressions of disbelief. This heavenly court isn't the same heavenly court you're talking about. In ancient times, there were 3 great killer god dynasties, and their inheritances are immortal. In fact, they are even more ancient than the ancient holy lands of the eastern wilderness. The large black dog said slowly. An assassin organization evolved into a holy land, and then became an immortal divine dynasty, so one could well imagine how terrifying they were. Practically everyone's expressions changed when the word kill was mentioned. The Holy Lands were all scared, but there was nothing they could do. They all felt great restraining fear, never daring to provoke them. It was because the 3 great killer divine imperial courts were too terrifying, even daring to assassinate ancient saints. The Holy Land of assassins of the ancient era is not something that the assassin organizations of the future can compare to. They never kill nameless people, only those who are half a step to Almighty and above. It's too scary. Tu Fei and the others were frightened. An ancient inheritance, a terrifying great Tao of slaughter. It is indeed incomparably terrifying. The Black Emperor sighed. The celestial court, the world of men, and the hell, these three names were as heavy as a mountain. They represented the three most terrifying inheritances from hundreds of thousands of years ago. These were the three great killer dynasties of ancient times. It wasn't that their secret techniques surpassed the ancient scriptures of the Holy Lands, but rather that their Tao was specially created for killing. It was impossible to defend against, and they wanted to use this to prove their supreme Tao fruit. The three ancient killer dynasties had all killed ancient sages. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a terrifying force? Moreover, they had all produced invincible killer sages. People who had entered the sage realm through the great Tao of slaughter. Just thinking about it made people's scalps numb. They had crawled through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in their lives. Their killing techniques were unparalleled in the world. If they wanted to assassinate someone, they could almost determine that person's death. Before the Antiquity era, the three names of the Celestial Court, the world of men, and the hell were supreme deterrents. No one dared to oppose them. However, this invisible and terrifying atmosphere made the Holy Lands very uneasy and dissatisfied. In the end, they joined hands to attack the three great killer dynasties. The Holy Lands had chosen a good time. At that time, they had all developed to their peak, and several supreme sages had appeared. However, the old sages of the three great killer dynasties were about to pass away. They didn't have much strength to attack, and their successors hadn't appeared yet. It was an earth-shaking war before the Antiquity era. All the Holy Lands had participated in it. Since ancient times, it had only happened a few times. It could be called a great disaster for the human race. In that war, blood flowed everywhere. The ancient killer dynasties were everywhere, assassinating everywhere. It could be said to be an extremely dark and bloody era. No one knew how many top experts had fallen. In the end, the Holy Lands gained the upper hand with their absolute strength. They used extreme weapons to kill the old sages of the three dynasties. The number one killer dynasty, the Celestial Court, fell apart and was completely eradicated. No more inheritances were passed down. The Holy Lands besieged them and killed all the top experts of the dynasty. The two great killer dynasties, the world of men and the hell, didn't die out. However, they disappeared after that war and were no longer as glorious as they were in the past. This was because they knew that without the extreme weapons of the ancient emperors, even if one's killing power was unparalleled in the world and their killing techniques were unparalleled, they couldn't resist the suppression of the extreme weapons. It was said that the two killer dynasties left the Central Plains and the Eastern Barren Land. Some people said that the Eastern Barren Land was still their headquarters, but they were very low-key. After the Antiquity era, the world of men and the hell also appeared, but they were no longer like before the Antiquity era, where even the Holy Lands had to retreat. The Celestial Court. You mean this is the killing technique of the number one killer dynasty? The few of them were stunned. This snow-white skeleton was actually a person from more than 100,000 years ago. He was a top killer of the Celestial Court, and he died here. It was not hard to imagine that during the chaos of the Dark World, when all the experts of the world worked together to eliminate the killer dynasty, and the Celestial Court was heavily besieged. This person had nowhere to go and escaped into the Undying Mountain. Yi Fan and the others finally understood why the ancient sage's divine skin and golden command tile were filled with bone-chilling killing intent, difficult for them to endure. The keepsake and mental method of the ancient number one killer divine imperial court would naturally be like this. I need to study it carefully. This is a terrifying and ancient inheritance. Even if I don't use it to assassinate others, I can still use it to save my life. Yi Fan read it carefully. He was currently in a serious shortage of all kinds of saint techniques. The little Peng King and the other saints were eyeing him covetously, and the inheritance of the ruthless man was confusing. He didn't know how many people had unparalleled saint techniques, so he needed a way to resist them. The few of them squatted down to read it carefully. The inheritance of the Celestial Court could be said to be priceless. If it were to be spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar, and even a storm of blood. After reading the front side, they looked at the back side, and the more they read, the more frightened they became. Killing people was really unscrupulous, despicable, and just impossible to guard against. In the end, the ancient sage skin scroll came to an end. It pointed out that there was still the second part of the inheritance of the celestial court, which was also the core part. It turned out to be one of the 9 secrets. No wonder they could summon wind and rain in the ancient times, they actually mastered one of the 9 secrets. Could it be the secret of the St. Cliff? Hee hee. The little girl's laughter traveled over. The few of them were only focused on reading the inheritance of the sage skin, so they didn't pay attention to the little girl. At this moment, they discovered to their astonishment that she was playing with a few little creatures and laughing happily. There were a few ancient caves at the bottom of this stone cliff, and the marks of axe chisels were obvious. The little girl ran to the front of an ancient cave, and the little golden horse and the little golden swallow surrounded her. They were extremely obedient, and allowed her to stroke them. What's that? The few of them were astonished. The little golden horse was only slightly more than a foot tall, and there was even a little golden carriage behind it. The little golden swallow was half the size of a palm, and it was fluttering in the wind. There was also a little golden cow that was slightly more than a foot long, and it was rubbing against the little girl's body. Apart from that, there were also some strange little creatures that they couldn't name. They had one similarity, and that was that they didn't have bodies of flesh and blood. Instead, they all had golden bodies, yet they could all move and were extremely lively. These ancient caves are divine mines, and there are saint tools inside. They have already developed intelligence, and they are precious treasures for tool refinement, the large black dog called out excitedly. The few of them all suddenly stood up. To cultivators, secret manuals and weapons would forever be precious things, and anyone would be tempted by them. Heavens, it's too mysterious. There's a little person in the little golden carriage. The little golden person jumped down from the carriage, and tugged on the little girl's sleeve as it bounced endlessly. It was extremely lively, and it was incredibly mysterious. They all came from the ancient caves. Let's go in and take a look. The few of them were just about to walk forward when a terrifying light suddenly spread out from one of the ancient caves. Then, a pair of dark green eyes lit up, and there were tears flowing down them. They were as dazzling as divine lamps, so bright that one couldn't even open their eyes to look at them. In this instant, the few of them were frozen in place, and couldn't move at all. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar, and they couldn't even speak. There were unknown living beings in the ancient caves. Big brothers, what's wrong with you guys? The little girl discovered the abnormality, and ran over, using her small hands to push them away. At this moment, the few of them finally regained their ability to move, but that invisible might was still there, and it had completely locked onto them. Let's hurry up and leave, the large black dog said in a low voice. There's a divine metal in the ancient caves that's intelligent, and it's most likely going to become a holy spirit in the future. Yifan endured the boundless killing intent, and put away the golden token as well as the ancient sage's divine skin seal. The few of them quickly retreated, and distanced themselves from the ancient caves. The little girl was reluctant to leave, and she waved her small hands behind her, bidding farewell to the golden people and the other small living beings. Only after they had walked very far away did the terrifying might disappear. Only then did they heave a long sigh of relief. There was definitely an extraordinary existence in there. If it weren't for the little girl, they would all have died there. That white skeleton was a good example. Little girl, how did those small living beings come to your side? Yifan asked in detail. Little girl doesn't know, either. They're very cute, and they came to my side of their own accord, the little girl said in a cute and naive manner. If I'm not wrong, there might be a holy artifact exclusive to the great emperor, celestial tear green gold, in there, the large black dog said in a low voice. What? Everyone cried out in shock. That's clearly a divine metal mine. Did you guys notice? Those eyes are green, and there are mysterious tears flowing through them. It's definitely celestial tear green gold. The large black dog was even more certain now. Crimson phoenix blood gold, black dragon pattern gold, and celestial tear green gold were all supreme holy artifacts that could only be obtained by chance. Even ancient emperors might not be able to collect them, let alone ordinary people. That piece of celestial tear green gold has already developed a spirit, and it might become a holy spirit in the future. Even supreme elites wouldn't be able to deal with it. Let's hurry up and leave. The few of them were both shocked and regretful. There was actually a supreme holy artifact here, which made their hearts tremble. It was a pity that they couldn't obtain it. Let's be content. We've obtained the saint technique of killing from the celestial court, and we can even rebuild this ancient god dynasty of killing. After advancing for a dozen or so kilometers, the Black Mountain became even more majestic. It was as if they had unknowingly arrived in ancient times, and an ancient aura flowed about, causing their hearts to palpitate. After advancing for another dozen or so kilometers, the Black Mountain seemed to reach the top of the celestial court, and the bottom was pressing down on the 9 underworlds. It was majestic and intimidating, and there were ancient trees and forests that were wreathed in ribbons of black fog. Swoosh, a streak of green light shot up from the Black Mountain ahead, streaking through the sky and flying into the depths of the undying mountain range. A refreshing fragrance flowed down from the sky. Did you guys see it? It's a green turtle. How can it fly in the undying mountain range? None of us can do it. No, it has roots, and even though we're so far away, there's still such an intoxicating fragrance. That's an undying divine medicine. The few of them all stood where they were, feeling extremely shocked. As expected, there were astonishing divine treasures in the undying mountain range. They could fly through the sky and tunnel underground, and choose their own resting place. They actually saw one with their own eyes. That's the legendary undying divine medicine, Long Live. I didn't expect it to actually be in the undying mountain range. The large black dog was so greedy that he almost bit off his own tongue. In this world, each undying divine medicine was unique. As long as it died, it would disappear from this world, and it would never appear again. Even in the immemorial era, there were only a few divine medicines. What they looked like was recorded in detail. This undying divine medicine was called Long Live. When it matured, it looked like a small green-black tortoise with endless medicinal power. According to legends, eating a mature small black tortoise could prolong one's life by 10,000 years. All kinds of undying divine medicines had different effects. Some could help people understand the great path, and some could give people the supreme divine power. This long-lived divine medicine focused on prolonging one's life. It's worthy of being a 1,000-year-old tortoise. Eating it can prolong one's life by 10,000 years. It's so heaven-defying. It's comparable to the lifespan of a saint body. Two-Phage ruled. 10,000 years. Each of the ancient emperors raised an undying divine medicine. They must have lived longer than we can imagine. Pangbo was also moved. If only we could catch it. Li Heishui's eyes lit up. It's very difficult to catch it. It must have alarmed the long-lived divine medicine when that old tea tree ran away. Now, it has flown into the sky and fled to the depths of the undying mountain to guard against us. The large black dog was annoyed, and he blamed them for frightening the path-understanding ancient tree. This undying mountain is really mysterious. There are all kinds of things: 9 orifices stone man, path-understanding ancient tree, netherworld grass, celestial tear green gold, and now even the long-lived divine medicine has appeared. Yi Fan sighed softly. There are houses there. After advancing for another few miles, little Nan Nan suddenly extended her small hand and pointed ahead. There were many black mountains in front of them. Among them, there were a few that had a heavy aura. Although they weren't very tall, and they were even shorter than the surrounding mountains, they had the aura of a lord among the mountains. Why are there ancient buildings? On those mountains, there were some ancient palaces that looked like ancient temples, but also like shabby Taoist temples. They were extremely old. Who built these? Who dared to build these things in the undying mountain? It's really unbelievable. On the Black Mountains, there were dilapidated palaces that were very old. According to the Black Emperor, they were built in the style of hundreds of thousands of years ago, which was very different from the current world. Obviously, those ancient palaces were carved with Tao patterns. Otherwise, even if they were made of godly metal, they would have decayed long ago. They couldn't have existed for so long. They really wanted to climb the mountain to see, but little Nan Nan said that it was covered by black patterns. There was not a single golden line, and there was only black fog everywhere. The big black dog shuddered and said, "Without the golden path, that place is definitely a place of death. We can't go near it." They looked from afar and saw that there were 4 mountains with ancient buildings. On those mountains, there were medicinal fields with many medicinal herbs. Medicinal fragrance, do you smell it? The strong medicinal fragrance is from spirit items that are tens of thousands of years old. In the outside world, it's hard to find spirit herbs that are thousands of years old, but here, there are spirit herbs that are more than 10,000 years old. Tu Fei, Li Heishui, and the others couldn't move. They stretched their necks and stared at the medicinal fields on the Black Mountains. The strong medicinal fragrance was coming from there. There were only a few immortal godly medicines in the world, but other rare spirit herbs could reproduce on a large scale. They weren't unique. Since the desolate antiquity, almost no one could enter this place. Those spirit herbs had been growing for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Some withered, some flourished. They were all peerless treasures. We don't go to the mountain peak, don't go near those buildings, and only pick a few rare spirit herbs. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Pangbo couldn't help but ask. There was a medicinal field halfway up each of the 4 black short mountains. Obviously, it was cultivated by humans. They weren't very big, but the medicinal fragrance was strong. Nan, look carefully and see if there are golden patterns around the medicinal field, Yi Fan said softly. Only 1 or 2, and they don't connect to the medicinal field. There's still some distance between them, little Nan answered innocently. Let's go up and see. If we can't, we'll retreat immediately. Yi Fan made this decision. They chose the 3rd short mountain. There was one more golden pattern than the other mountains, and the medicinal field was further away from the buildings on the mountain peak. They walked forward and finally reached the foot of the mountain. They were all very nervous. The medicinal field was full of peerless spirit herbs. If they could pick a dozen of them, they could definitely refine rare spirit pellets. These spirit herbs that were tens of thousands of years old, once formed, would definitely have the effect of reviving the dead. It was comparable to the 9 orifices exquisite pellet of the Taishan sect. It was priceless and was a life-saving treasure. Bones of the dead. As soon as they arrived at the foot of the mountain, they discovered white bones. The grass was snow-white and sparkling. With one look, they could tell that it was a top-notch master. These are probably of old divine lords who didn't have many years left and entered the forbidden area. Soon, they were the Jade Emperors of Jadon. Of the central of Emperor's ancestors, divine emperors. Emperors and 2 of a people. They quickly retreating a distance. They all felt a splitting headache, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be burning. Poison. Not only are there 10,000-year-old spirit medicines in that medicinal field, there are also extremely poisonous things that can kill peerless experts. The Black Emperor cried out in alarm. Their faces were pale and their bodies were weak. They almost fell to the ground. Their bodies were about to split open and their bones were about to break. It's fine, we won't die. Not long ago, we ate the holy fruit of the ancient desolate forbidden land. That kind of medicinal power can cure all poisons. The Black Emperor clenched his teeth, telling everyone to persevere. Yi Fan and little Nan were not affected, and Pangbo's poisoning symptoms were also relatively light, so it was not a big deal. Each of us has a leaf of enlightenment tea, that is also the antidote. After that, Yi Fan took out the divine spring and let everyone drink a lot. After swallowing a leaf of enlightenment tea, they all recovered. Even the peerless emperor can be poisoned to death. If we didn't eat the immortal medicine, we would have all died here today. They still had lingering fear in their hearts. Every step they took in this undying mountain range was filled with fear. They stood not far away from the foot of the mountain and looked towards the medicinal field halfway up the mountain. It was lush with all kinds of medicinal herbs, and they had no idea which one was poisonous. There is a corpse in the medicinal field. Pangbo discovered a corpse that was sitting cross-legged in the medicinal field. Its entire body was dry and flowing with golden light. It did not rot, and its skin was tightly wrapped around its bones, as if it was wearing a layer of golden clothes. That's a bald head, without even a strand of hair. His body is shriveled, but it has not rotted. Li Heishui muttered. Yi Fan was shocked and said, "It's a monk from the western desert. His golden body is not broken, he is clearly an eminent monk. This monk has been dead for at least 10,000 years. His strength is much stronger than the sacred lords, comparable to the peerless divine king of the present age. The Black Emperor came to this conclusion. Even such a person died up there. This is really a dangerous place. A peerless expert like this definitely was not poisoned to death. There are still unknown dangers up there. The large black dog had a serious expression, and completely gave up on the idea of going up to collect the spirit medicine. There is a head in the medicinal field. Tufei was shocked. He discovered that the head also had shriveled skin and flesh. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and his hair was as white as snow. His head looked as if it had been torn off by someone. The cut was uneven, and it lay quietly in the medicinal field. It was a ghastly sight. Let's go quickly. We can't stay here for long. Yi Fan did not let little Nan Nan take a look, afraid that she would be frightened. They retreated quickly, and in this process, they discovered 4 spirit medicines that were 10,000 years old growing in the weeds. If it wasn't for the medicinal fragrance that pervaded the air, they would not have discovered them at all. Tufei laughed loudly and walked forward to collect them one by one. The 4 spirit medicines all glowed with 5-colored divine light and contained powerful vitality. They were nourished by the spirit of heaven and earth, and each of them was sparkling and translucent. We've struck it rich. They can be refined into peerless spirit pills. Each of them is equivalent to a life. Tufei grinned so widely that his face almost reached his ears. They guessed that these should be seeds that had fallen from the medicinal field and germinated nearby. They originally wanted to search carefully. However, a loud boom suddenly came from the ancient building on the short mountain, and it almost made their hearts burst. There are living creatures in the ancient palace. They left without looking back, not daring to stay for a moment longer. Even the golden-bodied old monk and the old Taoist had died in the medicinal field. That was definitely a dangerous place. Thump, thump, behind them, it was as if a divine drum was being beaten. The sound was deep and heavy, and each beat made their blood flow faster. The blood vessels in their bodies were about to burst. Why does it feel like the heartbeat of a powerful creature? The Black Emperor was surprised, and said, if it really is the sound of a heartbeat, it is comparable to the powerful vitality of an ancient royal family. They were just like the ancient tree of comprehension. They were so shocked that they started running madly, not even looking back once. They only slowed down after passing through a dozen black mountain ridges. This is not a solution. We have to get closer to the center of the undying mountain step by step. Pang Bo said in a low voice. If we put ourselves in a dead end, we will be able to survive. According to the layout of these patterns, there should be a way out, and we can leave the undying mountain, the large black dog said uncertainly. After advancing for a dozen miles, they found a giant lake, and there was a stone crocodile stirring up waves in it. It was obviously a terrifying existence. Why is there another stone embryo? I understand. The Black Emperor was pensive, and said, in this undying mountain, we don't know how many supreme beings there are, but one is definitely a holy spirit. The 9 orifices stone man and this stone crocodile should be its descendants. They took a long detour, but the stone crocodile still discovered them. However, when it fixed its eyes on little Nan Nan, it sank back into the bottom of the lake, and did not appear again. They all rejoiced. If it was not for little Nan Nan, they would have definitely died on this trip. There was no way out at all. In the undying mountain, every step was a land of death. With their strength, they could not go very far. A divine object from the outer realm, the large black dog shouted, his large tongue sticking out very long. His face was filled with shock. Right in front of them, there was an azure gold disc. It had a diameter of 300 meters, and it was lying in a pile of rocks. It was almost completely submerged by the giant rocks. It was precisely the divine object that the divine masters were fighting over. It had crashed into a cliff, and was buried under the rocks. It flickered with a cold radiance, and was mysterious and unfathomable. A divine object refined by an ancient sage. This is a rare treasure. Don't go over. Is there a golden pattern there? It is completely enshrouded by black light. Little Nan Nan's voice was very tender. What? Another land of death. The large black dog was filled with disappointment. Yi Fan and Pang Bo were also very helpless. No one wanted to go over and find out more than them. They wanted to see whether it was a divine object left behind by an ancient sage, or a kind of outer realm civilization. In the end, they finally approached the central region of the Undying Mountain. 27 great mountains towered into the clouds. They were pitch black like ink, and all of them were enshrouded in ribbons of black mist, blocking their way. Every one of them was a ruler of the great mountains, and their aura was oppressive, making one feel suffocated. They were majestic, and a terrifying aura that would never change flowed through them. On the Black Mountains, even though ancient trees towered into the sky and were verdant and lush, it still made one feel intimidated. 27 great peaks are blocking the east. Look, there is a row of great peaks standing side by side in every direction. If there are 27 of them, then there are a total of 108 mountain kings standing tall, surrounding the center of Undying Mountain. What kind of place was the central region of the Undying Mountain? They were all filled with intense curiosity, but they were well aware that once they approached, they would undoubtedly die. Where is our path of survival? By now, they were almost in despair. If they continued to advance, they would really have to climb over these great mountains, and enter the central region. There is a chessboard there, and it is filled with golden light. Little Nan Nan pointed at an ancient forest in a cute and innocent manner. A chessboard filled with golden light. The large black dog immediately jumped up, and said, "It must be the gate of life left behind by the Void Emperor." Little Nan Nan led the way, and they entered this ancient forest. Sure enough, they saw a massive chessboard that crisscrossed, and was engraved with Tao patterns. However, apart from the little girl, no one else could see those golden lights. "This is great, this must be the gate of life. We can slowly explore the way." The Black Emperor was very excited. This was engraved by a great emperor, and contained all the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. To him, it was a divine treasury. The large black dog squatted beside the chessboard, and began to ponder. They couldn't see anything, and began to look around. "Not good, there are living beings appearing in the central region of the Undying Mountain," Li Heishui said in a low voice. His expression changed drastically. "There really are living beings appearing." Pang Bo was astonished. 27 great mountains stood side by side in front of them, blocking the central region. Demonic clouds swirled about, and a living being flew out. At first, it was very blurry, but after passing through the black fog, it became clear all of a sudden. "He doesn't have a head." Yi Fan's pupils rapidly contracted. What he saw was unimaginable. That was a headless horseman, and he wore black iron clothes. He was tall and mighty, and he held a black spear in his hand. He had a posture that could intimidate the heaven and earth. Unfortunately, he didn't have a head, and there was a lot of blood around his neck. He was sitting on a tall stone horse. It shook its head and wagged its tail, raising its head and neighing. It was shockingly powerful, and its stone hooves that were as large as the mouth of a bull would shatter the void every time they landed. A headless horseman appearing in the central region of the Undying Mountain was really shocking. The only thing that made them feel at ease was that he didn't come over, and only appeared between the 27 great mountains. What exactly is there in the central region of the Undying Mountain that such a terrifying existence actually appeared? He doesn't have a head, yet he is still alive. I can't see through his strength at all, but that stone horse is already so terrifying, so his strength can be imagined. The headless horseman was extremely terrifying. He was still more than 10 kilometers away from this place, but the powerful aura he emitted could be clearly felt, and it was surging like the tide. "Black Emperor, have you figured out anything?" Yi Fan urged. If they didn't leave quickly, and the headless horseman discovered them, there might be a great disaster. He had rushed out from the Undying Mountain, and it was impossible to determine what kind of existence he was. Even if little Nan Nan's background was extraordinary, she might not be able to suppress him. "Alright, I've figured it out. This is a formation pattern left behind by an ancient great emperor, and we can use it to cross the void and leave," the large black dog said. He was filled with joy. Not only could he escape from this place, he had also obtained such a formation pattern, which made him incredibly excited. "Are you sure you understand?" Yi Fan asked. He felt that this damn dog was too unreliable. Every time they crossed the void, it would deviate by several million kilometers. He was really afraid that a great problem would occur here. Who am I? Don't worry. The large black dog said proudly. However, in the end, he still felt slightly guilty, and said, however, for the sake of safety, we can do it one by one. Who will go first? Hearing him say this, no one dared to say anything. They really didn't have confidence in him. The large black dog was very angry, and he said, don't you trust me that much? Fine, I'll go first. Pangbo said. No, let's do it together. Yifan stopped him. Pangbo smiled, and said, this damn dog is right. It's safer to do it one by one. Don't worry, we're all people with great fortune. The large black dog became even more furious, and he said, how can you all not trust me like this? I trust you. You must teleport Pangbo to a safe place, Yifan said. Don't worry, there definitely won't be any problem. Just teleport him to the sky-gazing city that we just left not long ago. The large black dog looked like he had everything under control. He chose a spot on the chessboard, and then had Pangbo stand on it. He activated the Dao patterns that densely covered the chessboard, and with a flash of light, Pangbo suddenly disappeared. Meanwhile, a series of strange symbols appeared where he had been, flashing incessantly. They were incredibly profound. When the large black dog saw this, his mouth opened very wide, and his tongue almost fell onto the ground. He stuttered, and mumbled in a low voice, F***ck, how did he teleport so far? What the hell? Yifan felt that something was wrong, and he grabbed him, and asked, where did you teleport Pangbo to? Don't worry, he didn't teleport very far. We'll definitely see him again in the future, the large black dog explained guiltily. Hearing this, Yifan was even more certain that Pangbo was definitely extremely far away. He grabbed him tightly, and said, hurry up and tell me, where did you teleport Pangbo to? Don't worry, it's very close, just to the west of the eastern wilderness, the large black dog explained. That's close? We're in the central area of the eastern wilderness, and you teleported him to the western area. If you expect him to fly back by himself, it'll take at least 2 to 3 years. Yifan was furious. Cough. The large black dog coughed dryly, and he felt even guiltier. He said, you've misunderstood. What I mean is, I accidentally teleported him to the west of the eastern wilderness. Cough, to be more precise, the middle state. Damn dog, I'll kill you. Yifan clutched the large black dog's neck, and he was flustered and exasperated. Pangbo was teleported to the middle state, and if he were to fly back by himself, it would take at least 5 to 6 years. If it was far enough, it might even take more than 10 years. This damn dog is too ridiculous. Tu Fei and Li Heishui were also dumbfounded, and they were extremely angry. Let go. The large black dog struggled, but it was obvious that he didn't have enough strength, and he knew that he had caused trouble. You said it was teleported to the sky-gazing city in the central area of the eastern wilderness, but in the end, it deviated to the middle state. How could you be so ridiculous? Yifan wanted to beat him up. Cough, since ancient times, the middle state is a land of great heroes, and there are endless ancient inheritances. Pangbo obtained the Demon Emperor's ancient scriptures, and what he lacks most now is experience. It's good for him that he went to the middle state, the large black dog said confidently. This damn dog is too unreliable. Li Heishui and Tu Fei were also furious. No matter what, it's good enough that he was teleported out of the Immortal Mountain. The more the large black dog spoke, the more confident he became. Then, as if he had thought of something, he screamed, oh no, half of the comprehension tea leaves are with him. There are more than 50 leaves. Yifan gave the god-striking whip to Pangbo, and he kept it with him to harvest the comprehension tea leaves. The large black dog screamed, and he was extremely annoyed. However, Yifan heaved a sigh of relief. Pangbo went to the middle state alone, and with these divine objects, he finally had some protection. Divide the comprehension tea leaves. Divide them quickly, the large black dog shouted. The Kirin seed in Yifan's hand also had about 50 leaves. Immediately, he divided them, and the large black dog, Tu Fei, and Li Heishui got more than 10 leaves each. Who will come this time? The large black dog asked. Even if you beat me to death, I won't believe you. Li Heishui and Tu-Fei shook their heads. If you don't believe me, you will be trapped in the immortal mountain. The large black dog curled his lips. In the end, Tu-Fei gathered his courage and stood out, saying, "Damn dog, if you dare to teleport me to the middle state, I will come back and fight with you." "Don't worry. It was just a mistake. This time, I promise there will be no problem," the large black dog vowed. Tu-Fei stood still, stepping on the Dao patterns. The Black Emperor pondered for a while, then activated the Dao pattern. He said to himself, "This time, it won't be so ridiculous, right?" Swoosh, a light flashed, and Tu-Fei disappeared. A series of strange patterns appeared where he had been, which were extremely mysterious. The large black dog gawked and dropped his jaw. He stammered and couldn't say anything. Seeing his expression, Yi Fan and Li Heishui knew it was bad. This damn dog had made a big mistake again. They jumped on him, strangling him and saying, "Where did you teleport Tu-Fei to?" "Cough, let go. It's not far this time. I just sent him to the north," the large black dog said. "North Territory?" "Cough, it's the northern plains. I will kill you." Li Heishui didn't let go of him. The northern plains, the eastern barren territory, the middle state, the southern mountains, and the western desert were the northernmost areas of this world. It was totally different from the northern barren territory of the eastern barren territory. The northern plains is a desolate place with no signs of human habitation for millions of miles. It's either a vast grassland or a vast desert. It's possible that you won't see a single person even if you walk for a lifetime. You teleported him to that desolate place. Li Heishui and the Black Emperor started to quarrel. Boom, suddenly, the headless horseman in the center of the undying mountain emitted a monstrous wave. He rode that tall stone horse and rushed over. The horse's hooves were as big as bowls. Every step he took shattered the void. It was extremely terrifying. "Oh no, the death horseman is coming," Yi Fan said in surprise. "This time, let's go together." "Quick, stand in here," the large black dog shouted. "Doggy, you have to be careful. This time, don't teleport us to the western desert," little Nan Nan said innocently. The headless horseman was tall and majestic, and the iron clothes on his body glowed with a cold light. His aura was oppressive, and it was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. He was like a god that had lost his head, and his aura covered the heaven and earth. Even the sky was trembling because of him, and the endless black mountains were rumbling and shaking. He held a black spear in his hand, and his horse galloped in the sky. His powerful battle intent soared into the sky, and he was like an immortal ancient god of war, charging over from the ancient times. He activated the terrifying aura of the immortal mountain range. Endless black fog surged, and the entire heaven and earth trembled under the horse's hooves. Everything wailed under the spear. Rumble, the death horseman galloped in the sky, and the void collapsed. Endless black cracks spread out in all directions, and the immortal mountain range was a terrifying scene. The large black dog was scared out of his wits. This kind of headless horseman was too terrifying. If he got close enough, with a sweep of his spear, everyone would be destroyed in body and soul. He stuck out his tongue very long, and his heart was burning with anxiety. His large claws continuously moved, changing the details of the formation patterns, and trying to adjust the direction of the teleportation. "Doggy, do your best." Little Nan Nan was also very nervous. She hid in Yi Fan's arms, and looked timidly at the headless horseman that was almost right in front of him. The large black dog desperately activated the Dao patterns, and his large claws slammed down one last time. Endless light surged, and with a flash, they disappeared from where they were. They finally succeeded in crossing the void at the last moment. In the instant that they disappeared, the headless horseman arrived, and his spear pierced through heaven and earth, collapsing the space, and pierced thereafter images. An incomparably terrifying might surged like a tsunami, and the entire primitive ancient forest was instantly turned into powder. Nothing existed anymore. However, the formation patterns left behind by the Void Emperor were not destroyed, and were still preserved. This place formed a world of its own, and was filled with the aura of the Great Tao. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the others appeared, and looked around in confusion. There were golden sand everywhere, and the sun was scorching. The dryness and heat made one's body feel like it was about to burn. The surroundings were completely silent, and there was not the slightest sound. This was a golden desert that stretched as far as the eye could see. All the sand was extremely hot, and under the scorching sun, it released a scalding heat that could almost roast a person. There wasn't a trace of wind, and the heatwave was like an oven. The scorching heat was unbearable. There was no life in the golden desert, and it was as if there were flames burning. "Doggy, you didn't really teleport us to the western desert, right?" Little Nan Nan asked, her voice very tender. Yi Fan and Li Heishui were completely dumbfounded. The endless desert, under the scorching sun, was flowing with golden light, like a scorching furnace. Both of them screamed. "Damn dog, I'm going to skin you." "That's ridiculous. From the eastern wastelands to the central plains, all the way to the western desert? Even with your eyes closed, that's more accurate. How did you do it?" The two of them pounced over, pressing down on the large black dog, and began to fight it. This damn dog was too infuriating, and if they didn't give it a good beating, they wouldn't be able to appease their anger. Just an accident, just an accident. The large black dog was also a bit dumbfounded. "Can you go any further? From the easternmost point of this world to the westernmost point? If you're not careful, will you teleport us to the sun?" "Am I that ridiculous?" the large black dog mumbled. "Isn't this ridiculous? You're really a genius." Even if little Nan Nan was the one to activate the Tao pattern, she wouldn't be so unreliable. Actually, the western desert is not bad. The Tempest Temple on Mount Meru is a divine place, and countless cultivators go there every year to make a pilgrimage. "We can go there for a walk," the large black dog said. Yi Fan and Li Heishui wanted to kill it, but this damn dog was still stubborn and spoke with justice. It really deserved a beating. "You teleported Pang Bo to the central plains, sent Tu Fei to the north plains, and brought us to the western desert. Damn. I've never seen such a ridiculous dog like you. Pang Bo is easy to deal with. If we go to a place with outstanding people, maybe we'll have a great opportunity. But how can Tu Fei, who likes crowds, endure it? He can walk in the North Plains for dozens of years without seeing a single person. Facing the barren land all day, won't he go crazy from boredom?" The two of them scolded the Black Emperor together, while little Nan Nan was very obedient, playing with the sand at the side. She didn't feel sad or worried at all. For peerless spirit herbs that are tens of thousands of years old are smeared on Big Mouth. It's like he has 4 more lives. He definitely won't die. The large black dog was still stubborn, and at the same time, he was extremely angry, regretting that he didn't distribute the peerless spirit herbs first. "This damn dog is too outrageous. Damn, I'm so angry, beat it up." Woof. A battle between a human and a dog occurred, and they started fighting in the golden desert. The barking lasted for a long time before it slowly quieted down. Finally, they flew out of the desert, looking for green continents and prosperous cities. Something's not right. After flying for a few hundred miles, they saw lush mountain peaks. Soon, they were out of the desert. It was completely different from what they had expected. "Who are you? How can you enter the martial arts practice ground of our Wind tribe?" someone shouted in front of them. Yi Fan and the others looked at each other, momentarily at a loss. "What did you say? Wind tribe? Which Wind tribe? Is it the tribe of that little girl Feng Huang?" the large black dog asked. "How dare you blaspheme our tribe's princess like this?" Those people's expressions were all very ugly. The large black dog instantly cried out strangely. Then, he ferociously pounced at Yi Fan and Li Heishui, saying, "Brat, did you hear that? This is the central region of the Eastern Desolation, not the Western Desert. Just now, you two actually dared to treat me like that." They quickly understood the situation, and didn't leave the Eastern Desolation. This desert was formed by the battles of the elites of the Wind tribe over the years, and it was over 1,000 miles long. "You are the saintly physique Yi Fan, and he is that evil dog?" Someone recognized them, and their expressions all changed. "Damn, do you know how to speak? You call him the saintly physique, but you should at least call me the saintly spirit." The large black dog bared his white teeth, shocking those people. The people of the Wind tribe looked at each other, but in the end they didn't say anything. The doomsday saintly physique even dared to kill the saintess of a supreme sect in the middle state. So they naturally didn't want to be unlucky. This place was only a few hundred miles away from the Wind tribe. It could be said that they had already arrived at this important place of the holy tribe. As they flew past, they unexpectedly saw many people rushing over. What's going on? Why are they all gathering towards the Wind tribe? Li Heishui was puzzled. Yi Fan stopped a passerby and asked him the reason. He unexpectedly found out that the 1500th birthday of the Wind tribe's Saint Lord was approaching, and many people had come to offer their blessings. Brother Yi, Brother Li, it really is a small world. Loud laughter came from the distant sky. The great Xia Prince Xia Yiming and the white-clothed little nun Xia Yilan flew over. There were also a few elders beside them, and they were obviously all super experts. Brother Xia, why have you come? Yi Fan asked with a smile. The Wind tribe's Saint Lord's birthday is approaching, so we came to offer our blessings, Xia Yiming said with a smile. Their uncle had come personally, and the two of them accompanied him. They wanted to get to know some young elites, so they came to the central region. Let's go together, the great Xia Prince said with a smile. Yi Fan pondered for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. He was indebted to the Saint Lord of the Wind clan. Now that he was here and was invited by the Prince of Grand Xia, if he were to reject, it wouldn't be too good for him. The Wind tribe was the most ancient clan in the eastern wasteland. They were both powerful and mysterious. They learned from the world and obtained the supreme mysteries of the Great Tao. They were an extremely powerful clan. From the fact that the Supreme Divine King had chosen them and wanted Yi Fan to marry him, one could see some clues. In the eastern wasteland, no one was willing to offend them. They all wanted to be on good terms with them. The Wind tribe had gone through various periods of chaos, but they never declined. They had already become a super colossus that overlooked the world. Their foundation was so deep that few could compare to them. From afar, the Wind tribe's atmosphere was shocking. The 800 floating islands were scattered all over the place, shining like pearls. Every single island was different from the others. They were like pure lands that could make people feel at ease. The Wind tribe is really astonishing. The legends say that they have 800 divine islands, and it is indeed true. Li Heishui praised. The 800 islands did not move at all as they hung in the sky. Celestial mist surged, and it was like a beautiful divine land. Celestial flowers bloomed, waterfalls flowed, and springs flowed. 5 colors lingered, and it was otherworldly. There were also many palaces on the islands. They were richly ornamented, and there were dragons and phoenixes coiled around them. Celestial clouds flowed, and it was like an otherworldly kingdom of gods. Many celestial cranes, colorful birds, and other spirit beasts flew between the islands. In the innermost depths, there were endless mountains that stood high in the sky. They were majestic, and intimidating. In the middle of the mountains, there was a grand ancient city that would never sink. Outsiders could not see it. There was one of the most powerful holy lands, and it was said that it was an ancient city left behind by gods. Many legendary figures of the Wind tribe stood outside the divine islands, welcoming everyone with smiles, and constantly clasping their hands to express their gratitude. Dogs that have not taken human form are not allowed to enter. Someone stopped Yi Fan and the others, not allowing the large black dog to enter no matter what. In the past, even when your sect master invited me, I would not come. The large black dog was furious. This is the rule. Beast pets are not allowed to enter. The expressions of those from the Wind tribe were very ugly. Who is a beast pet? The human pets that I have taken in have all entered, so why are you not allowing me to enter? He shouted in anger. He stretched out a large paw and pointed at some disciples of the Holy Lands. There were indeed people who had been captured by the large black dog before. At this moment, they wanted nothing more than to skin him alive and flee into the 800 islands. They did not want to provoke an even more embarrassing incident. Let them enter. An elder from the Wind tribe walked over. Yi Fan recognized him. He had seen him in the northern region divine city before, and he bowed in greeting. Different people were led into different islands. Yi Fan and the others went deep into a massive island. Most of the people here were young disciples of the Holy Lands. When they entered, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Many holy sons and holy daughters came, and all of them revealed strange expressions. They were shocked that Yifan was still alive. That was because half a year had almost passed, yet he had actually not died yet. Cough. Yifan coughed out a trace of blood, and he absent-mindedly wiped it away with a white cloth. Many people could not describe their feelings. In the southern region, they had seen him often coughing up blood, yet he could battle the inheritor of Ruthless, Hua Yunfei, and kill the holy daughter of a supreme sect in the Middle State. Now, he was still coughing up blood, causing many people to silently criticize him. They felt that he should be struck by lightning. He always misled people, and in the end, he killed a large number of people every time. It really made them speechless. Is Brother Ye's body well? Yao Guang's saint son asked. His body was shrouded in a divine halo, and it was difficult for others to feel ill will. Holy light covered his body, and he was like a son of God walking in the mortal world. I can probably live for another half a month, Yifan replied. Brother Yi must be joking. You will definitely be able to pass through the death trial. Yao Guang's saint son smiled. Since you, this short-lived ghost, do not have many days left to live, why don't you quickly battle me? The golden-winged little Peking walked over. He was tall and majestic, and his golden pupils were terrifying. He was like a demonic god descending into the world, incomparably oppressive. You think I'm scared of you? If you want to fight, then let's fight. I don't mind eliminating you. Yifan suddenly turned around to face this demonic male. The other party had provoked him several times, so this battle was unavoidable. The other holy sons and holy daughters were all moved. These were two peak experts of the current younger generation. If they fought, it would definitely be a fierce battle. It was a world-shocking battle that everyone was looking forward to. Little bird, your life is truly tough. The Black Emperor muttered. Hung. The golden-winged little Peking snorted coldly. Two streaks of cold lightning shot out from his golden pupils. He, the Wind Phoenix, and the others were not forced into the Undying Mountain. They had escaped by a hair's breadth, but it was much smoother than Yifan's group. Brother Peng, are you going to fight with someone? The Wind Phoenix walked over in spirals. Even though she was wearing a multicolored mask, her phoenix bearing was moving and her celestial appearance was exceptionally beautiful. She smiled lightly and said, Today is not a good time to fight. We can postpone the battle and let us see a confrontation at the peak. Everyone revealed strange expressions. They were very clear about her relationship with Yifan. Seeing her attitude, they all felt that there would definitely be a good show to watch soon. There were young people everywhere on the huge divine island. They were all the elites of the great sects, and they all had impressive talents. However, after seeing the Alcade Saint Child and the Ji clan's divine king physique, everyone consciously chose to keep a low profile. Then, after seeing the little Peking and Yifan, everyone became even more restrained, fearing that these two fiends would come knocking on their doors. The little Peking had always been arrogant and untamed. If he was ruthless, he wouldn't even recognize his own kin. Rumor has it that he had killed 13 of his own race. He was cold-blooded and cruel, possessing a natural demonic nature. There was no need to talk about Yifan, he had killed many disciples from the Holy Lands. Many of the Alcade and Ji clan's disciples had fallen in his hands, and even the Purple Mansion's saintess had been suppressed by him. Not long ago, he had even killed the saintess of a supreme sect in the Central Plains. How many people dared to provoke him? The younger generation had to take a detour after seeing him. After the Wind Phoenix's interference, the little Peking snorted coldly and stared fixedly at Yifan. I'll let you live for a few more days. Birdman, if you dare to talk to me like this again, I'll kill you right now. I don't care where this is. Yifan stood up and pressed forward. His golden finger quickly arrived at the little Peking's nose. You dare to point at me? The little Peking's eyes turned vertical. He flipped his right hand and grabbed at Yifan's finger, wanting to break it. Dang, Yifan's finger emitted divine radiance as it slashed at the enemy's hand, wanting to break it. His divine physique had just formed, and his physical body was unparalleled. He wanted to infuriate the little Peking and cause him to suffer greatly. However, when the two collided, an ear-splitting sound rang out like the beating of a divine drum. The little Pung King staggered backwards. His palm was bright red with blood flowing out. Even though he had slashed the little Pung King away, Yi Fan was astonished. His physical body was so powerful that no one in the same generation dared to face it head-on. However, the little Pung King took it head-on. Even though he suffered greatly, his palm did not break. This didn't make sense. The Sky Pung race could kill the dragon race, and their physical bodies were indeed unparalleled. However, it was impossible for them to face the current Yi Fan head-on. Boom, golden-winged little Pung King's hands were flowing with golden blood. Then, it ignited into golden divine light, and the injured parts quickly recovered. His palms were powerful, and there were no longer any injuries. This is Skyrock True Blood. He received the baptism of the heavenly Pung True Blood. Everyone was shocked. In the past, the old Pung King had obtained the heavenly Pung True Blood from an ancient ruin. This was a sacred object left behind by the heavenly Pung race's ancestor. It could help his descendants transform into the heavenly Pung sacred body. The old Pung King used some of it himself, but he kept most of it. At this moment, everyone saw the golden blood burning into divine flames between his palms and fingers. They immediately understood what had happened. After hearing their words, Yi Fan stared blankly. Then, in an extremely domineering manner, he pressed forward and once again pointed at the little Peng's nose, saying, "If you're not convinced, then come and try again." Everyone was stupefied. What kind of person was the little Pung King? Who dared to treat him like this? The sacred doomsday physique was indeed fearless, pointing at his nose and coldly scolding him in front of everyone in the younger generation. Wung, the little Pung King released a cold snort. His palm was as large as a dustpan as it slammed forward, releasing endless golden radiance. He truly wanted to break Yi Fan's bones and snap his tendons. Dang, Yi Fan was not afraid at all. He raised his hand to meet the attack. The millstone-sized golden palm seemed like it was forging iron, shaking the entire island. The sacred doomsday physique's body was unparalleled, comparable to a holy lord-level figure. He struck the little Pung King until he retreated more than 10 steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger was completely torn, and blood flowed out. Do you think that you are number one under the heavens after the baptism of the heavenly Pung True Blood? Unless you dig out an even older ancestor and obtain the Kuan Pung True Blood, you can come and give it a try. Yi Fan continued to press forward with large steps. He still extended his right hand and pointed at the little Pung King's nose, berating him in front of everyone. This kind of attitude could be said to be quite disrespectful, but Yi Fan did not mind. This was because the little Pung King was too arrogant, provoking and wanting to kill him again and again. He was doing this intentionally. The saint children and saintesses all stood at the side. Everyone's heart was beating wildly. The little Pung King's physique that was cleansed with the Sky Pung True Blood was inferior to the sacred doomsday physique. This completely destroyed their hope. Now, they could only use their overflowing magic power to suppress him. Good, good, good. The little Pung King shouted coldly, "After this matter is over, I will fight with you. I will use supreme magic power to suppress you to death." Yi Fan did not say anything else. He raised his golden palm and slapped over. To deal with this wild and unruly madman, he could only be more arrogant than him. The little Pung King's lungs were about to explode from anger. He was pointed at and berated by someone, and now, a golden palm was slashing him. This was an experience he had never experienced before. Especially now, in front of everyone in the younger generation, it was difficult for him to bear. Little Yi is too immoral. He wants to anger the little Pung King and eat him to death, Li Heishui muttered. Serves him right. Otherwise, he would always act like he is number one in the world. Every time we meet, he thinks he is invincible and looks down on us. He is incredibly arrogant. This is how we should treat him, the large black dog said. Dang, another loud sound rang out. The little Pung King's body trembled violently from the strike. He gave a long cry, and his entire body shone with golden light. It was as if a demon god had awakened. His head of golden hair danced wildly, and he was about to battle Yi Fan. Do you think I am afraid of you? Yi Fan took a step forward. His palm turned into a golden divine tablet that was carved with congenital patterns. He was about to strike out. Enough. The wind phoenix walked over and blocked Yi Fan. She was graceful, and the phoenix mask on her face shone with five-colored splendor. Her entire body was sparkling and translucent, as if she was a goddess of the ninth heaven who had descended into the mortal world. Do you have anything to say? Yi Fan asked indifferently. My grandfather's 1500th birthday is approaching, yet you are making a scene here. What are your intentions? The princess of the Wind clan rebuked. Didn't you see that he was the one who provoked me time and time again? Yi Fan glanced at her. I only saw that you are unreasonable. The Wind Phoenix's words were cold. You also said that I am reasonable. You should go and ask him why he is provoking and making a scene here before the birthday of the divine leader of the Wind clan. Yi Fan smiled slightly. Humph. The little Pun King revealed his killing intent, but he forcefully suppressed his anger and turned to leave. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and explode. He walked to the other side of the giant island, away from Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled lightly and brushed past the Wind Phoenix. He ignored her and started to converse with others. The Wind Phoenix faltered, but seeing his attitude, it was not good for her to act up. She humped coldly and turned to leave, leaving behind a fragrant scent. The prince of the Xia kingdom, Yao Yuekong, Yi Fan, and Li Heishui were talking. They were of high status and were not afraid of anyone. During this time, Yi Fan asked the little nun in white where the divine silkworm had gone. Xia Yilan wrinkled her nose and sighed. She had seen the divine silkworm several times in the northern region, but the little golden creature had completely forgotten about her and ignored her. It had even disappeared recently. Is this the holy body, brother Yi Fan? You really are a generation's genius. To be able to meet you today, it truly is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. A refined and elegant man walked over. His face was white, and a gentle smile hung on his face. You are? Yi Fan was confused. My name is Zhao Fa. I am just a nobody. I can't compare to brother Yi. I came here because I have the guts to make a friend. Zhao Fa smiled. Be careful. This guy is not easy to deal with. He comes from the Ziwei sect. Their heritage is mysterious and they are not a holy land. However, their disciples are all powerful. Yao Yuekong transmitted his voice. When Yi Fan heard the word Ziwei, his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but size up Zhao Fa. He looked very gentle and did not look like a cultivator. Li Heishui also transmitted his voice. I have heard of this guy. He is not a good person. He has a sweet mouth but a cold heart. He likes to play dirty at critical moments. He has a bad reputation. The Ziwei sect is not very powerful, but they are rich and have a hand in many industries. Brother Zhao, you are too polite. We are friends. There is no need to be so polite, Yi Fan replied with a smile. Zhao Fa said a lot and finally got to the point. He wanted to buy Yi Fan's black golden dragon holy spirit sword at a high price. He also wanted to buy the seed of the Qilin divine medicine. Yi Fan thought for a while and understood. Everyone knew that he did not have long to live. Zhao Fa wanted to get his treasures in advance. He couldn't help but laugh. It's not that I don't want to sell it, but I can't. In a few days, I might have to sever my cultivation and use the seed of the Qilin to prolong my life. I will become a normal mortal. As for the black golden dragon holy spirit sword, I plan to use it to exchange for some peerless spirit medicine to prolong my life. Not only was Zhao Fa shocked, but the other saints and saintesses also looked over. He wanted to sever his cultivation just to survive. Was this true? This was a big deal. Brother Yi, it is a pity that you have encountered such a disaster. I believe that you will definitely be able to get through this and shine in the future. Zhao Fa laughed and turned to leave. After a while, little Nan Nan raised her head and shook Yi Fan's leg. Big brother, he is not a good person. Nan Nan heard him. He was very fierce just now. Nan Nan, what did you hear? Yi Fan was surprised and squatted down. He didn't expect the little girl's hearing to be so extraordinary. Little Nan Nan heard that Zhao Fa was talking to someone in secret. They wanted to harm Yi Fan and rob him of his treasures before he died. Or if he became immortal, she would kill him. Yao Yuekong and the Xiao prince were shocked. They didn't hear anything, but little Nan Nan knew everything. It was really shocking. Little Nan Nan was like a porcelain doll, very obedient. The little nun in white squatted down and picked her up. She seemed to be very fond of her and gave her a spirit fruit. We will deal with him later. How dare he have such an idea? Li Heishui said fiercely. Yi Fan smiled and said, don't lower yourself to his level. Isn't Ziwei rich enough to rival the world? I have other plans. Soon, a few disciples of the Feng clan walked over. When they passed by Yi Fan, they obviously didn't have a good expression. They couldn't forget the 3 million kilograms of source stone. Someone muttered softly, you still have the nerve to come, young people, you should look further. No matter what, he has obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. Isn't returning the 3 million kilograms of source stone a piece of cake? The large black dog glanced at them a few times. We are about to lose our lives. How can we return it? One of them was very rude. He had been suppressed by Yi Fan before. The servant of the Wind Phoenix was also at the side. She said, you should hand over the dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword and the seed of the Qilin divine medicine. It is not enough to return the 3 million kilograms of source stone. Alright, I'm going to live on just because of what you said. Yi Fan laughed. You, what do you mean? All the young people of the Feng clan were shocked. They couldn't help but take a step back. All the holy sons and holy daughters also looked over. I mean, soon, I will sever my own cultivation and become immortal. I will strive to become a Yuan Taoist master. At that time I will return the source stone to you, Yi Fan said. Everyone was shocked. They knew that Yi Fan had indeed obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. Perhaps he really was going to step onto another path. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. The divine physique really didn't have much time left. It was time to make a choice. At the same time, they were somewhat surprised. Even if Yi Fan's cultivation was completely destroyed, if he became a Yuan Taoist master, he would still be an honored guest of all the great sage. I really don't believe that Brother Yi would sever his own cultivation. When a person stands at the peak, he would rather die than return to being ordinary just to survive. The saint child smiled. His teeth were white, and his skin was flowing with golden light. Even his hair had turned golden. It was as if he was wearing a divine robe. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He finally saw the saint child's edge. This was the first time he had attacked him. Although it was not very obvious, it was a powerful killing move. Yi Fan said he would sever his own cultivation, but the other said such a thing. This was an imprint in everyone's heart. In the future, people would definitely come to test him. Sometimes, the destructive power of a single sentence was more effective and terrifying than a real battle. The saint child's casual words had already planted a seed in everyone's heart. Everyone's state of mind is different, so their choices are also different. I don't have your great ambition, so I can naturally let it go. I only hope to survive. Yi Fan smiled. Brother Yi is very courageous. You are the first saint physique to break the curse in hundreds of thousands of years. How could you be willing to give up? I hope Brother Yi can successfully pass the death trial. The saint child's smile was bright, and his whole body was emitting divine light. Yi Fan sighed and said, before you is the Supreme Emperor's road, and before me is the road of death. I wish you a smooth journey. The ancient emperor's road could not be smooth. He had to fight against the various kings and sweep away the heroes in the world. Only then could he rule the world. After Yi Fan said these words, although the saints did not say anything, no one knew what they were thinking. The saint child did not mind at all. His hair was dyed golden, and he was like a reincarnated god. He smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He definitely won't survive. Even if he severed his own cultivation, he would not be able to pass this trial. That would be even more tragic. A young man from the Wind clan mumbled. That's right. If he takes the Qilin divine medicine seed, it would be wasted. It would be useless. It would be better to use it on our Wind clan. Another Wind Clan disciple was also dissatisfied. The Wind Phoenix's maid, Hua Rongyu, had a status no lower than that of the Wind Clan's disciples. Back in the northern region Divine City, she had been suppressed by Yi Fan and had always harbored a grudge against him. At this time, she also opened her mouth and said sarcastically, "The sacred physique is famous in the world. Who doesn't know about it? I wonder what kind of gift you have prepared for our Holy Lord. He has always been fond of divine items. Are you going to present the Holy Sword and the seed of the Qilin divine medicine to him?" Yi Fan glanced at her and said, "You're just a servant. Do you have the right to speak here?" "You." The woman was so angry that her body trembled. As the maid of the Feng clan's princess, even the direct descendants of the Feng clan had to be polite to her. Normally, no one dared to talk to her like this. "You don't know the rules. Go where you are supposed to go. You are nothing more than a servant girl, yet you dare to point your fingers at me? Do you think a servant like you can control what I give?" rebuked Yi Fan coldly. "You, how dare you?" As the maid of the Feng clan's princess, she had always had her eyes on the top of her head. She really couldn't endure this kind of humiliation. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in anger, and her body trembled in anger. All the holy sons and holy daughters were present. Everyone looked over with different expressions. "Yeah, I'm too daring." Yi Fan smiled lightly and ignored her. He only glanced at the Wind Phoenix indifferently but didn't say anything. "You're still not backing down," the Wind Phoenix said coldly. "Miss." The maid screeched. The Wind Phoenix's gaze swept over coldly, and she was so frightened that she hurriedly shut up. She lowered her head and quickly left this divine island. "I'm sorry, everyone. I didn't discipline her well enough, and she made everyone laugh." After the Wind Phoenix finished speaking, she glanced at Yi Fan and said coldly, "Everyone, don't lower yourself to her level." There was obviously a hidden meaning in her words. She was insinuating that Yi Fan was lowering himself to the same level as her maid. Her words were cold, and there was a hint of disdain in them. The large black dog bared his teeth. He hated this kind of attitude the most. If this wasn't an important place of the Wind Clan, he would definitely attack again. "Doggy, be obedient. Don't bite people. Even if you came with Big Brother, you will still be punished." Little Nan Nan wasn't even as tall as the Black Emperor's leg. She raised her head and pushed it with her little hands. Yi Fan instantly laughed loudly. He picked her up and said, "Nan Nan is so obedient." When the Wind Phoenix heard this, she was somewhat speechless. She turned around and walked to the other side. The other disciples of the Wind Clan looked at each other. Although some of them were very dissatisfied with Yi Fan, they didn't dare to show it to him. They were all well aware of his current situation. At this place, many disciples of the great sects of the Eastern Barren Territory had gathered. Many of them were extraordinary figures. They gathered in twos and threes, chatting and making friends with each other. In the future, many of them would become the leaders of their sections. If they could have some interaction and friendly relations now, it would definitely be of great benefit in the future. Any extraordinary figure would not let go of the opportunity to get to know others. "Brother Yi, I am willing to trade the divine pill of 9 turns for your black gold dragon mark Holy Spirit sword. It can extend your life," Zhao Fei walked back and said with a smile. Although his voice wasn't loud, some people nearby still noticed it. They all looked over and paid attention. Yi Fan wanted to kill him. Since this person pointed it out at this time, it was obvious that he knew Yao Guang Saint's intention. His words were truly unfathomable. To trade or not to trade? This was forcing him to abdicate. The life-extending pill was here. If he didn't trade, it wouldn't make sense. It would make people suspicious. However, Zhao Fei didn't make it known to everyone on the Divine Island. "You want to trade for my black gold dragon mark Holy Spirit sword with just 1 spirit pill? Are you trying to extort me?" Yi Fan asked half-truthfully. His expression was a bit cold. "Brother Yi, you are wrong. This is not an ordinary spirit pill. It is made from a top-grade spirit medicine that has lived for tens of thousands of years. It can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It is a life-extending pill. To you, it is a priceless treasure," Zhao Fei explained with a smile. Yi Fan already knew from little Nan Nan that this person wasn't kind. He was bullying him because he didn't have much time left. In the future, he would be ruthless to him and take away his treasures. A rare commodity. You are trying to extort me in a different way, Yi Fan said. Although he knew that this person wasn't kind and wanted to kill him to take his treasures, it wasn't good to show it now. How could that be? Brother Yi, don't misunderstand me. I just want to give you what you need the most. Zhao Fei smiled politely. Li Heishui sneered, if you want to help Yi Fan, just give him a 9 turns pill. Why do you have to trade like this? Even Hua Yunfei gave him a 9 orifice exquisite pill before. Zhao Fei's expression stiffened. Brother, this joke isn't good. That Hua Yunfei and I are 2 different kinds of people. He has ulterior motives, but I am sincere. Now, Hua Yunfei was rumored to be the inheritor of the ruthless demon emperor. The whole world knew about it. Nobody wanted to have anything to do with him, let alone be compared to him. I want to use the divine sword to trade for the undying god pill. The others won't be of much use. Yi Fan said with a smile and didn't say anything else. Zhao Fei's expression darkened. He didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Little Nan Nan's big eyes were clear and bright. She looked in a certain direction and listened attentively. Then, she shook Yi Fan's arm and whispered, Big brother, he said he will teach you a lesson. Soon, he will trample you under his feet. This guy surnamed Zhao is really one thing on the surface and one thing on the inside. Just like the rumors, he should be chopped into 8 pieces. Li Heishui's expression darkened. Be careful. Yao Yuekong reminded. The Wind Clan's Saint Master's birthday had not arrived yet. However, Yi Fan had no choice but to consider what to give. The Tao Comprehension tea was definitely out of the question. There was no need to mention the divine spring and holy fruits. If he took them out, people would immediately think that he had entered the desolate ancient sacred land and successfully healed his injuries. After gathering here for a long time, he and Li Heishui brought little Nan Nan away. They were prepared to go to the neighboring ancient city Violet Sky capital to take a look and prepare some birthday gifts. The little nun in white was very fond of little Nan Nan. Before they left, she gave her a bracelet. On it was carved a smiling deity holding a flower. It was extremely lifelike. The 800 islands of the Wind Clan went far away. Yi Fan and the others flew for hundreds of li. Suddenly, someone laughed coldly and blocked their path. The maid of the Wind Phoenix appeared with a cold smile on her face. She gritted her teeth and said, You still want to leave? An old man appeared behind her. Although he was dressed like a servant, his strength was unfathomable. One look and one could tell that he was a super expert. What else do you want? Could it be that the Wind Phoenix asked you to come? What is the meaning of this? Yi Fan asked. If the Wind Clan did not provide you with 3 million kilograms of origin source, you are just a piece of trash. Yet, you repeatedly disrespect me. Don't forget what kind of place this is. The maid of the Wind Phoenix's expression became even colder as she said, Don't even think about leaving today. What a big tone. You are only a maid of the Wind Phoenix, yet you dare to come here to kill me. Do you know what this means? Did the Wind Phoenix ask you to come? Yi Fan looked at her calmly. The woman raised her head arrogantly and said coldly, Don't even think about leaving today. Under the pressure of the Divine King, we will not kill you. However, we can still peel off a layer of your skin. Just in time to take back your dragon pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword and the Qilin divine medicine seed. I will take them to the Divine Lord on your behalf to repay your debt. This is the first time I have seen such an arrogant servant. You dare to act like this. You are really different. Yi Fan said. The maid of the Wind Phoenix seemed to dislike people calling her a servant. She screamed, Even the princess did not reprimand me, yet you dare to be rude to me again and again. You just wait to die. Uncle E, quickly take him down and break all the bones in his body. Okay. The old man in green nodded and rushed forward. His hair was white and his body was thin. His fingers shot out sharp blades that were like the wind. 7th transformation of Dragon Transformation. Li Heishui was shocked. They could not fight against such a person. The difference in realm was too big. The old servant stretched out his big hand and grabbed towards Yi Fan. He smiled coldly and looked like he was going to defeat them. You are just an old servant of the Wind Phoenix. Aren't you afraid that the Wind Clan will blame you after they find out? Yi Fan retreated and shouted. Miss will not punish me because you have gone too far. Miss has long been dissatisfied. The old servant in green had a cold expression. His big hand fell and countless innate patterns appeared. They interweaved into a terrifying black cage. He had a look of contempt and wanted to suppress Yi Fan. You two servants are really too much. Yi Fan's face darkened. He quickly dodged and turned to the Black Emperor and said, seal them. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. Facing an expert at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation, he was extremely fearful. Even with the help of the Black Emperor, he might not be able to deal with him, so he had to be absolutely safe. Clang! The old servant's hand was like a ghost claw, shooting out rays of black light. The interweaving cage seemed to be made of dark iron, becoming more and more solid and condensed, like a real purgatory. Little evil creature, you are nothing but a cripple. If not for the help of the Wind Clan, you would be nothing. Now that you dare to behave atrociously in my clan's divine island, I will break your bones and cut your tendons. The old servant laughed coldly. He waved the nether realm cage, surrounding Yi Fan and sealing him inside, slowly refining him. Li Heishui could not help but shout from afar, you old servant, your words are too shameless. It is true that your Wind Clan provided 3 million kilograms of origin, but isn't it because Yi Fan will break the curse? Furthermore, you know very well how useful this batch of origin is. Yi Fan himself can also take out so much origin. Little evil creature, this is a great favor that my clan has given you, yet you do not want to repay it and still dare to be stubborn. Today, I will suppress all of you together. The old servant's expression was ice cold, and his attacks became even fiercer. The black nether realm cage let out a woo-woo sound and became larger and larger, covering the entire sky. Several times, it almost sealed Yi Fan inside. If not for his miraculous footwork and extreme speed, he would have already died. Even the young miss did not scold me, yet you dare to be rude to me. Today, I will skin you alive. The servant girl of the Wind Phoenix screamed at the side, Uncle E, quickly suppress him, we cannot let him escape. Don't worry, I have already locked onto him. Even if he escapes to the ends of the earth, I will find him. The old servant was fearless and was not afraid of Yi Fan escaping at all. He revealed a cold smile like a cat catching a mouse and said, he has the holy sword and the divine medicine seed on him. It is truly a waste to leave these things in the hands of a dying person. Let him return them to my Wind Clan. Boom! Yi Fan let out a cold snort and finally launched his counterattack. A blazing light shot out from his glabella and turned into a beam of golden light that flew towards the old servant in green. Pop! The green-clothed old servant spat out a lotus from his mouth. He turned into a streak of green light and retreated. He was so shocked that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. This type of powerful divine sense made even him feel fear. Pooh! The lotus cracked, but it couldn't block the golden spirit sense at all. He felt a chill and said to himself, the legend is true. This little bastard's spirit sense is amazing. Fortunately, I was prepared. He opened his mouth and spat out. A gust of divine wind rushed out, turning into numerous wind flowers that were shaped like lotuses. They were spotlessly white and flawless, forming a set of divine clothes that tightly protected him. Uncle E, with such an artifact protecting you, killing him will be a piece of cake. The Wind Phoenix's maid was overjoyed. The Wind Battle Robe was a secret treasure of the Feng clan. It specialized in blocking the power of divine sense. After the cyan-robed old slave put on the silver battle robe, he looked much younger and more heroic. Little bastard, let me see if you still have the ability to resist. He shouted coldly. His magic power was like an ocean, condensing in the sky and turning into a natural pattern. It once again forged the underworld cage and pressed down. Yi Fan secretly urged, is the Black Emperor done yet? He is an elite at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation. Do you think he is a pushover? How difficult is it to trap him without him knowing? You still have to wait, the large black dog transmitted his voice. Little girl, come, come, come. You and I will fight for 300 rounds. Li Heishui stared at the wind phoenix's maid and rushed over. You're courting death. The green-clothed old servant sneered. His large hand swept across the sky and slammed down like a small mountain, trapping Li Heishui in this battlefield. You guys are unreasonable. This is wrong. You can't bully us. Little Nan Nan sat on the large black dog and spoke in a childish manner. Little guy, you look quite fresh. Come, let elder sister discipline you. The wind phoenix's maid sneered and turned into a streak of colorful light, rushing over. The large black dog's eyes were cold. He turned around and ran, running around the green-clothed old servant's battlefield. He shouted, I can't be bothered with you. I won't lower myself to your level. You damned dog, I'm going to send you to the kitchen and make you into a main dish. The wind phoenix's maid screamed. I'm going to take you as my human pet. Watch my treasure. He carried little Nan Nan and fled, throwing out all kinds of strange things one after another. On the battlefield, Yi Fan and Li Heishui continuously dodged. Facing an elite at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation, they were under too much pressure. They were almost unable to hold on, but after seeing this scene, they were incomparably excited. I don't have any more patience. Little bastard, stop. An ancient banner appeared in the green-clothed old servant's hand. With a light shake, the void collapsed. The underworld cage expanded, extending towards the two of them. Yi Fan and Li Heishui felt as if they were stuck in a swamp. Their movements were immediately restricted. Chi. 7-colored divine light rushed into the sky. A river of stars flowed out from between Yi Fan's fingers. It was as heavy as a mountain, blocking the purgatory and ancient banner. It was the Saint Bone powder seized from the Yin Yang Saintess. What is this? The green-clothed old servant was startled. He then sneered, this treasure is compatible with me. It's most suitable to be refined into the ancient banner. You still want to seize the treasure? Old thing, your time of death has come. The Black Emperor shouted and transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, instructing him on how to escape. At this moment, the formation pattern had already been laid. Yi Fan and Li Heishui quickly rushed out. This battlefield had already been sealed by starstones, divine blood soil, and other strange things. By the time the green-clothed old servant realized, it was already too late. He couldn't rush out at all. Little bastard, you dare to scheme against me? Old bastard, is it very satisfying for you to keep calling me little bastard? Yi Fan stood outside the formation pattern and sneered, saying, your time of death has come. The female attendant of the Wind Phoenix turned around and fled. She didn't think that an elite at the 7th transformation of the dragon transformation would be sealed like this. She didn't want to wait for death here. You still want to leave? Yi Fan snorted coldly. A large golden hand slapped out, covering the sky like a resplendent cloud. Yi Fan swatted her down as if he was swatting a fly. You can't kill me. She screamed, struggling violently. How could Yi Fan let her go? With a wave of his large golden hand, he grabbed her over. His fingers exerted a bit of force, and many of her bones were broken. He directly threw her in front of the Black Emperor, and said, you can use her as your human pet. This emperor doesn't want such a useless human pet. At the very least, she has to be a saintess. The large black dog didn't like her at all. This is the female attendant of the Wind Phoenix. She can be your human pet and roast lamb legs for you. She's the most suitable, Li Heishui said with a smile. Woof. Under the control of the Black Emperor, the formation pattern changed, and the sealed area continued to shrink. Yi Fan stood outside, waving his large golden palm and continuously smashing it in. Old bastard, didn't you want to suppress me? You want to break my bones and break my tendons? Why don't I give you a beating first? His physical body was unparalleled, and how could the people of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm compare to him? In this narrow space, even the magic power of this old servant had been sealed, and he couldn't resist at all. Pung, pung, Yi Fan's large golden palm continuously slashed down, and he controlled his strength, causing this old servant in green to continuously cough up blood. His bones were broken one after another, and he couldn't stand at all. You two are only a pair of slaves, yet you dare to come and kill me? You've really gone too far. Yi Fan didn't know how many times he had slashed down, and this old servant in green was about to become minced meat. However, he didn't die. The life force of the elites of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm was very strong, and as long as they still had a breath left, they would be able to live. Let me vent my anger as well. Li Heishui took over his position, and continuously slashed down dozens of large palms, beating the old servant in green until he almost didn't look human anymore. He let out inhuman cries for mercy. Speak, did the Wind Phoenix ask you to come? Yi Fan asked forcefully. We just acted on our own, and the princess is very angry. We felt that she wouldn't object, so we came to kill you. The female attendant of the Wind Phoenix was completely frightened, and she almost collapsed onto the ground. The divine master of the wind race isn't bad. If I kill the two of them, I'll really be sorry, Yi Fan said in a low voice. Don't kill us. The female attendant of the Wind Phoenix was truly afraid, and she sighed and begged for mercy. Even the old servant completely gave in. How about this, I'll be kind and banish them into the army, the Black Emperor said. He copied a large part of the chessboard and formation patterns that he had seen on the Undying Mountain. He was very excited. These were the formation patterns left behind by the great ancient emperor, and he wanted to experiment on these two people. He said, teleport them to the western desert. They won't be able to fly back even after several decades. Let those baldies reform them. Don't. The old servant in green cried out loudly. Hong. Light soared into the sky, and Dao patterns flickered. He suddenly disappeared from where he was, leaving behind a terrifying wave of energy in the void. The large black dog stared blankly, and only cursed after a long while. F***ck, what's going on? Yi Fan and Li Heishui didn't even need to think to know that this damn dog had definitely done something inappropriate again. He definitely didn't teleport to the western desert. Where did you send them? I think they were teleported to the southern mountains, the large black dog mumbled uncertainly. Damn dog, you really are a genius. To be able to teleport from the western desert to the southern mountains, which ordinary person could do that? Can you find someone more ridiculous than you? Li Heishui attacked. Woof. The large black dog was flustered and exasperated. In the end, they didn't teleport the female servant of the Wind Phoenix out. The large black dog reluctantly temporarily took her as a human pet, and then came to Violet Sky Capital. Violet Sky Capital was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central region of the Eastern Wasteland. From ancient times until now, who knew how many legends had been left behind? According to legend, it was a purple gold sky capital in the illusory celestial realm that fell into the mortal world, forming this famous giant city. Yi Fan and the others wandered around here for 2 days, traveling to various large stone squares. They wanted to prepare a gift for the divine leader of the wind race. In the end, Yi Fan chose a strange stone in a stone square of the Ziwei sect and bought it. However, he didn't cut it open on the spot. He already saw what was inside. It was a piece of divine source, and it was enough as a birthday gift. He didn't want to cause a commotion in Purple Sky Capital. Yi Fan really wanted to pick out a few more strange stones and completely return the 3 million gene of origin source to the Phone Clan. Otherwise, those youngsters would always mention this matter, making him feel very uncomfortable. Unfortunately, even though there were many stone workshops, how could there be rare treasures everywhere? To be able to find a piece of divine source was already very rare. He did not have any other gains. For the past 2 days, the Wind Phoenix's maids had been by his side and were in charge of doing all kinds of trivial things, such as carrying bags, feeding the dogs, paying the bills, cleaning the tables and chairs. After many people recognized him, they couldn't help but be shocked, and they discussed him behind his back. What's going on? Why is the personal maid of the princess of the Phone Clan working for the sacred body? That can't be right. The Pearl of the Phone Clan is very arrogant. How could she let her maid do these trivial things for the holy body that she doesn't like? Can you people have a better eye? He's my human pet, the large black dog said, and everyone's jaws dropped to the ground in shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Are you very envious? I don't mind taking you as my human pet. You look SOSO, the large black dog said to those people shamelessly. Damn, this damn dog is too despicable. I'll skin him alive sooner or later. Let's go, I'll treat everyone to black dog meat today. The group of people cursed their bad luck, but they didn't want to argue with him. At the same time, they were very expectant. If the Wind Phoenix found out, what kind of expression would she have? I hope the Wind Phoenix gets this news soon. Her mate is being treated as a human pet by a vicious dog. She'll definitely kill her way here. That's right. I hope that moment comes soon. Yi Fan walked in Zitiandu and didn't notice anything unusual, but little Nan Nan tugged at the corner of his clothes and said innocently, someone always appears. What? Yi Fan was shocked inwardly. His spiritual senses were extremely sharp, yet he didn't sense anything at all, not sensing anything at all. This was not a good sign. If the one who came had ill intentions towards him, he might suffer greatly. He changes into a different person every time, and appeared several times, little Nan Nan said obediently. Where? Yi Fan felt a little uneasy. He has already disappeared. He doesn't stay for long every time, and he might appear again. The little girl blinked her big eyes and looked at the crowd. Did you notice anything unusual? Yi Fan asked the Black Emperor and Li Heishui. They were all very shocked. They didn't sense anything at all, and didn't know that they had been followed. This made them all vigilant. The person who came was obviously not ordinary. They asked little Nan Nan in detail to understand what kind of person he was. He changes into a different appearance every time, but Nan Nan can recognize him at a glance. Little Nan Nan said tenderly. Yi Fan and the others couldn't help but be surprised. Little Nan Nan's spiritual sense was too sharp, beyond their imagination. She saw that person's true body. It was a very ordinary man who wouldn't be noticed at all. He changed into a different appearance every time, hiding in the crowd, and observing Yi Fan from 30 meters away. 30 meters. This is a critical point. He doesn't dare to approach easily, which is a good thing. If he sneaks up to us without us knowing, it will be too dangerous. Li Heishui was a little uneasy. The large black dog revealed a serious expression, and asked little Nan Nan about the process in detail. He even asked about every movement of that person and every step he took. Sneaking up to about 30 meters away from us is too unusual. This is a terrifying person. The large black dog revealed a thoughtful expression. Did you think of something? Yi Fan asked. That person sneaked up to 30 meters in front of them, and besides little Nan Nan, no one could detect him. This was indeed frightening. I hope my feeling is wrong, or else it will be big trouble. The large black dog was a little nervous, and couldn't help but look around. What did you deduce? Yi Fan's heart sank. World of men. The large black dog spat out these 3 words, and became even more uneasy. He swept his gaze over the surroundings, and told little Nan Nan to keep an eye out for any suspicious people. The human world. Li Heishui shuddered. They had just come out from the Undying Mountain range not too long ago, and they had previously found out what kind of terrifying power this was. It was a power that made even the Holy Lands tremble in fear during the ancient times. In the past, on this boundless great earth, there were 3 great ancient assassin dynasties. They were imperishable through the ages, their inheritance is ancient, making even the great sage feel a chill. They had even killed ancient sages before. The celestial court wielded the supreme scepter of assassins, ruling over the world. With a single thought, blood flowed like a river on the earth. It was like the supreme ancient heaven, dictating the fate of others. The world of mortals is a boundless sea of people. You can't defend against them at all. You don't know when they will unleash a sure-kill attack. Even the ancient sages couldn't avoid it. It was rumored that in their ancient palace, there was a white bone tower piled up from the skulls of various kings. It killed all the heroes of the world, and no one could resist it. In the underworld, there was a group of fallen deities. They wielded divine swords dripping with blood, and they killed all the saints of the world. They were powerful and ruthless, terrifying and bloody. It was rumored that in the underworld, the skin, bones, flesh, internal organs, and other things of the ancient saints they killed were preserved. They were cold-blooded and shocking, and they were extremely mysterious. The celestial court was destroyed by the alliance of the ancient Holy Lands, but the world of mortals and the underworld still existed. It was just that they acted in a much more low-profile manner, and the people of the world didn't know where they were. Is it really the world of mortals? Even Yifan couldn't remain calm. This was a piece of shocking news. I still can't be sure, but I have a feeling that it is very similar to them. Otherwise, who could avoid my spiritual senses? The Black Emperor was extremely nervous. Its origins were mysterious, and it was especially fearful of the ancient assassin dynasty. Who did we offend? Why did the world of mortals appear? Li Heishui felt a chill on his neck. Looking at everyone on the street, it seemed like they were the ruthless people of the world of mortals. They didn't completely hide themselves from the world. They left behind all kinds of clues, and accepted requests from the people of the world. Many ancient inheritances can be found, and we can ask them to act. The large black dog's expression was difficult to remain calm. You mean, someone asked them to act and kill us? Li Heishui asked in shock. The three great assassin dynasties of the ancient times. Even though they cultivated through slaughter, they would never kill people for no reason. It must be some ancient inheritance, and someone found them. The Black Emperor bared its teeth. Even it was uncertain. It had always been fearless, but when faced with one of the three great assassin dynasties of the ancient times, it felt a chill in its heart, and fear welled up in it. Right at this moment, little Nan Nan tugged at the corner of Yifan's clothes, her large eyes blinking. She looked very obedient, and didn't say anything. Although she was very pure, she was also very intelligent. Yifan knew that person had appeared again. He pretended to glance over carelessly, and found that this person was really too ordinary. There was no special characteristics, and he was no different from the people on the street. He peeped with his powerful spirit sense, but couldn't find any abnormality. Only when he used his divine eyes did he see another face, which proved that he was not an ordinary person. There was no flow of divine power, no exuberant blood qi, and no killing intent. This didn't conform to the common sense of a cultivator. It was too peaceful and ordinary, and impossible to guard against. After a short pause, that person didn't show the slightest bit of weakness, and disappeared into the sea of people with the flow of people. The few of them didn't act rashly. It's that kind of terrifying cultivation technique, that freakish aura-concealing divine technique. It really is the world of mortals. The large black dog was very excited, and all the black fur on his body stood up. Why is it like this? Li Heishui also felt scared. Let's pray, and hope that the current mortal world is no longer the ancient assassin dynasty. Otherwise, we will be in great trouble. The large black dog bared his teeth. In the ancient palace of the mortal world, the skulls of various kings were displayed. If there was also a skull of a saint, it might be something that they would be very happy to see. What are you afraid of? I have the inheritance of the celestial court, and I have the scepter of the ancient assassin dynasty. If the mortal world really wants to touch me, I will definitely kill them. Yifan said calmly, but his words were very firm. The key is that the inheritance of the celestial court is incomplete. There is only the first half of the saint technique of killing, and it lacks the core of the second half, one of the 9 secrets. The large black dog looked worried. What is one of the 9 secrets that the celestial court has mastered? Yifan asked. The ancient god dynasty had passed away too long ago. Not to mention the people of the present, even in the past, there were not many people who knew which secret they had mastered. Apart from me, I'm afraid no one in this world knows, the large black dog said. The attainment secret was world-shaking, and almost no one knew that it was the core saint technique of the ancient assassin dynasty, the celestial court, and it was the foundation of everything. This secret is so powerful? Li Heishui was shocked. It's ridiculously powerful. According to the legends, when one breaks through to the pinnacle level, they can change time, the large black dog said. The Xing character of the 9 secrets represented the limits of the world. Not only did one possess the fastest speed in the world, one could also leap through the 9 heavens and traverse through the 9 underworlds. Innate formation markings couldn't trap him, supreme Tao techniques couldn't stop him, and even if the 10-direction extreme formation was laid down, he could still pass through it. This was the secret of travel, nothing could stop him. The large black dog sighed softly, and said, "The supreme secret art of dimension, no matter how long you've passed down your legacy, no matter how many formations you've set up to seal off your sect, you still won't be able to stop those who have cultivated the secret art of dimension. It's as if they've entered an unstoppable realm." Yifan finally understood why the celestial court was so terrifying. No one could stop them, and they could walk anywhere in the world. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could rule the world. The secret word of attainment could be sublimated to the extreme. When the speed broke through the limits of the world, it would be the evolution of time. However, since ancient times, only the first master of the celestial court, the old sage who had lived 2 lives after obtaining the immortal godly medicine, had managed to reach the boundary. "We didn't obtain the secret word of attainment, but I have the mad old man's movement technique, which is also a kind of extreme speed. It should be able to be used together with the celestial court's divine killing technique to resist the person who came from the human world," Yifan said. "I keep having the feeling that your movement technique has a hint of the secret word of attainment. Perhaps there really is a connection. Perhaps it can be used together with the celestial court's divine killing technique." The large black dog nodded. Yifan and the others left Zitiandu, and once again arrived in front of the Wind Tribe's 800 divine islands. On the way, they severed part of the memories of the Wind Phoenix female servant. There were some things that they couldn't let her know. The mysterious person from the human world didn't appear again, but they couldn't truly feel at ease. Since they had been targeted by the other party, they definitely wouldn't be so kind. "We have to find out exactly who it is that wants to deal with us," Li Heishui said. This time, they headed to the Wind Tribe's largest ancient island. All of the guests surged there, and when they passed by the central region, they saw many great mountains that had existed since the ancient underworld, surrounding an ancient divine city. Many people were discussing. All of the Wind Tribe's trump cards were suppressed inside. That was the foundation of their standing at the peak of the eastern wasteland, and even divine masters couldn't easily enter. They couldn't stay here for a long time. Everyone could only pass by hurriedly, or else they would be forcefully asked to leave. Many people came to the Wind Tribe Divine Master's 1500th birthday celebration. There were cultivators everywhere on the Divine Island, and many of them were great figures whose names shook the world. When Yifan and the others arrived, they saw a few divine masters one after another, and they were all astonished. This was truly a place where elites were as common as clouds. If anyone dared to come here and provoke them, they would definitely die a tragic death. Yao Guang Saint Child, Little Pun King, Jade Lake Saintess, Ji Clan's Divine King Physique, and the others of the younger generation couldn't come forward. They could only sit far away. There were too many older generation figures that came, and they were all powerful rulers of their regions. Many people revealed astonished expressions when they saw the Wind Phoenix's maids standing obediently behind Yifan's group. They were all a bit puzzled. The Wind Phoenix naturally saw this scene. She had already heard a few rumors. Even though she was wearing a multicolored mask, one could imagine that her expression was definitely not good. "You should return to your princess side. We can't afford to raise you." Yifan undid her restriction. The Wind Phoenix's maids didn't dare to make a ruckus. She lowered her head and quickly retreated. She was truly afraid that Yifan would disregard everything and say some unpleasant words. If that happened, the Wind Tribe definitely wouldn't let her off for the sake of face. Everyone presented their gifts. Yifan took out a swarthy black stone that was only as big as a faceplate and handed it over to the Wind Tribe's people. "I heard that he obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master and gave him a piece of origin stone. It must be a precious item," someone discussed in a low voice. Some of the young disciples of the Wind Tribe frowned. They were still the group of people who had always been dissatisfied with Yifan. They didn't believe that Yifan could find a divine item in such a short time. Otherwise, why didn't he cut it open? Zhao Fa from the Ziwei sect laughed and said, "I know about this stone. It has been displayed in my Ziwei stone workshop for many years. I didn't think that Brother Yi would buy it. This stone is a leftover material cut from a strange stone that contains divine origin." Everyone was in an uproar. Many people looked over and felt that Yifan was a bit unreasonable. How could he just casually buy a stone to make up the numbers? I knew that he was deliberately mystifying things. That isn't a divine item at all. He didn't want to give the divine sword and the divine medicine seed to the divine master, so he gave a broken stone to make up the numbers. This is too much. He actually dares to look down on our Wind tribe. The disciples of the Wind tribe who had been suppressed by Yi Fan in the northern region were all dissatisfied. They revealed expressions of anger and glared at Yi Fan. Are you sure that this is a leftover material and that you have cut out divine origin before? Yi Fan looked at Zhao Fei in shock. That's right. At that time I saw it with my own eyes. A fist-sized divine origin was cut out from the main stone. This is only the outer layer of the stone. Zhao Fei smiled and nodded. Yi Fan laughed and said, the Ziwei sect really knows how to do business. They're selling these scraps as rare stones. You can't say that. The origin stone business has always been like this. We're willing to take the beating. Plus, we didn't sell this for a very high price. Zhao Fei smiled. As expected, he bought the stone because it was cheap. This is too much. He's looking down on the Feng clan. How can this be? This is too much. The Wind clan's group of extremely radical youngsters who had always hated Yi Fan were now furious. Quite a few of them revealed looks of disdain, glaring at him furiously. Yi Fan ignored these people. The Feng clan's sacred leader's birthday was near. He didn't want to cause any trouble with these people. He just wanted to return the 1 million kilograms of origin source as soon as possible. Otherwise, people would always find out about his shortcomings. He smiled and glanced at Zhao Fei. I deeply admire the Ziwei sect for doing business. But sometimes, divine items can be found in these unremarkable stones. Then do you dare to cut it open? A Feng clan disciple sneered. Zhao Fei's smile did not diminish. I've long heard that Brother Ye's Genesis technique is amazing. Why don't you cut it open now and let us see? I originally wanted to give you a origin stone. That would be full of suspense. I'll leave it for sacred leader Feng to play with. Since everyone wants to see, I'll just cut it open. Yi Fan stepped forward. He did not take out his silver knife. Instead, he used his fingers to cut the stone. It was like a divine blade cutting tofu. Dust fell to the ground. There were a few young elites here. When they saw someone cutting the stone, they began to discuss. This attracted the attention of the people at the other tables. For a moment, many people paid attention to this area. Crack. Yi Fan's fingers shook slightly. The black stone cracked completely. He obviously didn't want to waste time and wanted to peel it off directly. Is it really rare? Seeing how he doesn't care, it can't be something priceless. Genesis technique grandmasters are very careful when cutting stones, but he did it with a shake. It's really special. It doesn't seem like a method to treat rare treasures. Yi Fan smiled and asked Zhao Fei, Brother Zhao, what do you think we can get? Many fell silent. Zhao Fei shook his head, not daring to say anything else. He was well aware of how powerful Yi Fan's Genesis techniques were. Since he dared to cut open the wound, it was likely that he had some confidence. Brother Yi, cut it open and let the truth speak for itself. Crack. Yi Fan lightly tapped it, and this black origin stone cracked apart. The stone layer continuously fell off, and then a blinding divine radiance soared into the sky, causing many people to shed tears. Source of God. It contains divine source. The crowd cried out in surprise. A piece of scrap had actually contained a rare divine source. They could not help but sigh in amazement. A Genesis technique grandmaster had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Zhao Fei's expression was a little stiff. He had already said that this was a piece of stone skin left over from the Ziwei sect's divine source. He did not expect that someone would cut out another divine item. His face was burning as if he had been slapped. There's actually a divine source. The Feng clan's disciples were also stunned. They did not expect such an outcome. Since there was a divine item, why did Yi Fan not cut it out? Wouldn't it be better to give it away like that? This puzzled them. There is no suspense in a Genesis technique grandmaster giving away a divine source. Only a mystical stone is of high quality and worth collecting. An elder sighed and explained the reason. Clatter, the stone skin all fell off, and a blinding light shot out like a golden sun hanging in the sky. Most people could not look at it directly. The divine source could hang in the sky and never fall. It was gorgeous and colorful. This kind of beauty moved everyone's heart. It was too valuable. All the Holy Lands were extremely thirsty for the divine source because it had endless magical uses. It involved immortal legends, so many sects spared no effort to collect it. The strength of a holy land was closely related to the amount of divine source. Ordinary cultivators could not understand it, but they knew how precious it was. It's worth 300,000 gene of pure origin source. This gift is too great. Someone cried out in alarm. This piece of divine source was half the size of a human head. Even if the other holy masters gave gifts, it wouldn't be more than this. As a younger generation figure, Yi Fan gave such a great gift. It was already quite great. Something's not right. There's something in the source. There are wisps of extraordinary splendor seeping out. It's a bit terrifying and divine. Everyone quickly discovered the abnormality. There was something else in the source that was flowing with a mysterious aura. Yi Fan was astonished. He did not notice anything strange when he chose the stone and thought that it was just a piece of divine source. It was enough as a birthday gift, but he did not think that there would be other mysteries after it was cut out. It was a piece of broken dragon horn that was less than 2 inches long. Golden light flowed about and flickered with extraordinary splendor. It released terrifying fluctuations, and at the same time, there was an incomparably holy and mysterious aura seeping out. Divine object, there is a treasure inside. Is that a dragon horn? Many people cried out in alarm. They felt an unmatched pressure seeping out strand after strand. They couldn't help but want to bow down and worship it. As time went on, this type of terrifying pressure became more and more powerful. It left everyone shaken. At this moment, many guests looked over. Divine radiance rushed into the heavens and had long startled everyone. Even those holy master-level figures looked over from the great hall. This is the archaic king race's sacred horn. Finally, an elder recognized what it was. At this moment, the Wind Clan's holy master and other great figures were all alarmed. They personally walked over to look at the divine object that was shaped like a dragon horn. The archaic kings were unmatched in the heavens above and earth below. They were all humanoid creatures that swept through everything before them. During the archaic years, it was difficult for them to meet their match. They were extremely few in number. The people of later generations didn't know much about them. They had all obtained information from the dust-covered origin stones and ancient mines. Now that they saw this type of divine object, they were all shocked. Correct, this is the archaic king race's innate sacred horn. It can split apart the heavens and earth. It is an exceptional divine object. A holy master-level figure sighed in admiration. The archaic unmatched kings are comparable to the great ancient emperors. Their innate sacred horn is where their essence lies and the most precious. It is an unmatched divine object used as a sacrifice. Even though it is only a small piece that was broken off, it is still priceless. It can be considered a generous gift. The holy masters all discussed like this. Their evaluation was quite high, making everyone even more shocked. Zhao Fei's expression was ugly. He never thought that this would be the result. Their Purple Star sect had missed the opportunity to obtain a divine object. It made him feel like vomiting blood. It was just a piece of scrap material, yet it turned out to be something even more precious. The Wind Phoenix and a few of the Wind Clan's disciples revealed expressions of shock. The dark and swarthy stone that the other party gave them was actually this precious. It truly had inner meaning, leaving them stupefied. This is not only a divine object for weapon refinement. Once it is ground into powder, it can detoxify 10,000 poisons. Using it to refine one's flesh is even more wondrous. These great figures all held it in high esteem. A conservative estimate was that this 2-inch-long sacred horn was worth more than 2 million kilograms of pure origin energy. When this number was spoken, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone was stunned. Even Yi Fan was stunned. He originally didn't want to gift such a precious divine object. Everything exceeded his expectations. This gift is too valuable. I can't accept it. The Wind Clan's holy master looked like a middle-aged man. He was majestic and had black hair that flowed like a waterfall. His eyes were deep and he was very powerful. Yi Fan smiled and said, "You didn't even frown when you gave me 2 million kilograms of origin energy. This is nothing, but please accept it." "Alright then. Otherwise, I will seem unreasonable." The Wind Clan's holy master nodded. At the same time, he was concerned about his injuries and sent people to deliver a few life-replenishing pills. At this moment, the Wind Clan's disciples were all embarrassed and speechless. The Wind Phoenix's younger brother, Feng Lai, walked over with a cheeky smile and said, "Brother Yi, when will you give me a wondrous stone?" Yi Fan glanced at him. He had a deep impression of this former brother-in-law of his. The first time they met, he beat him up violently. After that, this fellow was very unconventional. If he wanted to go to Miaoyu Nunnery, he would drag Yi Fan along and make him lead the way. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As Yi Fan chatted idly with him, the Wind Phoenix shouted angrily from nearby, "Feng Lai, come here." Li Heishui laughed mischievously and said, "Little Lai, if you don't leave, I will make the decision on behalf of Yi Fan and give you 3 wondrous stones." "Really?" Feng Lai's eyes glowed. "Of course. Don't forget that it was the 2 of us who cut out many rare treasures in the northern divine city and stirred up endless storms. You still don't believe me?" Li Heishui laughed. "Alright, I won't leave. I will follow you guys from now on." Feng Lai sat there and didn't get up. He turned a deaf ear to the Wind Phoenix's words. "Feng Lai." The Wind Phoenix glared at him from the side. She was peerless and elegant like a fairy. At this moment, when she was angry, she had a different kind of charm. "Sister, don't be mean to me. I am an adult now," Feng Lai mumbled. The other disciples of the Wind Clan couldn't stand him. They didn't expect him to be so spineless and actually stick together with Yi Fan. This made many of his cousins gnash their teeth in hatred. The Wind Phoenix pointed at him and turned to leave angrily. She didn't say anything more. At the side, the saints and saintesses were all speechless. They felt that Li Heishui was too immoral. How could he be so infuriating? He was deliberately making things difficult for the Pearl of the Wind Clan and dragging her brother down with him. "Brother Yi, are you really going to sever your own cultivation?" The Purple Mansion Saint suddenly asked. His expression was calm, but Yi Fan knew that he didn't have a good impression of him. This was because he had once suppressed the Purple Mansion Saintess. In the Divine City, there were many rumors that the Khanate Saint body might appear. This matter made the Purple Mansion Saint brood. "That's right. I have to make a decision in half a month. Time waits for no man, and I don't have much time left." Yi Fan nodded. Many people had strange thoughts. Even if Yi Fan severed his own cultivation and became immortal, he was still very valuable. From the wondrous stones he had just given, it was worth the effort of the large sects to rope him in. "You short-lived ghost. Looks like you don't have many days left. Even if you sever your own cultivation, it won't change anything." The little Pun King strode over, his eyes filled with wildness and cruelty. His majestic body flowed with divine light. He was as oppressive as a mountain. "Since you don't have many days left to live, I'll make my move now. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to kill you." "Are you so eager to die?" Yi Fan said coldly. "The current world is no longer suitable for people like you to cultivate. Even the heavens want to destroy you. I'll make my move on behalf of the heavens and send you on your way." The little Pun King was quite arrogant. His golden eyes were filled with cold killing intent. "Have you forgotten that I broke your bones last time?" Yi Fan sneered. "Last time, I bound my own hands and feet. This time, I'll kill you like a bug. I'll let you bleed to the last drop." The little Pun King's voice was deep and powerful. "Looks like our battle is unavoidable. Then, let's leave the 800 divine islands. Don't cause trouble for the sacred leader of the wind race." Yi Fan stood up. "That's exactly what I wanted. I can't wait to tear you apart." The little Pun King revealed his wildness. His golden eyes were as terrifying as knives. "I'll cut off every inch of your flesh and crush every bone in your body." This place was full of young heroes. All of them stood up, inwardly looking forward to this battle. The little Pun King was like a demonic god, causing many people of the younger generation to feel restraining fear. Not many people dared to fight against him, and now, he was actually going to fight against the Doomsday Holy Physique. Yi Fan did not have much time left. Doomsday was approaching, but his power was still flourishing. If he died because of a great Dao injury, it would truly be a bit dull. Now, he was going to fight a great battle against the little Pun King. This would most likely be the last battle, and it would be a perfect ending. Regardless of victory or defeat, this would be the final battle. This birdman is too arrogant, he should pull out his tendons and tear out his bones. The Black Emperor bared his teeth and said, "You dog, I won't let you go either." The little Pun King's ice-cold eyes swept over. "I hope your methods are as powerful as you say." A cold smile hung on the corners of Yi Fan's lips. "Don't worry, I will personally cut off your path of life and destroy your soul." The little Pun King's eyes were full of aggression. Yi Fan stared at him and did not say anything else. Now, they could only fight. "Friends, please come and watch the battle." The little Pun King laughed sinisterly and transmitted his voice to the saints and saintesses. "How can we miss such a world-shocking battle? We must go." The Yaoguang saint child nodded. The Wind Phoenix also smiled faintly. She walked over gracefully and said, "I am looking forward to this battle." Zhao Fei laughed loudly and said, "I can't wait any longer." "Then let's go. Today, I will end the life of the divine physique and offer his divine blood for everyone to taste." The little Pun King's hair danced about chaotically. His demonic nature and murderous intent were completely revealed. "Then let's fight." Yi Fan only spoke these words. He took the lead and rose into the air. Like a deity, he flew out of the 800 divine islands. This group of people were all the young inheritors of great sections. There was no lack of saints and saintesses. It was impossible for them not to attract attention. Many people looked over, and even some older generation figures paid attention to them. Their speed was extremely fast. Not long after, they flew out of the 800 divine islands and rushed towards a verdant mountain range. They couldn't fight in the Wind Clan's important place. At this time, it was already noon. The scorching sun was like a furnace, sprinkling scorching rays of light in the sky, scorching the earth. They only stopped when they were more than 500 miles away from the Wind Clan's divine island. Below them were endless mountains, valleys, and ravines. It was a very primitive region. The sky was filled with cultivators, all of them staring at the two individuals on the battlefield. This was the focal point of this battle. The two young experts had clashed a long time ago, only erupting today. The golden-winged little Peng's name had already shaken the younger generation. He was an incomparably wild monster race genius, and everyone knew just how strong he was. Wherever the great desolate halberd pointed, no one dared to oppose it. Yi Fan's name had only spread throughout the world in the past year. Before this, no one knew about him. It could be said that he was a powerful figure who had suddenly soared into the sky, but he was incomparably powerful. Ever since he was born, everything he had experienced and done had a great impact on the younger generation. There was no one in the younger generation who didn't know about him. The sunlight sprinkled down. The golden-winged little Peng's entire body seemed to be cast from gold, sparkling with a brilliant radiance. His golden hair was dazzling, making it hard for one to open their eyes. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning that shot out from hell, drilling into one's soul and swallowing their mind. His killing intent was as deep as the sea. A golden holy sword appeared in his hand. It was incomparably enormous, several dozen zhang in length. It drooped downwards, about to touch the summit of a great mountain below. The killing intent it emitted caused the leaves in the mountains to fly about chaotically, continuously withering away. On the other side, Yi Fan calmly stood in the void. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were clear and bright. He was motionless, calmly looking at his opponent. An invisible killing intent surged between the two. Before the battle had even begun, it already made one feel as if they had fallen into an icehouse. Their bodies and minds were chilled, and a powerful fighting spirit and a terrifying killing intent filled the air. Kacha, below, a great mountain couldn't withstand it. The summit began to crack apart, as if it had been suppressed by that terrifying killing intent. Several large cracks appeared, creating a horrifying scene. On the second mountain peak, several tens of enormous boulders cracked apart. Following that, the summit collapsed. Rubble flew into the air, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. This was caused by a powerful killing intent. If someone entered the battlefield, they would definitely be crushed into a meat paste. This was a confrontation between killing intents, and it was the most terrifying. One's body and soul would be destroyed at every turn. Within the endless great mountains, many beasts were terrified. They fled in all directions, creating a scene of chaos. There were even more ferocious beasts that crawled on the ground in fright, trembling incessantly. Flutter, 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 many birds soared into the sky, wanting to leave this terrifying place. However, as soon as they rushed into the sky, they immediately collapsed, turning into bloody flowers one after another. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot, and nothing was left behind. Only a bloody mist lingered around the two. The killing intent was like a blade, cutting down all forms of life. These two are actually so terrifying. Their battle intent has reached such a level. Even though they haven't taken action yet, it seems like they have already done so. There really aren't many in the younger generation who can contend against them. Right at this time, the golden-winged little Peking moved. He released a clear cry, and the mountain shook greatly. 10,000 trees trembled, and withered leaves fell. The endless mountain range was filled with an austere aura. 108,000 swords. The golden-winged little Peking immediately displayed his sect's secret art. His entire body flourished with golden light, releasing dazzling radiance. Tens of thousands of terrifying golden sword radiance shot out. Killing intent soared into the clouds, making heaven and earth tremble. Countless holy swords hacked out together, shattering the void. It was as if the pillars of heaven and earth collapsed, as if they were crushing dry weeds. No more, no less. There were a total of 108,000 holy swords, and every single one of them was 100 zhang in length. They towered in the void, and then they hacked down. This was already no longer sword radiance, but an ocean of holy swords. The terrifying golden storm drowned out everything, sweeping forward and destroying all obstacles. This was the Skypung race's innate unmatched divine technique. Even if it was facing a magnificent army, it could flatten them and kill them indiscriminately. There was even less of a need to mention that they were all attacking a single person right now. This type of power was unimaginable, as if the end of the world had arrived and the world was about to collapse. The 108,000 holy swords swallowed and spat out sword radiance that turned into an ocean, devouring everything and sweeping through everything with the divine might of millions and millions of caddies. Every single sword radiance was like a flood that overflowed the heavens. It was extremely terrifying, making the spectators in the distance feel a chill from head to toe. The golden-winged little Peking was so powerful, how could they still fight? He alone was enough to fight against a magnificent army. How many people in the younger generation could receive this kind of world-shaking divine might? Even if it was a saint-child-level character, they would most likely die with a grievance. Yi Fan's heart trembled. In the past, he had once fought against this kind of unmatched divine technique. At that time, he used the myriad chi cauldron to defend himself and the terrifying black flames of the Li Fire divine furnace to extinguish it. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult to break through. Now, he was facing it again, but he had lost the myriad chi cauldron and the Li Fire divine furnace. He could only rely on himself to fight. In a sea of reincarnation, lightning flashed and thunder roared. An endless golden ocean rushed out and drowned him, blocking the sword ocean outside. Crack, the aura of the beginning of heaven and earth filled the air. Above the golden sea of bitterness, endless lightning hacked and danced, enveloping Yi Fan as if the world was being created. He stood with a green lotus in his hand, his sleeves fluttering as he calmly faced the 108,000 holy swords. He used his own body to block this kind of unmatched divine technique that could kill a saint child. The golden-winged little Peking let out a long cry. His head of golden hair seemed to be burning as he brandished his overflowing magical power and rushed forward. His gaze was like a heavenly sword that pierced through the void. He was like a demonic god, unstoppable. He held the one and only holy sword in his hand. It was condensed from the Skypung race's own holy blood and was known to be immortal. Yi Fan, I'm going to cut your soul. The Pang's cry reached the skies. He held the holy sword and hacked downwards. His energy and blood rushed into the heavens, his roar shaking the rivers and mountains. The endless mountain ranges were all shaking. Clang, 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 the 108,000 swords hacked into the golden sea of bitterness and turned into golden Skypungs. They tore apart the heaven and earth and pounced towards Yi Fan. This was a supreme attack. Everyone was stunned. The golden-winged little Pung King indeed had the ability to look down on the younger generation. He actually used the holy sword to attack the divine body phenomenon. What kind of sharp and powerful attack was this? 108,000 sky pings covered the sky and earth. They all seemed to be cast from gold. All of them were sinister and incomparably heroic. They spread their wings to split the heaven and earth and waved their claws to shatter the void. The peerlessly powerful attack and the divine pungs weaved about in the golden sea of bitterness. Pung cries sounded one after another, as if they were going to collapse this part of the heavens. It was so terrifying that everyone's mind was about to shatter. If it was anyone else, they would undoubtedly die. With so many golden pungs attacking them, they would be powerless to reverse the situation. However, Yi Fan was different. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I'm going to kill you until you feel despair. He stood with a green lotus in his hand. His entire body was enveloped in lightning and golden blood energy rushed into the heavens. With a loud boom, he used the golden sea of bitterness to seal this part of the sky. Then, Yi Fan moved like lightning. With the green lotus in hand, he killed the endless golden sky pings. The green lotus was like a green haze. It became hazy in Yi Fan's hand, drawing out green shadows one after another. However, it was incomparably terrifying as it killed all life forms. Yi Fan's movements were too fast. He attacked ruthlessly. The green lotus was as sharp as a blade as it sliced apart a skypung. Blood splashed everywhere. He didn't stop and rushed towards the next one. Pooh, pooh, he held the green lotus in his hand and continuously hacked about. Skypung heads continuously fell, and the enormous skypung corpses fell from the sky one after another. This was real blood. It was the blood of the golden-winged little Pung King's sacred life sword. It turned into an undying 108,000 swords, but at this moment, they were continuously cut down by Yi Fan. The divine body's sea of bitterness is golden and different from ours. It can produce an unrivaled defensive phenomenon. Many people in the distance were shocked. Ah! The golden-winged little Pung King let out a long cry. His majestic body cracked the sky, and golden waves of air rushed into the sky. It was as if a demon saint had been revived. He waved the main body of the golden holy sword in his hand and launched the fiercest attack. The skypungs that fell into the golden sea of bitterness all screamed and burned, turning into endless killing light. However, in the golden sea of bitterness phenomenon, Yi Fan was like an absolute ruler. Lightning surrounded his body as if he was opening a world. He was unshakable. All the golden skypungs couldn't get close to him and were continuously cut down by him. With each strike, a corpse was left, and with each strike, a bloody mist appeared. One after another, the corpses of the skypungs could be clearly seen falling into the golden sea of bitterness. They were continuously cut down. Good, this is the holy sword nurtured by the birdman's blood essence. Although it is known to be indestructible, being cut down like this will injure his vitality, the large black dog cried out. The golden sea of bitterness was dyed red by blood. Countless skypung corpses floated, and it was a tragic scene. Yi Fan's eyes were cold, and he was like an azura that had been revived. His black hair danced wildly, and he held a green lotus dripping with blood in his hand. He slaughtered mercilessly, and a total of 108,000 skypungs were killed by him. Boom, with a final tremor, the golden sea of bitterness surged. Yi Fan stood with the green lotus in his hand. His clothes were not stained with blood, and he was calm and without ripples. He was like a god that was picking flowers. He shouted, "What else do you have? Just use it. I will kill them all today." In the distant sky, everyone was shocked. The 108,000 swords were enough to kill the saint, but they were all killed by Yi Fan, and the skypung's blood essence was evaporated, Although the Yaoguang saint's expression was calm, his heart was still slightly shaken. His eyes became deeper and deeper. Meanwhile, the Wind Phoenix was very shocked. She didn't expect Yi Fan's methods to be so heaven-defying. He actually broke through the 108,000 swords like this. The Purple Mansion Saint and Zhao Fei's expressions were somewhat stiff. They knew that they couldn't kill 108,000 sky pings like this. Their hearts were shaken. The little golden Ping King's hair was messy, and his eyes were as threatening as knives. His bloodthirst and wildness were fully displayed. He said in a cold voice, "I have my own methods to destroy you." 108,000 holy swords could be called world-shaking and terrifying, but they were still broken by Yi Fan. 108,000 heavenly rocks were cut down, shocking the many spectators in the air. "What other methods do you have? Display them all," Yi Fan shouted out. The golden-winged little Pung stood in the void, golden waves surging around him. He was like a demon god that had descended to the world, his strength and overbearingness evident. Clang, a black halberd appeared in his hand. It was as heavy as a mountain, nearly collapsing the void. It was pitch black like ink, like a black hole that swallowed up one's mind. This was the famous Great Desolate halberd. It was refined by the old Ping King in the Great Desolate and had followed him for his entire life. It was the most famous vicious weapon that an Eastern Wasteland Holy Lord level character possessed. As soon as the black Great Desolate halberd appeared, it was like an ancient evil spirit had seen the light of day. The smell of blood blotted out the skies, as if countless lives were struggling and howling. These were the cries of the heroic spirits that the Great Desolate halberd had slaughtered. It was unknown just how much blood it had drunk. It could be called an extremely cruel and tyrannical demonic weapon. A peerless killing intent rushed out, as if a savage dragon had been born. It could tear apart the world and tear apart the vault of heaven. This black halberd contained a boundless killing intent, causing everyone's heart to tremble with fear. This was not the first time they had seen this vicious weapon. Now that all of its seals had been undone, this was its true appearance, filled with the howls of millions of souls. "Go die." The golden-winged little Pung shook the black halberd and chopped down. A black tide surged into the heavens. This was a destructive aura, as if a vicious god that had been hibernating in hell had been born. The world was suddenly cut apart, like a tattered painting being torn apart in the wind. The Great Desolate halberd was invincible, sweeping away everything in its path. This didn't seem like a weapon at all, but more like a black world. It was like two worlds were colliding, the endless void collapsing, as if the entire world was being destroyed. Yi Fan hurriedly grasped the dragon-veined black gold Saint Spirit sword to meet the attack. The sword crossed the skies, blocking the onslaught of this peerless vicious weapon. Sparks shot out in all directions, shattering the clouds and the horizon. The golden-winged little Pung sneered. He stood high in the air, grasping the black Great Desolate halberd and constantly chopping downwards. This was not just a simple attack, but a weapon that contained the great Tao of the world. Boom, it transformed into a black demonic dragon that was as large as a mountain ridge. Several mountains below it collapsed on the spot. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Yi Fan. This was a vicious weapon that interweaved with the natural laws of heaven and earth. When held in one's hands, one could display endless vicious might. It would attack on its own, powerful beyond compare. Clang clang clang, Yi Fan brandished the holy sword and continuously hacked at this terrifying demonic dragon, causing sparks to fly in all directions. The sky became a chaotic place. This ferocious weapon of the Birdman is too powerful. Sealed within it is the old Rock King's inextinguishable will to fight. The laws of the world it interweaves are also focused on killing. It is very difficult to block. Li Heishui sighed. The Great Desolate halberd carried with it an inextinguishable killing intent. It was like a black true dragon controlled by a divine rock, piercing through the world and sweeping away all. The killing intent emitted by the Great Desolate halberd even caused the mountains below to crack apart. It was extremely frightening. If it was an ordinary young elite, they would have been turned into a bloody paste with a single strike. This Birdman indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant. He can already control such a vicious weapon in the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm. As expected, he is not easy to deal with. The large black dog revealed a solemn expression. Many people could already see that the Little Rock King wanted to first exhaust Yi Fan's sea-like battle prowess. It was said that the body of a saint physique was unparalleled. He wanted to tire Yi Fan to death. Boom, Yi Fan displayed his manifestation again. When the celestial king descends to the ninth heaven appeared, his aura was completely different. He became one with the celestial king, standing in the ninth heaven. At the same time, the Sea of Bitterness appeared, accompanied by azure lotuses. His aura became many times stronger. Clang clang clang, the two of them battled from the horizon to the ground. Many mountains were cut apart, and many large valleys were filled in. Then, they battled in the skies. His saint physique is so powerful. He actually fought 500 rounds with the Little Rock King, who wields a peerless vicious weapon. Many people were amazed. The battle between the two of them was incredibly intense. They were evenly matched, and they were locked in a stalemate. An hour had already passed. The Little Rock King is also very terrifying. He doesn't show any signs of being devoured by the vicious weapon, but this still requires a great deal of his energy. Everyone was shocked by the battle prowess of the two of them. Many people felt fear. As members of the younger generation, if they went up, they would most likely be torn in half. Yi Fan's black gold dragon mark Holy Spirit sword was sturdy enough, but the laws woven into it were incomplete. Although the Little Rock King's great desolate halberd wasn't forged from a saint artifact, the great Tao contained within it was extremely complete. The two of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to decide who was superior. Their battle caused the earth to shake, and dozens of mountains were cut apart. It was a terrifying scene, but they still couldn't decide who was superior. Enough, I've had enough of you. The Little Rock King shouted. He suddenly put away the great desolate halberd and displayed his supreme divine technique. Bang, his great golden hand smashed apart a mountain peak. His spirit soared to the skies, and with a great roar, mountains and rivers shook and endless leaves fluttered in the air. Transcendent Sky Rock seizing dragon technique, this was his most powerful killing move. In the past, he had bound his hands and feet and was unable to display it, so he had always been brooding over this. This technique could only be used after reaching the 4 extreme mystic realms. But now, he had already stepped into the dragon transformation mystic realm. It could be imagined just how terrifying he was. It had to be said that this was a truly world-shaking saint technique. It was a wonderful technique passed down through the bloodline of the Sky Rock race. It could evolve into a phenomenon, and it could also become a killing technique. The Little Rock King was well aware that a saint body could restrain all phenomena in the world. Thus, he did not display the dragon wrestling diagram, but instead evolved the dragon seizing saint technique. An enormous heavenly pung appeared behind him. Golden light rushed into the heavens. It was as large as a mountain, and when it opened its ice-cold eyes, it caused people to feel fear. It was like a demonic god, its killing intent overflowing into the heavens. Once the peerless Sky Rock seizing dragon holy technique was unleashed, the winds and clouds changed, and the heaven and earth lost color. Endless terrifying aura pervaded the air. At this moment, its mysterious veil was lifted. This was a flawless saint technique. The saints of the Sky Rock race had used this technique to kill countless overlords in ancient times. It moved along with the Little Rock King as if it had become one with him. A true dragon coiled between its claws and fingers, becoming its weapon. Kill. As soon as the Little Rock King moved, the divine pung behind him also moved. Its great golden claws tore apart the heaven and earth as it clawed towards Yi Fan. It wanted to kill all life and slay all heroes of the world. Dang, Yi Fan brandished his golden fist and ferociously smashed it forward, colliding with the divine pang's huge claw. An earth-shaking sound rang out, and even the mountains were shaking. Many spectators retreated in pain. This kind of sound wave almost pierced through their eardrums, and their heads were ringing. Pung, Yi Fan forcefully shook the divine pung and resisted the peerless Sky Rock seizing dragon technique. His golden fist shattered the void. He actually used his flesh to resist this kind of unmatched saint technique. This kind of killing saint technique had killed several human saints in the ancient times. It is incomparably terrifying, yet he dares to face it head-on. Everyone was astonished. Yi Fan fought the divine pung barehandedly and fought against the Little Rock King. This kind of saint technique was evolving into a Tao fruit. It was extremely terrifying. That divine Peng was a derivative of the Tao. It moved with the Little Rock King's will and killed all creatures. Let's see how long you can last. As long as my cultivation realm is high enough, I can even kill saints, let alone you. The Little Rock King said coldly. The peerless sky rock seizing dragon technique became even more terrifying. There was a true dragon swimming between the golden Peng's claws. The two merged together and sealed everything. Yi Fan felt a great pressure. This kind of saint technique was indeed terrifying. If he resisted it with his flesh alone, he would definitely suffer greatly. The golden divine Peng was as tall as a mountain. Its eyes were ice cold as it looked down on Yi Fan. Every time it brandished its enormous claws, it was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. That true dragon merged with it, making up for all of the flaws. Yi Fan was forced to use the battle saint technique. Otherwise, he would truly be in danger. His entire body was resplendent like a golden rainbow. Divine radiance rushed into the heavens. Quang Dang, his hands pushed outwards, directly producing an enormous coffin. Mist curled about and released a sky-shaking sound as it flew towards the mountainous sky Peng. The coffin lid separated from the coffin, about to suck the divine Peng inside. The terrifying might was intimidating. This is too abnormal. Many people were stupefied and felt that this was inconceivable. Little Yi is too lacking in morals. He is purposely angering others. Even Li Heishui muttered. Everyone wrongly blamed Yi Fan. He was producing the coffin of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He always felt that it had a Tao aura and wanted to use it to suppress the peerless sky Peng. Dang, the mountainous divine Peng was truly sucked inside. Even that true dragon couldn't escape. However, as soon as the coffin lid closed, a sky-shaking sound rang out. The peerless sky Peng spread its wings and struck the sky. It immediately shattered the coffin and rushed out. That true dragon even tore apart the remaining parts of the coffin and destroyed everything. This is a peerless saint technique. You can't break it. The golden-winged little Peng sneered. His mouth full of snow-white teeth appeared incomparably sinister. Dang, Yi Fan didn't reply and attacked again. The battle saint technique was ever-changing, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was difficult for him to evolve it to the extreme. The two fought a life-and-death battle. This time, it was even more intense. Saint technique against saint technique, they fought for 1,500 rounds. Even Yi Fan was in awe. He didn't expect the Sky Peng race's peerless saint technique to be so terrifying. It is comparable to Hua Yunfei's one thought to bloom flowers, sovereign descent. This is a peerless saint technique. Fortunately, he doesn't have the 10,000 transformation saint technique. The more Yi Fan fought, the more apprehensive he became. The two fought intensely and had already fought for 2,500 rounds. The red sun had already set in the west. It was even more intense than the battle with Hua Yunfei last time. This golden-winged little Peng King is indeed peerless in courage. Many people were astonished. The saint physique is also very terrifying. The two are evenly matched. There wasn't a single spectator who wasn't astonished. When everyone compared their own fighting strength with these two, there wasn't a single person who wasn't alarmed. Many people felt a chill run down their spine, and their arrogance was completely gone. In front of these people, Yi Fan couldn't use the all-secret character. He didn't want to expose his greatest trump card. However, he didn't want to waste any more time. They had already fought for almost 3,000 rounds. This was the longest battle he had fought since he came into being. And at this time, the golden-winged little Peng sneered and said, "Is this all you've got? Then I'll send you on your way." Not good, this birdman still has a peerless saint technique to use. Li Heishui cried out in alarm. Heavenly demonic slaughtering saint art, first style. The golden-winged little Peng shouted loudly. His golden hair danced chaotically as if he had turned into a heavenly demonic god. Divine light rushed into the heavens. That golden heavenly Peng became smaller and completely merged with him. He himself had become the evolution of the Tao, a vivid and lifelike golden divine Peng appeared between his brows. With a light wave, the great mountain in front of him immediately collapsed. His battle strength was astonishing. Boom, Yi Fan felt the most terrifying threat of death. He quickly retreated with a shocked expression. The opponent's battle strength had suddenly increased by several times. Heavens, it really is the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. According to legend, this is a peerless saint technique created specifically for the sake of slaughtering saints. I know. The old Pung king explored some ruins and not only obtained the true blood of the heavenly Pung, but also this peerless saint technique. Not long ago, everyone found out that the golden-winged little Pung had washed his body with the true blood of the heavenly Pung. Now, they immediately understood everything. This was a preparation for cultivating the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. Just now, Yifan was still rejoicing that the opponent didn't have Hua Yunfei's myriad transformation saint art. He didn't expect a peerless saint technique created for killing saints to appear. Now, he was completely forced into a corner. The battle saint technique had to be refined to the extreme. Boom! Yifan used the battle saint technique to evolve the Taiji, causing the heaven and earth to collapse. He raised his battle strength to the extreme, and his golden blood was completely boiling. Boom! A yin fish and a yang fish hugged each other. A Taiji diagram appeared in the western part of the city, flowing with the aura of the great Tao. The entire heaven and earth were trembling, Yifan's hands trembled, and the yin fish and yang fish soared into the sky together. They spat out true yang and true yin, and the fish leaped into the sky like a dragon. They were refined to the extreme, each holding a diagram of the great Tao. Rumble! The battle saint technique evolved the Taiji great Tao and clashed with the first move of the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. The golden-winged little Pung was immediately sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and trembled continuously. What? The heavenly demonic slaughtering art that can kill saints was suppressed. How did the saint physique do it? The crowd was shocked. The celestial demonic saint slaughtering art's reputation was too great. It was created by the Sky Pung race's saint and was specially used to kill the human race's saints. During the ancient era, it became a terrifying blood-colored art. When this holy art was mentioned, there was no one whose expression did not change. It should have disappeared for more than 100,000 years and was sealed in the dust of history. Who would have thought that it would appear again today? Cough. The little Pung king continuously coughed out blood. Golden light flowed around his majestic body, and a wild radiance flickered in his eyes as he stared fixedly at Yifan. He never thought that the unparalleled saint slaughtering art would not be able to kill Yifan, and instead caused him to suffer heavy injuries. This result was difficult for him to accept. Chong, the little Pung king spat out the last mouthful of blood. He straightened his body and revealed a cruel expression. His teeth were white as snow as he said, "You exceeded my expectations, but you still have to die." This is only the first form of the celestial demonic saint slaughtering art. He was like a blood-soaked azura. His battle intent surged, and his killing intent shook the heavens. Golden energy surged around his body, and his eyes were as intimidating as cold lightning. The old Pung king truly had a great opportunity. After exploring those ruins, he actually obtained his race's supreme holy art. The Sky Pung race once again possesses this supreme holy art. In the future, not many people will dare to provoke them. This is a formless deterrence. The Doomsday Holy Body is truly terrifying. What kind of holy art did he use? It could actually suppress the saint slaughtering art. This is truly shocking. He must have learned some ancient scriptures. No one could remain calm. Shock was written all over their faces as their hearts rose and fell violently. They stared blankly at the two great experts on the battlefield. Yifan's eyes turned cold. The little Pung king had not died yet. The other party's vitality was extremely powerful, and apart from himself, he was the one with the most terrifying physical body in the younger generation. Celestial demonic saint slaughtering art, second form. The little Pung king shouted. A blazing radiance streaked across the heaven and earth. A golden Pung turned into a human, and with a scepter in hand, it walked over from the distant horizon. Formless killing intent surged like a tide, and terrifying fluctuations erupted like a volcano. This was a terrifying golden figure with a Ping head and a human body. He was like an unparalleled king that looked down on the great wastelands. It was as if he had come from an ancient land. Every step he took caused the mountains and rivers to tremble. He possessed an incomparable pressure that made it hard for everyone to breathe. This was the second style of the celestial fiend slaughtering Saint Art. It materialized a golden body of a king and pressed down on Yi Fan. Killing intent swept out in all directions. Boom, he held the scepter in his hand, and when he brandished it, mountains and rivers were split apart, the dome of the heavens shattered. He was like a deity, possessing a might that was difficult to defend against. Golden energy waves erupted like a mountain torrent, like a vast ocean striking the sky, forming a boundless wave that pressed forward, burying Yi Fan underneath. It was a terrifying killing technique that was difficult to defend against. It was as if a saint was making a move. Mortals were like ants, powerless to reverse the situation. Yi Fan was shocked. He stepped back decisively with Crazy Ole's footwork. He protected himself with the golden bitter sea and blocked with the green lotus. Clang clang clang, beside Yi Fan, golden divine light fell down like raindrops. Every strike pierced through the void, and the destructive power was shocking. Everyone was stunned. That golden figure was like an ancient demonic god. Every time he waved his scepter, there would be an endless rain of light that came crashing down. Every beam of divine light pierced through the void, turning it into a ruined land. Its offensive power was unparalleled. This was not one attack, but thousands upon thousands of beams of light. All of them were flying toward Yi Fan, making it impossible for him to dodge. The terrifying celestial fiend slaughtering Saint Art is indeed frightening. Once such a divine art is used, how many people in the younger generation can resist it? In the ancient times, when saints passed away, their blood spilled over the world. It was caused by this divine art. It's so terrifying. At this time even the Alcade Saint Child's eyes were flickering with brilliance. He stared unblinkingly, as if he could penetrate time and space and see the source of everything. Unknowingly, the divine light on his body became much more resplendent. It almost turned into a world, and each beam was extremely clear. Yi Fan could not avoid it, so he no longer retreated. The battle saint technique was refined to the extreme. He was evolving his own path to resist this terrifying divine art. At this moment, he was neither happy nor worried. There were no distracting thoughts in his mind. His entire being seemed to be detached from the world. His heart was empty as he held the moon in his hands and slowly pushed it forward. The great Tao of Tai Chi appeared behind him. His hands moved, one as black as ink and the other as white as jade. They drew the trajectory of the Tao. His hands turned into the yin and yang divine points of the great Tao of Tai Chi, representing the true yin and true yang. In the Tai Chi divine diagram, the yang diagram gave birth to a bit of yin and the yin diagram gave birth to a bit of yang. It was the embodiment of the extreme changes of the Tao. At this time, his hands were the true yin and true yang. They were the beginning and end of the path of evolution, representing an eternal and unchanging law. His left hand represented the true yin and was as black as ink. It pressed down in the void, and with a loud boom, a huge black hole appeared. Nothing could be seen in that area. It devoured all light and no one could see through it. Everyone's souls were about to be sucked in. There was not a single spectator who wasn't horrified. Yi Fan's left hand turned into the true yin and pressed down on the void. It evolved into a black hole and swallowed the endless rain of light. The myriad of attacks couldn't injure him. You can't break it. I'm going to kill your living soul. The little Pung shouted. The wild radiance in his eyes became even more vigorous. Boom. In front of him, the figure that resembled an ancient deity became increasingly clear. A crown appeared on the Peng's head, exuding an inviolable majesty. The golden scepter in his hand was even more dazzling. It was as if a sun was embedded in it. This figure waved the scepter with all his might. Countless murderous divine lights turned into a surging river and rushed forward together. Endless resplendence filled the eyes. Tens of thousands of golden rivers passed through the void and rushed towards Yi Fan. Everything in their path was destroyed. Everyone felt suffocated. Their bodies trembled and they quickly retreated. This was the fear that originated from the source of their life, and it was continuously spreading. Golden energy waves erupted. Every single one of them contained the great Tao of slaughter. The laws of heaven and earth interweaved and surged. The aura of destruction was vast and mighty. Yi Fan was under tremendous pressure. All the bones in his body were crackling, and the black hole on his left hand was about to collapse. It was as if a great mountain was crushing his body. If it was any other cultivator, they would have long been turned into meat paste. Even his body was creaking. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Yifan's mouth. He didn't spit it out on purpose to confuse the world, but rather because he was truly injured by the mighty force. Boom! The celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art was terrifying to the extreme. It had once caused rivers of blood to flow on the great earth and saints' blood to dye the vast sky. The endless light became the only thing between the heaven and earth. It submerged Yifan and wanted to tear him apart and turn him into a bloody pulp. Celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art, third move. The little Peng roared and the mountain shook. At this crucial moment, he also released the third move, and when combined with the previous move, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing through rotten wood. It was even more terrifying. The little Peng did everything he could to use this unparalleled Saint Art. He wanted to completely eliminate Yifan. Only after experiencing such a great battle did he understand how terrifying a saint body was. He could only attack with all his strength. He didn't want to give Yifan any chance. He wanted to destroy his body and soul in one move so that he would never be able to rise again. The third move of the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art has been used. Legend has it that once this move is used, saint blood will be seen. Even ancient saints will fall. Everyone cried out in surprise. They all widened their eyes and watched nervously. They didn't think that the little Peng would have such a heaven-defying method. If he continued to grow and completely understood the peerless saint-slaying art, he would definitely become a saint-slayer and be unrivaled under the heavens. Boom! Yifan felt as if he was struck by lightning. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This was an extremely difficult battle. He didn't think that the opponent's Saint Art would be so terrifying. The little Peng indeed had the qualifications to look down on the young heroes under the heavens. Once the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art was used, who could resist? Yifan struggled with all his might. His left hand was as black as ink, representing the true Yin of the great Tao. It evolved into a black hole. His right hand was as white as jade, representing the true Yang. Boom! 9 great waves struck one after another. The surface of Yifan's body cracked. Even his powerful physical body was about to be destroyed by the monstrous magical power. The endless laws of the great Tao were contained within the third move of the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art. Even the black hole couldn't devour and absorb them all. Yifan was injured again and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art is too terrifying. It can't be resisted. The legends are true. Once the third move of the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art is used, the blood of saints will flow. Although Yifan is not a saint, he has a saint physique. At least the rumors are true. Boom! Yifan's body shook violently. He couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. The laws of the great Tao were everywhere, and it was filled with the bloody aura of killing saints. It made him feel as if doomsday was coming. After so many battles, this was the first time he had such an ominous feeling. It was as if the celestial devil slaughtering saint was specifically targeting him. Cough, he kept coughing out blood. This was the first time he was injured like this in a battle. It was an extremely difficult and dangerous battle, everyone was watching nervously. This move might decide the winner of life and death. Many people felt that Yifan wouldn't be able to hold on. Life. Death. Life. Yifan's heart calmed down at the most critical moment. His right hand was white and flawless, representing the true Yang, and it kept flickering. He eliminated all distracting thoughts and emptied his mind. It was as if time had stopped. Suddenly, his eyes shot out a dazzling divine light. He suddenly understood everything. Boom! The right hand representing the true Yang burst out with light even more resplendent than the 10 suns. It fiercely pressed down in the void, and then it collided with the black hole in his left hand. Rumble! This part of the world was shattered. The vault of heaven seemed to be overturned, and the earth seemed to be sinking forever. Nothing existed anymore. The collision of the true Yang and true Yin caused the Taiji divine diagram to evolve to the extreme. Yi Fan comprehended many Tao laws in this life and death battle. Although he was almost severed by the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art in this arduous battle, he gained a lot. He comprehended many things and evolved some of his own Tao for the first time. Boom! Terrifying energy exploded continuously. Yi Fan's whole body was dripping with golden blood. He was seriously injured, but he still smiled, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. On the other side, the little Peng screamed. The third move of the celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art was broken. The crowned deity in front of him was immediately shattered. He himself also suffered a terrifying impact. Almost in an instant, his body was pierced through by the true Yang and true Yin, leaving behind 7 to 8 bloody holes. The little Peng was majestic, but his body was covered in blood. He fell backward with his hair flying in the wind. His golden pupils were filled with anger as he was blown away by the terrifying energy. Celestial devil slaughtering saint. He roared, wanting to use the fourth move with all his might. Yi Fan sneered and rushed over, leaving behind a blur. How could he let the opponent attack him? The little Peng retreated with extreme speed, but Yi Fan still caught up. The old lunatic's steps were a bit better. Buzz! Yi Fan's golden palm slammed down, and the little Peng's celestial devil slaughtering Saint Art was forcibly interrupted. The little Peng spurted out a mouthful of blood again as he passively resisted. Clang! The two clashed fiercely. For the first time, their bodies clashed, emitting blinding light. The little Peng screamed. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss in this collision. His right hand was almost deformed, and his body was covered in blood with many wounds. Pooh! Yi Fan rushed over and attacked with all his strength, suppressing the little Peng. He continuously launched heavy attacks, not giving the little Peng any chance. In the distance, everyone was shocked. This was a battle of life and death, and the curtains were about to fall. Clang! Chong! The little Peng screamed after the bitter collision. His golden hair stood on end, and he was furious to the extreme. Kill! Yi Fan roared. He had long since unleashed his true anger. He twisted the little Peng's arm with a momentum that could devour mountains and rivers. Yi Fan screamed. The heaven and earth shook as he tore with all his might. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere as he tore off the little Peng's right arm. Peng blood dyed the sky. The little Peng screamed as his arm was torn off. Blood gushed out and half of his body was dyed red. He operated his innate chi and his life source boiled. A golden blood energy shot out from his severed arm and burned the void until it collapsed. This was a destructive aura. He was determined to perish indiscriminately and forced Yi Fan to evade. This method of mutual destruction almost made him burn. Boom! Boundless magical power and overflowing Tao patterns rushed out. The sky was completely destroyed and turned into a terrifying place. Yi Fan was forced back as the boundless Tao laws pressed down on him. This was the Tao power contained in the little Peng's blood, the innate talent of his race. The demonic race was different from the human race. Their blood contained the treasures left behind by their ancestors. Once it was opened and excavated, there would be unimaginable power. The more powerful the ancestor was, the more terrifying the bloodline treasure left behind. Once it was revealed, it would have astonishing divine might and could even create the terrifying scene of an ancient heavenly demon descending. Yi Fan was confident in his victory and didn't want to risk his life against him. There was no need to seriously injure himself and retreat hundreds of meters while the other was struggling. The little Peng's golden hair was stained with blood. He screamed in pain as his left hand touched his severed arm. His eyes were full of disbelief. My arm was actually cut off. He couldn't accept this reality. This result was even worse than killing him. A crazed killing intent appeared in his eyes as he growled, "I, the little Peng, will never be defeated." He faced the sky and roared. His golden hair stood on end as a terrifying divine radiance shot out from his eyes. The golden radiance around his body was like a raging flame. In the distance, everyone was incomparably shocked. Yi Fan tore off one of the little Peng's arms with his bare hands. This result made everyone's hearts go cold. Many descendants of the supreme sex had an unnatural expression in their eyes. This kind of battle prowess caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. That was the heavenly demon slaughtering saint art, a matchless divine technique, yet it couldn't stop the divine physique. A few saint children were extremely fearful. Their eyes were cold as they felt a great threat. The divine physique's battle prowess made them feel uneasy. The Wind Phoenix's figure was tall and slender. She was graceful and elegant as she stood in the distant sky. Her beautiful eyes were flowing with brilliance, and the multicolored mask emitted a gentle radiance that covered her face. It was unknown what kind of expression she was wearing. However, from the fluctuating luster in her eyes, it could be seen that she was shaken and her state of mind was not very calm. Wavering Light Saint Child was very calm. His body was flowing with holy light, and his eyes were like deep ponds. He stood in the air without moving, and no one knew what he was thinking. Ah! The golden-winged little Peking cried out loudly, his roar shaking rivers and mountains. After losing an arm, he went completely mad. Celestial demon slaughtering Saint Art, fourth form. He looked up to the sky and roared. Golden blood chi surged all over his body as if he was standing in a golden ocean. Terrifying energy surged like huge waves, towering into the sky. His hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like an injured demon king. Golden-winged little Peking had thrown caution to the wind. He forcefully executed the fourth style of the saint-slaying art with his broken body. He still wanted to kill Yi Fan, and his boundless killing intent didn't weaken at all. Do you think you still have a chance? Yi Fan sneered. This kind of unparalleled divine technique was indeed too terrifying. He didn't want to passively endure it. At this moment, he turned into a ray of divine light and rushed over. His left hand was true Yin, and his right hand was true Yang. He unleashed a heaven-overflowing attack and forcefully interrupted the saint-slaying art. Boom, this heaven and earth collapsed in an instant. A terrifying wave of energy surged violently as if 10,000 great waves were crashing over in succession. Rumble, the golden-winged little Peking roared angrily, but it was useless. With his cultivation, activating the fourth style of the celestial demon slaughtering art was already very difficult. Now, Yi Fan unleashed such a tyrannical attack. It was as if nothing existed anymore as he destroyed everything with his powerful battle prowess. Pung, the golden-winged little Peking felt as if he had been struck by a 10,000 catty hammer. All the bones in his body creaked, and blood sprayed out from his mouth. He suffered a backlash after being forcefully interrupted. Boom, at the same time, Yi Fan rushed over. He raised his golden fist and smashed down, using his peerless brute force to destroy everything in his way. This was the saint physique. The unparalleled physical body was displayed to the fullest at this moment. As long as it was broken through, even the most powerful Pung race and Jiao Dragon race would have to nurse a grievance. Dang, Yi Fan's fist collided with the golden-winged little Peking's left palm, immediately distorting it out of shape. It couldn't stop him at all. Kill. Even so, the golden-winged little Peking was still roaring and crazily attacking. Pung, Yi Fan threw out 8 punches in a row, and all of them landed on that deformed palm. It was difficult for him to endure that kind of intense pain. PFFF, Yi Fan's 9th attack landed. The golden fist immediately turned that palm into a bloody mist and completely shattered it. The golden-winged little Peking angrily roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden radiance. With a pu sound, the air was torn apart like a window paper. Yi Fan evaded it. His eyes were cold without a trace of mercy. In a battle of life and death, it was either you die or I die. If one's heart was soft, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Gotcha, both of his hands moved at the same time, twisting the little Peking's heavily injured left arm. With a fierce pull, a large amount of blood rained down, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Yi Fan broke his left arm and tore it off. The eerie white bones and gushing blood splashed onto his body, making him look like a ruthless Azura. Pung, he threw out a punch, and the little Peking's chest caved in, emitting a terrifying bone-cracking sound. The golden-winged little Peking was beaten until he no longer resembled a human. He flew backwards, and his majestic body lost both arms. It was almost impossible for him to resist, but right at this time, he began to laugh cruelly. He was incomparably arrogant and callous. It was as if a deity from hell had broken free from its shackles and rushed out. He coldly said, "I finally succeeded. Heavenly Demonic Slaughtering Art, 4th Style. At this moment, everyone's hearts palpitated. It was as if they had arrived at the end of the world, and their bodies were about to die. Every single one of them trembled, and many of them almost collapsed onto the ground, wanting to kneel down. Within the endless mountains, all of the birds and beasts were lying on the ground. Their bodies were trembling as they worshipped in this direction. Yi Fan's first impression was that the shadow of death had enveloped him. He decisively retreated and quickly distanced himself from that place. It's useless, you can't escape. The golden-winged little Pun King was incomparably cold. One after another, void figures flew over from the endless heavens and entered his body. 2 arms of light appeared where his arms were severed. They were vivid and lifelike, and they were even more powerful. Ancient ancestors, heed my call. Heavenly demonic, descend into this world and become one with me. Kill all saints. The golden-winged little Pun King's voice was overcast. His cold words resounded through this world like a demonic incantation, making the endless mountain range rumble and shake. Everyone was stunned. Just what kind of matchless holy art was the heavenly demonic slaughtering art? Why was it so strange? Terrifying fluctuations erupted like an endless volcano. It was as if a heaven-connecting tsunami engulfed all directions, shaking the heavens above and earth below. A terrifying scene appeared. Tall and sturdy figures descended one after another, merging together with the golden-winged little Pun King. In his surroundings, relief sculptures appeared one after another, releasing an ancient aura. It was as if they had returned to the distant past. What is that? Everyone cried out in alarm. The golden-winged little Pun King merged with those heroic figures. His arms seemed to have been reborn, appearing extremely real and full of a powerful feeling. In his surroundings, there were a few relief sculptures dyed in blood. They were extremely terrifying, as if they were narrating a past event. Golden battle clothes covered his body, and a scepter appeared in his hands. He was like an unmatched king. Even more terrifying scenes appeared. There were many figures around him. The terrifying scenes from the distant past passed through time and space, reappearing in the mortal world. The heavenly demonic slaughtering art has a demonic nature. It has summoned the ancient heroic spirits of the Skypung race, recreating the scenes of the past. Those are ancient saints lying in pools of blood. The golden-winged little Pun King's body was covered by the battle clothes. Only his pair of golden pupils were exposed, frightening people's souls. His entire body was covered by the golden divine clothes. Beside him, there were figures whose hearts had been pierced by the golden scepter, people whose heads had been torn off by the Skypung King, and corpses at his feet. These were all ancient saints. All of them were lying in pools of blood, their corpses lying on the ground. They had died countless years ago under the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. The golden-winged little Pun King brandished the golden scepter and attacked toward Yi Fan. An endless terrifying aura pervaded the air. He was like a deity, and every movement he made contained the laws of the great Tao. Yi Fan felt as if he was struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He felt the shadow of death looming over his body. This is too terrifying. This is only the 4th form of the heavenly demonic slaughtering art. There are still 5 more forms after this. No wonder he dares to use the 2-word slaughtering saint as his name. The golden-winged little Pun King can only use the first 4 forms, but this is already enough to look down on his peers. Who can stop him? Everyone was alarmed. The golden-winged little Pun King's eyes were bone-piercingly cold. With the scepter in his hand, he took large strides towards Yi Fan and said, "Can you still break it?" He brandished the scepter downwards. The golden scepter cut through the vast sky. With every step he took, the heaven and earth moved with him. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying scene emerged. The corpses of ancient saints lay on the ground. Blood flowed in streams as they fell at his feet. This scene made him seem full of demonic nature. Could it be that he really summoned the ancient saints of the Skypung race? It shouldn't be. Countless years have passed. It is impossible to summon more heroic spirits. Perhaps this is only the embodiment of the great Tao laws. Everyone was astonished and shaken. No one can stop my steps. It is time for you to be executed. The golden-winged little Peking was covered in golden divine clothes. His pupils were as sharp as blades as he hacked down with the golden scepter. Hong! Yi Fan was sent flying again. The opponent's power was strange and indescribable. It was as if he was possessed by a divine spirit. He was undefeatable. At this point, how could he care about anything else? The secret of all of the 9 secrets was about to be revealed. The opponent's unparalleled holy technique was too terrifying. He had to use both the secret of all and the secret of fighting. The golden-winged little Peking was unstoppable. Every move he made was the law of the great Tao. With the scepter in his hand, it was as if he was the ruler of the world. He closed in with large strides, and nothing could stop him. Yi Fan continuously coughed out blood. He could not endure this kind of unparalleled divine might. If it was any other young hero, they would have long been annihilated. There was no way they could resist at all. The ancient saints' corpses lay at his feet. Blood flowed everywhere, filling the golden-winged little Peking with a wild nature. His majestic body was like a resurrected demonic sovereign as he appeared in the world of mortals. Yi Fan was anxious. He had circulated the secret of 9 several hundred times, yet he still did not succeed. This kind of random triggering was too passive after all. During this process, his body was almost cut in half by that scepter. He narrowly avoided it, but a terrifying wound appeared on his waist. This was the most dangerous battle he had ever fought since he fought a life-and-death battle. At this moment, the golden-winged little Peking was almost undefeatable. Yi Fan circulated the secret of all of the 9 secrets again, but it actually failed again. A shadow appeared in his heart. His luck today was too bad. Could it be that the heavens wanted him to die? What are you going to use to fight me? The golden-winged little Peking roared. Dong! The golden scepter was like the heavens. As it descended, heaven and earth collapsed. Yi Fan could not block it at all. He immediately flew out and spat out large mouthfuls of blood again. Today, the secret of all's activation was too terrible. It actually didn't appear even once. Yi Fan could not be distracted anymore. The golden-winged little Peking's speed was not slower than his and was only a hair behind. He arrived in front of him like lightning and continuously hacked down. At this moment, this young king of the Sky Pung race had displayed the 4th move of the celestial demonic saint slaughtering art. It was as if a celestial demonic had descended into the world. At this critical juncture, Yi Fan was strangely calm since he could not activate the secret of all. He could not rely on luck to fight for his life and death. Everything depended on himself. He began to earnestly display the battle saint technique and display this secret to the extreme. He wanted to realize the sublimation of his own understanding of the Tao. Futile struggle, you have no chance at all. The golden-winged little Peking was cold and eerie. His snow-white teeth were frighteningly white. Bang! The golden scepter swept over, and Yi Fan was sent flying again. His whole body was covered in golden blood and his bones were almost broken. If not for his saint physique, he would have died many times over. My Tao, my life and death. Yi Fan's left hand was as black as ink, representing the true Yin. His right hand was as translucent as white jade, representing the true Yang. They flickered continuously and emitted terrifying fluctuations. The golden-winged little Peking's eyes turned cold. He quickly attacked and did not give Chu Feng the chance to use it. The 3rd move of the celestial demonic saint slaughtering art was broken by the true Yin and true Yang. He was somewhat apprehensive. Boom! Yi Fan was sent flying again. His whole body was stained with blood. Many terrifying wounds appeared on his body as if they were going to pierce through his flesh. This is too terrifying. The celestial demonic saint slaughtering art is indeed unparalleled. Even the saint physique can't withstand it. After this battle, who in the same generation can compete with the little Peking? What a pity. The Doomsday Saint physique didn't have a glorious ending and will end in darkness, everyone discussed in a low voice. They were all apprehensive. Tao, Tao, Tao! Yi Fan shouted. His hands were still forming seals, one representing the true Yin and the other representing the true Yang. He shouted, extraordinary Tao. When the golden scepter was swung down, a thought flashed in his mind and he captured the path of the great Tao. The Taiji diagram appeared behind him. His hands represented the true yin and true yang. His body bent down like a dragon, turning into that yin and yang dividing line. The true dragon's figure formed a curved line. This was the path of the great Tao. Swoosh, at this moment, Yifan broke through the limit of speed. His body turned into that dragon-shaped curved Tao trace, nothing could stop him. He tore through everything like rotten weeds. All obstacles in front of him would be destroyed. Gotcha, the little Pung King's scepter swung forward, but it was immediately cut apart by the dragon-shaped Tao trace formed by Yifan's body. What? How is this possible? How did he do it? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Hong. Yifan's body turned into the world's most terrifying weapon. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. Nothing could stop him in half a step. Chi. The little Pung King was almost cut in half at the waist. Yifan's dragon-shaped Tao trace brushed past his body, cutting off more than half of his waist. Ah, the little Pung King screamed miserably. His intestines flowed out and blood gushed out. Chi. The dragon-shaped Tao trace formed by Yifan rushed back again. This was the dividing line of the yin-yang taiji diagram, a tangible trace of the great Tao. Pooh. Blood gushed out from the little Pung King's throat. His head was almost cut off. The celestial demon slaughtering sacred art's fourth move was completely broken. He staggered and almost collapsed, losing all fighting strength. This time, Yifan's harvest was too great. He comprehended this type of Tao between life and death and perfectly developed it with the battle saint technique. Little Pung King, I'll send you on your way. Yifan closed in and grabbed his legs. Then, he forcefully pulled. Pooh. Blood splashed out. Yifan hacked the little Pung King in half, everyone was stunned. The two of them fought for close to 5,000 exchanges. In the end, the dying saint physique won and hacked the little Pung King in half. In this life and death battle between the peak of the younger generation, Yifan had cleaved the little Pung King in half, blood splattered everywhere. His entire body was soaked in Pung blood as he stood in the air. Even his hair was stained with blood. He was like an Azura bathed in blood. The little Pung King's body had been torn in half, and all his internal organs had flowed out. It was a bloody scene. He was completely crippled. Everyone's expression changed. The insufferably arrogant little Pung King had actually ended up like this. It was too tragic. He was originally a peak figure of the younger generation. He had been born at a young age and was powerful and tyrannical. He had dominated the eastern wasteland for 10 years and was unrivaled among his peers. But in the end, he had ended up in such a tragic state. The Wind Phoenix's watery eyes were filled with shock. She couldn't believe all this. The arrogant little Pung King had been defeated so thoroughly. Zhao Fei's expression was stiff and shocked. Whether it was the little Pung King or Yifan, both had heaven-defying methods. This kind of battle made him shiver. On the other side, Yaoxi's expression was incomparably complicated. Even such a saint body made her feel uneasy. Such power had exceeded her expectations. Her weakness was in the opponent's hands. She had always wanted to take it back but couldn't. Although the Purple Mansion Saint, the Saint of all beginnings, the Jade Lake Saintess, and the others' expressions were unchanged, it was hard to say whether they were calm or not. Yifan hacked apart the little Pung King, his entire body was dripping with blood. His injuries were not light either. The celestial fiend slaughtering Saint art was unparalleled in this world, it was a peerless divine art. It left many terrible wounds on his body. The two had fought for almost 5,000 rounds before a victor was decided. This was the most difficult battle he had encountered since he was born. He had almost died here. If he hadn't comprehended some of his Tao at the crucial moment and used the battle saint art to perfectly display it, he would really have died with a grievance. Just kill me. Ah! The little Pung King screamed in despair. His powerful body had been crippled by Yifan. This was a fatal blow. At this moment, only his head was still intact. His body had been completely torn in half by Yifan. Yifan didn't move at all. He was silent. He felt a pair of cold eyes staring at him, and a killing intent seeped into his bones. This was a terrifying will. Those eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the void, a single thought able to make the great earth flow with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. It was as if a peerless divine lord had descended into the world. He stood in the clouds and looked down at the boundless earth. He stared coldly at Yi Fan, and killing intent suffused the air. He couldn't see that person, but he knew that it was definitely the old Rock King, who was infamous throughout the world, and even the great sage lords were extremely afraid of. Yi Fan could feel the supreme aura of the celestial demon slaughtering Saint Art. It was many times more terrifying than the little golden wing Pun King. With a single thought, it could turn millions of living beings into corpses. The old Pun King swept through the world, making even the holy masters retreat. He was a peerless overlord that looked down on the entire eastern wasteland. It was difficult to find an opponent. Now that he had obtained the celestial demon slaughtering Saint Art, it was hard for outsiders to predict how powerful he was. Give me a quick death. Just kill me. I won't have any regrets dying in your hands like this. The little golden wing Pun King roared. Yi Fan really hated him. Every time they met, this arrogant birdman would provoke him and try to suppress him. This battle had already been decided a long time ago. However, after seeing his utter despair and unyielding appearance, Yi Fan suddenly felt that this hateful birdman was somewhat straightforward. From a certain perspective, the little golden wing Pun King was much more pleasing to the eye than the scheming Hua Yunfei. He was also much more straightforward than the Alcade Saint Sun, whose motives were unclear. Hua Yunfei, Yao Shi, the Saint Sons, no matter if these people were good or bad, they wouldn't act so openly. Only the little golden wing Pun King dared to fight him to the death. PFFF. In the end, Yi Fan still moved. His right hand slashed horizontally and cut off the little golden wing Pun King's head. Holding it in his hand, the torn corpse spewed out fresh blood as it fell from the sky. The crowd was in an uproar. Yi Fan still crippled the little golden wing Pun King in the end. His heavenly Pun True body was destroyed, and all of his cultivation was gone. From now on, the little golden wing Pun King no longer existed in this world. A heavenly talent, a king of a generation, it's all in the past just like that. What a pity. He could have soared to the skies and could have become a supreme demonic lord, but he ended up like this. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. The illustrious little golden wing Pun King met a tragic end just like that. Everyone said that he might be able to walk the path of the great emperor, and he indeed didn't disappoint them. He defied the natural order and killed immortals, suppressing the heroes of the older generation. Unfortunately, he encountered the Doomsday Sacred Physique. This was a character who could compete with the young great emperor in name and in reality. In the end, he still met a tragic end. Just kill me. Give me a quick death. The little golden wing Pun King roared with his divine will. Tears actually rolled down from his eyes. Everyone's hearts were greatly moved. This arrogant and unruly young king was actually shedding tears. One could imagine just how disheartened he was right now. Everyone was shocked. The threat of the Saint Physique was too great. Looking across the entire eastern wasteland, there were probably less than a handful of people in the younger generation who could compete with him. The only thing that made them feel fortunate was that Yi Fan didn't have much time left. He only had half a month left. If he wanted to live, he could only sever his own cultivation. However, many people were still doubtful. Was such a powerful battle prowess really someone who was about to die? They all had their doubts. However, Yi Fan's origin had been injured by the Great Tao. Everyone knew that even supreme divine kings couldn't save him with their lives. They didn't believe that Yi Fan could recover by himself. This was because all the divine lords had already said that the Saint Physique was at the end of the road. It was impossible for him to recover unless a shocking miracle happened. I originally didn't want to kill Brother Peng, but he forced me to take action. Senior, please save him. Yi Fan transmitted his voice into the void. He felt a supreme murderous intent. It was as if a god was looking down on him and could send down divine punishment at any time. However, Yi Fan wasn't afraid. He secretly transmitted his voice to the Black Emperor to lay down the Void Emperor's formation. At worst, he would just take the head and leave the eastern wasteland. However, he was somewhat unwilling. The 9 secrets were scattered all over the eastern wasteland, and one of them was at the St. Cliff. He really didn't want to leave the eastern wasteland right now. In the void, a figure walked over step by step. The heaven and earth were pulsing with him. This was the rhythm of the great Tao. Everyone was astonished. This was an inconceivable existence. The blurry figure solidified and walked over like a god. The famous old Pun King had appeared. After cultivating the celestial demon slaughtering Saint Art, his divine charm made all the divine lords even more apprehensive. He was tall and sturdy and wore golden robes. His face was expressionless, and his golden hair moved without wind. His eyes were like two sharp swords as he became one with the heaven and earth. As soon as the peerless demonic king appeared, other great characters appeared one after another. Many Divine Lord-level characters had come to the Wind Clan's Divine Lord's birthday celebration. Everyone looked towards the scene and paid attention to the development of the situation. It was extremely quiet, and the sound of falling flowers could be heard in the endless mountains. The old Pun King made his move. With a point of his finger, the little Pun King's torn body immediately collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. Everyone was shocked. What was the meaning of this? Destroying his own grandson's physical body was equivalent to completely destroying all hope. Swoosh, the old Pun King waved his hand, and the head in Yi Fan's hand flew over and landed in his palm. Do you know why you lost? His expression was calm. The little Pun King roared in pain. His eyes were filled with bloody light. Forget it, I will personally send you on your way. I have spoiled you too much in the past and wasted your talent. The old Pun King's tone was calm. His eyes were incomparably deep as he raised his hand and pointed towards the little Pun King's head. Brother Pung, don't do this. The Wind Clan's Divine Lord was shocked and raised his hand to stop him. On the side, the others were even more shocked. Everyone knew that the old Pun King was incomparably tyrannical and was extremely protective of his own people. He spoiled this heaven-gifted grandson of his the most, and no one thought that he would personally kill him today. The little Pun King was stimulated by the killing intent and woke up. As if he was filled with wisdom, he quickly calmed down. His eyes were a little dim, and he didn't say a single word. Do you understand? The old Pun King's finger flickered with golden light. As long as it stabbed forward, the little Pun King's head would definitely split into pieces. I understand. The little Pun King spoke calmly, ignoring the danger of death. You finally didn't completely disappoint me. The old Pun King lifted up the little Pun King's head. His golden robe fluttered as he walked away in large steps. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This old Pun King was truly not simple. No wonder he could dominate the world. Brother Pung, please wait a moment. I have some healing medicine here. The Wind Clan's Divine Lord spoke. Since something like this happened on his birthday, there was no way he could ignore it. There's no need. The old Pun King didn't turn back. With each step, he disappeared. If you can't pass the 9 trials set by my clan's saint, you should never come into the world again. These were the last words he left behind. Does the old Pun King want his own grandson's life? The number of people who could pass the 9 trials set by the ancient saint in the past hundreds of thousands of years can be counted on 2 hands. The little Pun King is already crippled. What is the meaning of doing this? Could it be that he wants him to cultivate again? All the cultivators present, regardless of whether they were from the older generation or the younger generation, were indescribably shocked. The celestial demon slaughtering Saint Art is indeed terrifying. He only displayed the 4th form and it's already like this. I really wonder what kind of terrifying might the next 5 forms would have. Everyone's hearts trembled. The corpses of the ancient saints and their blood staining the ground seemed to appear before their eyes. No one could calm down. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Fan. He had actually broken through the first 4 forms of the celestial demon's sacred art. Even though he was on the verge of death, he had still succeeded in the end. They really didn't know how he had done it. They tried hard to think back, but they discovered that the saint technique was unfathomable. Everyone's hearts trembled. They were secretly shocked by Yi Fan's methods. If he could survive, his future would be limitless. He would be able to look down on the younger generation. Even though he was about to die, his might had increased. Without the light-shaking realm or the godly monarch physique, who could compete with him? This was definitely the most realistic portrayal of him at this moment. The Wind Clan's divine lord nodded at him. He tossed over a bottle of healing medicine and turned around to leave. The other divine lords also disappeared. The cold mountain wind blew, swaying the trees and scattering the leaves. After the great battle, the endless mountain range was in a state of desolation. The younger generation, regardless of whether it was the saints or the saintesses, all felt a chill in their hearts. The battle prowess of the saintess physique made everyone incredibly wary. Pop! Suddenly, a cold light flashed. The killing intent was bone-piercing. A faint shadow suddenly appeared next to Yifan. An iron sword pierced through the air towards Yifan's chest. It was too fast and too sudden. Everyone's pupils constricted. Many of them asked themselves if they were in Yifan's place. They would not have been able to dodge and would have died without a doubt. Clang! Yifan's golden fist slammed into the sword's edge. However, a terrifying wound had still been inflicted on his chest, and golden blood flowed out. Clang! A cold light flashed across the ground. Another figure flew over, her white robes fluttering in the wind like a celestial being. It was too fast, and no one could react in time. A white-robed woman merged with her sword and charged forward, her sword pointed straight at Yifan's head. There was no way to dodge. Everything had happened so suddenly and quickly that it seemed as if it had appeared out of thin air. The peerless sword edge, dark green like water, swallowed and spat out sword light, aiming straight for Yifan's head. There was no way to avoid it. This was a fatal attack. No one would have thought that such a change would occur right after the battle between Yifan and the little Peking ended. The person had incredible methods and appeared out of nowhere. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Who could escape from such an assassination? No one knew how she appeared, but the sword edge was already in front of his head. It was sharp and ruthless, focused on killing in one strike. If it hit, both body and soul would be destroyed. There was no way to survive. Woof! The large black dog roared like a ferocious dragon, causing the mountains to tremble and countless plants to crumble. However, no matter how terrifying his roar was, it was unable to resolve the imminent disaster. Big brother! Little Nan Nan cried out. She did not watch the battle just now because it was too bloody. Li Heishui waited until the battle ended before carrying her out. However, the little girl just happened to see this scene and immediately cried out. White clothes fluttered, the peerless sword light swallowed and spat out, cutting off a lock of Yifan's hair, almost reaching his skull. At this critical moment, Yifan's body bent down, turning into a dragon-shaped trace, becoming the dividing line of yin and yang of the Tai Chi divine diagram. This was the trace of the great Tao. However, this was not enough. Even though he broke through the limit of speed, he still could not avoid the sword piercing his skull. The sword edge had already touched his skin and bones. Swish, the old madman's footwork also evolved, becoming a part of the dragon-shaped trace, helping him to fly away. Golden blood dripped down, and his hair was cut off. Yifan still could not avoid this sword. It had already pierced down, about to pierce through his skull. Time seemed to have frozen. Everyone held their breaths and opened their eyes wide, paying close attention. The Holy Doomsday physique was incomparably powerful. He defeated the arrogant little Peking, but was he going to be assassinated here? Everyone found it hard to calm down. This kind of assassination was too terrifying. It was difficult for anyone to avoid it. The incomparable Tao of killing was truly a divine technique of killing. Time seemed to have stopped. Countless paths of Tao flashed through Yifan's mind. How could he break it? Was he really going to die? Perhaps, activating the secret of all could increase his speed by many times and allow him to avoid the calamity. However, that would require time and he had no way of using it. At this moment, a series of images flashed through his mind. Suddenly, a holy art appeared in his mind. That was the legacy of the celestial court. It streaked across the sky like a comet, streaking across his heart and illuminating his mind. Illusion divine art, materializing in the nothingness and killing without a trace was the secret technique of the celestial court. Yifan had only obtained the legacy of the celestial court for a short period of time. Although he had comprehended it before, he had never used it before. At this moment, with a flash of inspiration, he had no other choice but to activate it. Whoosh! Almost in an instant, his body became blurry and disappeared in the air, as if he had ceased to exist. The divine skill of the celestial court and his dragon-shaped Taoist body evolved at the same time. Like a moving light, he passed through the nothingness and reached the extreme speed. His body was very blurry as he wandered between the void and the real. The peerless sword pierced through the blurry shadow. Drops of golden blood splashed out, but it could not penetrate through. At this moment, Yi Fan's state was very strange. He was between the tangible and the void. This was the evolution of the divine skill of the celestial court, and it had become one with the dragon-shaped Taoist body. At this crucial moment, he fused several kinds of divine skills with his Taoist body and used an unimaginable method to turn the situation around and escape death. The peerless sword pierced his head, but it did not feel like it had hit him. It was like it had pierced into a shadow, and it did not penetrate through. Whoosh! Yi Fan broke through and materialized from the state of nothingness not far away. He had escaped death, but his head was still injured. There was a wound on the top of his head that almost penetrated through his skull. Golden blood flowed down from his head and stuck his hair into strands. He was just a hair's breadth away from death. At this realm, the head was the biggest weakness. Once it was chopped, both body and soul would be destroyed. Everyone gasped. They did not expect Yi Fan to be so amazing. He had avoided the fatal attack and broken the deadlock. Clang! Yi Fan did not say anything. He directly attacked with the black gold divine spirit sword with dragon patterns. He had never suffered such a great loss since his cultivation. He almost had his head chopped off. At this moment, he did not need to think too much to know who they were. They were from the world of mortals. The gray-robed man and the white-robed woman were shrouded in mist. They were not very old, and they were like ghosts from hell. No divine power could be felt from them. The world of mortals was in charge of killing and used it to comprehend the great Tao. Their main purpose was to train themselves, and they would not be much stronger than their targets. Kill! Yi Fan brandished the holy sword and charged over. At this moment, his killing intent was even stronger than the people of the world of mortals. The other party had truly attacked him. If it were not for his quick reaction just now, he would have died a long time ago. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the sword radiance rushed into the heavens. The gray-robed man flew backwards. At the same time, the white-robed woman also disappeared like a wisp of smoke. They had retreated far away after their ambush failed. They did not stop and decisively retreated. You want to leave? Not so easy. Yi Fan was like a god of death. His hair was dripping with golden blood, and his eyes were like cold lightning. He chased after them with the 10-meter-long holy sword in hand. At this moment, everyone was shocked because they could no longer see the gray-robed man and the white-robed woman. Their figures had disappeared. However, it was as if Yi Fan had a mind of his own. Wherever his longsword pointed, its edge would be revealed. It was obvious that he had locked onto the two experts of the world of mortals. Where are they? How can he see them? Why can't we discover them? Many people cried out in alarm as their bodies went cold. If they were assassinated by this kind of person, how could they avoid it? At this moment, only the Yaoguang Saint Child, Ji Clan's Divine King Physique, Jade Lake Saintess, and a few others could still be seen. They stared unblinkingly. Yi Fan's spiritual senses could sense the two experts' trajectories. Moreover, he had opened his divine eyes, so he could see everything. He locked onto the gray-robed man and the white-robed woman. Chong! Yi Fan brandished the 10-meter-long holy sword. It pressed down like a black mountain. The power was ferocious, and the void collapsed. This was an incomparable heavy sword. Clang! The gray-robed man was forced to resist. He brandished the blood sword in his hand and hacked at the 10-meter-long holy sword. The sound seemed to pierce through metal and split stone. The sword cries shook the skies. He flew backwards on the spot, unable to resist the tyrannical power of the divine physique. That mountain-like pressure made his arm go numb. Swoosh! The gray-robed man hid in the void. His body almost disappeared, and his speed became even faster. He didn't even look back as he fled. As a seed of the human world, he understood when to give up. The ambush had failed, so he had to retreat. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to resist the doomsday divine physique's overflowing flames. Avoiding its edge was the best plan. However, Yi Fan was almost assassinated. How could he let them go? He shouted, "You still want to leave?" He used the old madman's footwork and caught up in an instant. His divine eyes could see through the void, so there was no way to hide from him. Boom, the black holy sword in his hand became hundreds of meters long. It swung down like a black mountain, causing the sky dome to explode and crack. The gray-robed man's pupils constricted. He had no choice but to resist. He really didn't want to face the divine physique's unparalleled brute force because it was even more terrifying than a dragon pung. Clang, the blood sword in his hand that was interweaved with incomplete laws immediately cracked. Meanwhile, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he was sent flying. "Human world, who sent you to kill me?" Yi Fan roared. He brandished the black holy sword and slashed down once again. In the sky above the endless mountains, everyone revealed shocked expressions. The ancient divine dynasty of assassins, the human world, had appeared again. Even though many people knew that they had always existed but kept a low profile, it was still shocking to hear that the human world wanted to kill the divine physique. In today's world, only those ancient inheritances had a way to contact the human world. This was truly thought-provoking. After learning that it was a terrifying figure of the human world, everyone understood that the gray-robed man and the white-robed woman were the seeds of the divine dynasty of assassins. The competition in the human world was very cruel. There weren't many seeds in the younger generation. Only those with great methods could obtain this kind of status. But now, the seeds of the divine dynasty of assassins were being chased by the divine physique. This was truly shocking. Who was the killer? Boom, Yi Fan's black holy sword swung down again, splitting a mountain in half. The 300 zhang long sword streaked across the sky. Clang, the ancient pagoda summoned by the gray-robed man was smashed to pieces on the spot. He spat out blood again and fled for his life. "You want to assassinate me? Today, I will make sure you have no path to heaven and no door to hell." So what if it's the human world? Golden blood flowed down from between Yi Fan's hair and dripped onto his face, making him look like a vengeful god who had unlocked his shackles. He was incomparably powerful. His snow-white teeth flickered with a cold light as he flew through the air. The black holy sword cut through everything in its path. Boom, Yi Fan's divine might was matchless. Golden flames raged around his body. His black hair danced chaotically and his eyes were deep. He raised the holy sword and continuously swung it down. This world was completely destroyed by him and continuously collapsed. He swung his sword 49 times in a row and broke a total of 49 mountains. Every time the black sword fell, it was like a black demonic mountain pressing down, smashing the gray-robed man until he spat out blood again and again. All of his magical treasures and weapons were smashed into pieces. Then, his arms broke apart and turned into a bloody mist. Later on, his body began to crack apart. When the 49th sword descended, he was directly crushed into a bloody paste by the 100 zhang long black sword in Yi Fan's hands, completely losing his life. The holy body is too fierce, killing the people from the ancient assassin's divine court. This is so domineering. Everyone was stupefied. The ancient assassin's divine court almost never failed, and being killed was even more rare. However, this kind of scene happened before their eyes. Everyone was greatly alarmed. This doomsday holy body was too domineering, powerful beyond compare, killing everyone in the human world. Just as everyone was in a daze, an astonishing scene appeared. 7 streaks of divine rainbows appeared out of thin air, all of them pointing at the center Yi Fan. Cold light illuminated the great earth. Exceptional killing intent erupted. The 7 great experts released heaven's shocking killing intent, making tens of thousands of trees in the mountains collapse. Countless broken leaves fluttered about, and tens of thousands of beasts lay on the ground, trembling. It was bone-piercingly cold, as if winter had arrived. Northern winds whistled about. At this moment, plants withered, all living things wiped out, and the mountains withered, heaven flying immortal. It was another exceptional assassination, but what was different was that this time, there were 7 of them, and it wasn't the white-clothed woman alone. The ancient assassin's divine court is terrifying after all, setting up this type of assassination. Any seed that was killed would instantly reveal their fierce fangs, killing with one strike. In the human world, they mainly sharpened their own disciples. That seed was clearly not favored, decisively abandoned. 7 experts in the human world displayed heaven flying immortal at the same time, appearing out of thin air to attack Yi Fan. The situation was dire to the extreme. When the white-clothed woman was alone, she injured him with this divine killing technique, almost piercing through his head. Golden blood was still dripping from it. One could imagine just what kind of dangerous situation Yi Fan was facing right now. This was a situation where he would definitely die. Everyone believed that Yi Fan wouldn't be able to survive. It was so sudden, so how could he defend against it? This was a killing situation 7 times greater than the one before. Yi Fan didn't panic, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He didn't feel any fear, because when he opened his divine eyes, he had already seen the 7 people, and he had made sufficient preparations. His body transformed, almost turning into a real dragon. He evolved the Tai Chi divine diagram's traces, forming a dragon-shaped curve. Pooh! Yi Fan's divine eyes had long opened, and he had foreseen the killing situation. At this moment, he attacked mercilessly. His bent body became a trace of the great path. He immediately pierced through one of the fairies. Blood splashed everywhere. And fresh blood gushed out. There was nothing more terrifying than his current body. He accurately calculated everyone's trajectory, and he became a tangible trace of the great path. Wang, the 6 swords shook at the same time, and divine radiance rushed into the heavens. The aura of the 6 fairies became many times stronger, and they pointed towards the center. The human world had a long inheritance. Tens of thousands of years ago, even the Holy Lands were incomparably fearful of them, and they didn't dare to provoke them. Their exceptional prestige was evident. Such an ancient divine dynasty of killers naturally had a heaven-defying method. The 6 fairies worked together, drawing upon the great path's energy. The 6 swords were like rainbows, forming 6 Tao diagrams. They emitted an incomparably boundless murderous aura as they pressed forward. However, Yi Fan was too fast. The battle saint technique was sublimated, and it became one with the dragon-shaped traces. This kind of curve evolved into a supreme Tao fruit. Pooh! He rushed past, avoiding the Tao diagrams that were suppressing him. His body became the most terrifying weapon, and the dragon-shaped curve cut the second person apart. Blood flickered, and mist filled the air. This expert died, and his body and soul were both destroyed. Whoosh! The swords in the remaining 5 people's hands shook at the same time, and the Tao diagrams evolved into the 5 elements, forming a mysterious and unfathomable killing diagram that covered the sky. Yi Fan was fearless, because he was very confident. He had grasped the inheritance of the celestial court, and he could break through this dangerous situation. The dragon-shaped traces formed by the battle saint technique could even break through the celestial demon slaughtering saint art, allowing him to stand proudly. Now that he understood the killing situation, he was even less afraid. Pooh! Yi Fan cut the 3rd assassin apart. The dragon-shaped curve was indestructible, and the traces of the evolution path were unstoppable. He rushed past, and that person turned into a bloody mist. The spectators were all shocked. These were people from the ancient divine dynasty of killers, and Yi Fan could actually kill them just like that. Yi Fan's heart was calm, and he didn't feel any fear. Even if they were experts of the human world, so what? Since they came to kill him, they would still die. He pondered in his heart that he had to grasp the inheritance of the celestial court completely. Only then would he be able to contend against the disciples sent out by this ancient inheritance of the human world to gain experience. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the celestial court wielded the supreme scepter of killers, and it ruled over the world. With a single thought, blood flowed through the earth, and it was like the supreme ancient heaven, dictating the fate of others. This inheritance was the leader of the 3 ancient divine dynasties of killers, and perhaps it would be a great support for Yi Fan in the future. He had a thought, and he wanted to rebuild the celestial court. In the distant ancient heaven, he ruled over the world with a supreme scepter. He effected the rise and fall of the mortal world and slew ancient saints. How many people dared to oppose him? Yi Fan only had this thought for a moment. Rebuilding the celestial court was extremely difficult. Not to mention other things, just the inheritance alone would require him to obtain the attainment formula of the 9 secrets. However, this did not affect his determination. The most important thing now was to obtain the flawless inheritance. If someone invited a mortal expert to come into being, he could evolve into the killer master of the celestial court and deal with them. Now was not the time to think. There were still 4 experts in the mortal world before him that needed to be dealt with. Xiang. 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 The cries of swords shook the sky. The blood, jade, purple, and azure swords were like 4 rainbows that pierced through the heaven and earth and shot toward Yifan's head. The vermilion bird soared through the sky, the true dragon roared, the white tiger roared, and the black tortoise floated up and down. The 4 immortal spirits took form and rushed towards Yifan together. The dragon and tiger struggled for hegemony while the turtle and sparrow danced together, covering the sky. Boom! The true dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise each held a scroll in their mouths. At this moment, they opened their mouths and spread out towards Yifan. This was the ultimate killing technique of the 4 symbols. It sealed the heaven and earth, making it difficult for people to move even half a step. It was the same as shackling the enemy. Yifan seemed to have sunk into a muddy swamp. The more he struggled, the tighter the shackles became. His entire body was being squeezed by an invisible force as if he was being bound by chains. The eyes of the 4 killers revealed a cold glint. The 4 swords vibrated at the same time. The dragon, tiger, tortoise, and sparrow became more and more real as the pressure of immortal spirits came down. The scrolls they spat out made crackling sounds like the beating of a heavenly drum. The vibration caused one's blood to surge and their bones to tremble as if they were about to break. Clang! Yifan's curved body shook violently. Golden blood surged and his entire body trembled. His physical body shook with an ocean-like brute force. Boom! He shattered the shackles and soared into the sky. Then, his body shifted horizontally. His dragon-shaped body possessed unimaginable power as he actually broke through the shackles. The Tao diagrams laid down by the 4 great immortal spirits sealed the void, but they simply couldn't stop this curving dragon. Yifan was like a dragon emerging from the abyss. The power of imprisonment was like a paper window that was instantly pierced through. Bang, the void trembled, the heavens trembling, everything no longer stable. The Taiji Dao Mark Yifan turned into was like a divine object refined by a saint, rushing over. Pop, pop, shattering sounds rang through the air. The dragon, tiger, tortoise, and sparrow were all pierced through by him. They couldn't stop him even half a step. The 4 immortal spiritual incarnations cried out in grief before disappearing into thin air. Rip! The 4 scrolls in their mouths were also torn apart by Yifan's bare hands like rags, turning into nothingness in the blink of an eye, no longer existing. Dao power surged, rushing in all directions. Let's go! When the 4 great human experts saw that the void cage they laid down couldn't stop Yifan, their expressions all changed. They decisively turned around and fled into the distance. You all came to kill me, yet you still want to leave. Yifan's skull was almost pierced through and he almost lost his life. Right now, blood was still dripping from between his black hair. Golden blood flowed down his face. His eyes were cold and his expression unswerving. He quickly took action, forceful and domineering without holding anything back. Pooh! Yifan rushed past. The 4th person was cut apart by his curved body. It was as if a divine weapon had cut through him. The cut was smooth, and only after a while did blood spurt out. There wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. Yifan continuously killed the human world seed experts. He was tyrannical and terrifying, making everyone feel uneasy. As expected, the Doomsday Holy Body couldn't be bullied. The remaining 3 split up and fled, but they weren't as fast as Yifan. He almost instantly caught up to another person. His right hand turned into a true yang that was like flawless white jade as it pressed forward. Zheng! That person hurriedly retaliated. The green longsword in his hand was broken on the spot. Blood flowed from the area between his thumb and index finger. He was hit by the huge force until his entire body was bleeding. Dong! Yifan swung his fist and pressed down. It was as if a great mountain was falling down, making it impossible for the assassin to dodge. He had no choice but to take it head-on. Pooh! This was a type of destructive power. Yi Fan, who had turned into a dragon-shaped Dao mark, had a terrifying Dao power that could break through all obstructions. He immediately smashed that person's arm into pieces and turned his body into a bloody paste. He rushed past and chased after the other two. The white-clothed woman was already blocked by the Black Emperor's formation, while the other person was entangled by Li Heishui. Wang! The void trembled. Yi Fan's curved body moved at a terrifying speed. It was like a dragon soaring through the sky. He immediately rushed over and avoided Li Heishui, fighting barehanded. This person was clearly very powerful. He activated his overflowing magical power and continuously resisted. He temporarily blocked Yi Fan, but with the holy body at such a close distance, he completely lost the initiative. Chi! Yi Fan broke through the restraints of the void and turned into a streak of golden light. His hands trembled and the true yin and true yang merged. With a loud hong sound, the sky collapsed and a mountain peak below collapsed. This powerful inheritor spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body cracked and he flew backwards. His eyes revealed a horrified expression. The world of man's concealment divine technique was displayed and he wanted to disappear into nothingness. Yi Fan sneered. After cultivating the divine eye, nothing could be hidden. He didn't delay in the slightest and his dragon-shaped body shot out like an arrow. Hong! His left hand was pitch black like ink and represented the true yin within the Taiji divine diagram. At this moment, it slammed downwards and turned into a black hole. The horizon trembled and endless terrifying storms surged. That black hole devoured everything. The boulders and ancient trees on the mountain peak below were all uprooted and absorbed within. Pooh! This expert's body split into pieces and blood splashed everywhere. His limbs and torso were all separated and then turned into flying ashes, entering the black hole. There was no one who wasn't horrified. World of man's flying immortal, man and sword as one, 7 great experts rushed over, yet in the end, 6 of them were killed by him. Shua! Yi Fan soared through the air and drew out a profound yet heart-shaking trajectory. He arrived in front of the white-clothed woman. The Black Emperor's temporary formation patterns couldn't stop her and she had already broken free. This woman wasn't all that beautiful and could even be considered ordinary. It was difficult for others to notice her when standing in the sea of people, but it was precisely her that almost pierced through Yi Fan's head. Chong! Yi Fan rushed over and used his finger to strike the dark green divine sword. Sparks flew in all directions and the shockwaves caused the peak of a mountain below to crack apart. He began to fight a great battle with her. So, the white-robed woman's movement technique was very strange. She was like a loach swimming in the void, making it difficult for people to attack with their full strength. She constantly hid in the void, and every time, she would launch a fierce attack from the dark. Yi Fan's brute force was unparalleled. After transforming into the Taiji Dao mark, he was unstoppable and his speed had also reached the extreme. Even though this white-clothed woman was very agile and strange, she still couldn't avoid his sharpness. Yi Fan's fists split the sky. Every single strike was a heavy blow, and with his terrifying speed, he could be said to be a slaughtering deity that was difficult to defend against. Boom! Every time he brandished his fist, there would be a golden blood energy that rushed into the heavens. He was like an undefeatable Holy Spirit. His eyes were deep and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Every single strike of Yi Fan's was terrifying beyond compare. It was as if he was brandishing his fist and moving the entire heaven and earth, almost suppressing the white-clothed woman. If not for her strange movement technique, she would have long been beaten into a meat patty. It was because even the insufferably arrogant golden-winged little Pung King couldn't withstand this kind of tyrannical divine power. Boom! Yi Fan's golden blood energy rushed into the sky, as if there were tens of thousands of true dragons soaring into the sky from his body. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Every time he brandished his hand, the void would collapse. Dong! The white-clothed woman's entire body was overflowing with blood. The powerful pressure had cracked the surface of her body, and she couldn't hold on any longer. The green sword in her hand shattered into pieces with a ping sound. Boom! Yi Fan was like an eternal divine furnace that was blooming with light. The dragon-shaped Tao body passed by. His fist power overflowed the heavens, and endless golden brilliance submerged the sky. Pfft! This powerful white-clothed woman was beaten into meat paste by him. She was thoroughly killed and died under the sky. In the end, only a bloody mist was left floating in the air. The experts dispatched by the human world were all executed, including the gray-clothed man from before. Yi Fan had killed a total of 8 great assassins. This series of conflicts and battles could be said to be a thunderous storm. He and the golden-winged little Pung King fought for close to 5,000 rounds. He was originally seriously injured, but he relied on his own strength to break through the human world's killing trap and kill everyone. At this time, he could only be described as powerful and tyrannical. It made every spectator's heart go cold. This was the power of a divine physique. Does he really not have much time left? He only has half a month of lifespan left, yet he still has such terrifying battle strength. Fortunately, his life has come to an end. Otherwise, he would be the greatest enemy of all the saints. The wind phoenix couldn't calm down. Her beautiful face under the 5-colored mask was rippling. Her beautiful eyes flickered and kept changing. Yao Shi, the purple mansion saint, Zhao Fa, and the others also couldn't calm down. They were all thinking, and everyone had different thoughts. All the saints and saintesses felt great pressure. Now, no one dared to say that they could suppress Yi Fan, but there weren't many who could fight against him. At this time, a top figure of the younger generation, the Ji family's divine monarch physique, stared ahead with his deep eyes. Everyone in the world said that the golden-winged little Pung King could fight against the divine physique, but no one knew how powerful Ji Haoyue was. Now, his expression was calm, and scenes of the battle kept appearing in his eyes. It was very mysterious. Many people noticed it, and they were all frightened. This is the divine art of divination that the divine monarch physique is born with. He is playing out the battle just now. Ji Haoyue was playing out the battle just now. Seeing how calm he was, everyone gasped. They knew that he could definitely fight against the divine monarch physique. The Ji family's divine monarch physique hadn't fought many times. When people measured the golden-winged little Pung King's battle strength, they always used him as a comparison. They had almost forgotten the fact that he was the king of the eastern wilderness. The Ji family was the descendant of the ancient Arch. The void ancient scripture recorded the peerless divine art and the flawless secret of the Arch. However, few people knew what kind of peerless divine art was recorded in the last few pages of the void ancient scripture, but it was said to be unparalleled. How terrifying would the divine monarch physique be if he showed it? Everyone couldn't help but shiver at the thought of this. Here, another person with a special performance was the Yaoguang saint. His hair moved with the wind, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. The light in his eyes kept flickering, as if one world after another was being destroyed and created. It was frightening to look at. However, he quickly smiled and returned to normal. Who invited the experts of the mortal world to kill me? Yi Fan asked himself as his eyes swept over everyone. Most of the heroes at the scene were young. After being swept by his sharp eyes, they were all shaken. They didn't dare to look at him directly and wanted to retreat. Woof! The big black dog suddenly roared. The mountain shook. He landed in the mountain range and picked up a golden arm. That was the arm of the little Pung King. It was the only part that the old Pung King had neglected. It was still there, flickering with golden light. What do you want it for? Li Heishui asked. This is the heavenly Pung divine wing. It will transform into its original form in a while. The big black dog drooled. He is the descendant of the Pung race's saint. This kind of divine wing can only be found and not sought. It is priceless. Li Heishui looked at the bloody arm and was a bit dumbfounded. He was about to faint from its words. Motherf asterisk Ker, you dare to eat anything. In the surroundings, the others were also a bit dizzy. They didn't know what to say. This damn dog's taste was too strong. It really lacked morals. Doggy, don't eat anything. Little Nan Nan was very afraid. She covered her big eyes with her little hands and didn't dare to look at it. Don't worry, I will only use it to refine medicine. It was unknown whether it was speaking the truth or not. With a flash, it put it away. Is the world of mortals really going to make a comeback? A powerful wave came from the distance. The Wind Race's Saint Master and the other top figures flew over quickly. They all had serious expressions. They had received the news and rushed back immediately to check the results. After picking up the fragments of the broken sword, everyone carefully observed. The celestial court had been destroyed in the ancient era, but the world of mortals and hell had been preserved. The Saint Masters naturally knew about them. These two ancient assassin dynasties had always been very peaceful. Although they would occasionally take action, they were incomparably low profile. Now, they had come out to kill the Saint Physique. It really made people feel uneasy. Yi Fan was also pondering. He swept his eyes over everyone. It was difficult to determine who had invited the world of mortals. He only knew that only an ancient inheritance could contact the ancient assassin dynasty. Who could it be? This was a very dangerous enemy who wanted to kill him. However, he didn't know where the enemy was at all. In this battle, Yi Fan had suffered rather heavy injuries. The most dangerous was the sword on his head. If it had spat out an inch more sword light, he would have been in danger. The golden-winged little Pung had also left quite a few wounds on his body. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged in the air, unmoving. Golden blood chi was boiling, submerging him within. He was operating the holy technique recorded in the Nirvana Sutra. This was the secret healing technique that Miaoi had given him. Although it was not a flawless ancient scripture of Buddhism, it was still one of the most quintessential divine texts. Golden blood chi soared into the sky, and every inch of Yi Fan's flesh and blood was trembling. The saint blood gushed forth like a raging sea, producing thunderous sounds. Outside his body, golden lightning danced, and dense golden light lingered, setting off his body brilliantly, as if he was forging an immortal divine body. It didn't take long before all the wounds on his body were healed, and most of his internal and external injuries were healed. However, he had to expend a certain amount of golden blood energy. However, the most powerful part of a holy body was his physical body. Endless essence chi could quickly make up for it, so he could always maintain his peak state. Now that there were powerful enemies watching him from the shadows, he had to make sure that he was in peak condition without any injuries. Otherwise, others might take advantage of him. Swoosh, Yi Fan opened his eyes, shooting out two beams of divine radiance. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they became even more apprehensive towards the holy body. Yi Fan saw the apprehension the saint children and saintesses had towards him. He stood up, and then he forced himself. Two streaks of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He's so fierce, and he's even vomiting blood. Many people were speechless. They all said that he was about to die, but they saw him fight with such vigor and vigor. They couldn't help but be suspicious. He started vomiting blood in the northern region, all the way to the southern region, and then to the central region. Why is it that the more blood he vomits, the more powerful he becomes? Many people were furious. The Wind Clan's holy lord walked over and nodded towards him, saying, "Not bad, you killed the 8 great seeds alone. I was just lucky." In front of such a peerless expert, Yi Fan didn't dare to lower his guard and hid his current state. But you have to be careful. The ancient killer celestial court has many experts, and they have comprehended the great Tao of killing. They are unparalleled in the field of killing, the Wind Clan's holy lord reminded him. The ancient killer celestial court was unfathomable. Although countless years had passed, even the sacred grounds had to be wary of them. In the ancient palace of the mortal world, there was a huge bone tower built with the skulls of various kings. There were experts who could kill the kings in every generation. Not to mention this ancient inheritance's terrifying foundation, just from the smallest point of view, their younger generation was definitely extremely terrifying. If they were like their ancestors, they could kill all the kings. Even if one had a divine physique, it would still be a great disaster for them. They comprehended the great Tao of killing and killed all the outstanding people in the world to prove their Tao fruit. They were a group of terrifying people who existed for the sake of killing. Since young, they were different from ordinary people, and they were the most difficult to provoke. Yi Fan wanted to leave and go to the holy cliff to find the 9 secrets. But the words of the Wind Clan's holy lord gave him a headache, so he braced himself and stayed. Miracle Dr. Wang is here. He's on the 800 divine islands of the Feng clan. Stay here and let him diagnose you. This miracle doctor's ancestor was greatly indebted to the unparalleled divine king. He had once invited this miracle doctor to treat Yi Fan in the north region. That was why he had to sever his own cultivation. Yi Fan couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. The Wind clan's holy lord was very hospitable and stopped him from leaving. He insisted on seeing miracle Dr. Wang and finding a way to prolong his life. At this time, the sky was filled with stars. Yi Fan and Little Peng fought from noon to night, which took a lot of time. Starlight sprinkled down, and the mountains became hazy. All kinds of birds and beasts finally dared to return to the forest. They had been frightened by the battle and fled in all directions. Yi Fan returned to the 800 divine islands of the Feng clan. Along the way, he kept evolving the scars of the great Tao and covered the source of his life. In the end, he was satisfied. On this night, the atmosphere in the Feng clan's territory was warm and festive. Many cultivators toasted each other. The divine islands floating in the sky were shrouded in mist. It was as if they were in the heavenly realm, so close to the stars. Yi Fan was still sitting with the younger generation. The main hall at the very top was filled with powerful lords. No one from the younger generation had the right to enter. Little Nan Nan sat obediently at the side. She wasn't even 3 years old and couldn't reach the delicacies on the white jade table. Yi Fan continuously picked food for her. The little girl was very happy. Her large eyes were even brighter than the stars in the sky. Her thoughts were pure, and she ate with great relish. In the surroundings, the others felt a lot of pressure. They sat together with Yi Fan, and they all felt a wave of exuberant blood energy fluctuations. When they thought about the various things that happened in the great battle, many people felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. The Feng clan's younger generation didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. They were all well behaved, and even when they came to toast, they did so in a very dutiful manner. The Wind Phoenix was graceful and elegant. She wore a multicolored mask as she passed through the tables. However, she didn't stay here for long and tried to avoid it as much as possible. Today's battle had deeply shaken her. The Great Xia Imperial Prince, the Sky Demon Palace young master Yao Yuekong, and the white-robed nun congratulated Yi Fan for his victory. They didn't have any misgivings and acted as if no one else was present. Then, the Yao Guang Saint Child also came over and raised his cup to congratulate him. His body flowed with divine splendor and possessed an extraordinary temperament. Even if he stood in a sea of people, he would still be recognized at a glance. Yi Fan thought of something. In the past, the Little Peng King had said that he wanted to compete with the Yao Guang Saint Child. However, ever since he was sealed in the Li Fire Divine Furnace, he no longer clamored after coming out. What exactly happened during this period of time could perhaps be guessed. Yi Fan couldn't help but shiver. The Yao Guang Saint Child was definitely unfathomable. At the same time, he remembered that the Yao Guang Saint Child wanted to exchange an ancient scripture for his phoenix blood scarlet gold in the forbidden area of absolute beginning. The Yao Guang Saint Child had stated clearly that it wasn't an ancient scripture from the Yao Guang sacred ground. It was an incomplete scroll that he had obtained during his travels. Yi Fan thought about it seriously. This person definitely had a great opportunity. He cultivated more than one ancient scripture. He might really have some heaven-defying means. The reason why Yi Fan was pondering about the Yao Guang Saint Child was that this person was hard to see through. There were always suspicious points that made people uneasy. However, the Yao Guang Saint Child had never caused any trouble. When the banquet was about to end, a person with white hair and beard, who looked like an old immortal, came to the area where the young elites were gathered. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. He quickly stood up and bowed. The famous miracle Dr. Wang of the Central Region had come. This person's medical skills were divine. Moreover, he was a mighty person with a great reputation. My ancestor is indebted to the deity king. I am ashamed that I couldn't cure your Tao injury. You don't have to bow to me. The old immortal-like person held Yi Fan's arm. In practically an instant, his expression faltered, but he quickly concealed it. He calmly diagnosed Yi Fan's condition. Yi Fan knew he was in trouble. This miracle Dr. Wang was indeed powerful. The great Dao injury that he had created could not be hidden from the other party. He must have seen through it. "Senior, please keep it a secret." Yi Fan transmitted his voice secretly. This was a sacred lord-level figure. He was one of the top fighters in the world. He felt uneasy. "You really exceeded my expectations. You didn't waste the deity king's efforts." Miracle Dr. Wang nodded and also transmitted his voice secretly. "You don't have to worry. My ancestor is indebted to the deity king. I will protect you and eliminate the doubts of other sacred lord-level figures." Yi Fan relaxed. He felt he had made the right bet. The other party still remembered the deity king's kindness. At the same time, he was shocked. The sacred leader of the Feng clan had stopped him. The other sacred lord-level figures had doubts. These were all subtle things that could develop into terrible consequences. "Leave with me. I will announce to the public that I will treat you." "All right. Thank you, senior." Then, Miracle Dr. Wang announced that Yi Fan could only live for 14 days at most. This news caused an uproar. He's really going to die. Even the miracle doctor is so sure. Seems like there's nothing we can do. Who would have thought that a sacred physique would still be so vigorous even at death's door? It's indeed a physique that can compete with great emperors. On the Wind Clan's 800 divine islands, many cultivators were discussing fervently. Yi Fan's strength was too outstanding, causing many people to feel uneasy. When this news came out, many people felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their hearts. If you want to live, you have to sever your cultivation and turn into a mortal. This was the second news that Miracle Dr. Wang announced. At this time, even the sacred leaders in the hall were alarmed. However, no one said anything. They were all watching quietly. Many of the younger generation laughed unabashedly. Such an unparalleled enemy was finally going to die. He was no longer a threat. The younger generation of the Feng clan had been quiet at first. Now, they were all lively again. They were not afraid of Yi Fan and came over to pour wine boldly. The Purple Mansion Saint did not say anything. Light flashed in his eyes and he drank to his heart's content. Yao Shi heaved a sigh of relief. Her weakness was in Yi Fan's hands. She had been uneasy all along. Now, she could finally relax. The Wind Phoenix's eyes flickered. She gracefully walked over and poured a cup of wine for Yi Fan. Living is better than dying. You can be considered to have reached the end of your glory. An ordinary mortal life is also a form of returning to the true self. I wish you all the best. The great Xia dynasty's prince, Yao Yuekong, the little nun in white, and the others also came over. They sincerely comforted Yi Fan and said that he could go with them. Zhao Fei's lips curled into a mocking smile. He only stopped when he was near. Brother Yi, life has its ups and downs. Don't be calculative. After saying that, he patted Yi Fan's shoulder. If it was before, he would not have dared to be so casual. Yi Fan did not care. Only he and Miracle Dr. Wang would know if there were any scars of the great Dao. Seeing this scene, he suddenly laughed and said, "Brother Zhao, maybe one day I will go to you and sell the divine sword." Zhao Fei laughed and said, "I have always been looking forward to it." Yao Guang's saint son also walked over and offered a cup of wine. "Take care." After daybreak, Yi Fan left with Miracle Dr. Wang just like that. There were too many topics of discussion. Everyone was guessing his fate. Many people were waiting and paying attention. This bunch of stupid birds. The large black dog carried little Nan Nan on its back, and snickered coldly, and said, "When the time comes, we'll see their jaws drop to the ground in shock." Li Heishui also laughed and said, "Let's see their expressions." The place where Miracle Dr. Wang lived in seclusion was in a divine vein in the central region. It was close to a boundless wilderness. It was a very primitive region. He entered the Tao with his medical skills. Usually, he would taste hundreds of herbs and refine divine pills just to make it more convenient to enter and exit the wilderness. Miracle Dr. Wang was speechless when he heard the nonsense of the Black Emperor along the way. He stared at it and did not know what to say. Yi Fan told Miracle Dr. Wang about little Nan Nan's problem and asked if there was any way to cure her illness of always forgetting the past. This child is a little special. I can't tell. Miracle Dr. Wang was rather surprised. He stared at little Nan Nan and then at the colorful stone. He seemed to be immersed in a distant memory. After passing through countless peaks and many mountain ranges, they finally reached the outside of the wilderness and came to the front of Miracle Dr. Wang's thatched cottage. There were cliffs, waterfalls, flowing springs, towering pine trees, and dancing cranes. It was indeed a pure land for cultivation. That's not right. This place is very particular. I think the front should be even more magnificent, comparable to a piece of divine land. The big black dog revealed a surprised expression. You have a good eye, dog. Miracle Dr. Wang nodded. Then, he pointed ahead and said that endless mountain range indeed has a great history. Yi Fan and the others flew up into the sky and looked ahead. They were shocked. Every mountain range was like a huge dragon, majestic and majestic. This is a land of soaring dragons. It's full of dragon veins. It's indescribably precious. It can be said that this is a land that connects to the heavens. If a holy land can be born from it, it should be controlled by the most ancient inheritance, the big black dog said in surprise. This was originally an extremely prosperous sacred ground. However, a huge change happened 6,000 years ago, and it no longer exists. Miracle Dr. Wang sighed. That's right. That's right. What could this be? Yi Fan was shocked and thought of where this place was. This is the ruins of the heavenly jade holy land that was extremely prosperous 6,000 years ago. Miracle Dr. Wang revealed the answer. It was originally an extremely powerful holy land, but it had completely declined. It was incomparably desolate. Old vines wrapped around the mountain ridges, and the cries of apes and tigers could be heard. It had become the habitat of all kinds of strange beasts. There were ancient trees that reached the sky, and the trees were dense. They had completely covered everything in the past, and it had become a primitive dragon vein. Suddenly, a loud cry sounded, shaking the mountains. The leaves on the trees withered, and the birds and beasts crouched on the ground in fear. This cry, why is it so scary? The few of them were shocked. It came from the deepest part of the heavenly jade ruins. Could it be that after 6,000 years, someone is still alive in the underground palace? The second cry was heard. All the mountains were shaking, and all the grass and trees had fallen leaves. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if a terrible mountain torrent was striking the sky. The cry was short and soon stopped, but the beasts were still shaking. Not long after, the third cry was heard. All the mountains in the boundless mountains started shaking. It was as if there were thousands of dragons leaping into the air. All the mountains are going to turn over. How can a person's cry be so terrifying? Rumble. The mountains shook, and the rocks fell. It was as if heaven and earth were being split apart. At this moment, a very strange scene happened in the boundless mountains. The grass and trees withered and then flourished. It was as if several years of spring and autumn had passed. In the sky and the earth, endless dragon chi connected the sky and the earth. The scene was extremely terrifying. What kind of person is crying? This is far too frightening. The large black dog shuddered. After a while, all was silent. The Merak ruins regained its peace. Everything was revived, and there was no more wilting or crazy growth. In front of them was the wild ancient land. The mountains were like dragons, the ancient trees towered into the sky, and the old vines covered the mountains. It was vast, ancient, mysterious, primitive. There was an indescribable aura. The mountains were majestic, and every one of them was magnificent. Many waterfalls fell from the mountains. They were thousands of meters long, like a vast expanse of whiteness. It was extremely magnificent. A long time after the cry stopped, spirit beasts finally appeared. Longevity apes climbed the holy mountains, celestial cranes danced among the clouds, and seven-colored divine deer leaped with Ganoderma in its mouth. There were also many rare and strange beasts that couldn't be named. Should we go and have a look? Li Heishui asked. Don't go. We can't estimate the cultivation level of the person crying. If we anger him, it could be a great disaster. Miracle Dr. Wang stopped him. Could it be an old madman? Yifan was shocked and doubtful. However, the cry didn't sound like it. It didn't sound like the cry of a white-haired old man. They couldn't calm down. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. There was actually someone crying in the Holy Land that had been destroyed for 6,000 years. That person's mood is very unstable. We'd better not provoke him. We'll go and see what's going on in a few days. Even the large black dog was frightened and retreated. Miracle Dr. Wang's place of seclusion was simple and plain. It was near a cliff, with a few thatched cottages, a small bamboo forest, and a waterfall. In the nearby area, Miracle Dr. Wang had opened up a few herbal fields and planted them with spiritual medicine. Even from afar, one could smell the fragrance of the herbs. The herbal fields were full of life. The leaves and flowers were shining brightly. It was obvious that they were rare and precious. The large black dog started drooling at that moment. Miracle Dr. Wang sternly warned it not to eat recklessly, as some rare herbs were highly toxic. The Black Emperor agreed, but on that day, he slipped into the medicinal field. He was poisoned to the point that he foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, his entire body convulsing. If it wasn't for little Nan Nan, who passed by the medicinal field while playing, saw its miserable appearance and promptly called for help, this damn dog would have lost most of its life. Doggy, don't randomly eat things. Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes and seriously warned. Woof. The large black dog was foaming and baring his teeth. He was exasperated. Woof. The large black dog was foaming and baring his teeth. He was flustered and exasperated. Yifan also felt that the dog was outrageous. It stole spiritual herbs and ate them as soon as it came to Miracle Dr. Wang's place. In the end, it poisoned itself to death. Miracle Dr. Wang didn't think much about Yifan's injuries. His great Dao injury had completely healed. He kept thinking about the little Nan Nan. He locked himself in the cottage and flipped through various ancient books to find clues. He frowned because it was really difficult for him. 2 days later, he pushed open the door of the cottage and walked out. He was holding a yellow scroll in his hand. He looked shocked and found Yifan. Where's the little girl? He seemed a little nervous. Even his words were a little unnatural. Miracle Dr. Wang was not only an expert in the medical Dao, but he was also a mighty. He was a top-notch expert in the world. Even the Saint Lords had to pay respect to him. It was surprising that he was behaving like this. Senior, what's wrong? Yifan asked. It's hard to say. This little girl isn't simple. I can't see through her. I need to take a closer look, Miracle Dr. Wang said. She's playing. Yifan pointed to the flower bed by the spiritual spring in the distance. The little Nan Nan was very happy. She ran around and chased after colorful butterflies. Her face was full of an innocent smile, and her big eyes were clear and bright. The large black dog lay at the side lazily. When the little Nan Nan ran over occasionally, he would carry the little Nan Nan and run a few times. His temper was so good that it made people speechless. Damn it. This damn dog has been cruel and greedy since I saw it. I don't know how many times it has been bitten by it. Li Heishui was furious. The ferocious large black dog treated the little Nan Nan in a completely different way. This made Yifan and Li Heishui have many thoughts. Their intuition told them that the large black dog knew some of the truth. Be good, Nan Nan. Here, eat a spiritual fruit. Miracle Dr. Wang handed a golden and bright spiritual fruit to the little Nan Nan. Its fragrance assailed her nose. Thank you, Grandpa. The little Nan Nan thanked him obediently. Miracle Dr. Wang took her pulse seriously and examined her limbs and bones. Then, he touched her head and revealed a surprised and doubtful expression. Stop checking. She's healthier than anyone else. She doesn't need treatment at all. The large black dog bared his teeth at the side. He seemed unwilling to see Miracle Dr. Wang find anything. Grandpa, is Nan Nan really sick? The little Nan Nan asked softly. Then, she lowered her head and looked at her little shoes. Nan Nan always forgets the past. Why is it like this? The little Nan Nan was very disappointed. She felt sad and wronged. She felt that she was different from others. Children haven't grown up yet. Of course, it's easy for them to forget the past. When you grow up, you won't be like this anymore, the large black dog said. Doggy, is what you said true? The little Nan Nan asked innocently with her big eyes. Of course it's true. I never lie. Don't worry. Nan Nan isn't sick. She's very healthy. Everything is normal. When you grow up, you'll naturally get better, Miracle Dr. Wong said as he twirled his snow-white beard. Oh. In that case, Nan Nan can rest assured. The little Nan Nan was happy again. She was very innocent and chased after the large black dog into the distance. What did you see? Yi Fan asked. Miracle Dr. Wong revealed a solemn expression. He opened the yellowing diary and flipped to one of the pages. He pointed at an ancient picture on it and said, Look, don't you think it looks a little similar? Yi Fan was stunned. On this ancient diary, there was a little girl. Her eyes were clear and pure. She didn't seem to be tainted by the mortal world at all. She was very ethereal. Too similar. She's almost the same as Nan Nan. He couldn't help but be surprised. This ancient diary looked a little old. In the distant past, how could there be a little girl who looked like Nan Nan? Both of them were less than 3 years old and looked very young. There was no difference in her flawless eyes. She's really similar. However, Eastern Wilderness is too big. It's reasonable to meet someone who looks the same. Li Heishui nodded in surprise. Miracle Dr. Wong shook his head and said, You're wrong. Take a closer look at the records. Once a month, she loses her memory, but her vitality is forever. Yi Fan and Li Heishui continued to read, and their expressions changed. In this yellowing diary, the records on these few pages were limited. However, they were unimaginable. An old couple with no children found a pitiful little girl in their later years. They were overjoyed and adopted her, treating her like their own. However, something strange happened. Years passed like a day. The little girl never grew up. Moreover, she would lose her memory every full moon and forget everything in the past. In the end, the old couple passed away. The little girl was still the same. She was regarded as a demon by the locals and almost drowned in the water. A kind-hearted old woman let her go. The poor little girl wandered in a foreign land and became an abandoned beggar. She then disappeared in the sea of people. Once a month, she lost her memory. Her symptoms were too similar to Nanan's. Moreover, they were forever young and never changed. Nan Nan was like this 3 years ago and had never changed. What's going on? Yi Fan's heart was beating rapidly. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that these two abandoned children were the same person? This is unbelievable. It's the same symptom, and it's the same person. How many years ago did this happen? Li Heishui was also bewildered. This diary has existed for at least 2,500 years. It was left behind by an ancestor of mine. There were some supplementary records at the back. Existing for 2,500 years. Yi Fan was shocked. If he compared it to the history of the other side of the universe, it would be the preaching period. It didn't seem like much. However, if he thought about it carefully, it was quite a long time ago. The Qin Emperor and Han Wu hadn't even been born yet. Are you sure this is true? Li Heishui was almost stuttering. If he was not wrong, Nanan's origin was too mysterious. That ancestor of Miracle Dr. Wong had once passed by the town where the old couple lived. He had diagnosed the little girl, but there was no way to treat her. Later, this miracle doctor went there again. The old couple passed away. The poor little girl became a beggar again and disappeared in the sea of people. Things didn't end there. Hundreds of years later, when that ancestor of Miracle Dr. Wong passed by the ancient city of Zitiandu in his later years, he saw the poor little girl again. Although it was a hasty glance, it left a deep impression. However, he was being chased by his enemies and couldn't stop. In the end, he missed it. When he went to look for it later, he couldn't find it. This was a great regret of that old miracle doctor. He took it to heart and passed away in less than half a year, leaving behind only a yellow diary. How is this possible? It's unbelievable. Li Heishui was having a headache. He rubbed his temples hard and couldn't figure it out. Poor little beggar. Yi Fan thought of Nan Nan in the past. She was covered in tattered clothes and even her shoes had toe holes. It was heart-wrenching. Had she lived like this all along? Had she tasted all the joys and sorrows of the world? If that was really the case, how much suffering had she gone through, an abandoned child struggling to survive alone in the sea of people? She was less than 3 years old and had forgotten the past. She had probably tasted all kinds of suffering in the world. This is really hard to guess. Yi Fan sighed sourly. Sacred leader can't live past 2,500 years old, but Nan Nan never changed. Li Heishui couldn't figure it out. Miracle Dr. Wang, didn't you notice anything? Asked Yi Fan. That ancestor of mine mentioned this little girl again before he passed away and wrote a deduction on the last page of the diary. What deduction? Yi Fan and Li Heishui's eyes lit up. He only wrote 2 words, immortal infant, said Miracle Dr. Wang. What does that mean? Li Heishui couldn't understand. I don't know either. There are too many things that have been lost in our lineage. When it came to my generation, the medical skills that we have mastered are less than 10% of what we used to have, or even less than 5%. So many things have been lost. Yi Fan was shocked. One should know that this old man was known as a miracle doctor. My ancestor could even heal the scars of the great Tao in the ancient times. He was also a sage. The descendants can't compare. Miracle Dr. Wang shook his head. What does the word immortal infant mean? Although the ancestor from 2,500 years ago didn't have a sacred skill like your ancestor, he might have guessed a thing or two. I don't know either. I'm afraid there are some allusions to immortal infant. It's a pity that more than 90% of our medical books have been lost. I don't know what it means. An immortal infant that has existed forever in the world. Yi Fan pondered. 2,500 years ago, Nan Nan was still in the central region of the East Wilderness. In the end, she ended up in the southern region. She had traveled almost half of the East Wilderness. Capture that dog and interrogate it. It must know something. Li Heishui said. Yi Fan nodded and called out to Nan Nan gently. The little girl ran back happily. Her big eyes were blinking. She raised her head and said in a very soft voice, Big brother, what's the matter? I'll make black dog meat for Nan Nan to eat later. Yi Fan smiled and patted her head. Then, he and Li Heishui walked forward and suddenly attacked, holding the large black dog down. Woof. You two are tired of living. How dare you provoke me? The large black dog boasted shamelessly. Tell me, what is a mortal infant? Yi Fan grabbed its square head and big ears to avoid being bitten. You know about a mortal infant? The large black dog was quite shocked. Clearly, this sudden question was beyond his expectations. Tell me quickly, or I'll cook you into black dog meat today. Yi Fan asked. Big brother, don't eat the dog. Although it's very naughty, it's not bad. Nan Nan took it seriously and advised timidly at the side. Woof. I want to eat the divine body today. The large black dog was not at all convinced and shouted loudly. Doggy, be good. Don't talk nonsense. Nan Nan advised. She was a little scared, but she still stretched out her little hand and tried to pull them away. Can a mortal infant be eaten? I don't know anything. Don't ask me. The large black dog bared his teeth and shouted fiercely. Damn, this dog is asking for a beating. Li Heishui couldn't help but raise his hand and slap the dogs but a few times. Woof, woof, woof. The large black dog barked. Its big mouth suddenly became very long, and it madly bit Li Heishui, almost swallowing him. Damn, he was still bitten by a dog. Li Heishui was furious. The two of them asked, but the large black dog was very stubborn. He wouldn't say what a mortal infant was no matter what. Instead, he kept barking. They had no choice. They couldn't really cook the large black dog, so he took many bites. It's been 4 days. Should we go to the Merak ruins to take a look? Li Heishui suggested on the 4th day. We can go and take a look. Yi Fan nodded. He had wanted to go and take a look a long time ago. The large black dog couldn't wait any longer. He carried Nan Nan and walked in the front. In front of them, there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. It was a land of soaring dragons. The mountains were majestic, almost reaching the sky. As soon as they walked into this area, they found rare beasts like the flood dragon, the Chilan beast, and the nine-tailed fox. They all became cautious. After walking for more than 50 miles, they arrived in front of the mountain gate of the Merak ruins. The ruins were in ruins, and it was a desolate scene. It was full of a desolate aura. A supreme holy land had completely become history because of an unforeseen event. "Damn, there's someone over there!" The large black dog cried out, and stared at a figure that looked like a wooden stake within the mountain gate. The black fur on its body that was as glossy as silk all stood on end, and it growled, a freakishly powerful and ridiculous. The Merak ruins were desolate. Plants grew wildly, covering the mountain gate. The withered old trees were so thick that a dozen people couldn't even wrap their arms around them. Their dry branches stretched towards the sky. In the collapsed mountain gate, there was a figure that didn't move at all. It was like he had been petrified. When they were walking in the distance, they didn't sense his existence at all. Only when they got close did they suddenly realize that a person had been standing there for a long time. He had his back to the mountain gate. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his figure was tall. He was like a bottomless abyss, but also like a boundless starry sky. The large black dog used to be a great elite. Although his cultivation level had dropped, his eyes were still sharp. He couldn't tell how powerful this person was. Unfathomable, extremely terrifying. This was the Black Emperor's evaluation. He felt that his legs were cramping, so he turned around and ran with little Nan Nan on his back. The large black dog didn't have any sense of loyalty. He didn't greet anyone and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan's heart was also beating rapidly. He originally thought it was the old madman who had returned, but now he was hesitant. This person's back was very majestic, and his black hair was dense. He was very different from that crazy and skinny old man. "Let's retreat as well," Li Heishui called out. He retreated step by step. That person was blocking the mountain gate, so he couldn't be provoked. But he also knew that with the person's cultivation level, he must have discovered them long ago. He didn't panic, and instead retreated slowly. Yi Fan was also surprised and didn't say anything. They retreated along the path they came from. An unknown terrifying existence, a mysterious elite whose battle prowess couldn't be estimated, was the best choice. That person still didn't move. He was like an immortal statue, standing in the collapsed mountain gate without any signs of life. "Gone, gone." Yi Fan and Li Heishui retreated a bit more. They didn't even blink, but they discovered that the tall figure had already disappeared. What kind of movement skill is this? It's too fast. It's like it never appeared before. Li Heishui was shocked. Nice. A peerless god king has an enemy. There really is no lack of extraordinary people in this world. Yi Fan was also surprised. When they returned to Miracle Dr. Wang's thatched cottage, the large black dog was muttering, "Damn it, who is this person? I can't even see through him. He's too terrifying. You stupid dog, you have no sense of loyalty, actually abandoning us and running away." Li Heishui said disdainfully. "It doesn't matter if we run away or not. It's just a show to let him know that we respect him. If he wants to make a move, even if I set up a formation pattern and teleport there, he'll still be able to shatter the space with a single palm strike, and imprison us from the void," the large black dog retorted. Only little Nan Nan was quiet. Although the little girl was curious, she was very obedient. She didn't ask much and only listened attentively. Miracle Dr. Wang walked out of the thatched cottage. After understanding the situation in detail, he sighed softly and said, "Tianxian is indeed not simple. It has been 6,000 years since it was destroyed, but such a terrifying person still exists. It's really frightening. This is a land that leads to the heavens, and every mountain range is a soaring dragon. There's naturally something wrong that such a divine land hasn't been occupied by the later generations," the large black dog said suspiciously. It's not that the later generations don't want to occupy it, but this place is strange. Miracle Dr. Wang said. Although he lived next to it, he had not visited it many times. In the past, the Xianxia Holy Land was extremely prosperous. After it was destroyed, there were many divine treasures left behind, and they were all divided up by the other holy lands. However, in the end, they didn't dare to completely occupy this divine land. 6,000 years ago, the heavenly Jade Holy Land, which had flourished to its peak after failing to attack the desolate antiquity Forbidden Land, was annihilated overnight. Only 3 or 4 people managed to escape, but it didn't take long for their lifespans to dry up, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. For the Holy Lands, this was a great feast. They almost completely emptied the Tianxian Holy Land, and several supreme sects even wanted to station themselves here. However, not long after, every full moon, loud cries would come from the Tianxian Holy Land. Several divine lords went to investigate late at night, but they couldn't find anything. This continued for many years. In the following years, every 1,000 years, the sorrowful cries would appear late at night, and it really shocked all the holy lands. From then on, no one dared to have any designs on this place. Although they knew that this was a land of soaring dragons, they didn't dare to touch it. Come to think of it, another 1,000 years have passed, and the night of the full moon is coming soon. Could it be that that person has returned? Miracle Dr. Wang frowned. What a freak. He appears every 1,000 years, and even time can't erase him? This is too terrifying, the large black dog murmured, fear in his heart. Yi Fan thought of something, and he asked Miracle Dr. Wang, Senior, do you know what ancient scriptures are cultivated in Tianxian? What's the origin of the mystical footwork they have? The large black dog had once said that the old lunatic's footwork had the shadow of the attainment formula of the 9 secrets, and he wanted to understand it. The ancient scriptures of Tianxian are very powerful and profound, but it's a pity that they've already been destroyed, and haven't been passed down. Their footwork is unparalleled in the world, surpassing the extreme speed of Tianpeng. At this point, Miracle Dr. Wang paused for a moment, and then said, very few people in the world know that Tianxuan's footwork evolved from the 9 secrets. What? Yi Fan was shocked, feeling that the large black dog had guessed correctly. In ancient times, there was a saint in our sect, so we naturally know some of those ancient secrets, Miracle Dr. Wang said slowly. More than 100,000 years ago, all the Holy Lands surrounded and attacked the Celestial Court, and this ancient dynasty was destroyed. All the major sects had more or less gained something. And the most precious thing that Tianxian obtained was the ancient scroll of the attainment formula, the core saint technique of the Celestial Court. It was cut off by them, and became the top secret, and passed down. The old lunatic's footwork originated from the attainment formula of the Celestial Court, but it was incomplete. In the end, Tianxian continued to evolve, and that was how the unparalleled speed of the later generations came. The night of the full moon arrived very quickly. Yi Fan and the others stood on the peak in the distance, looking down at the Tianxian Holy Land. Moonlight sprinkled down like water, and a loud cry was like the rumbling of thunder, resounding through the clouds, startling tens of thousands of beasts, and shaking the mountains. It's him. That tall figure. The large black dog was terrified. Yi Fan and the others saw that person again, appearing and disappearing like a ghost in the Tianxian Holy Land. He moved so fast that the naked eye could not follow his speed. Woo, the loud cry was like the rumbling of thunder, like the roar of the sea, deafening. It traveled especially far in the night, and the whole heaven and earth was shaking. As expected, people from all the Holy Lands have come. Miracle Dr. Wang said, his eyes looking into the distance. The millennium was a very special day. All the Holy Lands wanted to see if that person had returned, and if he was dead or not. One could imagine the shock in their hearts. The loud cry started again, and this millennium was still not over. This is too freakish, the large black dog muttered. Multiple generations of old divine masters have died, and he can still come here to cry. Damned dog, lower your voice, don't talk nonsense. Li Heishui warned. In the distance, the people from the Holy Lands retreated silently, not daring to stay here for long. They only came to make sure. After all, in the past, they had moved away the divine treasures of the Tianxian Holy Land, so they were very guilty. Now, this unparalleled person was still alive, and no one could remain calm. In the blink of an eye, the distant sky was empty. Is he the old madman or not? Yi Fan muttered. Apart from the old madman, could it be that there was another unimaginable person in the Xianxia Holy Land who had survived? How could this be possible? The loud cry lasted for an hour, and it only quieted down at midnight. The mountain stopped shaking, and the heaven-reaching land was peaceful. This time, he should have left. Legend has it that every time he finishes crying, he will disappear for 1,000 years, Miracle Dr. Wang said with a sigh. Let's go and take a look, Li Heishui said. In the dead of night, the ruins of the Tianqian Holy Land were silent. Broken walls and ruins could be seen everywhere, and it was extremely desolate. The once glorious and powerful immortal Holy Land had ended up like this, which made people sigh. There was really nothing eternal in this world. The bluestone steps were covered with green moss, and weeds covered the ground. It was a barren land, and some huge stones were carved with many ancient characters. 6,000 years had passed, and all the precious things had been moved away. Nothing was left, and only weeds were left in the herb fields. You guys can walk around. I will carefully study the layout of these herb fields, Miracle Dr. Wang said. This was not the first time he had observed, but every time, he could find some incomplete Tao patterns that could accelerate the growth of spirit herbs. Yi Fan and the others walked in the huge ruins. Debris, broken walls, and other things could be seen everywhere. There were also some half-collapsed ancient palaces that were covered with a thick layer of dust. Underground palace. They found a huge underground palace, and the buildings inside were still in good condition. However, when they went deeper, they all took a deep breath. There were endless tombs connected together, and it was an underground cemetery. Firelight flickered, and there were paper money and some tributes in front of each tomb. Obviously, someone had just swept the tombs. Miracle Dr. Wang said that the only divine land in the Tianqian Holy Land has not been found. Their ancient scripture might be buried there. Could it be in this tomb? Li Heishui was suspicious. Unfortunately, even with Black Emperor's attainments in Tao pattern, he couldn't find anything. After a while, they all left. When they came to the deepest part of the Tianqian Holy Land, it was even more desolate. There were collapsed ancient palaces, broken bluestone steps, and a huge martial arts arena. Everything recorded the glory of the past, and the desolation of the present. The once supreme Holy Land had become a thing of the past. The most mysterious divine land in the Tianqian Holy Land can't be found after all. Their ancient scripture has really become the ashes of history. The few of them were regretful. The bright moon flickered in the sky, and the moonlight sprinkled on the desolate forest like white feathers. Little Nan Nan's body emitted a colorful light, and her small stone slowly disappeared into her body. Nan Nan is going to forget the past again. The little girl was depressed, and her voice was very soft. On the night of the full moon, she would experience a new life, and forget everything in the past. However, Yi Fan was already prepared, and he took out the shining jade. Don't worry, Nan Nan. Everything that you have experienced is recorded in here, and you will understand it in a while. Okay. The little girl nodded seriously. Like the moonlight sprinkling on the water, like thin smoke, a colorful light shot out from between little Nan Nan's eyebrows, and a new small stone appeared. She was extremely confused, and she didn't recognize anyone. She was a little timid, and she looked around in fear. Yi Fan imprinted the jade that contained her memories into her mind. Not long after, the little girl calmed down again, and she was very happy and said, Nan Nan didn't forget the past. The colorful stone between her eyebrows became more and more sparkling, and it was about to fall off. At this moment, the little girl suddenly exclaimed, there is a world over there. She stretched out her small pink hand, and pointed at the void. Her small mouth formed an O shape, and she was very surprised and curious. Nan Nan, what are you talking about? Yi Fan, Li Heishui, and the big black dog all looked surprised. Nan Nan saw a pure land, and there were many sparkling petals dancing in it, but there were coffins everywhere on the ground, and there was a person. The little girl exclaimed. She timidly took a few steps back, and she was still staring at the void. Is it the divine land of Merak? They were all shocked. The void that little Nan Nan was pointing at was located in the sky in the deepest part of the Merak ruins. Yifan couldn't see anything even with his god's eye, but she saw through it with a glance. That person is sitting up in the only coffin that hasn't been sealed. He's coming out. It's the person we saw a few days ago. He discovered us. The little girl was even more afraid now. She couldn't speak anymore. Swoosh, without a sound, a tall figure appeared on the ground in the deepest part of the ruins. That person walked out from the divine land. He was dressed in an ancient green robe, and his black hair was thick. His eyes were empty, and he took a step forward to stand in front of Yifan and the others. He stared at little Nan Nan, and then he stretched out his hand. Moonlight enveloped this tall figure, and his hair danced in the wind. His empty eyes were faintly discernible, but his appearance was concealed. The large yellow hand reached forward, and all the black fur on the large black dog's body stood up, because little Nan Nan was sitting on his body. Seeing this, even though Yifan knew he was no match, he still quickly moved forward to block. He didn't want anything to happen to little Nan. With a clang, the dragon-pattern black gold Holy Spirit sword was unsheathed and slashed down. Dang, the large yellow hand didn't dodge at all, directly grabbing forward. The black holy sword struck a finger, and sparks flew everywhere, but it didn't move at all. This was horrifying. The black holy sword was sturdy and indestructible, but it couldn't even move a finger. They really didn't know how this person tempered his body, and it was difficult to imagine what kind of cultivation level he had reached. Wang Yifan brandished his golden fist, smashing it forward. His body was incredibly powerful, and he circulated his most powerful blood qi to block the large hand. Dong, as if a divine drum was being struck, a muffled sound rang out between the two. Yifan retreated, his arm numb. Even with his powerful saint physique, it was difficult to block that large hand. It slowly but powerfully reached over, unable to change its trajectory at all. This was the result that made Yifan shiver. His powerful saint physique was suppressed by someone for the first time. Moreover, the other party was so casual, and didn't attack him at all, allowing him to brandish his golden fist and heavily strike it. Woof! The large black dog was anxious, and he summoned the black profound jade platform, wanting to cross the void and escape. Swoosh, with a flash of light, it and little Nan Nan's shadow disappeared. However, this large hand merely pressed down lightly in the void. With a rumbling sound, it immediately crushed the void of heaven and earth and shook them out. This was an extremely terrifying scene. The large yellow hand reached deep into the collapsed void, covering them, and the terrifying chaotic flow of energy was all fixed in place. The boundless power of the void couldn't harm them at all. The large yellow hand restrained the Black Emperor and little Nan Nan from the void. Woof! The large black dog barked. Aya! Little Nan Nan was about to cry. Yifan rushed forward with all his might. The golden hand struck forward again, wanting to save them, but it couldn't move at all. At this moment, he actually felt powerless like an ant trying to shake a tree, and he was filled with helplessness. This person was like a bottomless abyss that was impossible to fathom. Bang! The web between Yifan's thumb and forefinger ruptured, and he was sent flying several thousand feet away. This was not an attack from his opponent at all, but the backlash from his opponent's hand. What do you want? Yifan was afraid that he would hurt little Nan Nan. Li Heishui also took action, but he was in an even worse state than Yifan, flying back 1,000 zhang. He grimaced in pain, continuously swinging his arms, almost to the point of numbness. The night breeze blew over, causing the tall man's hair to flutter, revealing a righteous face. It was bronze in color, with a straight nose and a square mouth. Apart from the emptiness of his eyes, this was an extremely imposing man. He was like an immortal god of war, making others feel reverence. You are. Yifan's eyes widened in shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. This was actually the old madman. How did he become like this? In the past, his white hair was messy, his body was withered, and he was extremely old. His eyes were cloudy, and he seemed to be crazy. But now, he was very different. His body was strong, and his hair was thick and black. He was like a completely different person, as if he had obtained eternal youth. What happened? Is it because of the transformation last time? Yi Fan was surprised, and then said loudly, "Senior, do you still remember me? You once taught me the Merak steps. What are you going to do? Don't hurt little Nan Nan. He is the crazy old man who has lived for 6,000 years?" Li Heishui's mouth was wide open, and his heart was surging with emotions. He was quite shocked. A ray of light flashed across the old madman's empty eyes. He glanced at Yi Fan, but did not say anything. Instead, he threw the large black dog out, and fixed little Nan Nan in the air to observe. "Uncle, what are you going to do?" little Nan Nan asked timidly, and she couldn't help but step back. At this moment, the old madman's expression was extremely serious. 2 beams of divine light shot out from his empty eyes, as bright as 2 golden lamps. The divine light shone on little Nan Nan, and suddenly the air twisted as if it was about to collapse. "Big brother, I'm scared." The little girl sobbed. "Don't be afraid, little Nan Nan. He won't hurt you." After recognizing the old madman, Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief. He felt that the old madman would not kill her. The old madman's expression became more and more serious. His thick black eyebrows were raised, and a beam of divine light shot out from between his eyebrows, falling on the little girl. The large black dog was so scared that he did not dare to breathe. He felt an unparalleled pressure. He glanced at little Nan Nan, and then at the old madman, anxious and worried. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the old madman and little Nan Nan disappeared into the sky. "Ah, where did they go?" Li Heishui was surprised. "They must have gone into the divine land of Merak," Yi Fan said in a low voice. "Oh no, the old madman's strength is appallingly high. I can't see through him. Is he trying to take little Nanan's fruit away?" The Black Emperor felt 100 claws scratching his heart. Ding dong. Celestial music came from the sky, and a pure land bloomed with light. Thousands of auspicious lights and billions of divine lights sprinkled down. It was a magnificent scene. The green grass was like a carpet, and the fragrance of immortals filled the air. Spirit springs gushed out one after another, and the sky was filled with petals. It was like a dreamy country. However, the ground of this pure land was filled with vermilion coffins, which looked quite strange. This was the divine land of Merak, the last secret place that had not been discovered by anyone. It was very likely that the ancient scriptures and the supreme inheritance of Merak could be found in it. Ah! The old madman roared, and his roar shook the mountains and rivers. Apart from the beasts in the mountains, the ancient beasts in the neighboring wastelands also trembled. A beam of divine light soared into the sky, and it seemed as if it was going to penetrate the boundless starry sky. He was like an ancient god. His ancient green robe fluttered, and he stood with his head held high. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. His temperament was extremely frightening, and he was very different from his usual appearance. At the same time, little Nan Nan closed her eyes. Her little hands were actually continuously forming hand seals. It was profound and unfathomable. It was so complicated that it was incomprehensible. What happened? Yi Fan was shocked. He found out. What should we do? The large black dog could not sit still, and he jumped up and down, feeling very uneasy. Swoosh! The old madman's eyes swept over like 2 bolts of lightning, and the muscles of Yi Fan and the others almost cracked. They were all extremely shocked. The old madman walked around little Nan Nan, and his eyes became brighter and brighter, as if he could see through everything about her. In particular, a godlike figure appeared between his eyebrows, sitting in the void, solemn and dignified, staring at the little girl. This is not the ancient times anymore. The world has changed a long time ago. How could such an unfathomably terrifying figure still be born? The large black dog was even more shocked. The godlike figure in front of the old madman's eyebrows seemed to be splitting the sky and the earth, swallowing and spitting out chaos. It stared at little Nan Nan, and the divine land kept expanding. Little Nan Nan kept forming seals, and the 7-colored stone between her eyebrows became more and more resplendent, but it did not fall off. It melted into a 7-colored light spot, and a mysterious aura flowed around it. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine land closed, and the scene inside could no longer be seen. Dr. Wang was also alarmed. He rushed over, and after knowing what had happened, he gasped and said, "Step back, stay further away from here." Everyone was unwilling, and they retreated far away, but nothing bad happened after that. When it was late at night, the divine land in the void reappeared. Little Nan Nan looked around in a daze, and then walked out. The little girl was not hurt. The only change was that the seven-colored stone was melted between her eyebrows, and it did not fall off anymore, which gave her a kind of spiritual aura. The old madman appeared in the void, and his eyes became empty again, without any expression. With a wave of his sleeve, the whole divine land disappeared. The large black dog took the little girl, and looked left and right, surprised and doubtful, and said, "I've healed your internal injuries." The Black Emperor turned to look at the tall figure in the void, and said to himself, as expected, "He is very courageous. He did not steal the fruit of Wei, but helped me." Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice, and said, "Thank you for teaching me, Senior, and for helping me this time. I have no way to repay you, but I know a place that might have the complete attainment formula." He had been asking Dr. Wang for advice these few days, and indirectly learned that one of the 9 secrets that the ancient clan in Lizhou of the northern region had obtained was very likely to be the attainment formula. And the ancient scroll left by that clan led to the Holy Cliff, which meant that he was very likely to obtain the attainment formula. However, that was not a good place. There were formation patterns of the Great Emperor, and even the Red Dragon Taoist was trapped there for 1,500 years. Even the large black dog had doubts these days. Now that he had met the old madman, he was definitely a great help, and wanted to invite him to go with him to the Holy Cliff to find the 9 secrets, and at the same time, to repay his kindness. As expected, the old madman's empty eyes shone with brilliance, but it quickly disappeared, without any expression. "The attainment formula is at the Holy Cliff." Yi Fan transmitted his voice, and told him the exact location. If the old madman was not willing to go, then so be it. He could not force him. Without a sound, the old madman disappeared, and there was no trace of him anymore. "That is the divine land, and it has the secret of Xianxia. We actually saw it, but we can't get anything." Li Heishui was full of regret. "Little darling, how are you?" Yi Fan asked. "Little darling is fine, I just feel like I can remember a lot of things," the little girl answered obediently, and then she rubbed the colorful dot between her eyebrows. Swoosh, with a flash, the old madman appeared again, his messy hair covering his face. He followed behind Yi Fan, obviously to go with them. "If we can dig out such a god, we can do whatever we want in the East Barren territory." Li Heishui's heart beat rapidly, and he almost jumped up. Although he was transmitting his voice secretly, the old madman seemed to be able to hear him, and glanced at him. Yi Fan and his group left the Tianxian ruins, and bid farewell to Miracle Dr. Wang. Their destination was the Holy Cliff. This was a strange combination. A big dog was carrying a little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade, a tall middle-aged man with disheveled hair whose facial features could not be seen, a dark and swarthy man, and a delicate and pretty young man who looked harmless to both humans and animals. When they walked together, it looked quite strange. Yi Fan did not let the big black dog carve a Tao pattern to cross to the Holy Cliff. He said he wanted to walk all the way. "Yi Hei, Yi Hei," Li Heishui murmured. He quickly understood Yi Fan's intention. Now that there was an invincible expert beside him, it would be unfair to the old madman if they crossed the void directly. The large black dog was also full of evil tricks, and he was a fox that borrowed the tiger's might to intimidate others. Now that there was a being that had lived for 6,000 years by his side, he decided to make good use of it. "Ancient killer dynasty, world of men, don't you guys kill gods and Buddhas in your way? Come at me if you have the guts. Those sacred grounds and supreme sects won't be able to do anything even if they want to test us. I really hope those blind guys will come at me together." The big black dog shouted in his heart, and he was extremely happy. He had just walked out of the great wilderness, and he was already rushing to greet people, hoping to provoke a few sacred grounds. Yi Fan and the others walked out of the mountain and came to the outside world. They immediately caused a commotion because 14 days had passed, and he was still alive. "Isn't that the Saint physique?" The doctor said he had less than half a month to live, and he actually appeared again. Did he really sever his own cultivation and become an ordinary person? This is interesting. I wonder if those people will come to kill him. The Eastern Barren was vast and boundless. There were no signs of human habitation for millions of miles in the primitive area. The gathering places of humans were relatively concentrated, and the cities were usually connected, becoming a prosperous land. In the central area, the 10 ancient cities were 10 different centers. Large numbers of humans and beasts gathered in the surrounding areas. It was extremely densely packed. After Yi Fan and the others came out, they hadn't even entered an important city, but they already caused a heated discussion in an ordinary ancient city. There's no need to guess. He definitely severed his own cultivation. He's now a cripple. Who wants to test his current cultivation level? The combination of Yi Fan and the others was too strange. The big black dog and the little girl couldn't go unnoticed. Even if they hadn't seen them before, they could still guess. Who is that middle-aged man with disheveled hair? His messy hair even covers his face. He's too rude. Someone stared at the crazy old man, not treating him as a powerful cultivator at all. Everyone was paying attention and discussing. The Saint Physique was still alive, and he might have severed his own cultivation. This news spread like it had wings. Soon, Yi Fan and the others arrived at the Hidden Moon ancient city. It was one of the 10 famous cities in the central area of the Eastern Barren, and it was the closest to the Merak ruins. In the center of this area, there were many supreme sects and ancient clans of the beasts scattered around the famous mountains and rivers. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to test how Yi Fan was doing. A few young men walked over, all wearing smiles. Isn't this Brother Yi with the Saint Physique? I heard you were unwell. How are you now? One of them casually patted Yi Fan's shoulder. Who are you? Do we know each other? Yi Fan asked. We're just lone cultivators. How would Brother Yi know us? The man laughed loudly. You're disciples of the Zifu sect, right? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows. Even the Purple Mansion Saint didn't dare to pat his shoulder so casually. These disciples really treated him like a cripple who had destroyed his own cultivation. How did you know? These people's hearts skipped a beat. They felt somewhat uneasy. Judging from the purple glow in your eyes, you must be disciples of the Holy Land who cultivate purple chi from the east, said Yi Fan with a smile. They were relieved and continued to ask, Brother Yi survived a great disaster. I wonder if you've recovered now? His cultivation is half crippled, but he can still survive, Yi Fan said. Is that so? That's not good news. One of them revealed a smile. He increased his strength and slapped Yi Fan's shoulder. Are you tired of living? Li Heishui directly grabbed his arm and threw him out with a bang. What's the meaning of this? That disciple from the Purple Mansion sect became hostile on the spot and reprimanded angrily. I want to ask you what's the meaning of this. Are you trying to bully Yi Fan because his cultivation is half crippled? That's why you dare to be so rude. Li Heishui said coldly. The Purple Mansion Saint is our senior brother, and we are disciples of the Holy Land. Are we not worthy of being friends with Brother Yi? One of them sneered. Brother Yi is of the same generation as us. Do you think we need to look up to him? Another person also sneered. After knowing that Yi Fan had destroyed his own cultivation, they didn't care anymore. Half a month ago, even your saint wouldn't dare to be so rude. If Yi Fan was at his peak, would you dare to test him like this? Li Heishui reprimanded. Has his sacred physique really been deified? Someone sneered with a look of disdain. Someone even said in a barely audible voice, a phoenix without feathers is inferior to a chicken. He's already in such a state. Do you still think he's powerful? You talk a lot of nonsense. Don't you just think that Yi Fan is half crippled? I'll accompany you. The Black Emperor shouted. So what if you're the Purple Mansion Saint's junior brother? Come at me together. The Purple Mansion Saint had been suppressed by Yi Fan before, and there were rumors that the Khanate sacred physique might be born. This made the Purple Mansion Saint extremely angry. If there were no accidents, the Saintess would be married to him. His junior brother naturally wanted to help her vent her anger. Thus, these people were very unfriendly. Serene Moon Ancient City was very close to the Purple Mansion sacred land, so they rushed over immediately. What an arrogant dog. Skin it. Wasn't it always arrogant in the past? Today, its sacred physique is already crippled. Let's see what else it can rely on. The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples were not weak. They sneered and pressed forward together. They were prepared to kill the big black dog in front of Yi Fan. The big black dog didn't say much. He directly took out a mess of things and surrounded them. Starstones, divine blood soil, and other things shone brightly, sealing the sky. Ignorant juniors. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are the junior brother of the Purple Mansion Saint? I will beat you up. You stupid dog, can you do anything to us? They scolded. However, the color of their faces changed immediately. The surrounding scenery changed greatly. Everything became hazy, and everyone was sealed. Not long after, screams came from the formation. The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples were all knocked down. Li Heishui didn't say anything. He rushed in and dragged them out. He raised his big foot and kicked them violently. The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples' bodies were sealed. They could only watch helplessly as the two big feet trampled on them. They screamed continuously. You dare to do this to us? Do you know your head? I don't even want people like you to be my pet. Teaching you a lesson is already giving you face. The big black dog shouted. He personally rushed over. His big paw scratched back and forth. Every time, a few bones would be broken. In the ancient Moon City, everyone was dumbfounded. These were the Purple Mansion Saint's disciples, but they were actually beaten up like this. These people were really fierce. Wasn't his saint physique crippled? Why were the people around him still so fierce? This really made people speechless. Many people were muttering. The Purple Mansion Saint's disciples screamed. They had never suffered such a big loss before. I will send you to the western desert to become monks and temper your tempers. After beating them up, the big black dog opened the formation on the chessboard. With a flash of light, they were sent away. Everyone's heart jumped. Was this dog telling the truth? They were sent to the western desert? That was too exaggerated. F***ck, the formation is too strange. They all ran to the northern plains. The big black dog was extremely annoyed. It was obvious that he had done something unreliable again. Many of the surrounding cultivators didn't believe him. They felt that he was bragging. Only the crazy old man's empty eyes flashed. He stared at the formation a few times. You have gone too far. At this moment, a cold voice traveled over. In a nearby tea house, a man in purple stood up and strode over. Purple Mansion Saint, someone exclaimed. Apart from him, there was also a fair-skinned man walking over. It was Zhao Fa from the Ziwei sect. He looked very gentle, and his smile was meaningful. Brother Yi, we haven't seen each other for half a month. I learned that this place is closest to Miracle Dr. Wang's seclusion, so I specially waited here for you to appear. I want to buy that divine sword. Zhao Fa was calm and composed. He walked over with the Purple Mansion Saint. His face was full of smiles, as if he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Yi Fan also smiled. This person was definitely not a kind person. At the Feng clan's banquet, little Nan Nan had heard him talking to someone. He wanted to steal the divine sword and was prepared to kill him. I don't want to sell it yet. I want to exchange it for a saintly medicine. Yi Fan directly refused. Zhao Fa instantly looked unhappy. Brother Yi, do you still need the divine sword now? Since you have severed your cultivation, you should sell it. What do you mean? Li Heishui questioned. The Purple Mansion Saint didn't say much. His eyes were very cold. He stood at the side and scanned the few of them. Zhao Fa opened his folding fan. He was calm and composed. He said coldly, I want to buy the divine sword for Brother Ye's own good. Otherwise, it will most likely attract disaster. Are you threatening us? Yi Fan asked. There was no anger in his voice. Of course not. Am I that kind of person? I'm just reminding Brother Yi that others might try to snatch it from you. You'd better sell it to me as soon as possible. Zhao Fa smiled very deeply. He seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes shone brightly. Your Qilin divine herb seed should still be there, right? Why don't you sell it to us as well? The Purple Mansion Saint and I are prepared to buy it together. I've already eaten the Qilin divine herb seed. I'm not selling the divine sword. If you have nothing else, leave, Yi Fan said indifferently. He really hated this person to the extreme. The other party was really bullying him because he was crippled. He actually started to threaten him and wanted to steal his treasures. It was really despicable. Zhao Fei's expression turned cold as he closed his fan with a paw sound. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Aren't you a bit too domineering? Where did you teleport my junior brothers to? The Purple Mansion Saint suddenly said. His expression was cold as he stared at the large black dog. We sent them to the northern plains. Do you want to reunite with them? Actually, going to the Western Desert is not a bad choice. You can become a monk, the large black dog teased. He looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He was not afraid at all. Brother Yi, you still don't know that you're in big trouble, right? Zhao Fei had a cold smile on his face. Do you want to attack me? Yi Fan smiled, looking very calm. Zhao Fei tapped his palm with his folding fan and said, I, Zhao Fei, am not that kind of person. What I want to tell you is that the Yin-Yang sect of the Middle State has come. Do you know what it means? Yi Fan's expression changed. He had killed the Yin-Yang holy maiden. This was definitely a grudge that could not be resolved. The other party would not let it go just like that. The Yin-Yang sect was a supreme sect of the Middle State. They did not immediately retaliate mainly because they retreated due to the pressure from the various sacred grounds. This was because they had plundered the young prodigies of the various sects in the eastern wilderness. They had incurred great anger and could not continue staying here. Now, they had come again? I heard that they had already arrived at the central region of the eastern wilderness 10 days ago. The Yin-Yang Holy Son came with the Yin-Yang sword on his back. He wanted to use this terrifying secret treasure to cut off your head. Zhao Fei chuckled and said, at that time, he did not know that you were going to sever your own cultivation. Now, it seems that there is no need for him to use the Yin-Yang sword. Afterward, he continued, they are a supreme sect of the Middle State. They are not very afraid of the supreme divine kings of the eastern wilderness. Moreover, the divine king's fate is unknown. Other than that, I also heard that in order to kill you without fail and establish the prestige of the Yin-Yang sect, they sent a few supreme elders who do not have much time left. They are determined to cut off your head. Among them, there are half-step mighty figures and even real mighty figures who look down on the world. The Yin-Yang sect sent mighty figures to kill me? Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, but he calmed down very quickly. He rubbed his chin and smiled. Now that the crazy owl was by his side, he was fearless. Even if the supreme sect leader of the Middle State came to kill him personally, he would definitely not be able to return alive. Brother Yi, if you sell the holy sword and the divine herb seed, I am willing to give you a way out. Zhao Fei was calm and unhurried as he said, at the very least, I can let you live for a very long time. I said that I am not selling the holy sword. I have already eaten the divine herb seed, Yi Fan said coldly. Brother Yi, you really know how to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I am completely sincere, but you do not appreciate it at all. Zhao Fei's face darkened. I don't want to sell it. Don't tell me you want to force me to buy it? Yi Fan stared at him. Brother Yi, you have to consider this carefully. Zhao Fei laughed coldly and then patted his shoulder. He actually spat out a trace of hidden force. This was a kind of ingenious hidden force. It would not be activated at the time, but it could cause one to vomit blood and be seriously injured afterward. He was clearly prepared to let Yi Fan suffer. Move your hand away. Yi Fan's face darkened. At the side, the Purple Mansion Saint watched all this coldly. He did not say anything. He did not interfere, nor did he help. Zhao Fei's expression stiffened. Brother Yi, you are too much. At this point, he lightly spat out a trace of hidden force, which passed through his palm and into Yi Fan's body. Scram. Yi Fan's expression turned cold as he stared at him. You want me to scram? Zhao Fei's expression was cold, and his hand froze. The others were also shocked. The divine doctor had already said that the divine physique could only survive by severing his own cultivation. He had also admitted it just now. They did not expect him to be so forceful. Many people did not know that Xiao Fa had spat out hidden force, so they were naturally shocked. They thought that Yi Fan was just being forceful because he disliked this person. You really do not appreciate my kindness. Brother Yi, you better not regret this. Xiao Fa laughed coldly and slightly trembled again. Forcefully buying my treasures is considered kindness? Spitting out hidden force into my body and worsening my injuries is considered kindness? Yi Fan's expression was cold as he suddenly waved his golden hand. Smack, the crisp sound was incomparably loud. Xiao Fa spat out a mouthful of blood, and 6 or 7 teeth flew out. His entire body was sent flying and crashed into a nearby wall. Wow! Everyone was shocked. Wasn't the divine physique supposed to sever his own cultivation? How did he send Xiao Fa flying with just one slap? You! Xiao Fa was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He jumped up. However, at this moment, Yi Fan transformed into a beam of golden light. Using the Merak footwork, he rushed over and swung his golden palm again. Smack, Xiao Fa spat out a mouthful of blood, and another 3 teeth flew out. His body was sent flying again and crashed into the wall. Dong! Xiao Fa spat out a mouthful of blood and teeth as he crashed into the tall wall behind him. His anger surged. Being slapped in the face in front of so many people and having his teeth knocked out made his lungs explode with anger. Chi! 9 streaks of sword radiance shot out from his mouth and turned into 9 colored rainbows that shot toward Yi Fan's body. They were gorgeous and magnificent, and killing intent surged out like the tide. These were 9 divine swords forged from different meteorites of different colors. All of them were only the length of a palm, but they were incomparably sharp. They pierced through the void and rushed out from nothingness like the 9 wings of a divine phoenix. They surged with endless auspicious colors and swept over. They looked beautiful and bewitching, but their killing intent soared into the heavens. They could sever one's soul and penetrate into one's bones, giving off an icy chill. Bang! Yi Fan's golden hand slapped out and covered all 9 different colored flying swords, causing them to tremble violently. Even the rarely seen meteorites of this world couldn't withstand this kind of power. Clang, 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 the 9 colored swords were all caught in Yi Fan's hands. His golden fingers forcefully crushed them, and clanging sounds rang out incessantly as all of them broke. Then, colorful iron powder fell from the gaps between his fingers. He had used the powerful force of his fingers to turn the divine swords into powder. Everyone was shocked. Did the Saint Physique really sever his own cultivation? This was too much nonsense. This news was a complete scam. You! Xiao Fa's expression changed as fear grew in his heart. He said, "You didn't sever your own cultivation." Yi Fan pressed forward with large steps. Every step he took caused the entire street to tremble. It was as if there was a huge drum beating between heaven and earth, ringing in everyone's heart. Xiao Fa's expression changed drastically. If Yi Fan didn't sever his own cultivation, even if he fought with all his might, it would be difficult for him to escape death. His mind was in chaos. Wang! Yi Fan rushed over when his emotions were unstable. His golden hand once again slashed down, turning into a golden millstone that slammed down. I really severed my own cultivation. His words carried a smile, but his attacks were ruthless. What? Xiao Fa was taken aback. But at such a close distance, there was no way for him to dodge. Thus, he braced himself and faced the attack. Clang! Yi Fan's millstone-like golden hand slammed half of Xiao Fa's body into the ground as if he was hammering an iron pole. Bang! Yi Fan struck again, causing Xiao Fa to see stars. Blood spurted out of his mouth as his body sank another foot. Everything below his chest had sunk into the ground. I've already said that I'll sever my cultivation base and become a half-cripple. At least I'll have some strength left to protect myself. Yet, you bully me like this. Do you think I'm a soft persimmon that you can pinch at will? Yi Fan squatted down and mercilessly slapped Xiao Fa's face. With a crisp slap, another 2 or 3 of Xiao Fa's teeth fell out. He was so angry that he felt like his internal organs were on fire. I forgot to tell you in detail. Under the treatment of Miracle Dr. Wang, I did sever my own Dao fruit and fell from the 4 extreme secret realms. However, I still have the cultivation of the pinnacle Dao Palace realm. Yi Fan smiled brightly. Slap, following which, he slapped Xiao Fei again, causing him to feel dizzy and spurt blood from his mouth. You're too impatient. You can't wait to snatch my sacred sword. Don't you understand that the rafters that stick out rot first? You've already fallen from the 4 extreme secret realms? Xiao Fei clenched his teeth. His expression was cold and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Boom, he seemed to have gained immense confidence. A beam of purple light shot out from his body like a huge purple dragon that shook the sky. Yi Fan laughed and his eyes turned even colder. He flipped his hand and pressed it down. You can't hold back anymore after knowing that my cultivation base isn't what it used to be? Don't you think about how close you are to me? Slap, his slap landed and Xiao Fei's teeth fell out. Mixed with blood, the purple light that rushed out from his body was forcefully pushed back. You'd better behave yourself since you're so close to me. Yi Fan slapped him again, causing his body to sink another half a foot. Only his head was left on the ground. Xiao Fei's expression was livid. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this in his life. He was so upset that he wanted to roar out loud. Originally, everything was under his control. He had come here to snatch the sacred sword. Unexpectedly, this was the result. He was smashed into the ground and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. He was slapped several times in succession. Enough, you've gone too far. The purple mansion saint stood in the distance. His eyes were very cold as he stared at Yi Fan. Why didn't you say anything when Xiao Fei bullied Yi Fan just now? Li Heishui glanced at him and said coldly, if you want to fight for justice, come at me. The large black dog was even more direct. He shouted, do you want to side with that bastard? I'll accompany you. I don't mind taking in a saint as a human pet. At the side, everyone was speechless. Had the saint really severed his own life and entered the Dao Palace mystic realm? Why were the people around him so fierce? You teleported a few of my junior brothers to the foreign realm. I still haven't settled the score with you. The purple mansion saint's expression was cold as he stared at the Black Emperor. Who's afraid of who? Come at me. Yi Fan stood up and looked at the purple mansion saint. Do you really want to fight? All the saints were righteous. None of them had rashly attacked him. If the purple mansion saint attacked, he would be the first. Since you severed your own cultivation and fell from the 4 extreme mystic realm, I won't bother with a half-cripple like you. The purple mansion saint's eyes were cold. He didn't accept the challenge. Yi Fan smiled coldly. In the end, he was still a saint. He wouldn't attack without knowing the situation. He could still keep his composure. Die. Suddenly, Xiao Fei shouted. Purple light shot into the sky. Above his head, a huge star appeared. The purple light shone brightly and was extremely blinding. This was the only star, and it contained endless divine energy. Even the sun in the sky paled in comparison. It emitted a powerful dermic energy wave. Ziwei Imperial Star. Someone exclaimed. They didn't expect Xiao Fei to cultivate the Ziwei Sect's divine technique and create the Ziwei Imperial Star. Once it broke, it could destroy a part of the world. Boom, Yi Fan's large golden hand reached out, transforming into a golden heavenly steel that descended. Terrifying divine force rippled outwards, and with a pu sound, it suppressed Ziwei Imperial Star. Rise! Xiao Fei shouted. However, Yi Fan's physical body was too strong. The giant hand that had turned into a golden heavenly steel pressed the Ziwei Imperial Star back into his head and forced the monstrous magic power back. Ah! Xiao Fei screamed in fear. If the Ziwei Imperial Star broke in his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Save me! Xiao Fei was truly terrified. He could no longer control himself. The purple star was about to be destroyed in his body. Didn't you want to steal my divine sword and harm my life? Why are you begging me now? Yi Fan looked down at him. Xiao Fei's head was left on the ground. His face was extremely pale. He said, I deserve to die. I shouldn't have been so greedy. Save me. Bang, Yifan raised his leg and kicked out. A huge star was shaken out of Zhao Fei's head. It shot into the sky and exploded in the distant horizon. Endless purple light surged, and terrifying energy spread out. Even on the ground, one could feel the tsunami-like shockwaves. Although Zhao Fei was saved, a trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes. He had suffered such a great loss today. He wanted nothing more than to kill Yifan. Bang, he broke out of the ground and stood on the ground. He said coldly, Brother Yi, that's all for today. I'll visit you another day. Zhao Fei did not know Yifan's true strength, so he did not dare to act rashly. He wanted to figure out the situation first before acting ruthlessly. However, Yifan laughed. Like a ghost, his movements were extremely fast. He appeared in front of Zhao Fei, making it impossible for him to dodge. Then I won't send you off. Have a safe journey. Yifan patted his shoulder, just like what Zhao Fei had done in the past. Zhao Fei's expression immediately changed, and he quickly retreated. What did you do to me? Zhao Fei coughed up blood with each step he took. When he took 8 steps back, there was a shattering sound from within his body. He immediately cried out in pain. You crippled me? Yifan's expression was cold. He said, you tried to harm me time and time again. It's already good enough that you're still alive. Everyone was silent. A cultivator of the Ziwei school at the level of 4 extremities had been crippled by Yifan with just a lift of his hand. This was truly chilling. Had the sacred physique really severed his own cultivation? How could he still be so terrifying and powerful? If it was just in the Dao Palace mystic realm, he would be too fearless. You're so ruthless. Zhao Fei's face was pale, and his whole body was trembling. You already wanted to kill me. Do you think I should still smile at you? The heavens are benevolent. Turn over a new leaf. With a single thought, Yifan crippled a genius of the younger generation. This shocked everyone. You are in the Dao Palace mystic realm. If you can take 3 attacks from me, I will turn around and leave. I will not make things difficult for you, the Purple Mansion Saint said coldly. Suddenly, he shot a purple beam of light at Yifan. Bang, Yifan raised his fist to meet the attack, shattering it on the spot. Boom, a small purple pagoda appeared between the Purple Mansion Saint's brows. It pressed forward, emitting terrifying waves. Whoosh, a small golden cauldron directly rushed out from between Yifan's brows and smashed forward. The Purple Mansion Saint's expression changed. He retracted the small purple pagoda and retreated. Then, he formed a seal with both hands, and a huge purple energy wave shot forward. Boom, Yifan still used his golden fist to meet the attack. The ancient street shook violently, almost collapsing. Let's go. The Purple Mansion Saint turned and left. The other Purple Mansion disciples also followed suit. He is testing me. He finally can't hold back anymore. Yifan muttered to himself. The Purple Mansion Saint did not manage to find out anything. He left decisively, not wanting to take the risk. On this day, the news spread like wildfire. The sacred body had severed his own cultivation, but he was not completely crippled. He still had peak Dao Palace cultivation. Zhao Fei from the Ziwei sect had been careless and had been crippled. The Purple Mansion Saint tested him and finally left. Everyone was discussing this news. They wanted to know what kind of state Yifan was in. They did not believe the rumors. On the same day, Miracle Dr. Wang appeared. He said that what Yifan had said was true. He had already severed his own life. At the same time, he revealed that if Yifan wanted to risk his life, he could occasionally use the battle prowess of the 4 extreme secret realms. The price was that he would lose his life force. He could not use it more than 10 times. This was something that Yifan and Miracle Dr. Wang had already discussed. They did not want to say too much. Otherwise, if he used the 4 extreme secret realms, he would be exposed immediately. However, he was not very worried. If he obtained the 9 secret Xing character mantra, he would no longer have to worry. With this movement technique, he could go anywhere in the world without fear of being killed. If this news were to spread, not to mention others, even the saints would not be able to hold themselves back. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Li Haishui glanced at Yi Fan and then at the crazy old man behind him. If you want to test me or kill me, just come. Yi Fan smiled. The ancient killer celestial court is most likely going to appear. They have probably received many requests, the big black dog said. The saints were very calm and had not taken any action. However, many disciples of the Holy Lands had appeared. They came to test Yi Fan's situation. A storm was brewing. He was a pawn to test the waters. Soon, news spread that the Yin-Yang saint was carrying a secret treasure, the Yin-Yang sword. He was heading south, preparing to cut off the head of the sacred physique Yi Fan. There were several Grand Supreme Elders following him. They were about to arrive. At the same time, the elders of Zhao Fa from the Ziwei sect were furious. They traveled through the night toward Yue City to suppress Yi Fan. Yue City was in an uproar. Everyone was talking about the state of the divine physique. Everything about Yi Fan had become the hottest topic of the day. He still killed himself in the end. Now, his cultivation is only at the peak of the Holy Ji Palace. He could have looked down on the younger generation, but what a pity, all the saints can heave a sigh of relief. Now, they don't have to show up personally. They can just send their juniors to suppress the divine physique. In the end, he still can't go against the heavens. Even the peerless divine king can't repair his broken path. Looks like the curse of the divine physique can never be truly broken. Everyone believed Miracle Dr. Wang's words. In the central region of the eastern wilderness, no one could surpass him in terms of medical skills. This became the most convincing evidence. Almost everyone believed it because there was nothing to doubt about it. The dignified divine doctor of this generation was an almighty being. How could he possibly lie? Zhao Fa is so unlucky. He wanted to steal Yi Fan's weapon, but he forgot that he has the divine physique. Although he killed himself, his physical body hasn't changed. This guy has a silver tongue. He deserves it. Who told him to be so blind as to want to steal someone else's artifact? Many people were discussing this matter. There were few who sympathized with Zhao Fa. At the same time, they were suspicious of the Purple Mansion Saint's decision to retreat without a fight. They thought he was being too cautious. Something big is going to happen. The Yin-Yang Saint is entering Yue City. It's said that he's already here. The next day, this news spread and caused a commotion. Many cultivators were waiting anxiously. The supreme sect of the middle ground was finally coming. A saint carrying the Yin-Yang sword was going to chop off the head of the divine physique. This was definitely going to cause a huge storm. There would definitely be endless waves. Finally, a saint is going to make a move. Yi Fan is in danger now. He's no longer as powerful as he was half a month ago. Any saint can suppress him. The Yin-Yang sword is a secret treasure of the sect. It can split the sky, the earth, the mountains, and the sea. It has endless power. Even the divine physique may not be able to block it. All the cultivators in Yue City were discussing, waiting for this huge wave to happen. But someone sent news that Yi Fan and the others had left the ancient city. The holy body has left. Is he finally afraid? His cultivation is not as good as before, so he can only hide. It's a pity that there's nowhere for him to hide no matter how big the world is. Unless a supreme god king returns, no one can save him, said Jianchen. Everyone knew how powerful the Yin-Yang sect was. It was comparable to the Middle Plains immortal dynasty and definitely not weaker than the Eastern Barren Territory's holy lands. Their saintess had been killed in the Eastern Barren Territory and they would not let it go easily. Yi Fan and the others had indeed left Serene Moon City. They were heading north at a steady pace, preparing to head for the holy cliff that was close to the northern region. I say, little Yi, don't you want to destroy the Yin-Yang sect? Why don't you wait for them to come? Li Haishui asked. If people don't offend us, we won't offend them. We've always been very low-key. We won't be as arrogant as them. Yi Fan laughed. You dug a hole and waited for people to jump in, yet you still act like this. You really are evil. Li Haishui said disdainfully. You can't say that. I really want to be quiet and not cause big trouble. The key is whether they want to kill me or not. Yi Fan smiled. Why hasn't the ancient god dynasty of killers, the world of mortals, come yet? The large black dog muttered. He wished that all the major forces would jump out and then be killed by the crazy owl with a single slap. Yi Fan glanced at the crazy owl behind him. His heart skipped a beat as he thought of a certain possibility. This god had been silent all this time. Would he intervene at the critical moment? Thinking of this, his heart was pounding. He had been taking the crazy owl's battle prowess into consideration. At the critical moment, if this god did not intervene, it would be too late for him to cry. Senior, we're going to the Holy Cliff to look for the 9 esoteric Xing character. We might encounter a lot of trouble. Please save us at the critical moment. The crazy owl had a majestic appearance. His black hair fell over his shoulders, covering his bronze face. Only a pair of hollow eyes could be vaguely seen. He was very silent and did not say anything. God, you have to intervene when the time comes. The large black dog also shuddered. Thinking of the critical question, he felt uneasy all over. Uncle, can you protect us? Little Nan Nan tugged at the bottom of the crazy owl's trousers and raised her tender little face. She looked at him hopefully and called for Yi Fan. The crazy owl did not say anything. He only glanced at her. He was still like a block of wood, as if everything in the world had nothing to do with him. He actually escaped. How disappointing. His divine physique is only SOSO. He's just a coward. In Serene Moon City, the Yin-Yang Saint sneered. The onlookers were all shocked. They felt a kind of aura of the great Tao. Black and white Tao power swirled around him, as if the chaos was surging when the heavens were opened. The Yin-Yang Saint was tall and slender. His face was like jade, and he wore a purple gold crown on his head. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and he carried a black and white divine sword on his back. It was as unfathomable as the sea. They're heading all the way north. It's not too late to catch up now. Someone wanted to see the world in chaos, and secretly transmitted a message to remind him. He can't escape from me. This time, I've come to the Eastern Barren territory to cut off his head. The Yin-Yang Saint sword will not return until it drinks blood, the Yin-Yang Saint said coldly. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked toward the distant north. Then, he soared into the sky. His entire person actually turned into a yin-yang diagram, imprinting itself in the void. Like lightning, he disappeared into the northern horizon in the blink of an eye. This yin-yang saint is terrifying. He's merged his body with his Tao. This kind of extreme speed is rare in this world. As expected of the saint of a supreme sect in the middle state. It looks like he's only above our Eastern Baron saint, and not below them. Many people's hearts trembled. They all felt the terrifying power of the middle state. If even their disciples were like this, then the power of sect masters could be imagined. Chase after him. Let's go and take a look. That's right. How can we miss such a huge event? Many cultivators in Yue City all chased after him, wanting to witness the upcoming battle. Many people felt that the sacred physique was doomed. Finally, they caught up with Yi Fan's group after 5,000 miles. This place was not far from a city, but it was still in the wilderness. Yi Fan, give me your life, the Yin-Yang Saint roared. The yin-yang diagram that he had turned into cut off the path ahead. The void collapsed, swoosh, with a flash of light, he appeared in front of them. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood proudly in the void. He looked down at Yi Fan's group with a murderous aura. This yin-yang saint is very powerful. He's merged his body with his Tao. Ordinary saints can't chase after us like this. Li Heishui was shocked. Are you here to take my life? Yi Fan stood in the wilderness and looked up at the sky. His voice was very calm. The yin-yang saint sneered disdainfully. I originally wanted to cut off your head with my sacred sword, but you've already become a piece of trash. Since you're not here to kill me, please leave. Yi Fan interrupted him. If I use my sect's sacred sword to kill you again, I'm really afraid that your blood will stain it. This sword doesn't kill nameless pawns below the 4 extreme mystery realm. The yin-yang saint sneered continuously. He looked down at Yi Fan and said coldly, I'll just kill you directly. Woof. The large black dog hated this kind of thing the most. He shouted, "Human pet, what are you being so arrogant for? I'll kill you in a moment." The people of Yue City arrived one after another. When they heard the dog's words, they instantly felt a little dizzy. The Xianxia saint was a top elite of the younger generation. He had an illustrious status. In the middle state, he was surrounded by people like the stars around the moon. He was on equal footing with the successors of the everlasting celestial dynasty. However, at this moment, a large dog was saying that he wanted to take him as a human pet. This was really unbearable. Why is this dog still alive? F***ck, I've heard of him in the North region. He's even more famous than the sacred physique. That's right. The legend of the North region's evil dog refers to him. Reckless dog. I'll skin you later. The Xianxia saint's expression was cold. His gaze was as threatening as a knife. Little Yi has already sent your saint on her way. As the saint, do you want to reunite with her? Li Heishui's mouth had always been unforgiving. Ignorant fool. You're about to die, and you're still clamoring. Reckless. Without a sound, two elders appeared beside the Xianxia saint. They looked at Yi Fan and the others with disdain. Old farts, who are you talking about? The large black dog bared his teeth. Oh no, these are two great elders. Their abilities have reached the 8th tier of the dragon realm. Li Heishui said softly. He gasped. Ignorant junior, you've realized too late. Today, none of you will live. I'll use your blood to wash away the dust on our journey. The eyes of the two elders were sharp. Their white hair danced in the wind. They were like two old lions, staring at weak prey. They smiled coldly, revealing their white teeth. Yi Fan definitely could not fight against a strong cultivator at the 8th tier of the dragon realm. The difference between their cultivation levels was too great. Didn't your half-almighty, or even the real almighty, come? Where are they? Yi Fan asked. Ignorant little beast. Is it worth a few respected Grand Supreme Elders to deal with you? One of the elders laughed coldly. The few Grand Supreme Elders of the Xianxia sect who did not have much time left had indeed come to the central region of Eastern Wilderness. However, they did not show themselves at the scene. They felt that killing these people would be an insult to their status. Uncle. Little Nan Nan pouted timidly. She raised her head and grabbed Crazy Ole's trousers, shaking them gently. Everything started because of this little girl. Otherwise, the saint wouldn't have died. We can't let her go either. We'll capture her and make her a slave. Another elder's eyes were cold. Xianxia saint took a big step forward. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, I'll kill the divine body first. I'll deal with them later. You want to kill me? I wonder if you have the ability to do so, Yi Fan said calmly. Since you're already half crippled, I'll kill you with one hand. Xianxia saint extended his left hand. It was as black as ink. He said, I'll grind you into minced meat. Yi Fan walked up to the sky step by step, causing heaven and earth to tremble. Golden blood chi shot up into the sky like thousands of dragons, his jet black hair danced in the wind. His eyes were as bright as the stars. Essence chi surged all over his body. He was like an immortal Holy Spirit. It was as if he had walked out from ancient times. Everyone could not help but shudder. Die, you piece of trash! Xianxia saint shouted. His left hand, which was as black as ink, pressed down like a dark cloud. Boom, the entire sky darkened. The terrifying aura almost caused many people to collapse to the ground. It was as if an unparalleled demon king had been born. Heaven and earth were collapsing, boom, at the same time, Yi Fan also made his move. His left hand was like black jade. It evolved into the extreme divine point of the Tai Chi divine diagram. The Tai Chi divine diagram was mysterious and unfathomable. This was the mark carved by the ancient people after their understanding of the Tao had been refined to the extreme. There were supreme mysteries that were difficult to describe. No one in the world could explain exactly how complicated the great Tao was. Yi Fan had only glimpsed a clue, and it was just the initial evolution. There was still endless room for comprehension. Boom, the sky collapsed on the spot, forming an unfathomable black hole that swallowed everything. Even the minds of the spectators were about to be swallowed. Gotcha, black cracks spread out one after another, rushing into the distance. With the black hole as the center, it crushed all things. It represented the source of destruction. Yi Fan's left hand shone with black light, becoming the extreme yin divine point of the Tai Chi diagram. It evolved into a tangible mark of the Great Tao, possessing the power to destroy all things. Boom, this was a terrifying collision. The two of them displayed their supreme sacred techniques right from the start. The Great Tao of Yin and Yang against the Great Tao of Tai Chi, there were many similarities between the two. The difference was the 2 points of the Tai Chi divine diagram. The Yang diagram contained a bit of extreme Yin, and the Yin diagram contained a bit of extreme Yang. Such a slight difference described the Great Tao for billions of miles. There were completely different evolutions, and the results obtained were even more different. Rumble, the void kept collapsing, and energy surged violently. This was similar to the collision of the Great Tao, and it greatly affected both of them, because the two Great Taos had similarities, they also had completely different evolutions. They both held their breaths and did their best to resist. This was no longer a contest of strength. Instead, it was a contest of their understanding of the Great Tao and the persistence of their beliefs. What they cultivated was the supreme Great Tao. This was their unshakable confidence. Boom, the black hole formed by Yi Fan's left hand destroyed everything and swallowed everything. It was even more unfathomable than the deep sea. The black sky formed by Yin Yang Saint's left hand covered everything. It was as tall as a mountain and as wide as the earth, but it was cracking and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Boom. Finally, with a loud sound, the black sky collapsed. It was destroyed by the extreme Yin divine point formed by Yi Fan's left hand. Everything ceased to exist. Yin Yang Saint screamed. His black hair was in a mess as he was sent flying. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his blade-like eyes revealed a trace of fear. On the other side, Yi Fan didn't move at all. His entire body was covered in golden blood qi that shot up into the sky. His entire body seemed to be forged from divine gold, like an ancient battle saint. For extreme secret realms. Everyone was in an uproar, all of them revealing shocked expressions. They all felt that this was a bit inconceivable. Didn't he sever his own cultivation? How can he still have such terrifying combat strength? Could it be that what Miracle Dr. Wang said wasn't true? The crowd was bewildered and many of them revealed fear. This was especially true for the disciples of the various holy lands. Many of them had followed him here just to find out the truth about Yi Fan's situation. All of them frowned. He should have severed his own cultivation. Someone recalled the other words of Miracle Dr. Wang. If Yi Fan were to risk his life, he could display the combat strength of the 4 extreme secret realms. However, he would have to exhaust his endless lifespan. He could at most have 10 life and death battles in his life before he died. Yin Yang Saint's eyes were extremely cold. He said coldly, "Since you want to risk your life, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let you see my true strength." Boom, he wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. His body erupted with an unparalleled radiance that no one could look directly at. He was like a black and white sun burning fiercely, illuminating the entire wasteland. An unparalleled and powerful aura pierced through the sun like a divine rainbow and flooded the 9 heavens like a tsunami. He was like a god who had broken free from his shackles and broke out from hell. At this moment, Yin Yang Saint emitted a terrifying aura. It was extremely dangerous. Black and white fog emanated from his body, as though chaos was surging. He sealed his combat strength previously and has actually broken through to the dragon transformation realm. This is the yin-yang seal technique of the supreme sex of the middle ground. He usually suppresses himself in order to make continuous breakthroughs. He is already a top-notch young expert in the first transformation of the dragon transformation. Everyone took a step back. They were all very shocked. This was definitely a frightening figure. He was almost invincible among his peers. Yin Yang Saint wore a purple gold crown on his head and carried the Yin Yang sword on his back. His black hair danced in the wind and his eyes were sharp. Standing in the air, he was like a celestial being that had descended to the world. He was extremely intimidating. Yi Fan was shocked. He did not dare to be careless. He raised his combat strength to the peak and said, I only have 10 chances to display the cultivation of the 4 extreme secret realms in the latter half of my life. I've already sworn to kill a saint-level figure in a battle. Otherwise, I would not be able to live up to the life force I lost. Everyone gasped. He only had 10 chances in a lifetime, and he had to kill a saint-level figure every time. The sacred physique was really terrifying. Yin Yang Saint's eyes turned cold. You have no chance. I will use your sacred blood to wash my sword and sacrifice to the saintess soul. There were not many young experts in the dragon transformation realm in the current world. There were only a few in the eastern wilderness now. Yin Yang Saint was as unfathomable as the ocean. First, there was Hua Yunfei. Then, there was the little Pung King. Now, there is Yin Yang Saint. It seems that all the saints are feeling a sense of urgency. If they don't enter the dragon transformation realm, I'm afraid no one will casually make a move. Everyone was shocked. They were all discussing. Wrong. Maybe those chosens have already reached this mystic realm. They are just holding back. Everyone could not calm down. The sacred physique had appeared and even fought the young experts in the dragon transformation realm. This created an extremely tense pressure on the people of the same generation. Now, if one wanted to compete with the younger generation, it would be difficult to stand out without breaking through to this realm. This little bastard has actually raised his combat strength to the 4 extreme secret realms. Let me take his life. There is no need to waste time. Behind him, the 2 old men spoke almost at the same time and walked forward. No need. Killing him will dirty the hands of the 2 great elders. I will kill him. Yin Yang Saint smirked. The 2 old men shook their heads and pressed forward. One of them said, we came to the eastern wilderness to take his head. It is the same no matter who kills him. They treated Yi Fan as a piece of meat on a chopping board. His life and death were in their hands. They did not think it was difficult at all. Their eyes were filled with contempt. At this moment, the killing intent they released was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan felt a strong pressure and could not help but frown. Don't bully big brother. Little Nan Nan grabbed the old crazy man's trousers. Her eyes were filled with tears. She was very worried. Little girl, everything started because of you. You cannot escape the fate of being a Yin slave in this life. A cold person looked over. It is Nan Nan's fault. It has nothing to do with big brother. Little Nan Nan looked at them timidly and fearfully. Don't worry, Nan Nan. They are nothing. Yi Fan smiled peacefully. He comforted the little girl and told her not to worry. 2 great elders, there is no need to do anything. I have made up my mind to kill him with my own hands. Yin Yang Saint was very arrogant. Ever since the Holy Maiden was killed, he, as a saint, had been suppressing a towering fury. These days, he felt very uncomfortable facing the princes of the middle ground and the saints of the supreme sections. He would always feel strange gazes. Only by killing the Holy Maiden with his own hands could he sweep away all the shame. Then let this old man kill these idlers first. The 2 old men stared at Li Heishui and the large black dog. Then, they looked at the old crazy man and little Nan Nan with killing intent. This little girl is beautiful, but unfortunately, she does not have a good memory. She can only be a Yin maiden. Wang, the 2 of them stepped forward. The void trembled, and the pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Slurp. Slurp. The large black dog and Li Heishui were extremely slippery. They hid behind the old crazy man immediately. They did not say a word and only looked at him provocatively. I will send you on your way. One of the old men sneered mercilessly. He reached out with his hand and covered everyone below. Uncle. Little. Nan Nan was about to cry. She pushed the old crazy man's thigh again. The majestic old crazy man finally reacted. A light flashed across his empty eyes. He looked down at little Nan Nan, then picked her up and put her on his shoulder. You have a death wish. One of the great elders smiled coldly. His hand reached down and grabbed the top of the old crazy man's head. The old man really thinks that he has lived too long. The large black dog shook his head from behind. The great elder of the Yin-Yang sect had a malicious look in his eyes. He sneered coldly, "Die, all of you." His hand was about to land on the old crazy man's head. However, the old crazy man did not move. He only looked up at him. Two rays of light flashed across his empty eyes. "Ah!" this great elder cried out on the spot. With a putong sound, he fell from the sky, no longer moving. His eyes were wide open, full of fear. He completely lost his life. My God, what happened? Everyone was shocked. They did not know what had happened. It seems that the 8th dragon transformation cultivator was killed by that strange man with disheveled hair. Everyone was shocked. They did not know what had happened. "You," the other great elder roared. He opened his mouth and spat out a bronze pagoda. It grew to the size of a mountain and pressed down on the old crazy man. However, the old crazy man still did not move. He looked forward and a ray of light flashed across his eyes. Boom! The whole pagoda collapsed and turned into dust. It no longer existed. At the same time, the first elder could only let out a scream before he fell from the sky. His legs kicked against the ground, and he died. This time everyone saw it clearly. They were all terrified. The two 8th dragon transformation cultivators were killed by the strange man with disheveled hair. "Who are you?" In the darkness, another old man appeared. He did not dare to come over. He pointed at a few people and shouted, "Just you wait. I'll go and invite a few grand elders. None of you will live. Let's see how you can compete with a great elite." "So what if you're a great elite? If you have the guts, invite your supreme sect leader as well." The large black dog shouted. His grin almost reached the base of his ears. "Just you wait." The old man glanced at the old crazy man and flew away. He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Who is this strange man with disheveled hair? Why is he so terrifying? How powerful is he? He killed two 8th dragon transformation cultivators with a single stare. This is like a fairy tale. Everyone was shocked. They were all shocked. This was beyond their imagination. Everyone's heart was pounding. At this time, Yi Fan and the Yin-Yang saint were in the middle of a fierce battle. The Yin-Yang saint noticed the situation here. His heart beat rapidly, and he wanted to escape. That strange man gave him goosebumps. However, Yi Fan locked onto him. He sneered and said, "I've said it before. Once I use the cultivation of the 4 supreme mystery realms, a saint will definitely die. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'll kill you today," the Yin-Yang saint shouted. With a clang, he pulled out the Yin-Yang holy sword, Weng. This area seemed to be frozen, becoming a sword realm that belonged to only one person. Yin and Yang energy circulated, an endless killing intent soared into the sky. "You're here indeed. None of you can leave today." A long shout came from the distance. A dozen or so figures quickly approached. The great elites of the Yin-Yang sect had not arrived yet, but the elders of the Ziwei sect had already appeared. Obviously, they had come for Zhao Fa. Capture them all. Apart from the divine physique, kill them all. None of them can escape. A white-haired old man revealed his killing intent. Swoosh, a dozen or so extremely powerful figures quickly surrounded the old crazy man and the others. All of them were filled with killing intent. There were actually half-step great elites among them. The people from the Ziwei Star sect arrived first. Their aura was strong, and they surrounded Crazy Ol's group. All of them were murderous. The old man in the lead had white hair and beard. He was a half-step cultivator. He was bony, but he was hale and hearty. His eyes shone like little suns. "How dare you cripple a disciple of the Ziwei Star sect?" One of the old men had a fiery temper. He stared at Li Heishui's group, his tone cold. Little Nan Nan was a little scared. She sat nervously on Crazy Ol's shoulder and whispered, "Grandpa, it was your people who wanted to kill Big Brother first. Little girl, what do you know?" The old man didn't even look at her. He stared at Li Heishui, the big black dog, Crazy Ol, and Yi Fan not far away. His eyes were as cold as ice. "You're all dead." Another old man was even more direct. He pointed at Li Heishui and Crazy Ol. It could be said that the people from the Ziwei Star sect were extremely powerful. After arriving, they surrounded the meat on the chopping block in their eyes. It was as if they had the power to kill them and could take their lives with a single thought. At this time, the big black dog was so excited that he wanted to shout. He dug his claws into the ground. He didn't show any fear in the face of so many experts. Instead, he grinned evilly. Then, he said directly, "You really want to kill us? Only a dozen people don't seem to be enough. You should at least invite 1 or 2 true cultivators." The dozen or so people were all experts, especially the old man who was a half-step cultivator. Hearing his words, his face immediately darkened. This was a naked provocation. A half-step cultivator leading so many experts was enough to deal with the terrifying figures of the older generation, let alone the younger generation. How arrogant. One of them was extremely cold. His expression was even more frightening. "It's a bit difficult for you people to come and kill us. Listen to me, hurry up and leave," Li Heishui teased. Li Heishui mocked with ill intentions. "Go and invite your supreme sect master over. Otherwise, it really won't be enough. Ignorant juniors. You are not strong, yet you speak so arrogantly. Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue?" The people from the Ziwei school could not stand the two of them. At this moment, the 2 black-hearted fellows felt refreshed and wanted to howl towards the sky. Hearing this, they both chuckled and didn't say anything else. "Kill them. Kill them immediately. Don't waste a moment." One of the Grand Elders had a gloomy expression, and he was the first to make a move and pounced forward. His right hand flashed with purple light, and a large purple star spun between his fingers. This was the Ziwei Imperial Star that he had cultivated, and it was the embodiment of his cultivation. The huge purple star quickly enlarged, covering the entire sky in an instant. It was like a huge mountain falling down. Boom, a monstrous divine power surged like a purple ocean, causing the spectators to feel a chill run down their spines. The absolute peak of Dragon Realm had attacked with all his might, and it was obvious that he was prepared to destroy the few of them. The large black dog and Li Heishui had a tacit understanding. They both hid behind the old madman's back and used their gazes to provoke the dozen elites of the Ziwei sect. The old madman didn't say anything. He stood there like a tall wooden pillar and didn't even look at these people. It was as if he had been petrified. Boom, the huge purple star pressed down, and a vast sea of divine power surged down, completely drowning this place. However, the endless purple light was extinguished in front of the old madman. It was like a candle in the wind, quickly extinguishing. Moreover, after the huge purple star fell, it disappeared in front of the old madman's body. Who is this? The elite from the Ziwei sect was stunned. Kill. The others who came forward with him also made their moves. Their hands were all shining brightly as they took out all kinds of ancient star treasures and turned them into a meteor shower. This place was silently collapsing. All kinds of light fell like raindrops, but none of this could harm a single hair on the old madman's body. He just stood there without moving, completely ignoring the many treasures. All the terrifying weapons were shattered in front of his ancient clothes. Without a sound, all the ancient treasures were turned into powder. They couldn't move an inch. Who are you? The people who came forward were shocked. They stepped back, all pale with fright. The old madman was very burly, 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people. His hair was disheveled, and his empty eyes glanced at them. Then, he suddenly waved his sleeve. In an instant, a strong wind blew. The 4 powerhouses were swept up into the sky like withered leaves. Then, they disappeared without a trace, disappearing into the boundless horizon. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were elites at the peak of the Dragon Realm, but they were sent flying with a wave of a sleeve. They turned into small black dots and disappeared into the horizon. Who knew how many miles they were sent flying? In any case, after they were slapped away, they did not fly back. This result made everyone speechless and speechless. What kind of elite was this? Like swatting flies, he had sent these elites flying with a wave of his sleeve. They couldn't fly back at all. This? Who is this god? Where did he come from? Why is he so terrifying? My God, did I see wrongly just now? He ignored the attacks of elites at the peak of the dragon realm. With a wave of his sleeve, those people disappeared. This is too scary. Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him before? The spectators were dumbfounded. Their jaws almost hit the ground. They were all dumbfounded. They had already seen the power of the old madman before. He stared at a cultivator at the 8th transformation of the dragon realm to death. Now, they saw his power again. Everyone was scared from head to toe. They had goosebumps all over their bodies. They couldn't guess what realm he was at. Don't tell me it's the legendary old holy master? Someone was horrified, producing this type of thought. The people from the Ziwei Star School were stunned. He was just a weirdo with disheveled hair. He looked to be around 40 years old. How could he be so terrifying? Who are you? What's your name? The people from the Ziwei Star School asked, but they were clearly not confident. Could he really be an old divine lord who came from the great desolate plateau? The expression of the half-step divine lord of the Ziwei Star School was stern, but a ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He said to himself, there can't be such a person. An old divine lord who went to prolong his life. No one has ever walked out of the Forbidden Land alive. He suddenly raised his head and said, friend, who are you? A true great divine lord's magic power was monstrous. They could dominate the world. They were all lords and divine lords. No one could stop them. The entire land belonged to them because they were the masters of the great inheritances. They were many times more powerful than the half-step divine lords. The old madman didn't respond. He stood there motionlessly like a tower. It was as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. He couldn't move at all. You are too arrogant. The Ziwei Star School is the supreme sect of the Eastern Barren Territory. Even if you are a great divine lord, you shouldn't underestimate us. The old madman was unmoved. He didn't react at all, but the large black dog couldn't stay still. He shouted, the Ziwei Star School is nothing. Unless your leader comes in person, you don't have the guts to boast so shamelessly. The half-step divine lord's face turned cold. He stood there motionlessly. After a long time, he said darkly, in this world, sometimes being powerful can't solve problems. What's going on? Why do I feel dizzy? Li Heishui suddenly shouted. Damn, I also feel a bit powerless. The large black dog also bared his teeth. Little Nan Nan also feels dizzy. Little Nan Nan was a bit dizzy. She almost fell from the old madman's shoulder. The half-step divine lord sneered. I said, sometimes in this world, just having power is not enough. What did you do? Li Heishui shouted. The powder of the Ziwei Star flower can poison even a divine lord to death. Both his body and soul will be destroyed. You can all go on your way. The half-step divine lord's expression was cold. He had been subdued by Crazy Ol and was terrified. That was why he resorted to unscrupulous means to use the forbidden Emperor pollen to kill everyone. The Ziwei Star flower is actually such a peerless poison. It's said that in the distant past, it caused a shocking tragedy. Many divine lords were poisoned to death at the same time in a grand meeting. This is a terrifying demonic flower. He actually used such a method. Everyone was shocked. They all retreated for their lives, afraid to come into contact with even a little bit of it. If that happened, they would be crippled. If the large black dog and Li Heishui hadn't eaten the divine fruit from the forbidden ancient land, and if it wasn't for little Nan Nan's special body, they would have already become a puddle of blood. Even so, they couldn't bear it anymore. They swayed and almost fainted. Uncle! Little Nan Nan called out to the old madman in a daze. The people of the Ziwei Star School were shocked. The Ziwei Star flower didn't poison them to death immediately. It was really frightening. They all felt that something was wrong. The old madman glanced at little Nan Nan and used his hand to touch the space between her eyebrows. The 7-colored dot of light immediately flowed with divine light. Little Nan Nan woke up on the spot. She was completely fine. Then, the old madman slapped the large black dog and Li Heishui. Their bodies shook violently, and a blazing purple light gushed out from each of their bodies. They cried out one after another. Then, they completely recovered. They didn't feel any discomfort at all. Their energy surged, and they weren't injured in the slightest. The people of the Ziwei Star School are so ruthless. They even used this method. The people in the distance discussed. They all felt a chill. Go! The half-step divine lord of the Ziwei Star School shouted. He was the first to fly out, wanting to escape. The old madman's performance filled him with fear. Senior, you can't let them go. They are too evil. They should be killed. Li Heishui called out. Without a sound, the old madman stretched out a large hand. In an instant, it reached the horizon. He seemed to be dissatisfied with this kind of evil method, and he really made his move. This was a shocking scene. The people of the Ziwei Star School flew who knew how many miles. They turned into small black dots and were about to disappear at the end of the boundless horizon. But the old madman's large hand reached out and covered the entire sky. This hand was just too big, reaching several dozen li when it reached out, filling up the limits of the heavenly dome, carrying with it endless transformations. Ah! The half-step divine lord roared. The mountains and rivers shook. Many mountains below were about to collapse. His body expanded and he stood tall, wanting to resist this large hand. Bang, but it was useless. The old madman's large hand grabbed him. The powerful half-step divine lord struggled with all his might. However, he used thousands of methods and tens of thousands of divine abilities, but it was of no use. It was like an ant trying to shake a tree. With a poof, the half-step divine lord turned into a bloody mist in the large hand. He turned into dust and no longer existed. The old madman let go of his hand. The void shook slightly, and the world collapsed. The chaotic mist was faintly discernible. It was as if the world was being created. The people of the Ziwei Star School were drowned in it. Everyone was shocked. That was a half-step almighty, yet he was crushed to death by this disheveled-haired man. This was simply too shocking. Heavens, is he a saint? How can there be such a terrifying person in the world? That was a half-step divine lord. He could look down on the Eastern Barren territory, but he was crushed to death like an ant. Is he still human? How can there be such a powerful person in the world? Everyone was shocked. Everyone was almost trembling. The old madman's strength was beyond their imagination. The crazy old strength left everyone speechless. Even a powerful half-step cultivator had been crushed to death by him. Who else in this world could rival him? The word ancient has been added to the ancient saint, which means that he can't be seen in this world anymore. But why does he look like a saint? Is he really a living saint? This is just too shocking. Even in ancient times, there were very few saints. But now, a living person has appeared? Everyone was stunned. It was difficult to guess the crazy old's level, so they used ancient saints to measure him. That giant hand just now was too shocking. It reached out for dozens of miles and covered the entire world. Who else in this world could do that? It was like an ancient saint had come to this world. At this moment, the happiest and most excited person was the big black dog. He grinned all the way to his ears and snickered slyly. His 4 big paws dug into the ground and his square head shook back and forth. Li Heishui was shocked but also chuckled. The god beside him was too powerful. No one could withstand a pat from him. With such a person standing beside him, he would be absolutely confident and fearless even if he faced the emperor of the Central Plains' eternal celestial dynasty. Uncle. Little Nan Nan's big black eyes were also blinking. She also felt the power of the crazy ol. She sat on his shoulder and called out softly. At this moment, the crazy ol did not say anything. He was 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people, making him look extremely imposing and tall, like an immortal demon. Thick black hair draped over his chest and back, covering his bronze-colored face. He did not emit any aura, so his level could not be sensed. The more it was like this, the more mysterious he seemed. Everyone had seen that he had displayed unparalleled combat strength, which was awe-inspiring. On the other side, Yin Yang Saint's intestines were green with regret. That strange person nearby was like a divine master, making him shudder with fear. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come to kill them. Although the crazy ol might not attack him, he still frightened him. At this moment, he had fought with Yi Fan for more than 500 rounds. His attacks had not been able to take down Yi Fan for a long time, and he was gradually getting irritated. It had to be said that Yin Yang Saint was indeed very powerful. Among the younger generation, he was one of the few top figures who had attained the first transformation of the dragon transformation. However, he couldn't suppress Yi Fan. After fighting for a long time, he couldn't kill his opponent at all. The other party's golden blood energy rushed into the sky and seemed inexhaustible. This made him feel quite apprehensive. Clang, the sacred sword in the Yin Yang Saint's hand shone with black and white light. It seemed to be able to cut through time and space. It was extremely strange and terrifying. Every time the sword slashed out, not only would the void be sliced open, even time seemed to freeze. Every time it slashed out, it would bring great pressure to Yi Fan. Although this Yin Yang sword was only a Holy Lord level weapon, it had a great background. It was the personal weapon of every Holy Son, and it possessed unfathomable power. Chi. The black sword light pressed down like a mountain. The power of nothingness surged, almost imprisoning Yi Fan in the sky. This was the strange power of space it displayed. Clang, following that, the white sword light gushed out and vibrated like ripples. There was a vast expanse of whiteness, and time seemed to have frozen. It was extremely terrifying. Time did not stop. Instead, the domain emitted by the Yin Yang sword was twisting. Some kind of great path rules were evolving, creating a strong illusion. If Yi Fan hadn't cultivated the divine eye, he would really have fallen into a terrifying situation. Even so, he had to face the battle with caution. Clang, Yi Fan's golden fist broke through the void and landed heavily on the Yin Yang sword. The impact numbed the Yin Yang Saint's arm, and it quickly imprinted itself into the void. He didn't dare to go head-to-head with the physical body of a holy physique. No one in the current younger generation dared to take the risk. Everyone knew that they could only suppress Yi Fan with their overwhelming power. Swoosh, the Yin Yang Saint's speed was extremely fast. He turned into the Yin Yang image and flew in the void like a stream of light. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape and avoid the crazy ol. However, Yi Fan had locked onto him. There was no way to shake him off. He could only fight passively. If you had brought the Yin Yang mirror, I would have no hope at all. Unfortunately, you only brought the Yin Yang sword. It can't suppress me. Yi Fan sneered. The Yin Yang mirror was a divine item refined by an ancient saint. It was a supreme secret treasure. Unless an extreme holy weapon was used, it couldn't be suppressed. With it, one could dominate the world. You're just a half-useless holy physique. I must kill you today. The Yin Yang Saint calmed himself down and stopped thinking about the crazy ol. If he didn't kill Yi Fan today, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. Clang, the Yin Yang sword flashed and soared into the sky, hovering above the Yin Yang Saint's head. Yin and Yang Qi descended and surrounded him. The black and white primordial Qi turned into a Yin Yang image. It was fixed in the void like a wheel, and the Yin Yang sword became the dividing line of Yin and Yang. A mysterious and terrifying aura filled the air. The Yin Yang Saint was untainted. When Yi Fan's golden fist came, the Yin Yang image above his head shone with divine light and would be deflected every time. This was a secret treasure passed down through the generations of the Yin Yang school. It was mysterious and unpredictable. The laws of the Great Path were engraved inside. At this moment, it was like a wheel of the King of Gods that could control everything. I'm untainted by all techniques and can't be harmed by the power of the Great Path. Let's see how you fight me, the Yin Yang Saint shouted. He established a strong belief for himself and shook his opponent's will. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried. He stared at the Yin Yang image. His mind was empty. He was comparing it with his Tai Chi divine image and carefully analyzing it. He gained a lot of enlightenment and inspiration from the other party's evolution. At this moment, many lights seemed to flash in his heart. Whoosh, Yi Fan's hands moved and also evolved a divine image. It was imprinted on his body. It seemed mysterious and unfathomable, pulsing with the Great Path. Humph. The Yin Yang Saint snorted. His left hand turned into a Yin image and his right hand into a Yang image. He shouted, Yin and Yang as one, invincible. Boom, he attacked with all his might. This was the Yin-Yang school's shocking divine technique. Once Yin and Yang became one, one's combat strength could be increased by 4 to 5 times. In the past, a saint of the Yin-Yang school used this technique to sweep across the middle ground. If he had not encountered the wholeness mantra of the 9 secrets in the eastern wilderness, he could be said to be invincible. Yi Fan dodged it. He did not want to use the wholeness mantra against his opponent. Instead, he used the battle saint technique to evolve the Tai Chi divine image. The extreme Yin in his left hand turned into the softest power. He moved gently, like pushing a ball with the moon in his arms. He guided the aura of the great path and dispelled a portion of the divine power of the other party. Then, he flew backward. Yi Fan took the risk in a life-and-death battle to comprehend his own Tao. He used the softest power to resist the Yin-Yang saint. Although the damage was not great, it was endless. You don't know your place. The Yin-Yang saint saw through his intentions. His expression turned cold. He crossed his hands, and Yin and Yang became one. His divine power doubled. Boom, black and white energy radiance, not a single stellar stream falling, a boundless expanse. It was deafening, shattering the void. Yi Fan's expression changed. He quickly retreated. The other party's combat power had increased by 4 or 5 times. This kind of attack was extremely terrifying. Even he did not dare to face it head-on. He used Crazy Ole's footwork and disappeared into the void like a wisp of smoke. He moved as fast as lightning and stood in the distance. You want to leave? Not so easy. The Yin-Yang saint sneered. The Yin-Yang diagram above his head. He turned into a beam of light and chased after Yi Fan. This was an absolute pressure. Yin and Yang became one, forming a terrifying deterrent. The saint who had reached the first transformation of the dragon transformation could increase his combat power by 4 or 5 times. It was shocking. The spectators were all envious. The supreme saint technique of the Yin-Yang school was created by heaven and earth. If one could obtain it, they would be almost invincible among those of the same level. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yi Fan sneered. He evolved the Tai Chi divine image. His body quickly faded, and he turned into a diagram. His figure disappeared. All that was left was a diagram in the air. The aura of the great Tao filled the air. Everyone was stunned. Yi Fan used the divine diagram to confuse the people. He secretly activated the All formula and successfully activated it after more than 100 times. He used the mysterious Tao diagram to strike out. Boom, this was a shocking battle. The All formula increased his combat power by 10 times. When it collided with the opponent's 5 times combat power, the sky collapsed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Nothing could be seen. Everything had been shattered. Endless turbulence of energy wreaked havoc, causing everything to tremble. Large cracks that were dozens of miles long appeared. In the wasteland, the Yin-Yang saint was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Even the diagram formed by the Yin-Yang sword could not protect him. His body was almost smashed to pieces. What saint technique do you have? He asked loudly. He was shocked. Are you surprised? I can even break the celestial demon slaughtering saint art. What is your Yin-Yang saint technique? Yi Fan said carelessly. You. The Yin-Yang saint was shocked. He thought of the All formula of the 9 secrets because the ancestors said that it was their nemesis. However, he also knew how terrifying the celestial demon slaughtering saint art was. Yi Fan had once broken this celestial demon technique. Everyone knew that it was based on this divine diagram. The Yin-Yang saint technique is only SOSO. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's face. I'll let you see my true Yin-Yang saint technique, the Yin-Yang saint shouted. His body exploded with light, and then he split into 2. Swoosh, he suddenly turned into 2 people. One wore clothes as white as snow, and the other wore clothes as black as ink. The 2 figures were very strange. He actually cultivated such a shocking divine technique. His true body evolved into the son of Yang and the son of Yin. This is a truly invincible Yin-Yang saint technique, the people in the distance exclaimed. The son of Yin and the son of Yang joined hands. They were like 2 gods. They emitted a terrifying aura as if they had the power to pierce through the heavens and earth. Yi Fan frowned. The son of Yin and the son of Yang were born at the same time. Their Tao power grew endlessly as if it could not be erased. It gave people a very dangerous feeling. As expected, the battle started again. The son of Yin and the son of Yang were shocking. They fought thousands of rounds with Yi Fan, and they actually became more and more courageous. Good. Your understanding of the supreme profound meaning of Yin and Yang has deepened again. Not bad. You've made great progress again. The great Tao of Yin and Yang should continue to evolve like this. In the distant sky, 7 or 8 powerful figures flew over. Among them, 2 old men stroked their beards and nodded continuously. They were very satisfied with the Yin-Yang saints' performance. The great reinforcements of the Yin-Yang sect had arrived. A few grand elders whose lifespans were about to run out had come personally, and there were powerful figures among them. The Yin-Yang saint was shocked. He had personally witnessed how terrifying the old lunatic was. He wanted to warn him, but he found that he could not speak because an overwhelming might had enveloped him. Yi Fan launched the most terrifying attack. The curtains of the life and death battle were about to fall. He had studied the yin-yang diagram for a long time. The two of them had already fought for 1,500 rounds. He did not want to delay any longer. Yi Fan's body turned into a dragon-shaped curve. It evolved into a trace of the great Tao and rushed over like a ray of light. This was the astonishing divine technique that could break the celestial demon slaughtering saint art. The battle saint technique evolved into the Taiji diagram. His body became the yin-yang diagram, destroying everything. His speed reached the extreme. This was his strongest attack at the moment. Boom, the yin-yang saint resisted with all his might. The son of Yang and the son of Yin attacked together. Their limbs were connected, and they frantically increased their battle strength by several times. They wanted to resolve this crisis. Yi Fan's speed was too fast. The curved dragon-shaped body was even sturdier than a weapon. It possessed the power of immortality. It heavily injured the son of Yin and cut off one of his arms. Ah! The son of Yin screamed. Junior, how dare you? The few supreme elders of the Yin-Yang sect were just praising him. They didn't expect Yi Fan's swift and fierce attack to be so fast and terrifying. However, Yi Fan also successfully activated the Yi character formula. His body turned into a dragon-shaped curve and rushed over. There was nothing that could stop him. It could be said that this was a fatal attack. The divine diagram evolved by the battle saint technique was activated in secret. The enemy couldn't resist it, although the son of Yin and the son of Yang successfully displayed 5 times their battle strength. They paled in comparison to this fatal attack. There was no way they could resist. Blood splattered. The son of Yin and the son of Yang were cut in half at the waist by the dragon-shaped trace that Yi Fan had transformed into. Then, he rushed back. Crack! The dragon-shaped curve of the great Tao also chopped the 2 heads into pieces. They turned into 2 clouds of blood mist. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. After 1,500 rounds of battle, the Yin-Yang saint was killed by Yi Fan. The Yin-Yang saint sword was also taken. Everyone present was in an uproar. That was a saint, the future master of a supreme sect in the middle ground. He was killed in the Eastern Barren territory just like that, and it was done by a sacred body. Nowadays, among the younger generation, only Yi Fan had killed a saint and a saintess. He forged his future and reputation with their blood. This, a supreme sect comparable to a holy land. Both a saint and a saintess were killed by a single person. The sacred body of the ancients is indeed powerful. Although he has severed his cultivation, he can still kill a saint if he goes all out and increases his strength to the 4-level secret realm. He has a total of 10 chances to attack. Is he really going to kill 10 saints in the future? Everyone was discussing it. There were cries of surprise in the wilderness. Yi Fan killing a saint was definitely a huge event. Not many people would dare to do such a thing because the saint and the saintess were the future masters of the immortal inheritance. Killing them was a blatant challenge to the dignity of a supreme sect. He would be hunted down by the entire sect. The sacred body is really too powerful. He has already severed his own cultivation, and he still dares to kill a saint. What a pity. If he was healthy, it would be difficult to find many opponents among the younger generation. He would be invincible. Yi Fan's shocking battle record shocked everyone. Many people were lamenting, and many felt pity for his half-crippled body. Little bastard, how dare you? First, you killed the saintess of our sect, and now you killed the saint. Even the Heavenly King can't save you now. The powerful cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect were furious. They watched as Yi Fan killed the Yin-Yang saint, but they couldn't stop him in time, which made them feel humiliated. You think you can kill me just because you say so? Yi Fan sneered. He turned into a dragon-shaped mark and disappeared in a flash, appearing beside the crazy owl. No one can save you. All of you must die. An elder said sinisterly. His eyes were like torches as he stared at Yi Fan, Li Heishui, the crazy owl, and the others. Scary, there really are powerful cultivators coming. The large black dog mumbled. Then, his eyes lit up, and he shouted, You old bastards, don't talk nonsense. Do you really think you're invincible? We're the high and mighty heavens to all of you. Crushing all of you to death is as easy as blowing off dust, and it's as easy as stepping on a few bugs. An old man's face was gloomy like water, and he revealed killing intent. All of you must die. No one can survive, another person also said coldly. The Yin-Yang sect is famous in the world. No one dares to disobey their orders. You bastards are really reckless. The people of the Yin-Yang sect pressed forward, pointing at Yi Fan, the crazy owl, and the others. The important figures of the Yin-Yang sect had arrived. There were 7 or 8 elders in total, and they were all grand elders. All of them could intimidate a region. It was as if everything was under their control, and they had already decided the fate of the people here. Their eyes were cold, merciless, and cruel. Reckless fools, you've provoked the Yin-Yang sect again and again. Even if we cut you into pieces, you won't be able to avenge yourselves, one of them said fiercely. It was fine if the Holy Daughter was killed. At that time, they were far away and couldn't save her. But the Holy Son was killed in front of them. He was killed in front of everyone. This was equivalent to slapping them in the face. They were a supreme sect of the Middle State. Had the future heir of a holy land ever been killed like this? To the Yin-Yang sect, this was a great humiliation. This was destined to become a laughingstock. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of a supreme sect were killed by a single person. This would make the Yin-Yang sect lose its glory for a very long time. When you came, did you hear the detailed report? The large black dog asked with a sinister smile. Didn't they know that the old madman killed an elite of the 8th transformation of the Dragon Transformation Mystery Realm with a glare? This was the question in Li Heishui's heart. We heard that there was a great battle here, and our sect's grand elder was killed here. Who killed him? Come out and die, a grand elder said with a cold gaze. They didn't get the report from their own people. Instead, they heard that there was a great battle here on the way. 2 of their sect's grand elders were killed mysteriously. The person who sent the message couldn't find them, so he couldn't tell them what happened. These important figures didn't understand the situation at all. The large black dog laughed sinisterly, and said, You've come from far away. It must have been hard on you. I'll send you on your way later. You dog, you're looking for death. How dare you talk nonsense in front of us? We'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons, one of them scolded. Are you sure you can kill us just like that? Li Heishui asked. Ignorant juniors. Even if your grandmaster came, he wouldn't dare to talk to me like this. An important figure's expression was dark. He walked forward step by step, preparing to attack. Pa. Do you think you're Great Emperor Wuxia or Great Emperor Hengyu? Aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? Li Heishui sneered. His grandfather was one of the 13 great bandits of the northern region. All the spectators muttered to themselves. These people from the Yin-Yang cult were all extremely powerful and had surpassed the Dragon Transformation secret realm. Not to mention, they had the support of a true almighty. Their lineup was extremely powerful. However, not only had they not seen Crazy Old's strength, they had just witnessed it with their own eyes. Even if a peerless expert were to come, he would not be able to do anything. Boom, the supreme elder of the Yin-Yang sect directly made a move. He stretched out a big hand and grabbed forward, wanting to squeeze Li Heishui to death. Humph. Yi Fan snorted coldly and swung his golden fist forward. Since his opponent dared to grab him with his bare hands, he had nothing to fear. Clang, the golden fist seemed to be forging iron as it sent the Grand Elder's hand flying high into the air. Streaks of blood appeared on the Grand Elder's hand. Everyone gasped at this scene. The physical body of a divine physique was too powerful. Even a supreme elder of a supreme sect that surpassed the dragon transformation secret realm could fight him in close combat. This is unbelievable. What a monster. Could it be that the rumors are true? His physical body is comparable to a divine lord's? But, he has just entered the 4-level secret realm. Almost everyone was dumbfounded. The supreme elder of a supreme sect was bleeding from his palm. This result was shocking. Haha. Li Heishui laughed and mocked, "Old man, you boast shamelessly. Even my grandmaster looks down on you. You're just SOSO. Humph." The Almighty in the middle finally stood out. He swept his cold gaze over and slapped down. The huge palm was at least 10 feet wide, covering everyone below it. Clang, Yi Fan was still fearless. Standing in midair, he swung his golden fist upwards. His entire body emitted blinding golden light that shot up to the sky. A deafening sound rang out, and the palm of this mighty figure from the Yin-Yang school clearly trembled. However, he quickly regained his composure. He flipped his hand, and an endless amount of divine light flowed down like thousands of waterfalls. This was a monstrous power that could kill Yi Fan hundreds of times over. It was extremely terrifying. Every ray of divine light pierced through the void like thousands of surging rivers of divine power. This was the power of an almighty who could look down on the world. With a flip of his hand, he could summon rain and blood. With a single thought, he could turn the earth into rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Yi Fan retreated with extreme speed, quickly arriving at Crazy Ole's side. He had no hope against a supreme being, that kind of pressure was incomparable. An almighty who could look down on the world could shatter mountains and rivers with a single roar. They were the rulers of all holy lands and supreme sections. Boom, the waterfall of divine power was. A vast expanse of whiteness, shocking everyone. They all fell down and surrounded Yi Fan and the others. It's too easy to kill you. I'll refine you slowly and extract your souls. The voice of the Almighty from the school of Yin-Yang was bone-chilling. He wanted to grind them down bit by bit. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter had been killed. This was a great humiliation. The people of the school of Yin-Yang could not bear it. In the future, they would all bear great pressure. There's no need for you to do it. Let me do it, another Grand Elder spoke. Although they were all Grand Elders, they had crossed the heavenly chasm and became Supreme Almighty. They were Grand Elders who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Divine Masters. Their statuses were incomparably high and could only be looked up to. The Almighty withdrew his divine power and took 2 steps back. Another 2 people walked up. One of them sneered and said, "Let me do it. Both your bodies and souls will be destroyed and you will die in agony." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" the large black dog roared. He was not afraid at all. On the contrary, his eyes flickered with excitement. "I'll give you a chance. Kneel here and willingly become nether slaves. I'll leave you with a bit of your spirit." The Grand Elder swept his gaze over everyone. Except for the divine body. He must die. Even if the God of Heaven comes, he won't be able to save him, the other person added coldly. "You are all bad people." Little Nan Nan spoke timidly. Her large eyes that were like black gems were filled with uneasiness. "Kneel or not, you can choose for yourselves." The old man snorted coldly. "God, you should just kill them. Otherwise, even I want to do it." "Unfortunately, I don't have that kind of strength," Li Heishui mumbled beside the Crazy Ole. The people of the school of Yin-Yang were high and mighty. They looked down at Yi Fan, the Crazy Ole, and the others. Killing intent filled the air and became colder and colder. "If that's the case, I'll break your legs and make you kneel on the ground. I'll slowly refine you." The 2 Grand Elders of the school of Yin-Yang sneered mercilessly. In the distance, the spectators looked at each other, but no one spoke. The strange person was too terrifying. No one dared to say anything. No one stood out to warn them. You don't know what's good for you. The two grand elders finally attacked. Tens of thousands of light beams shot out from their palms. Each beam was as thick as a water tank, and they engulfed Yi Fan, the crazy owl, and the others. The spectators in the distance felt bad for the two grand elders. If they really attacked the strange person with disheveled hair, it would probably be a tragedy. The two grand elders of the school of Yin-Yang shouted at the same time. The light beams in their hands slashed down like heavenly blades, trying to cut off the legs of the few people. However, what they found unbelievable was that the tens of thousands of light beams were like clay oxen entering the sea. They landed on the barren land. Although they covered the ground, they quickly dried up. They couldn't even hurt a hair on the few people's bodies. The crazy owl didn't react, but no magic could touch him. Their powerful magic power was silently destroyed when they approached him. The big black dog was very dissatisfied. The god in front of him was too calm. He didn't have any intention to attack at all. He didn't care about anything. What's going on? The people of the school of Yin-Yang felt that something was wrong. These people were all powerful warriors who had surpassed the dragon transformation mystery realm, and their eyes were very sharp. Could it be that you killed our two grand elders? They stared at the crazy owl. They couldn't feel the depth of his cultivation, and they all showed a hint of suspicion. I'm talking to you. Why aren't you answering? How arrogant. Seeing this, the two grand elders both shouted. One of them spat out a beam of light, and it slashed forward. It was a large golden ship, and it made a rumbling sound. It was powerful enough to smash a mountain, and it instantly rushed to the front of the crazy owl. Pung! It didn't injure the crazy owl, but the golden ship shattered on the spot and turned into powder. The golden powder fell to the ground like dust, and it was destroyed in an instant. At the same time, the two grand elders arrived, and their hands covered the sky. They swung down and slashed at the crazy owl's head, intending to smash him into meat paste. The spectators were stunned. Although these two were grand elders of a supreme sect, they dared to attack someone who was suspected to be a saint. This kind of courage was too great. Boom! The two grand elders rushed down, and their hands were almost on the crazy owl's head. They sneered, thinking that they could finish off their opponent. However, at this moment, they felt a chill in their bodies, and they were filled with powerlessness. They fell to the ground, and they heard the cries of their fellow sect members. Only at this moment did they realize what had happened. The strange man with disheveled hair didn't move at all. A strand of his hair fell with the wind, and their bodies were cut in half. The two grand elders screamed in pain, but it was mostly because of fear. Who was this person? A strand of hair fell down, carried by the wind, and cut them in half. Everyone who saw this scene felt their blood run cold. This was a living saint from the ancient era, and he couldn't be blasphemed. According to legend, a strand of hair from an ancient saint could kill a magnificent army. Could this be true? Could it really be a saint who crossed the river of time from ancient times to the present world? Everyone was tongue-tied, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. No one could calm down, and many people were suffocating from the shock. The strand of black hair fluttered down and fell on the two grand elders' broken bodies. They screamed at the top of their lungs and tried to resist. However, this strand of hair was like an ancient divine mountain, as heavy as millions and millions of caddies. It crushed their palms into pieces, crushing their bodies into meat paste. The legend is true. Even a strand of hair from an ancient saint can destroy all things. The ancient saint was almost like a god. Every drop of blood, every bone is a peerless divine object. Every inch of flesh and blood can kill a peerless master. Everyone's heart was beating like a drum. A saint had actually appeared in this world. This shocked them. Everything was so terrifying and unfathomable. You, who are you? The Yin-Yang school's expert felt a chill from head to toe. He knew that things were bad, and things were not looking good. This time, he had definitely kicked an iron plate. A ray of light flashed through the crazy owl's hollow eyes. He glanced at them a few times. He didn't intend to attack, but he brought them an incomparably heavy pressure. One of the supreme elders was too nervous. He thought that this strange person was going to kill them, so he roared and attacked first. The others felt their scalps go numb. Provoking this deity would only lead to a tragic ending. The magical power of a half-step expert was world-shaking, and they could flatten mountains. The crazy old didn't ignore them. He stretched out a large hand and pressed forward, covering the people below. Among the 5 great figures of the Yin-Yang school, there was a supreme elder, 2 half-step experts, and 2 true experts. All of their expressions changed, and they did their best to resist. The first person to attack the crazy old screamed on the spot. He was covered by the hand, and before he could even touch it, his body had already cracked. There was an invisible pressure that made him crack like porcelain. His bones broke one by one, and then his body exploded. Pfft! Almost at the same time, the other great elder also let out a cry of agony, turned into a mist of blood, and completely disappeared. The spectators on the side didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Was this the power of an ancient saint? It hadn't even hit anyone, but the terrifying waves from the hand had already crushed the 2 great figures of the supreme sections. The hair of the half-step expert and the 2 true experts stood on end. After unleashing their most powerful attacks, they quickly fled. This was the first time in their lives that they were so terrified. Who would the great figures of the present age be afraid of? There was no such thing as avoiding a fight. They could run amok in the world, however, at this moment they had no choice but to flee for their lives. This strange person was too terrifying. They had no will to fight, and their hearts were filled with fear. The crazy old's large hand stretched forward like a majestic mountain, stretching for more than 50 miles and covering them below. The 3 cried out and attacked with all their strength. Below them was a mountain range. The roars of the 2 great figures caused the sky to collapse, and several great mountains to collapse on the spot. These were the supreme figures of the world. A single roar could shatter mountains and rivers, sweeping through all obstacles, and show disdain for the world. However, such supreme figures were filled with a sense of helplessness when facing the crazy old. It was as if they were going against the entire universe. Pfft! The half-step expert finally couldn't hold on anymore. After colliding with the large hand, his body cracked and turned into a bloody pulp, no longer existing. The expressions of the 2 remaining true experts of the Yin-Yang school changed drastically. They roared at the sky, their bodies burning to resist the hand that covered the sky. Boom! They joined hands and turned into a Yang diagram and a Yin diagram, forming a huge Yin-Yang diagram that swept through the world. The terrifying roar turned more than 10 great mountains into powder. The Yin-Yang diagram even swept past, causing a large part of the endless mountain range to collapse. However, when they collided with the large hand, they couldn't damage it at all. Boom! Another large part of the mountain range collapsed, causing the nearby wasteland to crack. Large cracks that were dozens of miles long extended in all directions, and the earth was about to cave in. Bang! The crazy old's large hand extended for more than 70 miles. It was extremely frightening, even more majestic than a vast mountain range. Boom! The large hand covered the sky and covered everything under it. It slammed into the yin-yang diagram and shattered it on the spot. The 2 great experts coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and separated. Buzz! The large hand slammed down, pressing one of the supreme experts into the mountain range. The boundless hand immediately flattened a large part of the mountain range, turning it into a flat land. Only a human-shaped bloody mark was left on the ground, and this great expert's name was erased from this world. Many spectators were trembling with fear. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. Was this the method of the ancient saints? They didn't use any divine techniques at all. A casual attack was enough to destroy the world. Bang! The large hand turned over and pressed down on the other great expert. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to because the entire sky was covered by the large hand. Boom! The endless mountain range was razed to the ground by the large hand, no longer existing. Everything was destroyed. This is... Heavens, it's terrifying. This is an inhuman method. An unimaginable realm. This is the ancient saints. Everyone was stunned. Every inch of their flesh and blood was trembling, and even their souls were trembling. The endless mountains were destroyed. Great valleys, broken mountains, and the earth collapsed. Dozens of miles-long fissures appeared. All the mountains were leveled to the ground. Nothing was left. Crazy Ole's methods were heaven-defying. He did not use any divine arts. Instead, he slapped with his bare hands and flattened the mountains and earth. The boundless mountains and wastelands were all destroyed. Everyone was trembling, their bodies shivering. This type of power left everyone shaken, exceeding their imaginations. None of the 7 experts of the Yin-Yang sect survived. 3 grand elders and 2 half-step experts were turned into a pile of blood before they could even make a sound. As for the 2 mighty beings who could look down on the world, even though they fought back with all their might, shattering one grand mountain after another with their roars, they were still powerless to reverse the situation. They used their most powerful divine arts, but they were still smashed into meat paste by the giant hand. Only 2 human-shaped bloodstains were left on the flattened ground. What kind of power was this? A single hand annihilated a supreme existence, crushing a peak expert to death. This was a type of legend and miracle that caused people's souls to tremble. Even though many years had passed, people could not forget today's scene. A simple and unadorned giant hand reached out for more than 70 miles, covering the entire sky. It was like a deity. Crazy Ole did not make a move, but once he did, he shocked the world. He smashed 2 top masters into meat paste. This was like a fantasy. The eastern wasteland was going to be shaken. A cool breeze blew past the broken cliffs. The scene was desolate. The heroes died without leaving anything behind, which made the spectators shiver. Crazy Ole had already retracted his giant hand and stood there motionlessly. His thick black hair covered his righteous face. Only his hollow eyes could be vaguely seen. No one dared to breathe too loudly. This was an existence comparable to an ancient saint. Everyone was afraid of offending him. Only little Nan Nan was not afraid. She sat on Crazy Ole's shoulder and blinked her big black eyes. "Uncle, why aren't you talking?" An ancient saint who was 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people let a soft little girl sit on his shoulder. Many people could not stay calm. Who was this little girl? Being treated like this by a saint, everyone was surprised. No one would dare to bully her anymore. People looked at Yi Fan with a strange expression. They thought he was dead for sure. They never thought he would invite a saint who should not exist in this world. The divine physique was really unpredictable. Everyone was afraid of it. With such a god standing next to them, who would dare to provoke them? Even though his divine body had been destroyed, if he could travel with an existence comparable to an ancient saint, he would be able to look down on the entire eastern wilderness. Yi Fan was also shocked. He had already guessed Crazy Ole's methods, but he was still frightened when he saw it with his own eyes. Li Heishui rubbed his hands in excitement. With such a god, there was nothing to worry about in the future. The big black dog grinned and almost held to the sky. He shook his head and squatted on the ground, looking for something. Then he stared at Crazy Ole, drooling. "What are you doing?" Yi Fan knocked on it and reminded. "I want to refine a type of treasure using a lock of the saint's hair." The large black dog drooled, and accidentally revealed his thoughts. Even he himself was given a huge fright, and he hurriedly stopped himself. "Can't you be more ambitious?" Yi Fan glared at it. Every part of a saint's body is a treasure. Every inch of their flesh and blood can kill a supreme elite. The large black dog reminded Yi Fan, drooling. "Have you forgotten about the saint's bone powder on you? Even though it's been reduced to dust, it's still a precious treasure." However, it only dared to transmit its voice secretly. It didn't dare to speak out again for fear of slapping Crazy Ole in the face. Boom! Suddenly, the void in the distance split open. A golden bell rang and a black door opened. Space Gate. Everyone was shocked. This was the special realm gate of a great sect, something that would only appear when crossing the void. Inside the black door, the bell and drum rang together, and then a group of people walked out. The leader wore a purple robe, on which there were countless stars shining brightly. His black hair was like a waterfall, draping over his shoulders and back. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and every movement he made was filled with the dignity of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He was like a supreme king. Above his head, there was a huge star that floated in the air like a precious wheel, protecting him in the center. Purple light flowed. He looked like a god, protected by a huge purple star. It was as if he had come from the lower realm of the celestial realm, condensing the power of the stars. And behind him, the people who walked out in a line also had extraordinary auras. Every one of them was like a star that had descended to the mortal world, extremely dignified. These are people from the Ziwei sect. The person with the huge purple star above his head seems to be the leader of the Ziwei sect. Everyone was shocked. The leader of a supreme sect in the central region of the Eastern Baron had come. This was a super big event. The Ziwei sect was very mysterious and had an ancient inheritance. Their cultivation methods were different from the other sects in the Eastern Baron territory, but they were extremely powerful. They were not holy lands, and their scale was not as large, but the people in the sect were all experts. Everyone had a common understanding that the people who came out of the sect were not weaker than the holy lands. This was an ancient and mysterious inheritance that could not be underestimated. Even the holy lands did not dare to provoke them. This is a true leader of a generation. Everyone knew the reason why the leader of the Ziwei sect had come. Their half-step cultivator had been killed here, so he must have come to demand an explanation. Even if they were all powerful cultivators, the difference was very big. Just now, the two powerful cultivators of the Yin-Yang sect had both ascended as supreme elders. However, they had just entered this realm, and their lifespans were almost up. They could not compare to such a supreme sect leader. All the holy lords, the emperor of the eternal celestial dynasty, and such a supreme sect leader were the true masters of this world. Compared to the two people who had just entered the realm of powerful cultivators, they were many times more powerful. Who crippled my sect's disciple and killed my half-step cultivator? Behind the leader of the Ziwei sect, a few middle-aged men stepped forward and looked at everyone. They stared at Yifan first. Naturally, they already knew that he had crippled Zhao Fei. Their gazes were like sharp swords, frightening people's souls and piercing into their bones. Those who kill will die, and those who offend the Ziwei sect will be punished. Their voices were cold as if they were announcing the fate of Yifan and the crazy Ol. They glanced at Li Heishui and the others, and finally looked at the crazy Ol. Their eyes flashed with divine light, but they did not act rashly. This is... The leader of the Ziwei sect's expression suddenly froze. Shock appeared in his eyes that were as deep as the starry sky. He stared at the crazy Ol and involuntarily retreated. "What's wrong, leader?" the people beside him asked in surprise. "Retreat, retreat quickly." The leader of the Ziwei sect had the majestic bearing of a king. He had an imposing appearance and was as divine as a celestial emperor. However, at this moment, his expression had completely changed. "Leader." The people beside him were all shocked. How can there be such a person in this world? The leader of the Ziwei sect staggered back, his expression extremely shocked. He directly opened the region gate. "Leader, are we just going to let them go like this? A half-step great elite of our sect and several great elders have all died here." Those middle-aged men did not speak, but the two children beside them did not have any reservations and spoke like this. "Shut up." The leader of the Ziwei sect was shocked, and he shouted loudly. Then, he was the first to enter the region gate. When the others saw this, they all hurriedly followed. Swoosh, with a flash of light, the region gate closed. The group of people passed through and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Ziwei sect had come with such a large force, and even the supreme sect leader had come in person. However, they had been scared away in the blink of an eye. Everyone was deeply shocked. This is the might of a saint. Just by standing here, he can scare away all powerful enemies in this world. Everyone present knew that retreating was a wise choice. Otherwise, if they dared to make a move in front of this existence that was comparable to an ancient saint, they would definitely die. "Everyone, have you seen enough? It's time to disperse." The large black dog howled proudly. Today, the crazy old man had made a move. In the future, who would dare to provoke him? Many people in the sky were speechless. What they had seen today was really shocking. The news would definitely shake the Eastern Baron territory. The appearance of an existence comparable to an ancient saint would definitely cause a great commotion. Yi Fan and the others continued on their way. After traveling for just over 1,000 miles, a region gate appeared in the void ahead. 7 or 8 people walked out, and all of them were supreme figures. Purple aura surrounded their bodies, and they were like gods that had descended. Every one of them had surpassed the peak stage of the dragon transformation realm. They were the supreme elders of the Purple Mansion Holy Land. These people swept their cold gazes over, staring at Yi Fan. Then, they looked at the crazy old man, Li Heishui, and the others. Clearly, they had come with ill intentions. Swoosh, with another flash of light, a middle-aged man wearing a purple gold crown rushed out. His aura was like that of a god, and he was extremely majestic. He swept his gaze over those supreme elders, and said, "Retreat quickly." Their disciples had been humiliated, and they had come to denounce them. After learning that there was a great battle here, and even a half-step great elite had suffered a loss, they had sent out many powerful cultivators. At the crucial moment, the Purple Mansion Holy Land had received a secret report. There was an unparalleled figure here, and they could not afford to provoke him at all. That was why the final scene had taken place. Everyone from the Purple Mansion Holy Land had retreated. Not a single person stayed, and no one dared to step forward to denounce them. On this day, the news spread throughout the central region of the Eastern Barren Territory. An ancient saint had appeared, and he had killed a great elite with one hand. He had scared off the Ziwei school and the Purple Mansion Holy Land one after another. The central region was shaken, everyone was incomparably shocked. How many years had it been since such a figure had appeared? Even the Holy Lands could only retreat, and they did not dare to face him head-on. The most unexpected thing was that Yi Fan was traveling with that saint. Many people who wanted to deal with him were helpless. The Supreme Divine King was suspected to have fallen, and now such a strange person had appeared. They really could not afford to offend him. Even the Holy Lands and Supreme Sects did not dare to do anything to him. Damn, there's no justice in this world. The world has changed, and yet a saint has appeared. This is unbelievable. The saint has already killed himself. How did such a person come out? Could it be that he was dug out from some ancient temple deep in the mountains? Yi Fan's enemies were all indignant. Originally, they thought that he was already half-crippled, and they could take his life. They did not think that an even more ruthless person would appear to deter them. Yi Fan and the others headed north. From time to time, people would follow them and observe from behind. They all wanted to know the identity of the crazy old man, but unfortunately, no one could see through him. Before they knew it, they had once again approached the ancient city of Purple Sky Capital. They had arrived at the territory of the Phone tribe, which was also the territory of the Ziwei school. Let's stop here for a while and go to the Ziwei school as guests. Let's see if we can resolve our grievances, Yi Fan said with a smile. Little Yezi, you are too wicked. Li Heishui was slightly speechless. Now that the crazy old man was traveling with them, this was a supreme deterrent. Yet, Yi Fan wanted to go to the Ziwei school. This would definitely cause a huge commotion. Good idea. The large black dog shouted, wanting to see the world in chaos. Why do we always have to wait for them to provoke us? I feel that there is a need to pay a visit to the Ziwei school and properly warm up with them. Then, we will go to the Supreme Yin-Yang sect in the Middle State. I am serious. I sincerely want to reconcile with the Ziwei school. Let's go and take a look at where they are, Yi Fan said. You are too mean. This will scare people to death. The other Holy Lands will all feel uneasy. Li Heishui said. Purple Sky Capital Ancient City had survived the Age of Desolation and the Great Dark Calamity. It had existed for a long time, and was one of the 10 great ancient cities in the central part of the Eastern Wilderness. There were many great forces in this area. Yi Fan and the others did not stay for long. They really began to head to the Ziwei sect to carry out a reconciliation. Along the way, the large black dog was extremely excited. When they asked people about the specific location of the Ziwei sect, many people revealed strange expressions. What did these gods want to do? Of course we want to visit the Ziwei ancient land. Do you think we will attack? The large black dog howled. Everyone's expression changed. These few had caused a lot of trouble in the past few days. They had a saint following them. Could it be that they really wanted to attack the Ziwei sect? There were many famous mountains and rivers in the central region. It could be said that they were a land of heroes. They gathered ancient purple qi and gathered thousands of veins of dragon qi to nurture the spirit roots of heaven and earth. In a mountain range thousands of kilometers away from purple sky capital, purple qi flourished. Clouds and smoke curled up, and ancient trees were evergreen. It was like an otherworldly celestial vein. It was very extraordinary. Yi Fan and the others continued forward and arrived at this celestial mountain. Figures could be seen behind them. Some cultivators had received the news and followed them. In the past few days, their group had attracted the attention of many people. Yi Fan had killed the Yin Yang Saint's son with his sword, shocking the young generation. The old madman had killed a great cultivator. It was like a raging sea, crashing against the shore, affecting the nerves of many people. The supreme sects of the middle state were disgraced in the eastern wilderness. The news had already spread, but the Yin Yang sect did not dare to do anything. They were really stunned. "Doggy, don't run around. Walk with Big Brother and the others." Little Nan Nan was very quiet and obedient. She sat on the back of the Black Emperor. Seeing that it was too excited and running too fast, she reminded it softly. "Don't worry, no one dares to attack us." The large black dog was unconcerned. He ran along the cliffs, looking for supreme spirit medicines. This was a celestial land. Green pine trees stood proudly between the rocks, celestial cranes circled, waterfalls fell, and dense spirit chi lingered. Clang, suddenly, a bone-chilling killing intent surged out. The sword ray split the mountains, and the sword pierced through the sky. It was dazzling and blinding, like a comet streaking across the sky. A peerlessly sharp sword. The large black dog was shocked and infuriated. He had never imagined that someone would dare to assassinate him even though he was traveling with the old lunatic. Moreover, the assassin was so swift and fierce, as if he wanted to kill him with a single strike. Woof! At this moment, the Black Emperor did not dodge this world-shocking sword strike, because it was already too late. Instead, he opened his bloody mouth and roared. A huge wave of air gushed out from its mouth like a volcanic eruption, causing the surrounding void to completely collapse. Boom! It was as if a magnificent army was galloping, the sound waves like the roar of a true dragon. It was extremely terrifying, collapsing a cliff in front of them. However, that sword ray was exceptionally sharp. It descended from the heavens and directly aimed at the little girl on its back, wanting to kill her. The large black dog was both shocked and enraged. His muscles and bones were as tough as steel, so he wouldn't mind even if he was struck by a sword. However, the little girl was extremely tender at this moment, so how could she withstand such a strike? The space between its brows split open, and the third vertical eye opened, shooting out a streak of terrifying black radiance. At the same time, it jumped up, blocking in front of the divine sword. Clang! The beam of light shot out from the third eye of the Black Emperor struck the killing sword. Sparks flew in all directions, slowing down the sword's speed. However, the killing sword was still slashing toward the little girl. In the distance, Yi Fan heard the large black dog's howl, and his expression changed. He used the Merak movement technique and quickly rushed out. At the same time, he successfully activated the All character, increasing his speed tenfold. He was like a streak of light, flashing past a dozen or so mountain peaks in the blink of an eye. He rushed forward, just in time to witness the scene of the killing sword slashing the little girl. Yi Fan's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The people of the human world had appeared again, and they were attacking while knowing that the old lunatic was traveling with them. He saw the panicked expression on the little girl's face. Her face was snow white, and she was at a loss for what to do. The sword was pointed directly at the space between her brows, and his heart was filled with both shock and fury. Boom! Borrowing the power of the All character, the golden lake between Yi Fan's brows seemed to be boiling. His powerful divine sense transformed into a small golden cauldron, and it rushed out to save the little girl from her predicament. Clang! The small golden cauldron struck the killing sword, causing it to tremble violently. At the same time, the light that shot out from the space between the large black dog's brows became even brighter, and it struck toward the sword. Pooh! The killing sword was blocked, but it also slid forward for a short distance. A bloody gash appeared on the large black dog's head, but it didn't hurt the little girl at all. However, right at this moment, a peerless killing intent descended. An ocean-like wave surged toward Yi Fan, intending to shatter him into pieces. There was a peerless elite hiding in the dark, quietly waiting for him to arrive, and then unleashed a domineering attack. He wanted to destroy both his body and soul, and make him cease to exist forever. The people of the ancient god dynasty of killers in the human world were extremely daring. They didn't even fear an existence comparable to the ancient saints, and they were waiting here to assassinate him. Pung, right at this moment, the old lunatic who stood a dozen or so mountains outside exhaled softly. He didn't move, and the wave of air transformed into a streak of white light that rushed over. The heaven and earth seemed to have frozen, and time also seemed to have stopped. Everything had stopped, and only that streak of white light was moving, and it rushed over. Pop! The killing sword turned into powder, and a black-robed man fell out from the darkness. Both his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. At the same time, a withered body fell out of the void, cracking next to Yi Fan. It was slashed by the white light, and with a pu sound, it turned into powder. The corpse of an ancient great elite. Someone has entered it with a nascent soul puppet, and is controlling all of this. The large black dog was shocked. The ancient god dynasty of killers, the human world. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The enemy wanted to kill him, and even dared to attack in this kind of situation. If the old lunatic hadn't spat out a breath of essence and destroyed the corpse of this ancient great elite, perhaps he would have been in danger just now. Big brother, are you hurt? The little girl was frightened, but she asked this first. Just now, the killing sword was pointed at the center of her brows, and it was about to kill her. The little girl's little face was snow white, and her big eyes were filled with tears. She was very panicked. After all, she was only a 2-year-old child, and she had never experienced something like this before. If she was an ordinary child, she would have already burst into tears. Little girl, don't be afraid, I'm fine. Yi Fan walked up, and comforted her softly. He patted her head lightly, and then scratched her delicate nose. At this time, Li Heishui also rushed up, and shouted, "Has the human world eaten the heart and gall of a celestial? They even dare to kill a cultivator who is traveling with a saint." In the past, the ancient god dynasty of killers ruled the world, and with a single thought, blood flowed like rivers on the earth. They even dared to kill ancient saints, so of course they have nothing to fear. The large black dog's heart was palpitating, and he sighed softly. But, what era is it now? There are no saints in this world anymore. Could it be that they still have such a figure in their god dynasty? Li Heishui asked. They are testing us, Yi Fan said to himself. Yes, they are testing the might of a saint. The large black dog nodded, and said, under normal circumstances, the strength of the disciples they send out is similar to that of the target, and the main purpose is to train themselves, so they rarely send out such terrifying figures. If they had sent the corpse of an ancient great elite to attack just to kill Yi Fan, it would be too much of a ruckus. The few of them guessed that they had come to test the crazy owl. Is the ancient god dynasty of killers not afraid of a saint? Yi Fan frowned deeply, and the few of them all looked slightly worried. The crazy owl walked over step by step, and just like before, he did not say anything. He was silent, as if nothing in the world could move his mind. Behind him, some cultivators followed here, and when they saw the scene just now, they were all very shocked, and began to discuss in low voices. The ancient god dynasty of killers is indeed terrifying. They even dared to kill someone protected by an ancient saint. Maybe the world is going to change. The celestial court has been destroyed, and both the human world and hell have been preserved intact. They have developed in secret, and who knows how powerful they have become. Maybe this is a message they have released that they will return soon. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. The ancient god dynasty of killers, the human world was too great a threat to him. They even wanted to kill little girl, and this was intolerable. Do you know where their ancient palace is? Yi Fan asked the large black dog. No one knows. It is an ancient palace built from the skulls of various kings. It is a tower of death. When the large black dog said this, he could not help but shiver. If we know where it is, we must ask the saint beside us to destroy them. Li Heishui gritted his teeth. It will be difficult. In the past, all the saints came together, but they still could not destroy the human world and hell. I am afraid it will be impossible now. The large black dog shook his head. This is a very bad sign. If the ancient god dynasty of killers came to kill me at this time, it might stimulate many people to hire them. Yi Fan thought of this serious problem. The trip to the holy cliff had to be carried out as soon as possible. He needed to obtain the perfect inheritance of the celestial court and wield the supreme scepter of killers to protect himself and resist them. The Ziwei sect was located in the deep mountains of the celestial vein. Looking from afar, the sky was filled with stars. A large purple star was in the center, and the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise were guarding it. At this time, the sky was not dark, and the sun was blazing high in the sky. However, there were stars like this appearing, which seemed very strange and mysterious. They have drawn upon the celestial bodies. This is the projection of the stars, the large black dog said. The Ziwei sect seems to be a bit special, Yi Fan muttered to himself as he stared fixedly. In front of them, there was an endless mountain range. 10,000 ancestral roots gathered here, and a purple aura swirled around them. Spiritual chi filled the air. On the ancient mountains, there were countless spirit herbs, and ancient trees stood tall. They are a supreme sect with a long history. Some say that they are related to the outer realm, Li Heishui said. What? There is such a saying? Yi Fan was shocked. The large black dog looked confused. He thought hard, and then seemed to think of something. He said, perhaps there really is a connection. An ancient emperor once mentioned this inheritance when he looked up at the stars. The mountain gate of the Ziwei sect was tall and majestic. It was built from a meteorite, and it had existed since the ancient era. It was almost 200,000 years old. When the people in the mountain gate saw Yi Fan and the others, their expressions changed. In the past few days, the news of a saint appearing had shaken the entire Eastern Barren territory. Everyone knew about it. At this moment, when they saw this group with their own eyes, no one could remain calm. The Ziwei sect was vast and boundless. It was formed from countless purple mountains. Celestial mist drifted about, and strange flowers bloomed. Medicinal herbs were everywhere, and the air was fragrant. This was a pure land, far away from the clamor of a mortal world. It was the ideal place for cultivators to cultivate. When the sect leader of the Ziwei sect received the report, he immediately stood up. He stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down at the mountain gate. His expression immediately changed. An existence comparable to an ancient saint had arrived. Had they come to denounce them? If that was really the case, even the powerful Ziwei sect would not be able to bear the consequences. The grand elders of the Ziwei sect all changed expressions. None of them could maintain their calm. This junior, Yi Fan, has come to pay a visit to the mountain. Yi Fan said to the guard of the mountain gate. These people were completely dumbfounded. They had brought an existence comparable to an ancient saint to pay a visit to the mountain. This was really torturous. Even the various holy lands would feel a headache and fear. The Ziwei sect stretched as far as the eye could see, and auspicious aura filled the air. Purple mountain peaks stood side by side, and there was no lack of peerless spirit. Medicines growing here. Spiritual chi was dense. Yi Fan and the others walked into this ancient land, and they could smell a refreshing fragrance. On the precipice and beside the ancient trees, they could occasionally see a rare and precious medicine. There is an ancient dragon divine orchid on that purple precipice. It is at least 15,000 years old, and it is a peerless spirit medicine. The large black dog's old habit acted up again. His large eyes shone with a green light, and he wanted nothing more than to pounce over and snatch it. Mountains after mountains flowed with brilliant colors and were surrounded by clouds and mist. Cliffs and strange stones stood tall, and it was like a divine land. Apart from the strange and colorful stone mountains, many mountain ranges were full of vitality. Strange trees were planted on the mountains, and they were strong like young dragons, swaying and shining with green light. Large white waterfalls poured down from the mountain peaks, passing through the ribbons of clouds and mist. It looked very ethereal and magnificent. On almost every purple mountain peak, one or two precious medicines that were over 10,000 years old could be found. Not to mention other things, just these were priceless. The Ziwei sect had an ancient heritage, and it had existed for more than 100,000 years. It was natural for it to have such a heritage, but it still surprised Yi Fan and the others. This was an ancient land that had been carefully managed by the ancestors. There were many rare treasures that could not be compared to ordinary great sections. A few young disciples of the Ziwei sect followed and led the way. Every one of them was very nervous. That strange person with disheveled hair made their hair stand on end. According to legend, the ancient saints had boundless magic power and were omnipotent. No one could estimate them. They were simply gods that walked the world, and people respected them. Even in ancient times, it was very difficult for such a person to be born. Thus, they were revered as saints, and all races looked up to them. In the ancient land of the Ziwei sect, the sky was densely covered with stars, as if they were in the boundless starry sky. Even the main peak had starlight flowing, and it was very beautiful. Not long after, the Ziwei sect leader and many grand elders personally came out to greet them. Facing an existence comparable to an ancient saint, no one dared to be careless. Such a god had come to their door, and they were all extremely troubled. If he came to punish them, how could they resist? Should he use his so-called trump cards? But this was a living, unscathed saint. He couldn't move it at all. Senior has graced us with his presence. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. These people all bowed respectfully, feeling apprehensive. As for the younger generation of the Ziwei Star sect, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. They followed at the back of the group to pay their respects, cursing Yi Fan in their hearts. How did he manage to invite such a deity? Just barging in would scare people to death. Crazy Ol didn't say a word. His empty eyes stared at the stars above the ancient land of Ziwei and the purple star in the center. He seemed to be thinking about something. Seniors, I'm sorry to disturb your cultivation. Yi Fan tried to smooth things over. He explained that Crazy Ol was walking in the human world and was in another kind of closed-door training, waiting for a breakthrough. Therefore, Crazy Ol didn't care much about the outside world. Maybe he was in a trance, so they didn't have to worry about him. Breaking through again? The super figures of the Ziwei Star sect all looked at each other. He was already comparable to an ancient saint, and he still wanted to break through. How could others live like this? Yi Fan was very humble. He didn't use Crazy Ol's saintly might to pressure them. It was enough for him to come here once. The Ziwei Star sect would definitely not dare to cause trouble for him in the future. It was impossible for Crazy Ol to travel with him forever. Perhaps he would disappear soon. Right now, he could only use Crazy Ol's influence to make the Holy Lands wary. Uncle doesn't like to talk. Big brother is telling the truth. Little Nan Nan said innocently. Then, she began to climb the tree. She pulled on Crazy Ol's clothes, wanting to climb up. The big figures of the Ziwei Star sect were completely dizzy. In this world, perhaps only this little girl dared to climb a tree on an ancient saint. The big black dog walked up and carried little Nan Nan onto Crazy Ol's shoulder. The little girl was not afraid at all and sat on him herself. The people of the Ziwei Star sect didn't dare to disturb Crazy Ol. They let him wander around the ancient land. They pulled Yi Fan to the side and asked, "How did you get to know that senior?" "We are old acquaintances. He can be considered half a teacher to me. He once taught me the Merak footwork. Now, we are just reuniting." Yi Fan smiled. The people of the Ziwei Star sect were petrified. They immediately guessed the identity of the strange man with disheveled hair. He was the only remaining crazy old man in the world of Merak. The big black dog shouted, "Do you want to kill Yi Fan?" He spoke very directly, like a hothead. He was obviously doing this on purpose. He was playing the bad guy to force Yi Fan to abdicate. How is this possible? A big figure of the Ziwei Star sect wiped away his cold sweat. He glanced at Crazy Ol not far away and felt very guilty. If this saint was offended, he could overturn the entire Ziwei Star ancient land. Who would dare to offend him now? But we heard it with our own ears not long ago. The big black dog was not willing to give up. He spoke very loudly. In the distance, little Nan Nan, who was sitting on Crazy Ol's shoulder, said pitifully, "Grandpa, don't kill Big Brother, okay? Would we dare to kill him? Little ancestor, please don't be so innocent." The big figures of the Ziwei Star sect were shocked. Little Nan Nan was sitting on the saint's shoulder, and her pleading made their hair stand on end. "Grandpa, please don't kill us, okay?" Little Nan Nan continued to plead in a soft voice. This was really frightening. Sitting on the saint's shoulder and pleading like this caused the big figures to feel uneasy. All of them expressed their opinions. "Everything is just a misunderstanding. That kind of thing will definitely not happen. Don't worry. Our Ziwei Star sect has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. We will not do such a thing. From now on, the youngsters of our sect will get closer to you." The big figures had never encountered such a thing before. Even the various holy lands had never questioned them about this. Now, a few commoners with no background had actually invited a saint over. As long as that didn't happen. "If you really want to kill us, the saint will not just stand by and watch," the big black dog said shamelessly. "Seniors, please don't mind him. Don't listen to his nonsense. Actually, I have come to apologize." Yi Fan knew when to stop. His attitude was very humble, and he said that he had come to apologize for what had happened to Zhao Fa. The leader of the Ziwei Star sect stood tall and straight. It was as if he wore a purple gold crown on his head, and he was dressed in a starry robe. His eyes were as deep as the ocean, and there were purple stars above his head. He looked like the reincarnation of a celestial emperor. Normally, he would not say anything to Yi Fan, but now, he put down his attitude, smiled slightly, and said, "Let bygones be bygones. Don't mention it again. From now on, you youngsters should interact more." The grand elders beside him also said. Yi Fan and the others entered the Ziwei Star sect, and in the end, they were personally escorted out by the grand elders. This caused a huge commotion in the central region. This was a major event. "Are you kidding me? Bringing a saint to pay a visit, no one can bear it. Don't tell me they want to go to the central state next. If they pay a visit to the Yin Yang sect, it will definitely be very lively. If the supreme sects of the central state fight each other, it will definitely be an earth-shattering battle." The outside world was filled with discussions. After the various holy lands received the news, they were all extremely fearful. They were afraid that Yi Fan did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, and would rely on the old madman to cause trouble in the various holy lands. If that was the case, the holy lands would lose face. To fight or not to fight, it would put them in a dilemma. Soon, the identity of the old madman spread from the Ziwei Star sect, causing a commotion. He was actually the last remaining unparalleled elite of the Merak sky. He is the old madman. He has returned to his youth. 6,000 years have passed, and he is still alive. How many years can he live for? No wonder, it can only be him. 6,000 years ago, he was already invincible in the Eastern Barren territory. Now that so many years have passed, he is naturally already comparable to an ancient saint. So he is the unparalleled elite of the past. Has his lifespan been extended again? Everyone was shocked. 6,000 years ago, the unparalleled existence in the Eastern Barren territory was already undefeatable. Now, his lifespan had been extended again. This shocked everyone. With the current situation, the Merak Holy Land could not be considered destroyed. As long as the old madman was still alive, he could rebuild it with his unparalleled cultivation. Yi Fan's enemies were furious. The unparalleled Divine King was destined to fall. They had thought that the opportunity to kill him had come, but they did not expect that a saint would appear out of nowhere. Now, even the Holy Lands did not dare to touch him. Back then, the old madman was invincible. If he went crazy, he could definitely destroy a holy land, because this was not the past. Ancient saints could not be born anymore. He was a living saint. Who could compete with him? Yi Fan and the others left, preparing to go to the Holy Cliff. They had no intention of visiting the Holy Lands. He only wanted to borrow the old madman's power to survive. He did not want to cause trouble. However, on this day, the Eastern Barren territory was shaken. The Saint Lords came one after another to see the old madman. The Holy Lands were uneasy. The old madman's mind was no longer in a mess. Moreover, he was so quiet. He must have remembered everything in the past. In the past, the Holy Lands had emptied Merak. What would this saint do after understanding everything? If he was enraged and attacked the great sage's lands, blood would flow like rivers. No one would be able to calm down. When Yifan and the others entered the sky-gazing city, the entire street quieted down. Everyone retreated, leaving only the saint lords to greet the old madman. Everyone's expression was incomparably pious. They were all very careful and paid their respects. No one dared to be negligent. The Jiang clan Saint Lord, the Feng clan Saint Lord, the Ji clan Saint Lord, the Alcade Saint Lord, the Purple Mansion Saint Lord, the 10,000 Beginnings Saint Lord, the Jade Lake Saint Lord. On this day, the Eastern Barren territory shook violently. It was as if a tsunami had struck the earth. The whole world was watching and everyone was talking about it. A famous saint had appeared and his lifespan had been extended again. Even the people of the middle ground knew about it and were in an uproar. The Yin-Yang sect was completely silent. They no longer dared to send anyone to the Eastern Barren territory. They were even prepared to fight the saint in the middle ground. Ji Haoyue and Ji Ziyue were beside the Saint Lord of the Ji family. They had all obtained the opportunity to pay their respects to the saint of the present age because these two were their future hopes. Back in the southern region, the God King Physique had fought with the Yin-Yang saint. Everyone knew that the God King Physique had beaten the Yin-Yang saint to the point of vomiting blood before stopping. Now that he heard that Yifan had personally killed the God King Physique, Ji Haoyue carefully observed Yifan. The Ji family's little moon had dimples on her cheeks and her canine teeth were shining. She was relieved after learning that Yifan had severed his own cultivation and survived. She wanted to squeeze over but was stopped by the Divine King Physique. She pouted and mumbled. Beside the Jiang family Saint Lord was Jiang Yifei. His clothes were whiter than snow and he was very elegant. It was impossible not to notice him. He had left a deep impression on Yifan. Like Hua Yunfei and the Alcade Saint's son, he had his own unique charm. Now, Yifan was sure that Jiang Yifei was not the mysterious Divine King Physique of the Jiang family. However, he felt that this person was unfathomable. He was not the Divine King Physique but was definitely not weaker than the young Divine King of the Jiang family. The Wind Phoenix was beside the Feng clan Saint Lord. She looked at Yifan with a complicated expression. He had invited a saint and killed the Yin-Yang saint's son with a half-crippled body. She was deeply shocked. The potential of the Divine King Physique was much greater than she had imagined. Other than that, the Jade Lake Saint, Dowie Saint, and Purple Mansion Saint had also come with the head saint to see the crazy old man. What do these Saint Lords mean? Why did they bring the strongest saint or saint of their sex? Li Heishui was shocked. Greetings, Senior. We are willing to send our strongest heirs to Merak to help the saint rebuild the glory of Merak and let it reappear in the world, the Saint Lords said in unison. F***ck, how generous. They dare to do this? Even the large black dog was stunned. The sky-gazing city was extremely quiet, especially on this ancient street. Even a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was looking here, waiting. However, the crazy old man was very quiet, and did not say a word for a long time. Some Saint Lords broke out in a cold sweat. They had robbed Merak clean, and now this saint had not only come back alive, but his mind was also not muddled. This made them very worried. We are willing to provide everything so that Merak can return to its former glory, a Saint Lord said again. The others did not want to fall behind, and they all agreed. They all earnestly asked for the glory of Merak to be restored and the glory of this extremely prosperous Saint Land reappear. The Saint Lands had powerful resources that could resist the peerless combat force of the world. However, after this battle, they would probably be extremely weak for a long time. This was because the crazy old man was the saint of the present age. He was not injured, and he was in the prime of his life. He still had a long life, and he could fight any kind of enemy. If he went on a killing spree, he would exhaust the resources of the Saint Lands, because he could fight for a long time. That would be disastrous. Let the dead die. The crazy old man finally said. A cool breeze blew over, and his thick black hair danced in the wind. His bronze-colored face was revealed. He had a very good appearance, with a straight nose and a square mouth. His face was as sharp as a knife, and he was extremely resolute. However, his eyes were bottomless, like two abysses. Suddenly, a large number of snow-white petals floated down from the sky. Each petal was as big as a palm, and they were all stained with blood. The human world, many people's expressions changed. This was a high-profile killing move by the ancient god dynasty of killers. They only did this before the desolate antiquity era. Were they really going to make a comeback now? Absolute slaying Saint Body. These 4 words rumbled between heaven and earth like thunder. Then, a snow-white petal as tall as half a man floated down. The human world's must-kill order. This is a must-kill order issued by the god dynasty of killers after they accepted the commission of at least 10 people. Someone exclaimed and revealed the meaning of this order. The big white petal was engraved with scenes of the ups and downs of the human world, representing the human world. Behind it were 2 words carved in blood, Yi Fan. This was the must-kill order of the ancient god dynasty of killers. Even with the protection of a saint, they dared to kill him. This was very thought-provoking. "If you want to kill me, come at me," shouted Yi Fan. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and countless black petals floated down. Like black jade, they were also stained with blood. What? Hell has also appeared? This is their killing order. Hell, the ancient god dynasty of killers, has also appeared. People exclaimed again, and their expressions all changed. In the end, a huge black petal fell. On it was engraved a god who had broken the shackles and rushed out of hell, representing the ancient god dynasty of killers. In addition, 2 words were carved in blood, Yi Fan. It was still a must-kill order. The ancient god dynasty of killers had also received at least 10 commissions to kill Yi Fan. There are actually so many ancient inheritances that are connected to the human world and hell. They want to kill the Saint Body. Everyone's expression changed. He clearly knew that he was walking with a saint, but he still dared to issue a must-kill order. The horror of the human world and hell made people shiver. The snow-white petals were like flowers buried in a graveyard. They were stained with blood and fluttered about on the entire ancient street. The black petals represented death. Mist filled the air and emitted a destructive aura. They fluttered about in the air, sending chills down everyone's spines. The appearance of the 2 great ancient killer dynasties shocked everyone and affected everyone's nerves. The Saint Lords especially found it difficult to remain calm. Their ancestors had participated in the destruction of the god dynasty. Back then, the 3 great killer dynasties ruled over the world. For a long time, all the ancient inheritances in the eastern wasteland fell silent, not daring to anger them. Once they were provoked, there would definitely be exceptional figures assassinated. This was an unbearable burden that no holy land could bear. The 3 great ancient god dynasties were powerful and terrifying. They even dared to assassinate ancient saints, and they succeeded. Who wouldn't be afraid of them? That was a dark age. It could be considered a man-made disaster. The ancient god dynasties ruled over the world and looked down on the eastern wasteland, causing every holy land to feel unprecedented pressure. Petals fluttered about on the street, all stained with fresh blood. A formless killing intent lingered. The legendary order to kill had appeared, and no one had been able to avoid it since ancient times. I wonder how strong they are now. Before the Antiquity Age, as long as the order to kill was issued, no one could escape, the large black dog mumbled. Many people looked at Yi Fan with strange expressions. The ancient killer dynasties had an undefeated legend. They had issued the order to kill, and no one had been an exception until now. The 2 great god dynasties have been in seclusion for countless years. Now that they have reappeared, they are so high profile. I'm afraid they are powerful enough. The Saint Lord of the Wind tribe frowned. There were some words that he didn't say. The other party dared to issue the order to kill at this time, which was obviously to provoke the saints of the present age. They most likely wanted to establish their might. If this was really the case, the problem was quite serious. It proved that the power of the 2 great killer dynasties had already expanded to an extremely frightening level. Could it be that they have recovered to their former glory? The Alcade Saint Lord also frowned. In the past, in the ancient palace of the human world, the skulls of the kings had almost all been gathered, and not a single physique had been missed. They had killed all the heroes of the world, and no one could resist them. Meanwhile, the infernal realm was even more so. They were like a group of fallen and ruthless deities. They wielded divine swords that dripped with blood, cutting down all saints in the world. They were powerful and terrifying. In the underworld, the divine skin, bones, flesh, internal organs, and other things of the ancient saints they killed were preserved. The smell of blood was shocking, and it was the most mysterious and terrifying place. The Holy Lord of the G clan revealed a solemn expression as well. If the situation of the past really reappears, I'm afraid there will be another dark chaos. There will be a great disaster. The ancient divine dynasty of assassins specialized in killing. These people had spent their entire lives killing, and they were the most proficient in killing in the world. It was almost impossible for people of the same level to resist or guard against them. All the Holy Lands had participated in that world-shaking war before the primordial age. It wasn't that they didn't want to uproot the human world and hell, but only after truly fighting did they realize how great of a price they would have to pay. There were two saints in the supreme divine dynasty, the heavenly court, who were at the end of their lifespans. They could not exert their full combat power in their twilight years, but they still managed to make three supreme saints from the Holy Lands die together with them. The great sage's timing was good. They attacked when the old saint of the ancient divine dynasty of assassins was about to pass away and the new saint was about to be born. In the end, they still paid such a heavy price. Therefore, they no longer had the strength to destroy the human world and hell, allowing them to escape unscathed. Whoosh, a sky-shocking rainbow descended from the heavens, its diameter 3 zhang. This was a sharp sword radiance that hacked towards Ji Fan. It could be said to be world-shocking. What? He actually attacked in front of the saints? This is the saint-slaying sword technique of the human world. Everyone's expression changed. Had the human world really gone crazy? Or had their foundation expanded to an extremely terrifying level, and they didn't fear the unparalleled old madman? This was a killing technique of the Holy Lord level. It cut through the void and reality, and there was nothing it couldn't destroy. It drew out a trace of the great Tao, as if it was cutting the barrier between the ancient and the present. Pop! The old madman spread out his sleeves, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. He not only took the sword ray into his sleeves, but also the sky. Boom, the sky immediately collapsed, and a huge black hole appeared. The sword ray had shot out through the region gate. The cultivators of the human world didn't dare to show themselves. Chi! Another sword ray slashed down. A blood-red divine ray tore through the void. It was 6,000 feet long, and it slashed towards the little girl on the big black dog's back. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. It was one thing for the ancient divine dynasty of assassins to kill him, but they even included the little girl. This made him extremely angry. Bang, the old madman flicked his finger, and a finger ray pierced through the sky. Not only did it shatter the blood-red ray, but it also pierced through the sky and rushed towards the other end of the void. Boom, suddenly, the tall and majestic saint moved his hands together. This was the first time he had used a divine technique in front of the crowd, but no one could see it clearly. There were also many complicated Tao patterns at the tips of his fingers. They were like foot-long true dragons swimming around. His hands shook violently, and the sky collapsed in an instant. Boom, 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 in the sky-gazing city, except for the divine lords, almost everyone collapsed on the ground. They couldn't bear this kind of pressure at all. This was a suppression that originated from the spirit. Boom, a terrifying wave of Tao power suddenly traversed the void and struck towards the other end of the void. No one knew how he did it. This is not opening the region gate, but killing the enemy across the endless void. The divine lords were all stunned, and their faces were full of shock. The old madman didn't use any great technique. This was just a secret technique he casually used. Dong, the sky was smashed like a broken drum. The Tao power shot by the old madman crossed the void. Two screams came from the other end, and then it was completely silent. The saints of the present age couldn't be humiliated. This kind of nature-defying technique was really shocking. A top cultivator opening the region gate to assassinate them was unknown how many miles away they were. But the old madman had calculated their position and used his peerless Tao power to pierce through and kill them. This kind of combat power made everyone deeply afraid. The people from the world of man and hell didn't appear again, but no one was calm. They were shocked by the old madman's technique and the courage of the two ancient divine dynasties of killers. Today, they announced their return. In the future, a massacre in the Eastern Barren territory was inevitable. Many ancient heritages couldn't sit still anymore. Just now, they were just testing the waters, but daring to attack the saints of the present age was sending a terrifying message. Yi Fan was furious. The divine dynasty of killers had attacked him again and again, and even the innocent little girl was involved. This made him want to kill them all. It's okay, Nan Nan isn't afraid. The little girl pulled Yi Fan's sleeve and raised her head. Her big eyes were clear and pure. She was clearly panicking, but she forced herself to say this. She looked very pitiful. Nan Nan, you really don't need to worry. They're nothing. Yi Fan smiled. At this time, many cultivators in the sky-gazing city stood up again. Apart from the old madman and a few people protected by the saint lords, the rest were limp on the ground. This was the power of a saint. Every move they made could affect countless living beings in the world. They had unfathomable power. When many people looked at Yi Fan, their gazes were strange. Two ancient killer divine dynasties were nothing to him? In the past, no one would have dared to say this. In the past, no one could escape the must-kill order issued by a single divine dynasty. Now, two divine dynasties issued a must-kill order on him at the same time. This was a situation of certain death. The saint lords urged him to stay, but the old madman remained silent and didn't say anything else. No one dared to say anything else and let them leave. Here. Xianxia finally found a chance. She teleported to Yi Fan's side with the Great Void technique and handed him a purple jade cauldron. Ji Clan's little moon's skin was fair and translucent. She was even more beautiful now. She was dressed in purple and looked as graceful as a fairy. Her beautiful hair danced in the wind and her eyes were ethereal. She wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction and pushed Yi Fan. Put it away quickly. What is this? Yi Fan asked. At the same time, he was very surprised. This was the first time he was so close to Xianxia since they parted that year. This is a life-prolonging medicine I secretly borrowed from the Saint Lord. It was refined by an unparalleled divine king in my clan. Ah. Yi Fan was shocked. This must have been stolen by Xianxia. He was touched and wanted to laugh at the same time. This proud daughter of heaven actually did such a thing. What are you laughing at? Put it away quickly. Xianxia grinded her little canine teeth and hammered him. Then, she revealed a moving smile to little Nan Nan, revealing her dimples. Her big eyes curved into the shape of crescent moons. Come with big sister, okay? Little Nan Nan quickly ran back and hugged Yi Fan's leg. She tilted her head and looked at her as if she was afraid that Xianxia would kidnap her. She blinked her big bright eyes and didn't say anything. Little one. Xianxia lightly scratched her nose and then disappeared in the void in a flash. That big sister has a treasure on her. Little Nan Nan secretly told Yi Fan. Yi Fan immediately laughed. What could the little one know? She actually said this. However, a glimmer of brilliance flashed through Crazy Ole's hollow eyes. Something from the Bronze Immortal Palace. As soon as these words came out, Yi Fan's heart trembled. His myriad chi origin root came from there. That was a graveyard of peerless experts. He had heard some legends that the peerless experts of the Eastern Wasteland all entered but never came out. Apart from him and Xianxia, there was only one person who successfully came out alive. He brought out a corpse that was suspected to be an immortal and it was divided equally by the Holy Lands. As the Saint of Merak, Crazy Ole must have seen the corpse passed down. Could it be that the secret treasure on Xianxia was related to that immortal body? However, how could little Nan Nan sense it? She could actually discover that Xianxia had a treasure on her. The little one was becoming more and more mysterious. Yi Fan and the others headed north. Many people followed behind them. This was a pilgrimage, but no one dared to go forward and disturb them. In the past half a month, the world of man and hell appeared 4 times. Not only did they want to kill Yi Fan, even little Nan Nan was implicated. 2 times their killing swords slashed at her. With a saint accompanying them, they naturally wouldn't be in danger. Those killers weren't real bodies. They were all ancient strange corpses with primordial spirit puppets as their masters. Which ancient inheritance invited the world of man and hell? Li Heishui pondered. There must be some holy sons. Maybe that ruthless person Hua Yunfei will be among them. There will most likely be people from the Yin Yang sect. Looks like many people suspect that your injuries have healed, the large black dog mumbled. Yi Fan rubbed his chin and didn't say anything. He knew that there would definitely be a great battle in the future. Now, he could only make himself stronger first. Then, they began to traverse the void. After a few times, they left all their followers behind. Finally, the Black Emperor carved Dao patterns seriously and prepared to head to their final destination, the Holy Cliff. Seeing him so serious, Li Heishui felt a headache because he saw the chessboard Dao patterns again. Those were left behind by the Void Emperor. Damn dog, hurry up and put them away. We don't want to go to the Western Desert or the Northern Plains. Isn't it enough that you harmed Pangbo and Tu Fei? The large black dog was furious, and said, You don't trust me. That much? Little Nan Nan showed a rare look of worry. She squatted on the ground and said seriously, Dog, you have to be careful. You make mistakes every time. Don't lose us. The large black dog was embarrassed. He didn't say anything and continued to carve the chessboard Dao patterns. During this process, the crazy owl stared at the Dao patterns very seriously. Yi Fan knew that the large black dog must have done this on purpose. He wanted this saint to judge. Alright, go to the Holy Cliff. There's no mistake. We'll be there soon, the large black dog said. This is the formation pattern to the Western Desert. The crazy owl suddenly said. Damn dog, you're too unreliable. Are you trying to kill us? If we fall on Mount Meru and smash the Tempest Temple, those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas will fight us to the death, Li Heishui said angrily. This is obviously the Holy Cliff. The large black dog didn't understand. He rolled his eyes and asked the crazy owl. The crazy owl didn't say anything. He just touched the formation pattern with his hand and corrected it. So there's a problem here. No wonder I felt something was wrong, the large black dog murmured. Swoosh, with a flash of light, they crossed the void and disappeared. The formation pattern they left behind disappeared automatically. A long time after they left, a blurry figure rushed over from the mountains in the distance. He stood there for a long time and then let out a cold laugh that seemed to come from hell. All the birds and beasts in this mountain range died instantly. Not long after, another person appeared beside him. The figure was even more blurry, almost transparent, as if it would disappear in the wind at any time. He stared at the void and didn't say anything, but his killing intent made all the plants in this mountain range wither. Yi Fan and the others didn't know how many miles they had traveled. From the central region of the Eastern Desert, they came to a place that was close to the northern region. The Holy Cliff was located at the border between the central region and the northern region. It was a very special location. Usually, no one would come here. The reason was that this was an ominous place. The blood of a consummate saint body dyed the dry cliff in his later years. He died here, which made everyone afraid. One had to know that he was a supreme being that could compete with the ancient emperors, but he ended up like this, becoming a historical mystery. Although the name sounded like a cliff, when they got closer, they found that it was extremely vast. This was a mountain range, towering and heavy. It was completely black as ink. Even the endless ancient trees on it couldn't hide it. There were more than 50 mountains standing side by side, and it was a majestic scene. A consummate supreme saint body is too powerful. This was cut off from the immortal mountain and used as a seclusion place, the large black dog sighed. Yi Fan and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Presumably, the consummate saint body was invincible in this world after his blood and chi declined in his later years, which was why it was taken advantage of by some unknown being. Otherwise, with his unparalleled divine might, when he was at his peak, he could be compared with the emperors. It would be very difficult for anyone to kill him in this world. A hero is past his prime, and his hair is not allowed to grow old. This is the world's greatest sorrow. the large black dog sighed. Little Yi, you have to find an immortal divine herb and plant it to live 2 lives. I heard my grandfather say that the later years of a consummate saint body are not very peaceful. You can't wait until your blood and qi decline. Li Heishui also said. More than 50 black mountains stood side by side, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Seeing them was like re-entering the immortal mountain. Big brother, is there also enlightenment tea here? Little Nan Nan raised her head and asked. The little fellow still remembered the naked old tea tree. No, but there is something more mysterious. Yi Fan stroked the little fellow's head. What's strange inside? Li Heishui asked the big black dog. Normally, no one dared to approach this place. It had always been like avoiding ghosts and demons. It's hard to say what's here. Anyway, it's a bit strange. After entering, there might be strange deaths, the big black dog mumbled. What do you mean? Li Heishui asked. Specifically, after entering, you won't even know how you died. It's very strange and mysterious. It's hard to understand, the big black dog added. In that case, it's also a bad place. You don't even know what you're going to encounter? Yi Fan was surprised. This place was very unusual. He didn't know what they would encounter. However, they were not too afraid. After all, they were following a saint. If even the crazy old man could not enter this place, then no one in this world could. Awoo! A long howl of a lone wolf was heard. The sound was mournful and sorrowful, echoing in this black mountain range. Your relatives appear here. Li Heishui poked the big black dog. Woof! The big black dog bared his teeth and bit his wrist, refusing to let go. F***ck, I'm just telling the truth. Why are you so excited? Let go. Li Heishui screamed. Caw, a few old crows filled with an aura of death flapped their wings on a withered old tree outside the black cliff, letting out horrifying cries that were full of sorrow. Why do I feel that this place is so ominous? After Li Heishui shook off the Black Emperor's big mouth, he felt a chill on his neck. Don't worry. I don't believe that this black cliff can really be haunted. Although the Saint Physique Saint died here, it has been more than 100,000 years, after all. Even if there are some mysterious existences here, they have already disappeared under the power of time. Nothing can live for so long, the large black dog said with some guilt. The only thing he believed in was the battle prowess of the crazy old man. Let's go. Yi Fan picked up little Nan Nan, placed her on the back of the Black Emperor, and then walked forward with large strides. Plop, a white rabbit scurried out, followed by a weasel. It was so old that it couldn't be any older. The fur on its body had almost all fallen off. Hiss hiss, then, a bony snake that was as thick as a water tank slowly crawled out and wriggled towards the cliff in the distance. How could it be such an ominous creature? The few of them felt very strange. These creatures were naturally nothing to them, but in the folklore, they were very particular. When they approached the Black Saint Cliff, the strange aura became even stronger. It was as if they had arrived at a graveyard, making them feel cold all over. Woo! Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. It was very sorrowful, and the sound traveled more than 10 miles. Beside them, there was a withered old tree, growing at the edge of the Saint Cliff. It was so big that even 5 or 6 people couldn't wrap their arms around it. On the tree, there was a frightening bird nest. It was actually built from withered bones. It was about half the height of a person, and it was very gloomy and surrounded by wisps of black fog. Damn, what kind of bird is this? Li Heishui was shocked, feeling that the cold on his body had become even stronger. Next to the bird nest built from human bones stood a strange, demonic bird. It had a pitch-black body like a crow, and it had a human face. However, it also had a bird's beak, and its black hook was like a knife. Its body was more than a meter long, and it was as black as ink. The gloomy aura on its body was extremely heavy, as if it had a dead person's head. The whole withered ancient tree was a bit cold. This place is really King strange. The big black dog's body trembled, and he couldn't help but curse. He said, this is an ancient bird, almost never seen even in the ancient times. It specializes in eating the bones of powerful warriors. According to legend, those who have been cried by it don't live long. flap, flap, flap. The strange bird spread its wings and flew away. From its beak, a half-eaten human skull fell down, looking a bit ferocious. Why do I feel like this is a bad start? It's a bad omen, Li Heishui muttered. Whoosh! A fierce wind blew, and the crazy old man suddenly attacked. His sleeve swept through the heaven and earth, and countless plants and rocks were swept away. A low roar came from afar, making people's souls tremble. Yi Fan and Li Heishui were shocked. A humanoid creature covered in long black fur that caused people to feel apprehensive flashed into the depths of the sacred cliff and disappeared without a trace. Damn, there really is something. What kind of creature is that? The big black dog was shocked. In the surroundings, all the ominous sceneries disappeared. The voices of the old crow, Gu Lang, and the others also disappeared, and this black mountain recovered its calm. Let's go in and have a look. In a while, it will all depend on your attainment in formation patterns, Yi Fan said. The group finally stepped into the undying mountain. Yi Fan took out the ancient scroll he had obtained in the northern region's Liz Ho, and looked for the location marked with the 9 secrets. It's the deepest part of the Saint Cliff. They gathered together and observed carefully, and then frowned at the same time. In the instant they stepped into the Saint Cliff, they felt like they had entered the undying mountain, and there was no difference. We can't fly anymore. Li Heishui was the first to discover the abnormality. They couldn't leave the ground at all, and couldn't leap into the void. There are ancient emperor formation patterns here, and they weren't carved by the Void Emperor. They were laid out by someone else. A strange light flickered in the big black dog's eyes. We have to be careful. Even the Crimson Dragon Taoist was trapped in the deepest part for 1,500 years, and was almost refined into ashes, Yi Fan reminded. Don't worry, this time, I have absolute confidence. With my attainment in Tao patterns, we can enter this unstoppable place. For some reason, the big black dog's confidence suddenly multiplied, and he said, follow me. Crack. The big black dog took the lead, but he had only taken 2 steps when a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the clear sky, striking him until he foamed at the mouth. He staggered and fell to the ground, black smoke rising from his body. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Fan felt that he was unreliable at the crucial moment and carried little Nan Nan back in advance, the little guy would have also been struck by lightning. Doggy, are you okay? Little Nan Nan blinked her large eyes, and asked, Emperor. Why did you strike me as well? It hurts so much. The big black dog lay there, his 4 large paws twitching continuously, and he murmured, Emperor. Why did you strike me as well? I just realized that no matter what you do, you damn dog. You said you could enter the unstoppable place, but look what happened in the end. You kept acting, and now you're struck by lightning, right? Li Heishui mocked. Woof, mother asterisk cur. The big black dog wanted to bite him, but he couldn't stand up after struggling for a long time. He was severely injured, and many of his bones were broken. This made their hearts tremble. The mysterious and terrifying St. Cliff was even more powerful than they had imagined. They had just entered, and the Black Emperor, who had an extremely high attainment in Tao patterns, was almost struck to death. Swoosh! The crazy old man pointed with his finger, and the big black dog was enveloped by a ball of light. Instantly, his bones creaked, and his injuries healed quickly. He rolled to his feet, and cursed, Mother of asterisk cur, why did you strike me as well? What's wrong with this formation pattern? Let me study it carefully. The big black dog studied it carefully, and a doubtful expression appeared on his face. Then, he relaxed and said, so there's a slight change. I know what went wrong. This time, there's definitely no problem. He walked forward again. At first, there was no problem, but when he took the 13th step, another thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Crack! This time, the big black dog was in an even worse state. His whole body was charred black, and white smoke was coming out of his ears and eyes. His mouth was also coughing out bursts of sparks. His whole body was almost cooked. Awoo! It hurts so much, Mother of asterisk cur, woof. The big black dog kept howling, and every inch of his flesh was convulsing. Damn, this damn dog is going to play himself to death. Luckily, it's not us this time. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He had seen unreliable people, but he had never seen one as unreliable as this one. Doggy, are you okay? I smell roasted meat. Little Nan Nan asked with concern. It smells so good. Li Heishui was a weirdo. At this critical moment, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. The big black dog was instantly flustered and exasperated. He shouted, Motherf asterisk cur, what's with your eyes? What do you mean? Woof. When two weirdos were together, it was hard to have peace. They would always quarrel endlessly, no matter what the situation was. This time, with the help of Crazy Old's treatment, the big black dog stumbled to stand up. However, his satin-like fur seemed to have been plucked, full of bumps and hollows, and no longer smooth. There's no justice in this world. Why is it striking me as well? I've really been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. The large black dog was extremely furious. Do you know who laid this formation pattern? Li Heishui looked at him suspiciously. This is the Wuxia formation pattern. I clearly saw how it evolved in an ancient book. How can it still be struck? The big black dog ground his teeth. Nonsense. How can the formation pattern of the great ancient emperor be recorded in an ancient book? It can't exist in the world at all. Besides, even if it's left, even if a great cultivator studied it for 10 lifetimes, he wouldn't understand it at all. Li Heishui didn't believe it. But Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He thought of something the big black had said. In the past, Great Emperor Wuxia had come here to pay his respects. If so, it was most likely that the formation pattern was carved by Great Emperor Wuxia. But this damn dog knew too much. Could it be that he had followed Great Emperor Wuxia? But how could he live until now? Even the great ancient emperor couldn't. During this process, Crazy Old didn't say anything. He stood on the side, staring at the ancient land, as if he was thinking about something seriously. The big black dog didn't dare to walk in front himself. He urged Li Heishui to go forward, and he would point the way. Motherf asterisk cur, you ridiculous dog, you don't even dare to walk, and you want to kill me. Li Heishui wouldn't agree no matter what. In the end, the big black dog braced himself, grabbed the jar of divine spring that Yi Fan gave him, and walked in front. Boom, crack, almost every dozen steps, the big black dog would let out a shrill cry. He was constantly struck by lightning, and it was unknown how many times he had cramped. Great Emperor, you were often struck by lightning back then. Could it be that your resentment is so great? Why are the formation patterns at the outermost layer so terrifying? They almost turned me into ashes. The big black dog bared his teeth, and kept nagging. Finally, after crossing a black mountain, they came to a land of nothingness. There were no formation patterns in this area, but the aura was very mysterious. This was a very open valley, located between the Black Mountains. There was a lake in the middle, which was as smooth as a mirror. At this time, the sunset had dyed the horizon red, and even the lake was dyed with a layer of golden luster. Peerless spirit medicine, more than 20,000 years old. Li Heishui pointed at an azure plant in the lake, flowing with dreamy luster. The big black dog also ran over. They were about to pick it, but at this moment, the lake water rumbled loudly, and waves soared into the sky. This was a humanoid creature, its hair as white as snow, and its skin was also deathly pale, without a trace of blood like snow. It was practically like a zombie, and it reached out a large claw to grab them. What is this thing? The few of them were all shocked, and quickly retreated. This is an ancient corpse, and it has been dead for at least tens of thousands of years. In recent years, it has gained intelligence, and it has the cultivation level of a half-step almighty, the big black dog shouted. Uncle, save us. Little Nan Nan was very nervous, and she grabbed the old crazy man's sleeve and shook it. If Yi Fan and the others came in alone, they would definitely be in danger. With their cultivation level, they would not be able to resist at all. Chi. The old crazy man pointed lightly, and a green light shot out from the tip of his finger. This ancient corpse was instantly fixed in place, and could not move at all. Boom. However, at this moment, the lake water became violent, and the sound of iron chains swaying could be heard. There was still a terrifying creature below. Divine light shot out from the eyes of the few of them, and they instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. 3 more ancient corpses rushed up from below, and they were also comparable to half-step almighty cultivators. Moreover, in the depths of the lake, there was a huge shadow. It was actually an iron carriage, and the poles of the carriage were all tied with iron chains. It was very eerie and frightening. These 4 ancient corpses are only the bearers of the carriage. What kind of existence is in that iron carriage? The few of them were shocked, and their scalps became a little cold. Chi. The old crazy man still raised his hand and pointed, and the 3 ancient corpses were fixed in place. Then, he stared at the depths of the lake, and shouted softly, "Duo." His voice was like thunder, and there was an indescribable mighty force, like a god subduing a demon. The boiling lake water immediately calmed down, and the black iron carriage swayed a few times, as if it was very unwilling, but in the end, it stopped shaking. Yi Fan and the others were scared, and felt that this trip would not be too smooth. They had just entered, and they already encountered such a tyrannical creature. They did not know what was in there. He he he. A gloomy and cold laugh came from the black mountain in front of them, and they could vaguely see a humanoid creature flashing and disappearing. 2 beams of light shot out from the old crazy man's empty eyes, piercing through the black mountain ridge. The humanoid creature let out a malicious laugh, and disappeared completely. They climbed up a large mountain, and their hearts jumped. There was actually a collapsed black mountain in front of them. Seeing this scene, the big black dog was even more shocked. What's going on? Who destroyed that mountain? I remember, that's not right. Legend has it that great Emperor Wuxia once carved a seal character there, suppressing a terrifying creature. Did it escape? Don't worry, it's already been more than 100,000 years. Even if there was an extraordinary existence, it has already turned to ashes. No matter how great a person is, they can't resist the power of time, Yi Fan said. That's true, but I think we should be more careful. I don't feel safe. The big black dog showed a rare expression of nervousness. Numerous black mountains stood side by side, flowing with the aura of the ancient underworld. They were majestic and lofty, giving off a feeling that the sky was pressing down, making one's heart tighten. One of the black mountains was broken, and it was particularly eye-catching. It was as if a colossal creature had broken out of the mountain and pushed the mountain apart, creating such a scene. Are you sure that great Emperor Wuxia once sealed a creature in the belly of the mountain? Li Heishui showed a doubtful expression. If it was true, that creature was extremely huge. What's the point of me lying to you? As powerful as great Emperor Wuxia is there still an enemy that can't be killed, and needs to be sealed here? Yi Fan's heart was beating like a drum, and he was very restless. In the past, present, and future, there is no enemy that great Emperor Wuxia can't kill, whether you are an ancient creature, an unparalleled saint spirit, or even a god. You can only be a stepping stone on his path. How nostalgic. The large black dog's saliva flew everywhere. A god is here. Why don't you say a deity has descended to the mortal world? What are you nostalgic for? Li Heishui glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. The large black dog coughed dryly, and said, "What I mean is, if I followed great Emperor Wuxia, how carefree would it be? I would be able to dominate the world, and who would dare to oppose me? If it's a dragon, you'd have to coil up, if it's a phoenix, you'd have to lie down. Doggy, don't brag." Little Nan Nan's words instantly made the large black dog unable to continue. Do you know what creature was sealed? Yi Fan asked. I don't know, but the battle was very fierce. The battle in the outer space lasted for 2 whole hours. According to the large black dog, when great Emperor Wuxia fought with others, he could usually suppress them with a raise of his hand. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he could almost defeat them in a few moves. In his life, there were only a few battles that lasted several hours. That's great Emperor Wuxia, one of the most powerful people in history, and he actually fought in the outer space for 2 hours. Yi Fan was shocked. Even Crazy Ole's hollow eyes glowed. Apparently, he was moved. Emperor Wuxia originally wanted to kill it, but then he felt that he might have a use for it in the future, so he sealed it here. No one knows what kind of existence it is exactly. Mother, grandfather, if that's not an ancient king, then it's an unparalleled saint spirit. It's definitely an ancient emperor-level existence, there's no need to even think about it. Li Heishui sighed and said, people really can't be compared to each other. A real man should be like Wushi. There is nothing in this world that can restrain him. Those who dare to block the way just have to be swept away. The few of them continued on their way. There were no formation patterns on this part of the journey, so it could be considered smooth. They arrived in front of the black broken mountain and felt a strange aura. It was as if an enormous life form had just left not too long ago. It was as if its body temperature and aura were still present, causing them to involuntarily tremble. Damn, this. Could it be that it's still alive after more than 100,000 years? And in this black sacred cliff? Even the big black dog couldn't stay calm. It's entrenched here for a long time, leaving an indelible mark, said Crazy Ol. He only took one step and arrived at the broken mountain, looking down. He is not affected. He can still fly in the sky and burrow into the ground. This terrifying forbidden land can't affect him, but we can't even leave the ground. Li Heishui was extremely envious. Yi Fan and the others climbed up obediently. Pieces of black stones were stained with the marks of time. Occasionally, one or two stalks of spirit herbs grew between the stones, all of them very old. I feel the aura of that supreme existence. Something's wrong. The big black dog was even more uneasy. They stood on the broken mountain and looked into the hollow belly of the mountain. It was like a bottomless abyss, dark and endless. There's a treasure. Li Heishui pointed down. In the deepest part of the darkness, there was a divine light shining. Crazy Ol reached out his hand and pulled up the light from the abyss across the endless void. He threw it on the ground with a clang. This is the aura. The big black dog screamed. His body went limp and he quickly retreated. Yi Fan and the others also felt like a peerless sword was pressed against their throats. The sharpness was bone-piercing, making them tremble all over and retreat involuntarily. It was a silver scale, as big as a palm. It was sparkling and bright, with a silver sacred flame dancing on it. The fluctuation it emitted made people's hearts palpitate. The supreme existence can compete with emperors. This is its scale. Even though the big black dog was trembling, he still drooled. He pounced forward and pressed it under his big paw. He shouted, I'll take it. Without a doubt, this was a sacred item for forging tools. It was hard to find in the world. One scale was worth more than 1,000,000 kilograms of source stone. Just like the golden horn sealed in the divine source stone that Yi Fan gave to the divine lord of the Wind clan, its value was immeasurable. Crazy Ol frowned and actually spoke. He said to himself, what a powerful being. Yi Fan suddenly stared at a rock and knocked on it. Then, with a pu sound, it was cut open, and a soft light shot out like the moonlight. This was a source stone that looked like a star. It was as big as a fist and very sparkling. It floated in the air but did not sink. Divine source stone. Li Heishui exclaimed. This source stone was similar to the divine source stone cut out of the blood sacrificial altar and sealed with the primordial girl. It seemed to be condensed from the light of a star, which was very different from ordinary divine source stones. There is a source stone in the Black Mountain. Doesn't that mean the Undying Mountain does not lack divine source stone? Even Yi Fan himself was surprised. Of course, there are quite a lot of them. The big black dog said excitedly as he put away the scale. If you become strong enough, you can go to the Undying Body to dig for divine source stone and collect undying divine medicine. There are treasures everywhere. Hee hee. The sinister laughter came again. The humanoid being in the mountain ahead flashed and disappeared again. Crazy Ol shot out a divine light, but it did not hit it. It disappeared into the void and became a part of the eternal law. What on earth is that? It's a being made of flesh and blood. Its body is covered with long black fur. Listening to its laughter, it sounds like a demon from hell, which makes people shiver. They left the broken mountain, and the big black dog began to suffer again. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts struck down continuously. Every time they moved more than 300 meters, the big black dog would howl like a wolf. This was not a solution at all. Even though Yi Fan brought out many divine springs from the forbidden zone of the ancient desolation realm, he could not save a big dog that was always struck by lightning. If this goes on, I will die. The big black dog said no more. He did not know how many of his bones were broken. Fortunately, Crazy Ol helped him reattach them. No wonder the red dragon Taoist was trapped in the depths of the holy cliff for 1,500 years and almost died. Yi Fan said to himself. They were still in the outer area, and they had not completely entered. Who was the red dragon Taoist? He was half a generation older than all the Saint Masters, and he was already more than 3,000 years old. As long as he stood out, even the lords of the great sage would have to retreat. Don't you know the formation patterns of this place? Why are you still being struck so badly? Li Heishui asked. It was easy for him to talk. F***ck, come and try. These are the formation patterns set up by an ancient emperor. Even if you know how to evolve them, you can't comprehend them. Whoever walks in front will be struck by lightning. Every time they passed a black mountain, the power of the formation patterns would become 10 times stronger. With the big black dog's strength, he could barely endure it now, but if they entered the next area, he would be turned into dust with a single strike. Show the formation patterns you know to Senior, Yi Fan reminded. The big black dog had thought of this long ago, and agreed happily. He spread out an incomplete ancient scroll on the ground for Crazy Ol to study. It's just a corner, not even 1/10 of it. Li Heishui rolled his eyes. Do you think it's cabbage? This is the killing formation of an ancient emperor, and it doesn't exist in this world at all. It's already good enough to imprint 1/10 of it. As long as you comprehend it, you can do whatever you want in this world, the big black dog said proudly. The formation patterns are incomplete, but it's just a corner. How can we enter? It doesn't have much reference value, Yi Fan said. That's where you're wrong. This corner just happens to be the place where we can enter. As long as we comprehend it, we definitely won't encounter any danger when we enter, the big black dog said with absolute certainty. The big black dog's empty eyes were filled with brilliance, as if he had come back to life. He sat cross-legged on the ground and stared at the ancient scroll, not moving at all. Yi Fan and the others didn't disturb him, and waited quietly at the side. The big black dog mumbled, "Don't underestimate it just because it's just a small corner. If it's the Saint Masters, even if they comprehend it for 10 lifetimes, they still won't understand it. Only saints can comprehend its secrets. 1 day, 2 days. The crazy old man actually sat there for a whole 9 days. He didn't move at all, and his eyes flickered with divine light, almost piercing through the void. During this time, roars came from the Black Mountain range from time to time, and strange black winds blew past them a few times. It's just a corner of the formation pattern left by an ancient emperor, and even saints need to comprehend it for such a long time. Li Heishui was speechless. The key is comprehension. Many people can comprehend it for many lifetimes, but they still won't gain anything. If they're lucky, they can also gain something in a few months, the big black dog said. You mean we might have to wait for a few months, or even a few years? Although he's a saint, this is a killing formation left by a great emperor, after all. At least we have to wait for a while. The big black dog nodded. The formation pattern left by great Emperor Wuxia was profound and mysterious. Not many people in this world could understand it, and it needed to be studied bit by bit. At this time, the crazy old man suddenly sighed. He stood up and stared blankly at the sky. Uncle, have you comprehended it? Little Nan Nan asked, looking up at him with her young face. Although I can't comprehend it, I can go in and out. The crazy old man pondered as he walked forward. Luckily we have a saint, or we won't be able to do anything in this life. Li Heishui felt lucky. Rumble, in front of them, there was a sound like a tsunami. The black wind uprooted many thousand-year-old ancient trees and swept them high into the sky. It's this strange black wind again. Why does it always appear not far from us? It's coming again. The strange black wind made one's hair stand on end. It swept up huge rocks that weighed tens of thousands of kilograms into the air. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Yi Fan opened his divine eyes and looked carefully. Instantly, he shuddered. In the eye of the black wind, there was a pair of cold and vicious eyes staring at them. Chi. The crazy old man had obviously sensed it. Two beams of divine light shot out from his eyes and slashed forward. A large crack in the void extended, instantly breaking this area of nothingness. The strange black wind disappeared, and the pair of eyes also quickly extinguished, hiding into nothingness and disappearing without a trace. In the sky, there was a tuft of long black hair fluttering down. Apart from that, there was nothing else. This, they all gasped. No wonder the Black Emperor said that if they came to the sacred cliff, they wouldn't even know how they died. There would be a strange disaster. The divine light released by the saint did not destroy the existence just now. It only cut off a strand of black hair. They didn't see what it looked like. And this was not the deepest part. God knows what kind of terrible creatures they would encounter. Everything was so strange and inexplicable. Boom. When Yifan and the others stepped into a valley, they immediately felt a terrible heat. It was as if they had jumped into a furnace, almost turning into ashes. Yifan hurriedly took out the Bodhi bead and held it in his hand to help the others except for the crazy old man to resist the terrible heat. In front of them, a tall black mountain blocked their way. It was the same height as the other mountains, but it was much wider. It was like a black wall as tall as the sky, and there was no end to it. On this black mountain, there were many ancient caves that spewed out flames. The heat came from those caves, and it was unbearable even from far away. The true fire of the sun here is just as Emperor Wuxia said. It will not be extinguished, and it will become stronger and stronger, the large black dog said to himself. What, is the true fire of the sun? This is one of the most terrifying flames in the world, and it has actually been born here, Li Heishui said in surprise. The flames in those ancient caves contain a lot of true fire of the sun. The purity is probably very high now. The large black dog fixed his eyes on it. Caw, suddenly, an ear-piercing cry was heard. Flames rushed out from the ancient caves on the black mountain wall, and black crows flew out with soaring true fire. Oh no, this is bad. More than 100,000 years have passed, and the true fire of the sun has given birth to fire god crows. There seems to be a lot of them. We have to leave quickly. The large black dog's expression changed. Caw, caw, caw. In front of the mountain wall, black crows rushed out from the ancient caves one after another. They flashed with black light and flew over with towering flames. So many crows, heavens! The large black dog was scared. Li Heishui could only watch helplessly. The fire god crows covered the sky like a dark cloud, and they swooped down with boundless flames. On the whole mountain, those ancient caves were completely boiling. Countless fire god crows flew out and swooped down towards them. The heat was terrifying, and even the rocks were melted into ashes. Damn, there are at least 1 million of them. 1 million black fire god crows covered the sky. This was a power that could destroy heaven and earth, and it was almost impossible to resist. There were too many of them. These crows had all become spirits, and they were not ordinary birds at all. They were born from the true fire of the sun, and they were extremely terrifying and destructive. Boom, the crazy old man stood still, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His thick black hair danced in the wind, and he looked like an immortal god. Within a radius of 30 meters, nothing could enter. Neither the true fire of the sun nor the fire god crows could enter. If they tried to force their way in, they would be turned into ashes. Yifan's heart trembled. Even the Bodhi seed might not be able to block the millions of fire god crows. The true fire of the sun was too concentrated, and it was enough to turn them into ashes. If there was no saint with them, they would definitely die. Caw, caw, caw. The millions of fire god crows cried out together, and their voices resounded through the sky, causing everyone to shiver. On the black mountain, in the middle of the ancient cave, flames surged, and a pair of golden eyes flickered, staring at everyone. This was an extremely terrifying aura, as if an evil dragon was looking down at sheep. It was extremely powerful and terrifying, and even the large black dog couldn't help but tremble. Endless killing intent appeared in the golden eyes. This was an extremely terrifying existence, and it wanted to swoop down towards the crazy old man and the others. Heavens, what kind of being was born that even dares to kill a saint? The few of them were all shocked. However, in the end, that existence resisted the urge, and closed its golden eyes, letting them pass. Could it be that the legendary three-legged golden crow has been born? That's a heaven-defying existence. The large black dog thought of this possibility, and muttered, "The great emperor once mentioned this possibility." There was indeed a golden divine bird with 3 legs. Little Nan and saw it, Little Nan and said innocently. Swoosh, the existence in the ancient cave heard these words, and suddenly opened its golden eyes again. Endless killing intent spread out, and it stared coldly at the group. Boom, the millions of fire god crows went crazy, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, drowning this place. That terrifying existence was like a god, looking down at little Nanan in the ancient cave. The black mountain was like an endless wall, blocking the way forward. In the middle of the cave, it was pitch black, completely different from the other caves spewing out the solar fire. There, only a pair of golden eyes could be seen, especially terrifying in the darkness. It was like a god from hell, full of murderous intent. Swoosh! Crazy Ol waved his sleeve and rolled up little Nan Nan, placing her on his broad shoulder. Then, he turned to face the black cave. The murderous intent surged like a tidal wave, drowning the group. The pair of eyes in the darkness stared at little Nan Nan. Is it really the three-legged golden crow? Li Heishui and the others were stunned. How could it appear in this world? It was the immortal spirit in the ancient legends, comparable to the true dragon, phoenix, and purple qilin. It was invincible. The creature born from the solar fire should only look like the three-legged golden crow, but it's definitely not a real immortal spirit. They knew that it was impossible for such a creature to be born in this world. Even the ancient saints could not appear anymore because the world had changed. If there were no accidents, the ancient emperors would become a legend forever. As for the three-legged golden crow, it would be impossible for it to appear in this world. It would only exist in form. Caw, 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 the flaming crows covered the sky like a black tide, carrying the monstrous solar fire and melting the ground as they swooped down. The group was shaken. Millions of flaming crows were drowning them. Their terrifying power was unparalleled, destroying everything. Except for the black mountain that looked like an endless demonic wall, all the other peaks had collapsed. This is a cliff cut out from the immortal mountain. It's said to be indestructible, but it's about to be melted. How terrifying. Boom. Fortunately, Crazy Ol was powerful enough. Within a radius of 30 meters, it was tranquil as if a spring breeze was blowing. No matter how many flaming crows attacked, they could not get in. Rustling sounds lingered on as many flaming crows fell to the ground and turned into ashes. The area within 30 meters of Crazy Ol was like a divine land, inviolable. Swoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying howl that made one's scalp go numb came from the black ancient cave. The pair of golden eyes became even colder. At the same time, the million flaming spirit crows seemed to have received an order. They hung in the sky and each shot out a ray of black light. That was one of their life divine feathers. There were over 1 million black divine feathers, and every single one of them was condensed from the life essence of a divine crow. Their destructive power was so great that it sent chills down one's spine. Pooh! The void was immediately blasted apart. Millions of crow feathers shot out in unison, drowning out this place, concentrating on those individuals. The terrifying consequences were absolutely horrifying. Boom, this was the first time Yi Fan and the others had experienced such a scene. Every flaming spirit crow had become a spirit, and it was equivalent to facing 1 million cultivators. Had it not been for Crazy Ol's presence, they would not even have been left with their bones. 1 million firebirds would have turned everything into ashes, and all of them would have perished. Pop! Crazy Ol fought against millions of fire ravens alone. He waved his hands in the air and shook them hard. Mournful cries came from the sky, and the feathers of the natal ravens that were shooting down were crushed into powder. Swoosh, from the dark ancient cave came the soul-shattering bird cries again. The golden light in the golden crow's cold eyes shone even brighter. Clang, it waved an ancient golden staff and swept forward. The endless true fire of the sun was tens of thousands of times hotter than before, turning everything in its path into ashes. Crazy Ol shouted coldly and stretched out a giant hand to grab the staff. The golden staff was broken in an instant. The bird cries were shrill. A golden sun shot out billions of beams of light from the ancient cave, each as sharp as a golden needle. Yi Fan and the others could not even open their eyes. This was an indiscriminate attack that swept in all directions. It was enough to kill thousands of soldiers and horses. No one knew how powerful it was, and it was about to reach Crazy Ole's divine land. Bang! Crazy Ole rolled up his sleeves and caught the golden beams. He took a step forward and dashed straight into the dark ancient cave. It was the first time for Yi Fan and the others to see a being as powerful as the ancient saints taking the initiative to attack. It was enough to prove the unimaginable power of the golden crow. With a shrill cry, the golden light became even brighter, but it could not stop Crazy Ole at all. He stepped into the ancient cave. Boom! With a deafening sound, the black mountain collapsed on the spot. The top of the ancient cave collapsed, and huge rocks pierced through the clouds. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the true fire of the sun soared into the sky. When everything was quiet again, only 7 or 8 golden feathers fell down. Each feather was as dazzling as the sun, and they were stained with golden blood. They emitted terrifying waves that deterred people from getting close. What a terrifying being! It's a pity that it ran away. The large black dog was both excited and regretful at the same time. He rushed over and sealed the 8 blood-stained divine feathers with a fearful expression. These were the feathers of the golden crow, a divine material for refining tools. They were hard to find in the world, and their value was immeasurable. With them, I can refine the golden crow fan. With one fan, I can burn everything in the world. The golden crow fled, leaving a pool of golden blood on the ground. It disappeared into the earth veins, and rushed into the underground magma that contained the true fire of the sun. What is this? Li Heishui found a black beast bone in the broken mountain. The true fire mantra. The big black dog's heart jumped. He recognized some ancient characters on it. Is it a mantra comparable to the ancient scriptures? Li Heishui's eyes lit up immediately. This is an incomplete mantra. It's an ancient technique derived by ancient cultivators. It's not complete at all. I don't know how it ended up in this ancient cave. The golden crow must have studied it, the big black dog said. Although it was incomplete, it was still very precious. The true fire mantra of extreme yin and extreme yang in the ancient technique was very profound, and it was derived by the predecessors. They gathered together and studied it carefully. They felt it was very profound, and they were all greatly inspired. Even the Crazy Ole read it carefully, so its value could be imagined. In the end, Li Heishui carefully put it away, and said, if only I could collect the complete true fire mantra. It said that this is one of the most powerful mantras of ancient cultivators. The big black dog nodded, and said, when the ancient emperors created their own ancient scriptures, they were all inspired by the ancient technique, and it has the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. The Crazy Ole led the way, and he was no longer as unreliable as the big black dog, who was always struck by lightning. They passed over several large mountains without any mishaps. In front of them was a pitch-black canyon. They could hear the howling of ghosts from far away, coming from the depths of the darkness, as if connected with the netherworld. Why is that deep canyon erupting hailstones? Damn, it's not hailstones, it's human skulls. When they came close, they were shocked. The black canyon was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The ghostly wind whistled, and many white skulls were blown up, smashing on the ground. What's down there? Is it really connected to hell? Why are there so many human skulls? Around the canyon, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Who knew how many skulls were rolling on the ground? Little Nan Nan was very nervous. She sat on the Crazy Ole's shoulder, and her little hands clenched tightly. Her big eyes were full of anxiety. Whoosh! The fierce wind blew, and more skulls were blown up, making people's hair stand on end. The snow-white skulls kept rolling on the ground. Not even a blade of grass grew here, and it was a world of death. That thing has appeared again. Yi Fan discovered the existence in the strange black wind. His vicious eyes were unforgettable. He moved about in the great valley and hid in the strange wind. Waves of cold laughter rang out. This was a challenge to the dignity of a saint. The Crazy Ole put little Nan Nan on the ground, and with a swoosh, he disappeared directly into the Black Canyon. It was as if a 10,000-year-old ghost was screaming miserably. The whole Black St. Cliff was shaking, and more than 50 mountains were shaking at the same time. Boom! A large part of the Black Canyon collapsed, and the endless sea of white bones formed a frighteningly pale sea. No one knew when or for what reason they were left here. Puff! A jet of black blood gushed up, corroding the ground and leaving a large pit. The unknown existence with fur all over its body screamed and disappeared into the nothingness. Crazy Ol flew up from the canyon, like a god or a demon, and wounded the unknown existence severely. Unfortunately, he didn't kill it. It escaped from the hands of the saint. How powerful must it be? Yi Fan and the others were all stunned. What exactly is it? The few of them were bewildered. It's the arm of a corpse, said the Crazy Ol. What? Everyone is dumbfounded. The arm of a corpse had a true spirit, and it was already so terrifying. If its body was still alive, how terrifying would it be? I know what it is. The Black Emperor shivered and said, in the past, the darkness of the undying mountain was in turmoil, causing the earth to flow with rivers of blood. The Void Emperor appeared and killed a supreme existence. He used the Void Mirror to destroy both his body and soul, leaving only an arm that fell into the undying mountain. When it said that, the few of them immediately understood. The holy cliff was cut off by the undying mountain, and that arm followed it here. The flesh of the great ancient emperor was immortal after death, so it was not strange that the arm could be preserved without rotting. However, it had a true spirit and turned into a corpse. This was a bit scary, and no one except the saint could kill it. When they passed by a pond, the Crazy Ol stood there for a long time, looking down at it without moving. Only after a long time did he tremble and step back in a daze. Uncle, what's wrong? Little Nan Nan walked over and tugged on his sleeve. Yi Fan and the others were also very surprised. What was wrong with the Crazy Ol? Why was he like this? They walked forward together. Don't come over, this is the reincarnation lake, the Crazy Ol shouted. Yi Fan and the others immediately stopped, all shocked. The large black dog even shouted, the reincarnation lake, such a nature-defying thing really exists. It can see through one's past and future. At this time, little Nan Nan looked at the lake curiously and mumbled. Nan Nan saw herself on a 5-colored altar. No, on a large purple star, and, don't look. At that, the Crazy Ol hurriedly stopped her, pulling the little girl away from the reincarnation lake. Don't look at your past and future, or it will affect the present state. The large black dog showed an extremely serious expression, and said, Great Emperor Wuxia once said this. There is only one reincarnation lake in the world. Legend has it that it is related to the illusory celestial realm that no one knows whether it exists or not. Only great emperors can see it. The Crazy Ol said a few more words, which was rare for him. He left decisively without any hesitation, heading towards the depths of the holy cliff. Although the 50 or so mountains occupied a large area, they were not unreachable. The Crazy Ol walked in the front, passing through land after land, and finally reached the depths. The giant mountain in the center towered into the clouds. It was completely dark red, as if it had been soaked in blood. There was even a hint of the smell of blood. There is a stone coffin on this mountain. They stood in the distance, looking up and down at the legendary holy cliff, all looking surprised. Could it be that the corpse of the consummate Saint Physique is buried on this mountain? Yi Fan's heart beat rapidly. The list of deification. Why is the list of deification made by Great Emperor Wuxia sealed on this mountain? The Black Emperor shouted in surprise. The others were also surprised. They moved to the other side of the mountain, and saw a golden ancient scroll. On the giant pitch-black mountain, there was a golden ancient scroll sealed on the mountain, flowing with a mysterious aura, and there was a vast pressure. Wait, when was it sealed here? Why didn't I know? The expression of the large black dog changed again and again. The large black dog's eyes were wide open. He paced back and forth, murmuring non-stop. Obviously, he was extremely shocked. How is this possible? Why was it sealed here? Back then, F***ck, this doesn't make sense. His eyes were deep as he stared at the investiture of gods. He couldn't even move his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking about, but he couldn't help but shiver. Then, the large black dog lay on the ground and didn't say anything. He fell into deep thought as if he had fallen into a distant memory. Investiture of gods. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He didn't have an excited expression, but he was almost petrified. These 3 words were definitely not unfamiliar to him, who came from the other side of the galaxy. He looked calm, but a huge wave surged in his heart. Why did the products of the early Qin Qi practitioners appear one after another? The investiture of gods had a great origin. Why did it appear in the hands of great Emperor Wuxi? What did he use it for? No, the time doesn't match. He was stunned. Although ancient China had a long history and the early Qin Qi practitioners were mysterious, great Emperor Wuxi was a person from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Since he used the investiture of gods to suppress this place, it couldn't have appeared in the future on the other side of the galaxy. What is the investiture of gods? Li Heishui asked doubtfully. It's a secret treasure that was personally refined by great Emperor Wuxi. Its power is unimaginably great, the large black dog said, baring his teeth. Something's wrong. Yi Fan felt that this ancient list was different from the divine list on the other side of the galaxy. Damn dog, keep bragging. Li Heishui didn't believe it. The ancient scroll on the Black Mountain was shining with a golden light. It didn't look like it had existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Yi Fan's heart moved, and he asked, what is the use of this list? It's far too useful. It's a holy artifact, and once it's pressed down, it'll be the same as Emperor Without Beginning's hand pressing down on a huge black mountain. Even if a god were to come, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. What? So powerful? Damn dog, you're not just spouting nonsense, are you? Li Heishui's heart was pounding. Yi Fan also felt a wave of dizziness. The golden ancient list sealing this place was equivalent to great Emperor Wuxi's palm pressing down on this place. It was just too horrifying. That's the truth, the large black dog exclaimed with widened eyes. How was it refined? Is there anything particular to it? Yi Fan asked. Patiently. Grand Emperor Wuxi's cultivation was profound. He wanted to refine a sacred item to seal immortals. At first, he wanted to call it the Immortal Bestowment Board. However, there are no immortals in this world, but there are ancient creatures that are suspected to be gods. Therefore, he changed it to the Investiture of the Gods. That's even possible. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Grand Emperor Wuxi was simply too powerful. He even wanted to seal immortals. You guys didn't live in that kind of era, so you can't understand just how heavy the name Wuxi was. It could crush the ages, the large black dog sighed. This is a treasure. If it's really equivalent to Grand Emperor Wuxi pressing down on this place, it's not much inferior to an extreme Dao weapon. It's a supreme sacred item. Li Heishui was like the Black Emperor of the past. His eyes glowed with a green light, and he was almost drooling. This name is really similar to the Qi practitioners of the pre-Qin dynasty. Its function is completely different, Yi Fan murmured to himself. What? The large black dog was given a fright, and he exclaimed, Brat, you've also heard of another investiture of the gods? What do you mean? Yi Fan was also given a fright, and he suddenly turned to look at him. According to legend, when Grand Emperor Wuxi was refining the investiture of the gods, the Black Emperor finally didn't say the words according to ancient records. This time, he used the words according to legend to explain. Grand Emperor Wuxi had once said that he had seen an ancient scroll that was also called the Investiture of the Gods. However, it was too useless, and he wanted to refine a true sacred item. After hearing these secrets, Yi Fan's eyes immediately widened. Just what kind of background did the ancient emperors have? They even knew about the legendary sacred items on the other side of the galaxy? Wait a moment. Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Could it be that Grand Emperor Wuxi had gone to ancient China, or perhaps he had gone to other galaxies and seen the real investiture of the gods? Was that why he wanted to refine another investiture of the gods? This is too frightening. Could it be that the ancient path of the galaxy was opened up by this kind of being? The more Yi Fan pondered, the more he felt that the ancient emperors were unfathomable. They were oddities, and it was impossible to guess them. No wonder they were often struck by lightning. He thought of many things. In ancient times, there had been saint emperors who offered sacrifices to the heavens on Mount Tai, and there was a 5-colored sacrificial altar there. Could it be that they had all come to the galaxy? There were many famous Qi practitioners from the Preaching dynasty. Until now, he still did not know where those people had gone. There was only a shadow of them in this world. So tall. Little Nan Nan raised her head and looked at the black mountain that towered into the clouds. Before they knew it, they had already come close. As they walked around the huge mountain, they felt an indescribable aura. "There's something in this mountain," Li Heishui said. "Do you even need to say that? Grand Emperor Wuxia even used the investiture of the gods, so there must be a supreme creature sealed here." The large black dog bared his teeth. No one knew what he was thinking. There were many dark red bloodstains on the black mountain. It was unknown how many years had passed, but even now, the bloodstains had not been erased. Instantly, Yi Fan felt a little dizzy. This was a mountain that towered into the clouds. Just how much blood had flowed from the completed Saint Physique? The entire mountain had been dyed red. Isn't little Yi Fan's blood bright red with golden light? The completed Saint Physique should have golden blood, Li Heishui said doubtfully. What do you know? The completed Saint Physique has already returned to its original state. The golden blood has turned into the most original bright red. Drinking a mouthful can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. The large black dog was drooling. Little Yi Fan, you must live well. When the time comes, you can raise an immortal divine medicine to help yourself, and then use the saint blood to help us, Li Heishui said. That's right. The large black dog nodded his big head. Yi Fan took out the ancient scroll that he had obtained in Lizhou of the northern region and carefully examined it. He said, "The 9 secrets is on the peak of the mountain, on the true Saint Cliff." They began to climb the mountain. Here, the formation patterns were even more terrifying. The few of them followed behind the crazy old man, not daring to take a wrong step. Just now, Li Heishui used a weapon to test the formation, but the result was that it disappeared without a sound. The terrifying scene made him scared, and he was afraid that he would make a wrong step. One wrong step, and your body and soul will be destroyed. You must be careful. Emperor Wuxia's killing formation can't be broken apart from a corner of the Dao diagram he left behind. The large black dog reminded them solemnly. His expression was extremely serious, because this was truly related to everyone's life and death. Not to mention them, even if the Saint Lords came, as long as one wrong step, they would be doomed eternally, forever erased from the world. Even with an existence comparable to an ancient saint leading the way, they still walked very slowly, because the crazy old man was also thinking. Every step had to be precise, without the slightest mistake. What if we accidentally take a wrong step? Little Nan Nan asked innocently. Little ancestor, please don't say that. The large black dog was nervous, really afraid that something would go wrong. He said, if we take a wrong step on this mountain, the killing power we will suffer is equivalent to being hit by an ancient great emperor. Li Heishui was even more scared, and his legs were cramping. He said to himself, we are walking on a tightrope between heaven and hell, no one should speak carelessly. Boom, not far away, a terrifying black hole appeared, and the devouring power made people's hair stand on end. Did we take a wrong step? No, a leaf was blown up this sacred mountain, and triggered a trace of formation power. This is too terrifying. A leaf can trigger such a black hole. If we make a mistake, we will really be turned into ashes on the spot. After a whole 4 hours, they only reached the middle of the mountain. At this time it was actually foggy, and ribbon-shaped black fog curled up, making everything look extremely dark. The fog on the mountain peak was even thicker, and it was impossible to see through it. Please don't let anything happen. They all had a bad feeling in their hearts. Little Nan Nan saw a few people, men and women. Little Nan Nan suddenly said, pointing forward with her little finger. And the crazy old man had already stopped, facing the people in the thick fog. He did not move, and his expression was solemn. Yi Fan opened his divine eyes, but he could only vaguely see that those people were all wearing ancient clothes, as if they had come from the ancient times. They were all very old, and there was no vitality in their bodies. They were lifeless, but just standing there, they gave off a very oppressive feeling, suffocating people. For the crazy old man to face them like this, it was definitely not good. Could it be a few saints? The bad feeling intensified, and their hearts were beating like drums. They were extremely nervous. The mountain breeze blew over, and those ancient people in the thick fog were like fossils, not moving at all. Only their ancient clothes fluttered in the wind. Damn, there can't be any saints in this world. Where did these gods come from? The big black dog was scared, and almost stuttered. The crazy old man thought for a long time and then started walking again. He walked around the people, and headed up the mountain. At the same time, he transmitted his voice, "Don't look back at them, and don't sense their chi. Just follow me." They didn't even dare to breathe. Following the crazy old man's footsteps, they walked up the mountain step by step, not daring to look back. However, they felt a chill on their backs. They could clearly feel the cold eyes of those people in the thick fog, and their ancient clothes made them look mysterious. After walking for a long time, the tense atmosphere finally relaxed. Li Heishui asked in a low voice, "Senior, who are they?" "Ancient dead people." That was all the crazy old man had to say. "Supreme masters who have been dead for many years? But I can clearly feel their cold eyes." They all felt strange and puzzled. Nan, why do I feel like they're alive? Their cold gazes are all on us." The little girl was a bit timid as she whispered. "Yes, I have the same feeling." Li Heishui was also puzzled, and couldn't help but look back. In an instant, he felt like falling into an ice cellar. His body could barely move, and his face was pale. He couldn't say a word, like an ant being looked down by a dragon. "Don't look back, don't look back. They are people who have been dead for a long time." Crazy Ol shouted. He waved his sleeves and turned his body around. "Oh my god, it's too scary. Little Yezi, little Nan, don't look back." "I just looked back, and I didn't see anything, but those eyes almost broke my heart," Li Heishui said to himself, on the verge of breaking down. They didn't believe those were dead people, but Crazy Ol said so. They didn't dare to look back. No matter what happened behind them, they chose to move forward. The fog was getting thicker and thicker. They couldn't even see the outline of the giant sarcophagus on the mountain top. Their spiritual senses couldn't penetrate the strange fog. "Shit, there's another person up there. He might be alive." The black dog's black fur all stood up. In the distance, there was a figure that was immovable like a statue. He was incomparably tall, but his eyes were extremely intimidating, able to pierce through the mist. It was a pair of cyan eyes, without sclera or pupils. They were like two cyan lanterns in the fog, looking down at them. "Don't look at him. Treat him like a dead person," Crazy Ol warned again. At the same time, he changed his route and climbed up. Suddenly, a golden light flashed beside him, passing through the fog. Because they were taking a detour, they came to the other side of the mountain. They saw a lot of dark red bloodstains and the list of deification up close. "Let's stay away from the person up there. Even if it's an ancient corpse, it doesn't look ordinary. It might cause a big fight," said Ji Fan. Crazy Ol didn't say anything, but he was thinking seriously. He changed his route step by step, walking towards the list of deification, and went up the mountain. The golden light was so bright that even the fog couldn't cover it. The stone wall was full of marks of time, and the ancient list of deification was stuck on it. It was very firm. Even after hundreds of thousands of years, there was no sign of it loosening, and time didn't leave any mark on it. Blood pit. Li Heishui was surprised. In this area, there was a blood pit that hadn't dried up. "This is the blood of a divine body, a priceless holy object." The black dog screamed and almost pounced on it. But he couldn't walk around, so he resisted the impulse. Unfortunately, the essence has already dissipated. Yi Fan shook his head, but he couldn't help but be shocked. Hundreds of thousands of years had passed, and the blood of a divine body hadn't dried up. How powerful was it? "There's an incomplete spirit medicine route." Li Heishui was surprised. In the blood pit, spirit medicine had once grown, but unfortunately, it was picked by someone. Needless to say, spirit medicine nurtured by divine blood must have amazing medicinal power. There are words, Red Dragon was trapped here. The black dog read, and then cursed. So it's that demon Taoist. He saved his life with this medicine. Yi Fan was shocked. The Red Dragon Taoist was trapped at the St. Cliff, so it was here. He actually came to the middle of the mountain, no wonder he was sealed for 1,500 years. From what he saw just now, it was already a miracle that he could come out alive. At this time, they were getting closer and closer to the list of deification. They could see it clearly. It seemed to be made of gold, and it emitted a strange wave. A supreme holy object made by the great emperor himself. I've seen it with my own eyes again. The black dog actually felt a hint of sadness, and sighed. What a pity. Even the most outstanding person of all ages can't withstand the passage of time. There's a stone carving beside the ancient list. Little Nan Nan stretched out her small hand, and pointed forward. F***ck, who's so wicked? Why did they carve a bald man beside the list of deification? The black dog was furious. Sakyamuni. Yi Fan was shocked. The stone carving was almost the same as the Buddha he saw in the temple. This is the mark left behind by this person, the old madman suddenly said. This damned fatty left a mark in front of the list of deification for no reason. But this old baldy is very powerful. He can come and go here. The black dog was furious, but he was also shocked. There's another stone carving. Little Nan Nan pointed to the other side of the list of deification. It was an old man riding a green bull, and there seemed to be a purple aura drifting westward. It was extremely lifelike and lifelike. Who is this old man riding the bull? Why is he carving here? The black dog asked angrily. The fog above the black mountain became thicker and thicker, and one could barely see their own fingers. However, this place was peaceful. They really have no sense of civility. How can they scribble here? Do these two old geezers really think they're very heroic? The large black dog cursed. The investiture of gods glowed with a golden light that was eternally untainted. It dispersed the thick fog here, and a supreme aura of the great Tao pervaded the air. Who is this old baldy? He looks kind and amiable, but he doesn't seem like a good person. And that old bastard riding the bull has a monstrous demonic aura around him. He's obviously not a good person, the large black dog cursed. Yi Fan was speechless. The large black dog was too outrageous. Sakyamuni was called bald, and the purple aura from the east was also called monstrous demonic aura. Can't you say something nicer? Yi Fan said. What's the background of this baldy with bumps all over his head and this old man who herds cows? The large black dog's mouth was full of nonsense, and his words were really out of tune. Dog, don't talk nonsense. Little Nan Nan patted him lightly. The little girl was only slightly taller than his knee, and was tender and childish. I'm very annoyed when I see this baldy and this old man who herds cows. F***ck, they're too immoral. How dare they scribble on the investiture of gods? They're really asking for a beating. The large black dog was very angry. He felt that scribbling in front of the seal set up by Emperor Wuxia was really a disgraceful behavior. Yi Fan thought of the identities of Sakyamuni and the old man riding the bull, and when he heard the large black dog's nonsense, he had the urge to spit out his food. This damn dog was too immoral. Don't let me see them, or I'll beat them up every time I see them, the large black dog spat. Yi Fan was really defeated by him. He said, don't be so arrogant. You can't even defeat the old man riding the bull, let alone these two people. F***ck, isn't it just a water buffalo? Cut it, it's not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. The large black dog was extremely unconvinced. Even if you were 10,000 times stronger, you still wouldn't be a match for them, Crazy Ol suddenly said. He stared at the mark with a serious expression. Yi Fan felt the Bodhi seed heat up and hurriedly took it out. He held it in his hand and carefully sensed it. He found that the two marks on the black mountain seemed to be alive. In a trance, he saw a merciful Buddha sitting cross-legged under a Bodhi tree. Endless chanting reverberated, calming one's heart and soul, making one want to take refuge in the Buddha. On the other side, purple energy came from the east. A green ox headed west, carrying an elder. Great Tao energy flowed about it, incomparably distant, in action emerging into the world. It could be said that the Gautama Buddha and the old man riding on the green ox both had a supreme and lofty Tao rhythm. Even if it was just a strand of imprint left behind by them, it was enough to make one's heart palpitate and make them want to follow them. It was extremely profound. Yi Fan's heart was not calm. It could even be described as boiling. How many predecessors of ancient China had come to this side of the starry sky? Perhaps his path home was not cut off, and he should be able to find it. He found a few more strands of hope. Perhaps one day he could return to Earth. Damn Baldy, old bastard, Yi Fan was pulled back to reality by the large black dog's curse. He did not find any cultivation technique in the marks, only proving that the two of them had been here. Stop shouting. Even if you shout randomly, these two won't appear. It's uncertain whether they are still in this world, Li Heishui said. I'm really angry. Drawing randomly here is a great disrespect to Great Emperor Wuxi. The large black dog was indignant. The crazy old man closed his eyes and remained silent. He probed the list of deification with his divine sense. After a long time, he opened his eyes and walked forward without hesitation. It's been suppressed for more than 100,000 years. Don't tell me the thing in the mountain is still alive? Yi Fan was bewildered. That's hard to say. If it was buried by the divine source like the ancient creatures, it might really be able to come out alive, the large black dog said in a trembling voice. He almost scared himself. There must be an unimaginable existence in this mountain. Otherwise, Great Emperor Wuxi wouldn't have suppressed it with the list of deification. Could it be that the Saint Physique's seclusion here and his blood staining the holy cliff in his later years is related to the existence in the belly of this mountain? Li Heishui said in shock. Yi Fan said, maybe it's true. The creature that caused the Saint Physique to die in his later years is really terrifying. Fortunately, it was sealed by Great Emperor Wuxi. It can fight against the Saint Physique, but he waited until his later years to make his move. Could it be that he has been hiding in the middle of the mountain all this time? They all knew that the holy cliff was cut off from the immortal mountain by the Saint Physique and used as a place for seclusion. Thinking about it carefully, it was really frightening. The aura of the Great Emperor. The large black dog rarely showed sadness, but after seeing the list of deification, he showed this expression again and again. In the end, he left reluctantly. The thick fog sealed the mountain, and they walked for another 2 hours. Finally, they were not far from the peak of the mountain. In front of them, a majestic figure stood on the mountain rock, looking down. Didn't we avoid him before? Why is he in front of us again? Li Heishui's expression changed. This person was extremely tall, and his eyes had no pupils. There were only 2 beams of green light that could pass through the thick fog. It was very frightening. The crazy owl said not to look and treat it as an ancient corpse, but this frightening corpse that had no signs of life could move on its own and block their way. What kind of existence is this? Why did it appear on the holy cliff and dare to stop a saint? The large black dog was scared. The crazy owl stopped and faced the cold body above him. His thick hair was loose, and his aura was at its peak. He took a few big steps forward. Just do what you did before. Don't look, and don't use your divine sense. Wait here, the crazy owl warned. Then, he strode forward. Things are not good. Even a saint is forced to make a move. They all felt very uneasy. Uncle, you have to be careful, little Nan Nan shouted from behind. Yi Fan and the others listened to the warning and didn't look up. They also restrained their divine sense and completely isolated themselves from the sky, in case something bad happened. Boom! Above them, there was a terrifying wave that almost made them collapse to the ground. If it wasn't for the formation patterns of Great Emperor Wuxi, the whole mountain might have been destroyed. The saint of the current era had made a move and fought with the unknown existence. It was very intense, and the battle was transmitted down through the formation patterns of the ancient emperors. Terrifying. In the end, the large black dog sat on the ground, his whole body trembling. He couldn't bear that kind of pressure at all. Li Heishui was even worse. He collapsed to the ground first. His body didn't listen to him anymore. He said angrily, "Damn dog, you're sitting on me." The large black dog, who was as strong as a bull, almost made Li Heishui faint. He was so weak that he couldn't move. Yi Fan did his best to resist. His body was extremely strong, and his energy was surging. Golden blood qi surged. Finally, he didn't collapse under the pressure of the saint. Only little Nan Nan was unharmed. She didn't resist. She just blinked and squatted on the ground, looking at the large black dog and Li Heishui. 15 minutes later, the endless terrifying pressure disappeared. The thick fog rolled and the crazy old walked back step by step. The left half of his body was stained with blood. "Uncle, you're hurt." Little Nan Nan cried. "What? Even a saint of the current era is hurt and bleeding." The large black dog got up immediately and stared at the scene with his big eyes. "It's not my blood. It's that ancient corpse's," the crazy old replied. Blood splattered on a saint's body was scary enough. That ancient corpse must have forced the crazy old to use his real power. In front of them, the majestic body fell to the ground and stopped moving. Glowing blood could be seen flowing. It was very strange. The Saint Cliff is so scary. One wrong step and you'll step into hell. These ancient warriors have been dead for countless years, but they still come out to cause trouble. Li Heishui frowned worriedly. "Uncle, the people we saw earlier have appeared again." Little Nan Nan pointed at the depths of the thick fog and said a very bad news. On top of the cliff, a few Taoist figures stood in the thick fog like fossils. They were motionless and looked down. Aren't they ancient corpses? Why can they move? Li Heishui had goosebumps all over his body. Yi Fan's scalp was numb. They were the people he saw halfway up the mountain. There were both men and women, and they were all wearing ancient clothes. The crazy old didn't say anything. He took out the corner of the formation map of the large black dog and studied it carefully, thinking quietly. Yi Fan and the others didn't dare to disturb him. Just like that, they stood like this for a whole day. Then the crazy old raised his head and continued to walk forward. A golden path suddenly appeared under their feet. They actually evolved such a path and reached the summit. The large black dog had a strange look in his eyes. Just like that, they walked on the golden path. After a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the summit. The figures in ancient clothes didn't come close. This was a vast cliff. It was large enough to build a small town on it. However, this was a barren land. Not even a blade of grass grew here. The whole cliff was black, and there were many dark red bloodstains. There were some bright red puddles in some places. After so many years, although the spiritual energy had dissipated, the divine blood still hadn't dried up for some reason. The most eye-catching place was the edge of the St. Cliff. There was a huge stone coffin, hundreds of meters long, hanging on the cliff. An ancient coffin that has existed in this world for almost 200,000 years. Everyone was shocked. If there was no accident, this should be the place where the great saint body died. It should be him in the coffin. The whole body of the great saint body is a treasure. Just one bone is worth a city, and the whole body can be used as a holy object to refine an unparalleled saint weapon. They came to the front of the huge stone coffin, and all of them carefully examined it. This was a place where saints were buried, and there might be some unparalleled celestial treasures inside. Where is the Xing character of the 9 secrets? It can't be in this ancient coffin, right? Their main purpose for coming here was to find the secret character Xing. This was a peerless sacred technique that could shock the world. Any cultivator would want to get their hands on it, and even the sages would desire it. Is this stone coffin moldy? There's a lot of moss growing on it. The large black dog was suspicious. It's not moss, it's very long green hair. Li Heishui felt cold from head to toe, and his whole body was cold. Although there was a thick fog on the summit, they could see clearly when they came close to the ancient coffin. Damn, it's the green hair growing from the coffin. It's very thick, and it's almost drowning the ancient coffin. The black hair all over the large black dog's body stood up, and he jumped up in fright as if someone had stepped on his tail. Oh no, this is bad. Could it be that the corpse of the great saint body has undergone some changes? No matter how many tens of thousands of years the great ancient emperors have been dead, their corporeal bodies will not rot and be destroyed, and the great saint body will definitely be the same. If he has undergone a corpse transformation, then that unparalleled corporeal body, they were all stunned, and an ominous premonition rose up in their hearts. Let's hurry and find the Xing character of the 9 secrets and leave this place as soon as possible. We must not touch this ancient coffin. The large black dog was scared. This was the first time he had seen a treasure without being greedy. Yi Fan took out the ancient scroll and carefully compared it. After carefully reading it, he was dumbfounded and speechless. The Xing character of the 9 secrets actually pointed to the location of this ancient coffin. Are we going to open a shop? He was horrified. If they provoked some ancient corpse with a great saint body, it was possible that they would all be killed here. Damn, that damned Baldy and that old cowherd also came here before. There are their marks here. The large black dog cursed angrily. Beside the ancient coffin, there were 2 stone tablets that had left behind words of remembrance. Apart from that, there were also 2 gigantic starry sky charts. They seemed to have respectively divined something here. They were densely packed, and the ground was filled with stars. In each of the starry sky charts, there was a thin line that was almost invisible, and it pointed to the depths of the starry sky. This caused a thought to stir in Yi Fan's mind. Could it be that there was an ancient path in the starry sky? End of chapter 496. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.